transcending into the last hope of the Senju clan, awakening the mightiest auxiliary system of Hokage. Initial mission reward. Chakra increased by 100 cards Sage Body, slapping the face of the arrogant Uchiha Itachi, making him understand what true strength means. Ruthlessly obliterating Danzo Shimura, instilling fear in the upper echelons of Konoha. Forcefully suppressing the Raikage, causing the hidden cloud to tremble. Concluding the Fourth Great Ninja War, single-handedly dominating the battlefield, reshaping the landscape of the ninja world. Restructuring the Moon Eye Plan, utilizing the power of the Senju to create a new world of genuine peace. Each completed task bestows legendary rewards that shake the entire ninja realm. Uchiha Sasuke, is this true power? Danzo Shimura, the Senju, how can they possess such might? Chapter 1. The First System Reward. In the village of Konoha, within a humble courtyard located at the northernmost part of the village, Senju Xiaotian stood, gazing at the small enclave known as the Senju clan residence, a bitter smile gracing his lips. As one of the last bloodlines of the Senju clan, the blood flowing through his veins should endow him with formidable power, yet reality was harsh and despairing. 3 years. Xiaotian clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. Having traversed into this world for a full 3 years, he diligently trained each day. Yet even the most basic chakra extraction proved exceedingly difficult. The remarkable talents that should belong to the Senju clan seemed to have never existed within him, let alone the wood release, which had not been awakened by anyone besides. Hashirama, the last glory of the Senju clan has seemingly perished in my hands, Xiaotian thought bitterly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. As a transmigrator, who among them did not start with the Rinnegan or Sharingan? Yet here he was, starting off as a mere weakling. Just as Senju Xiaotian prepared to return indoors, an unusual wave of energy surged within him. The persistent accumulation of chakra over 3 years had finally reached its critical point. Ding! System activation energy has reached the standard. The strongest auxiliary Hokage system is successfully activated. A mechanized voice echoed in his mind, causing Xiaotian to tremble, his eyes sparkling with delight. System? He tentatively called out within his heart. Ding! Esteemed host, greetings. The strongest auxiliary Hokage system is at your service. This system will periodically issue various tasks. Abundant rewards await upon completion, and should you fail, you may try again. Additionally, minor surprises will be bestowed based on significant decisions made by the host. You may now claim a novice task. Would you like to view it immediately? View it now, Xiaotian commanded eagerly. Novice task. Immediately proceed to the border of the land of lightning to rescue the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. Task reward. Chakra reserve increased by 100 cards, Sage. Body Pseudo. Proficiency in Jinin level Taijutsu. Xiaotian's breath quickened at once. Chakra increased by 100 cards? A Sage Body. Although it bore the label Pseudo, the initial chakra reserve equated to the existence of 100 Kakashithis was a significant opportunity. With impatience, Xiaotian donned a simple ninja tool pouch, stealthily weaving through the walls of Konoha's northwestern corner. As a member of the Senju clan, though lacking in strength, he was acutely aware of the village's vulnerabilities. Despite 3 years of relentless training, the disparity compared to true ninjas remains vast. Taking a deep breath, Xiaotian rubbed his aching ankle and pressed onward. Seizing an opening as the guards were distracted, he deftly scaled the wall, disappearing into the surrounding darkness. At dawn, Xiaotian was nearing the border. Instinctively, Xiaotian rolled to the side, a shuriken grazing his cheek and embedding itself into the tree behind him. A small brat has been spotted. A coarse voice emerged from the fog. Xiaotian's heart raced. 3 cloud ninjas materialized from the shadows, their forehead protectors gleaming ominously in the morning light. The leader, burdened by a large pack on his back, wore a menacing grin, his eyes glinting with malice. Kill him. Die. Konoha brat. Without hesitation, Xiaotian turned and sprinted away. Behind him, the ninjas' mocking laughter and the sound of shurikens slicing through the air echoed ominously. System, please help me. Xiaotian felt a searing pain in his lungs, his legs heavy as though laden with lead, that a kunai sliced through his shoulder, blood instantly soaking his sleeve. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, A prompt echoed in his mind. Life-threatening danger detected. The strongest auxiliary system is activated, and system rewards are being expedited. Reward dispensed successfully. Task reward dispensed. Chakra reserve increased by 100 cards. Sage body pseudo. Proficiency in Jinin level taijutsu. At the moment the system notification concluded, a warm current surged from his dantian throughout his limbs. Xiaotian stared in astonishment as the flesh beneath the skin of his arm writhed, as if alive. The deep knife wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate, leaving only a faint pink scar in its wake. This is the effect of the pseudo-sage body. Moreover, my chakra seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation, flowing at an accelerated speed. Could this also be due to the sage body? Xiaotian clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing like firecrackers. Not only was his injury healed, but he felt as though the chakra within him had expanded hundreds of times. In an instant, his muscles were now imbued with explosive power as chakra coursed through them. The three cloud ninjas closed in from behind the trees, the leader's face contorted with rage. "Kid, keep running." Yet as he beheld Xiaoshin's current state, they all halted in their tracks. The brat they had pursued just moments ago now wore a smile, gazing back at them. "Kill." The leader gritted his teeth, hurling shurikens that sliced through the air in deadly arcs. Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly, the chakra within him surging like a roaring blaze, as if it sought to devour everything. He stood firm, his breath steady, yet each inhalation seemed to ripple through the surrounding AI. In a flash, he appeared before one of the cloud ninjas, his legs striking out like iron pillars. The cloud ninja barely had time to react before he was swept away by a tempest, Xiaotian's kick carrying enough force to shatter steel, sending him flying, the sound of breaking bones ringing out clearly. Without a moment's pause, Xiaotian pivoted, unleashing a powerful left punch that struck another cloud ninja squarely on the chin. The instant his fist collided with the ninja's face, the air erupted, and the cloud ninja's head was nearly cleaved from his shoulders, losing balance and collapsing into unconsciousness. Without resting, Xiaotian swiftly advanced, his legs unleashing a fierce whirlwind kick aimed directly at the foremost cloud ninja. The ninja's body was sent spiraling as if struck by an unseen force, his spine nearly breaking, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Xiaotian's silhouette resembled an indomitable war god, the air around him warping and distorting under the might of his taijutsu, the curved airwaves capable of overwhelming any adversary. Suddenly, the first cloud ninja who had been knocked back scrambled to his feet, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. "Overestimating yourself?" Xiaotian exclaimed, extending his arms wide, charging towards the cloud ninja like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. His hands crossed rapidly, resembling a bolt of lightning slicing through the night, accurately locking onto the ninja's neck. With a fierce tug, he hurled the cloud ninja into the air, then brought him crashing down to the ground, wounds appearing instantly upon impact, the sound of shattered bones echoing like thunder in the still air. The cloud ninja lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Yet at that moment, the leader hurriedly yanked the pack from his back to his chest, hastily unwrapping it to reveal a young girl with pale eyes, unconscious within. Xiaotian's pupils constricted in shock. This was unmistakably the young Hinata Hyuga. "One more step forward, and I shall pierce her throat." The scar-faced leader growled menacingly, pressing a kunai against Hinata's delicate neck, his fingers turning pale from excessive force. A chilling light surged in Xiaotian's eyes, and his chakra instantaneously coalesced into a liquid-like essence, seemingly suffocating the air around him. The earth began to tremble violently, fissures forming in the ground, and tiny fragments of stone floated in midair as if drawn by an unseen force. Distant cloud village ninjas, upon hearing the commotion, felt an immense pressure and fell to their knees, as if burdened by an unbearable weight. This chakra. The leader's teeth chattered. The kunai had already drawn blood on Hinata's neck. How is this possible? Xiaotian advanced step by step, the ground cracking beneath his feet, the overwhelming pressure nearly crushing everything around him. He raised his right hand, chakra swirling in his palm. "Release her, don't come closer." The leader suddenly hurled Hinata into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning, tiger explosion. The frenzied lightning morphed into a menacing tiger head, but crumbled into dust a mere half-meter from Xiao Tian, that a pale green chakra formed an absolute domain, cradling the unconscious Hinata gently. Xiao Tian's left hand formed a fist, and Hinata descended as if guided by an invisible hand, landing safely in his arms. You should not have touched this child. Xiao Tian tenderly placed Hinata beside a tree root, and as he turned, his chakra surged as if materialized, expanding dramatically. Trees within 100 meters swayed without wind, and leaves disintegrated before they could touch the ground. The leader suddenly screamed in agony as his kuna-wielding hand twisted at an unnatural angle, the sound of shattering bones clear to hear. The remaining cloud ninjas could hardly bear it, blood oozing from their orifices as they collapsed, as if under immense pressure. This is chakra materialization. The leader fell to his knees, his eyes bulging. When did Konoha conceal such a monster? Xiao Tian advanced slowly, with each step causing the ground to sink 3 inches. He lifted his right hand, the chakra sphere in his palm, distorting the very air. Do you not desire the Byakugan? No. Wait. Before the words could fully escape, Xiao Tian was already before the leader. He quickly formed seals, concentrating his chakra into his hand, and then unleashed a powerful water release technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged from Xiao Tian's hand like a colossal wave, cascading with the force of a river breaking its banks. Boom! The deluge swept over the leader and the surrounding forest in an instant, the immense water pressure crushing everything in its path, obliterating trees, rocks, and even the dust. In the air, the powerful waves continued to expand, rolling towards the distant cloud ninjas. Caught unawares, those ninjas could not evade the onslaught of water and were swiftly engulfed. The colossal torrent swept through a radius of hundreds of meters, leaving no chance for resistance, as each one was mercilessly battered by the raging waters. Yet where Hinata lay, Xiao Tian had precisely controlled the range of his water release, leaving not even a leaf disturbed, the flow of water not affecting her in the slightest. In the distance, Hyuga Hayashi rushed towards the scene with his clan members. Through the dense trees, he beheld a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. The forest, spanning thousands of meters, had been reduced to a barren wasteland, thick mist swirling around, the air pulsating with a formidable chakra surge that sent a shiver. Down his spine, what? What is this? Hyuga Hayashi murmured, his gaze fixed upon the juxtaposition of tranquility and destruction in the distance, his expression one of shock. Even the Nine Tails did not exude such terrifying chakra fluctuations. His palms were already drenched, cold sweat pouring down as fear and confusion swelled within him. The water release unleashed by Xiao Tian surpassed all expectations, transcending his comprehension of chakra, instilling within him not only shock but a profound sense of oppression. Chapter 2. The Collapse of Hyuga Hayashi. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lights of Konohagakure flickered to life, with only a few hurried figures making their way home. Little Hinata tiptoed, cautiously pushing open the side door of the Hyuga family's backyard, her heart racing. Father must still be in the clan meeting. She murmured softly, a spark of excitement dancing on her face. Earlier that afternoon, she had overheard servants discussing a rare blue wildflower that only bloomed at night in the forest surrounding the village, said to bring good fortune to those who beheld it. After much hesitation, Hinata resolved to sneak out and catch a glimpse, even if from afar. She tightened her coat and quickened her pace towards the village's edge. The night breeze caressed her cheeks, imbued with a slight chill, yet her heart was warm with exhilaration. Having defied family rules to venture out alone several times, an exhilarating sense of freedom washed over her amidst the tension. However, just as she was about to step into the forest's edge, a faint crack of a twig broke the silence behind her. Hinata froze, her body stiff with fear. Who? She slowly turned her head, only to see several shadowy figures looming in the distance. Her breath caught in her throat, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, ready to flee. But before she could take more than a few steps, a dark figure lunged from the side, striking her forcefully at the back of her neck. Ugh! Her vision spun violently, and in her fading consciousness, she glimpsed a menacing face adorned with a Cloud Village headband. Her awareness ebbed like the tide, only to gradually return. Hinata struggled to open her eyes, her vision blurred, her limbs heavy as if laden with lead. Leaning against a tree, her cheek pressed against the cold bark, her breathing was weak and erratic. Where am I? Fear coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent as she surveyed the vast clearing, seemingly ravaged by some force, the mist rising around her, desperately trying to lift her body, but her fingers merely trembled, unable to rise at that moment. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a tall figure standing before her. It was a young man with black hair, his features obscured in shadow, save for his eyes, which glimmered with a faint cold light in the night. He gazed at her silently. Without uttering a word, Hinata's breath hitched, her instinct urging her to retreat, yet she lacked the strength to move. The boy sighed softly, slowly kneeling down, his voice gentle. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. The boy offered no further explanation, simply reaching out to lift her into his arms. Hinata felt as light as a feather, resting against his embrace, her consciousness beginning to blur once more. "Big brother, your name." She strained to muster a faint whisper. The boy paused, glancing down at her. Leafing. As the name left his lips, Hinata could no longer hold on, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. The night was deep, the gates of the Hyuga clan tightly shut, two patrolling ninjas engaged in hushed conversation. The clan head has yet to return, and the young lady is missing again truly. "Shoo, do not speak carelessly. What if someone hears?" Before the words could finish, a soft sound echoed from outside the gate. The two men looked up alertly, activating their Byakugan, their vision penetrating the gate, revealing a shocking sight. Hinata Hyuga, their clan's young lady, unconscious against the gate. "The young lady?" one exclaimed, rushing out, while the other quickly turned to shout into the residence. "Medical team, quickly! The young lady has returned." In less than a moment, several Hyuga ninjas arrived, the medical team swiftly carrying Hinata inside. After a brief examination, one of the medical ninjas sighed in relief. "She is not in any danger, merely frightened and in need of rest." As they busied themselves, none noticed the figure standing silently by a distant utility pole. Xiao Tan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed indifferently at the commotion at the Hyuga residence. After confirming Hinata's safety, he turned and leapt away, vanishing into the night. Ding. Task completed. Although the rewards have been preemptively dispensed, the system deems it necessary to grant something further for appearances, Sasuke rewarding the host with an increase of 10 chakra units. New task released. The host is to discipline the second pillar within 48 hours, with rewards dispensed according to the host's level of completion. Xiao Tian paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "The second pillar, you say? I've longed to teach that pretentious fool a lesson." Even without the system's task, he had intended to confront the second pillar for his arrogance. After all, the incessant laughter of Uchiha was enough to warrant a beating. It's time they learned what true thousand hands laughter entails, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "I wonder if this time the system will generously reward me with something like the Otsutsuki bloodline." He glanced at the sky. Several hours remained until dawn. Time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall see if I can encounter Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of fire, Hyuga Hayashi stood by a pond, his brow furrowed in concern. The once thick forest had transformed into a small pond spanning 1,000 meters, the trees obliterated as if ravaged by some dreadful force, leaving only a small patch of dry land in the center. Is this the result of ninjutsu? He spoke gravely. Beside him, a Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings and quickly noting the anomalies. "Head of the clan, there are bodies in the water." Hyuga Hayashi swiftly turned his gaze, seeing several mangled corpses strewn about, with only fragments of iron forehead protectors remaining to signify their identities as Cloud Ninjas. Cloud Ninjas? Hayashi's expression hardened. "Are they the delegation from earlier today?" A member of the branch family whispered. "Could this be related to Miss Hinata's disappearance?" Hayashi remained silent, but the chill in his eyes deepened. That moment, another ninja spoke up. "Head of the clan, this level of destruction does not seem achievable by ordinary ninjas. Could it be those legendary figures?" Hayashi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya have long departed from the village, and their fighting styles do not align with this. The rogue ninja, Orochimaru, would be even less likely. He recalled the immense chakra he had sensed earlier, a wave of fear washing over him once more. It was a chakra more ferocious than that of the Nine Tails during the chaos years ago. Could such power truly belong to a mere human? Expand the search radius and continue the pursuit for Hinata's whereabouts. Clan leader, we have news from the family. The young lady has returned safely to the clan. Hayashi paused momentarily. Everyone returned to the village. At dawn, within the Uchiha estate, Hinata lay peacefully on her sickbed, her breathing steady. The medical team had confirmed her well-being, stating she simply required time to recuperate. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Hayashi strode in with purpose. How is Hinata faring? His voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. The medical ninja respectfully replied, "The young lady is fine. Merely shaken a few days of rest should suffice for her recovery." Hayashi nodded, his expression softening. "That is good to hear." At that moment, Danzo, having arrived upon hearing the news, narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "Who brought her back?" The medical ninja hesitated, glancing at Hayashi. With a nod from the latter, he continued, "We are unsure, but it seems the young lady mentioned a particular phrase while unconscious." "What phrase?" Hayashi pressed immediately. "A handsome young man." In an instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Hayashi's pupils constricted, and a flicker of confusion crossed Danzo's singular eye. "Hey, handsome young man?" Danzo repeated slowly, his tone laden with implications. "Abducted and still thinking about handsome men? Hayashi, your daughter does not resemble you at all." Just then, the third Hokage, who had just arrived, fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, "Immediately strengthen the village's defenses and investigate all unfamiliar faces seen recently, especially those who are handsome." Hayashi clenched his fists, his gaze lingering on his slumbering daughter as his thoughts swirled. "My little darling, could she be in danger?" Chapter 3. The attention of Danzo within the Uchiha estate. Medical ninjas were bustling about with urgency. At the end of the corridor stood the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his furrowed brow enveloped in the swirling smoke of his pipe. The niche term of a pond formed by ninjutsu lingered on his lips, invoking memories of his towering mentor. Senju Tobirama, the man reputed to have forged a pact with the sea. Had Tobirama been present, repelling the cloud ninjas would have been trivial. But alas, that was a mere fantasy. Tobirama had perished many years prior. "Hiruzen, what is your perspective?" Danzo Shimura's somber voice startled him back to reality. Hyuga Hisashi was meticulously recounting his observations from the border. As he described the pond artificially created by ninjutsu, Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe in astonishment. A flicker of shock passed through Danzo's exposed eye as well. Inside the medical room, Hinata's pale face finally regained a hint of color. Suddenly, several figures rushed in. "Father," she weakly called out. Hisashi's tense expression finally relaxed. Gently grasping his daughter's hand, he spoke in an unusually tender tone. "It's all right. Rest well." Danzo abruptly shoved Hisashi aside and asked pointedly, "Who saved you?" Hinata trembled at the unexpected inquiry. She strained to recall the fragments before her unconsciousness. The shadowy figure under the moonlight, a black-haired youth. He was truly handsome, she murmured, her cheeks flushing at the memory of Xiao Tian's visage. This revelation struck Hisashi like a thunderclap. Hiruzen and Danzo were momentarily taken aback. "Is that all?" Hiruzen asked, bewildered. Danzo scoffed, "Hisashi, you've truly raised a remarkable daughter." He turned to Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, I intend to dispatch my people to investigate this matter thoroughly. You have no objections, I trust?" Hiruzen nodded in tacit consent. In the ancestral home of the Senju clan, Xiao Tian sat cross-legged in the courtyard. The night breeze tousled his black hair, while the moonlight bestowed a silvery halo upon him. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. They should uncover the truth soon, he mused softly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He had not deliberately concealed his presence upon leaving the village, confident in the abilities of the Umbu and Root. They would soon discover his whereabouts. "Perhaps it is time to seek out my second pillar," Xiao Tian thought as he stretched lazily. He was well aware that Hiruzen would soon come to test him, but this was an integral part of his plan. As he retraced his steps indoors, he suddenly halted on the stairs, where the moonlight elongated his shadow, which bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage. 110 units of chakra, and a pseudo-sage body. Along with mean-level physical prowess, Xiao Tian whispered. Yet, this was still insufficient. He yearned for wood release, the true sage body, the Otsutsuki bloodline. All of it. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit Hokage office, Hiruzen and Danzo were still embroiled in debate. We must investigate Senju Xiao Tian immediately. Danzo's cane struck the floor with emphasis. Hiruzen shook his head. To investigate a child without evidence is against protocol. Protocol? Danzo sneered. Every lead points to him, and you still hesitate? The Cloud Village is at our doorstep, and you're concerned about rules? Tomorrow, the envoy from the Cloud will likely come knocking. Hiruzen's pipe flickered uncertainly. He recognized the validity in Danzo's argument, yet his instincts warned him that matters were not so straightforward. Let us first send someone to observe discreetly, Hiruzen ultimately decided. Opting not to alert the prey, Danzo snorted as he departed. He had already dispatched root operatives to the Senju clan to retrieve Xiao Tian. Regardless of whether he was guilty or not, Danzo would concoct a pretext to bring Xiao Tian back for research. Even if he turned out to be innocent, he could still be utilized for wood-release cellular transplant experiments. Chapter 4. Do not cross boundaries. Danzo, as the morning sun filtered through the mist over the Senju clan grounds, Xiao Tian stood at the entrance, gazing dreamily at the sky. When a figure clad in a white Hokage cloak came into view, he immediately halted, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his face alight with well-timed surprise. Hokage-sama. Xiao Tian hastened forward, bowing respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached leisurely, his wrinkled face breaking into a warm smile. Senju Xiao Tian, good morning. As the third Hokage, he was well acquainted with every young ninja in the village, especially the last bloodline of the Senju clan. Xiao Tian straightened, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the elderly Hokage. Hokage-sama, your timing is fortuitous. I am now capable of refining chakra normally, and I wish to attend the Ninja Academy. His voice was clear and resolute. 3 years ago, due to his frail health and insufficient chakra, he had been unable to enroll, but now he was ready. Hiruzen paused momentarily, his pipe faltering. He scrutinized the youth before him, once deemed lacking in ninja talent, yet the memory of Hisashi's report about the raised forest lingered in his mind. May I see your chakra? The old Hokage's tone remained gentle, yet his gaze sharpened. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. Of course. He extended his right hand, palm up. At first, only a faint flow of chakra was visible, but in an instant, green energy erupted forth like a fountain, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Hiruzen's pupils contracted in astonishment. The strength of this chakra surpassed that of an ordinary Nin. Even more astonishing was the fact that the chakra was solidifying, emitting a soft green glow. What is this? The old Hokage unconsciously stepped forward. Xiao Tian sensed it was time to conclude, retracting his chakra with an apologetic smile. I'm afraid this is about my limit. Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe. Limit? The intensity of this chakra, the quality. He observed Xiao Tian discreetly, then shifted the conversation. Xiao Tian, how do you interpret the will of fire? Xiao Tian's gaze was clear as he replied, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The younger generation must become the new leaves that illuminate the village. We must uphold the protection of Konoha as our foremost principle. He paused, adding, just as the first and second Hokages fought valiantly to safeguard Konoha, shedding their last drop of blood for it. Hiruzen inhaled deeply. This response was rather vague, prompting him to probe further. If the village required you to sacrifice your most cherished person, what would you do? I would choose the village, sacrificing myself for its preservation. Xiao Tian stated firmly, but I believe, if it were Hokage-sama, you would find a better solution. A flicker of complex emotion crossed the old Hokage's eyes. This boy was shrouded in enigmas, yet his loyalty to the village was commendable. Your talent is astounding, Hiruzen finally remarked, his voice tinged with unmasked admiration. I grant you special permission to enroll in the Ninja Academy. You may report tomorrow. Xiao Tian bowed respectfully. Thank you, Hokage-sama. As the old Hokage turned to leave, Xiao Tian watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of profound understanding illuminating his eyes. He knew that his recent display had sown a seed within the heart of this elder. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen stood before the window, gazing at the distant Ninja Academy. Smoke billowed from his pipe, obscuring his contemplative visage. The strength of that chakra. He murmured, uncertain. If the bloodline of the first Hokage truly awakens, what would that mean for Konoha? Just then, The office door swung open abruptly. Tawanzo strode in with a grim expression, exclaiming, "Hiruzen, are you really allowing that suspicious little brat to enroll so easily?" Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around, calm and unhurried. "He is a promising candidate. Moreover, Tawanzo, remember to knock on the door next time." "Knock? A promising candidate?" Tawanzo scoffed, his cane thudding heavily against the ground. "A sudden descendant of the Senju with Jonin-level chakra, and he was once a worthless child. Don't you find that suspicious?" The old Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. "Everyone has their opportunities for growth." A glint of sternness flickered in Tawanzo's singular eye. "I have already dispatched members of Root to monitor him around the clock." He leaned closer to the old Hokage, his voice lowered. "If he proves to be a threat, I will handle it personally." The atmosphere in the office plummeted to an icy silence. The two elders locked eyes for an extended moment. Before Hiruzen finally spoke, "You have overstepped, Tawanzo. Do not forget your position." "For the sake of Konoha, I would do anything," Tawanzo coldly retorted, departing with his dark cloak billowing behind him like an ominous crow. As dusk descended, Xiao Tian walked home after purchasing food, a faint smile playing on his lips. The group of Root members lurking in the shadows had been tailing him since he left the base. That mask pattern must be from Root. He thought with a cold smirk as he deliberately turned into a dimly lit alley. Two ninjas in the shadows immediately followed but lost their target around the corner. Just as confusion set in, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" The Root members stiffened, not having time to react before feeling a sharp pain at the back of their necks, their consciousness quickly fading. Before succumbing to darkness, one vaguely heard the boy's amused whisper, "Trash." Xiao Tian kicked the two ninjas against the wall, casually tossing the emblem of the Senju clan onto one of them, before turning to leave. Chapter 5. Swamoku's calculations. The next day, Xiao Tian stood at the entrance of the Senju clan's estate, adjusting his brand new attire. Today marked the official start of his enrollment, and the third Hokage's special approval had spared him from the tedious entrance examinations. He recalled the mission assigned by the system, filled with determination as he walked towards the Ninja Academy. Over the past 3 years, he had explored every corner of Konoha, and the journey from the clan estate to the school took less than half an hour. Shops along the way were opening, and the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Turning the final corner, the outline of the ninja school came into view. The familiar swing still hung quietly by the entrance, swaying gently in the morning breeze. A few early students were chasing one another at the gate, casting curious glances at the unfamiliar face of Xiao Tian. "Senju Xiao Tian?" A gentle voice called from behind. Xiao Tian turned to see a brown-haired chunin with a scar on his nose smiling at him. Dressed in the standard Konoha chunin vest and equipped with a ninja tool pouch, he bore the kind expression characteristic of a teacher. "Irika-sensei," Xiao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed a complex mix of surprise, pity, and a hint of expectation flicker in the teacher's eyes. As a former underachiever, Irika clearly had a particular interest in this older transfer student. Irika scrutinized the black-haired boy before him. The boy was tall and had deep, calm black eyes, exuding an uncharacteristic composure for his age. "Lord Third has already informed me of your situation," he said, pausing for emphasis. "Enrolling at 12 is indeed quite unusual, but do not feel pressured." Xiao Tian replied calmly. "I was here 3 years ago but failed the test." His tone was neither submissive nor complainant, merely stating a simple fact. "This time will be different," Irika said encouragingly, patting his shoulder. Feeling the firm muscles beneath Xiao Tian's clothing, he was taken aback, realizing the boy had evidently not neglected his training over the years. "Come with me. I will help you with the enrollment procedures." The two arrived at the swing beside the school gate. "First, let's check out the training grounds." Irika's voice snapped him back to reality. "Today, the new class has a practical lesson. You can observe and learn first." His tone was encouraging, indicating there was no rush to participate, allowing Xiao Tian to acclimate to the surroundings. On the training grounds, dozens of students were engaged in combat pairs. The sounds of shuriken clashing and physical training echoed in a symphony. Xiao Tian's gaze swept through the crowd, pausing momentarily on a blonde-haired boy around 6 or 7 years old, the heir, Naruto Uzumaki. He was easily knocked down by his opponent, but stubbornly got back up to continue fighting. "That's our class. Swamoku-sensei is leading them in practical exercises," Irika explained, concern lacing his voice. Swamoku's teaching methods tend to be quite strict. At that moment, a silver-haired chunin approached, wearing round glasses that magnified his eyes slightly. His lips curled into a half-smile. "So, This is the young master of the Senju clan? Swamoku's voice dripped with feigned warmth. I hear you received special permission to enroll from Lord Hokage. You must have some exceptional qualities. Xiao Tian keenly noticed a flicker of something unusual in Swamoku's gaze. As a transmigrator, he was well aware that Swamoku was a spy planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. However, he maintained a composed facade, simply nodding politely. Hello, Swamoku-sensei. Swamoku adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a dangerous glint. He scrutinized Xiao Tian, mentally calculating. If I can leverage the descendant of the Senju clan within the village. The thought flashed through his mind but was quickly suppressed by reason. Now was not the time. He needed to observe more closely. Irika, let me introduce this new student to everyone, Swamoku said with feigned enthusiasm, unconsciously adjusting his glasses. Irika hesitated. Perhaps I should handle it, Swamoku. He just enrolled. It might be best to skip this practical lesson. Not at all. It's a perfect opportunity for the new student to see the level of our school, Swamoku insisted, his gaze never leaving Xiao Tian. Sensing the probing nature of Swamoku's stare, Xiao Tian saw an opportunity to fulfill his task. Then I shall trouble you, Swamoku-sensei. His tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Chapter 6. The transfer student at the Ninja Academy today. We have a new student joining our class, Swamoku announced as he adjusted his glasses. His voice not loud, but clear enough to resonate across the training ground. The previously boisterous students fell silent, their curious eyes fixed on this side. Irika took over. This is Senju Xiao Tian, 12 years old, granted special admission by Lord Hokage. He turned towards the black-haired boy beside him. Come on, Xiao Tian, please introduce yourself. Xiao Tian stepped forward, his calm black eyes sweeping over every individual in the training ground. He noticed that most of the girls were clustered around Uchiha Sasuke, who leaned against a wooden post with a cold expression. Meanwhile, on the edge of the field, a blond boy with blue eyes, just beaten up, kicked a stone alone. It was none other than our heir, Naruto Uzumaki. Oddly, he did not see Hinata Hyuga. It seemed she was still recuperating after last night's incident. I am Senju Xiao Tian, he announced, his voice not loud, yet resonant enough to reach everyone. I enjoy barbecue and despise infatuation. This response caused Irika to raise an eyebrow. This boy had quite the personality. Xiao Tian paused, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings. He knew that the third Hokage was currently observing through a telescope technique, especially with Naruto present. My dream is to become Hokage, he continued, his voice firm and resolute. And to revitalize the Senju clan. The training ground erupted into a cacophony of reactions. The girls gasped in astonishment, while the boys wore expressions of disdain. A newly arrived transfer student dared to be so brazen? It is I, Naruto Uzumaki, who shall become Hokage. His shout shattered the cacophony. Naruto rushed over from the wooden post, blue eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, his forehead protector askew from the vigorous movement. I am the one destined to be Hokage. Laughter erupted from the sidelines. A girl with a ponytail exclaimed, the underachiever is daydreaming again. A boy next to her chimed in, if Naruto could become Hokage, I could be the god of the ninja world. A distant voice sneered, stinky demon fox, just stay out and avoid embarrassing yourself. Naruto's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, yet he stubbornly raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. I will become Hokage. I want the recognition of the entire village. Irika watched this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. As a teacher, he should encourage every student's dreams. However, as one who understood the truth about the Nine Tails, he was acutely aware of the challenges Naruto faced. Mizuki stood silently nearby, his eyes gleaming with calculating intent behind his glasses. At that moment, an unexpected gesture from Xiao Tian took everyone by surprise. He approached Naruto and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, you should keep striving, Naruto. The entire training ground fell silent, the sound of leaves falling audible in the stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at this new student who had just declared his intention to become Hokage, actually encouraging Naruto, who was the subject of everyone's ridicule. Naruto was taken aback, his blue eyes wide with astonishment, reflecting an incredulous glimmer. He stared blankly at Xiao Tian, speechless for a long time. Irika felt a subtle stirring in his heart as he observed Naruto's trembling shoulder, recalling the scenes of this child being bullied alone each day. Yet, as a teacher, he had to maintain order. All right, class. Irika cleared his throat. Today we will conduct a practical drill. He looked around, noting Hinata's absence, when Mizuki suddenly interjected. How about we let the new student demonstrate his strength? He adjusted his glasses, their lenses glinting sharply. Senju student, would you like to spar with our top student? All eyes turned towards Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 7. Fire Release. Great fireball technique. All gazes fixed upon Sasuke Uchiha, who leaned against a wooden post, arms crossed, his half-closed eyes reflecting disinterest. Sasuke, are you willing to accept the challenge? Iriko inquired. Sasuke did not even lift his head. No need for a match. I'm afraid I might seriously injure him. An uproar ensued in the training ground. The girls gasped in admiration, while the boys murmured amongst themselves. Truly, Sasuke-kun. So cool. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan is extraordinary. Xiaodian stood at the center of the arena, his dark eyes calm as still water. He had intended to teach Sasuke a lesson, and now his desire was even stronger. I had thought members of the Uchiha clan would at least understand the importance of respecting their opponents. Xiaoyan's voice, though soft, resonated throughout the training ground. Only then did Sasuke lift his gaze, slowly directing his eyes towards Xiaoyan. Do you think you are worthy to be compared with the Uchiha clan? Worthiness is determined through experience. Xiaoyan stepped forward. After all, I am also a descendant of the Senju clan. This statement brought a hush over the training ground once again. The Senju and Uchiha clans had a fraught history in Konoha. Even Naruto, who had been standing on the sidelines, raised his head, concern glimmering in his blue eyes. Sakura and Ino immediately jumped in. Go, Sasuke-kun. Show this newcomer the might of the Uchiha. The boys split into factions, some whispering, though Sasuke is strong. This is too arrogant. Is there still anyone left in the Senju clan? Haven't they long since fallen? Irika, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. The purpose of sparring is mutual learning, not boasting. Before the match, we must seal the pledge of rivalry, and after, the seal of reconciliation. Understood? Sasuke scoffed. Reluctantly moving to the center of the arena, raising 2 fingers. Xiaoyan mirrored the gesture, their gazes clashing in the air, as if sparks might fly. The sun blazed down upon the sandy ground, the atmosphere thick with tension. All the students held their breath, fixated on the 2 in the center. Begin. Irika's voice sliced through the silence. Sasuke burst forth like a leopard. His movements were clean and swift, showcasing a level of taijutsu far beyond his peers. His right leg swept towards Xiaoyan's lower body, while his left fist aimed directly at the throat. This was the standard initiation of the Uchiha style. Xiaoyan remained unfazed, stepping back half a step to evade the sweeping kick, his right hand forming a blade-like stance, accurately blocking Sasuke's wrist. A dull thud echoed as their arms collided, sending a jolt through Sasuke. Not bad, he thought, surprise flickering briefly in his eyes, though he quickly regained his stoic demeanor. He swiftly transitioned his attack, spinning 360 degrees, leveraging centrifugal force to deliver a roundhouse kick aimed squarely at Xiaoyan's temple. Xiaoyan lowered his head slightly, Sasuke's leg grazing past his hair. In the instant Sasuke landed unsteadily. Xiaoyan closed the distance, his right hand clawing towards Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke reacted swiftly, executing a backflip to create distance, simultaneously retrieving 3 wooden shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. The shuriken whistled through the air, forming a triangular formation. Xiaoyan shifted his stance, easily evading. Yet, Sasuke seized the opportunity to close in, delivering an elbow strike aimed at his sternum. Xiaoyan crossed his arms to block, but the force pushed him back 3 steps. Humph, is that all? Sasuke sneered, refusing to grant Xiaoyan a moment's respite, unleashing a barrage of strikes. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest, each blow precise and fierce, showcasing the Uchiha clan's inherent combat prowess. Xiaoyan appeared to be on the defensive, yet he navigated the onslaught with ease, retreating while keenly observing each of Sasuke's movements. Admiration flickering in his gaze. To be able to hone taijutsu to such a degree at this age, he truly lived up to his reputation as a genius. Suddenly, Xiaoyan seized upon a slight opening in Sasuke's defense, his right leg sweeping out like lightning. Sasuke hurriedly blocked, yet the force sent him staggering backward. Now it's my turn. Before the words had left his mouth, Xiaoyan moved with an elusive grace, each step perfectly positioned to exploit Sasuke's blind spots. Beads of sweat appeared on Sasuke's forehead as he realized he could not keep pace with Xiaoyan's rhythm. Each punch felt like striking cotton, while Xiaoyan's counterattacks always found his weakest points. A seemingly casual palm strike landed on Sasuke's chest, yet it felt like a thunderbolt, sending him hurtling backward, rolling several times before he managed to stop. The arena was utterly silent. All eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Sasuke Uchiha, the top genius of their year, had found himself at a disadvantage in a purely taijutsu bout. Struggling to rise, Sasuke tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with an unyielding fire as he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A searing fireball shot forth, distorting the air with its intense heat. Irika shouted urgently, "Sasuke, you can't use dangerous ninjutsu." Yet Shao Tian remained calm, his hands forming what appeared to be clumsy yet impeccably precise seals. Sasuke's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. How could he? Fire release. Great fireball technique. At that moment, a fireball even larger than Sasuke's erupted, catching him off guard. Shao Tian's fireball not only surpassed Sasuke's in size, but also wielded tremendous power, causing Sasuke to retreat in shock, even collapsing onto the ground. The entire assembly of students, including Irika and Mizuki, stood astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 8. Mastery of Chakra at a perfect level. How is this possible? Sasuke's voice trembled, disbelief etched in his eyes. In the distance, at the Hokage's office, the crystal ball slipped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp with a soft thud. The old Hokage's eyes glimmered with astonishment. How could this be the power of a high-level ninjutsu? Have I underestimated him? In the training ground, Shao Tian suddenly realized the overwhelming force of his fireball. He swiftly altered his hand seals, and the massive fireball dissipated in the air like fireworks, leaving only a wave of scorching heat. "It's over," Shao Tian said softly, his gaze calm as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke sat slumped on the ground, his black hair tousled by the heat waves, his hands pressed against the searing sand. Yet he felt no pain. A single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Mizuki's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, forgotten. Irika's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his lips trembling but unable to form words. Sakura and the other girls covered their mouths, eyes filled with terror. Naruto's blue eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. "Irika-sensei." Shao Tian's voice shattered the silence. "Can we conclude?" Uchiha seems unwilling to continue. Irika snapped back to reality, mechanically glancing at his notepad. Yes, it's concluded." "Release the seal." Sasuke struggled to rise, but his legs buckled the first time, sending him back to his knees. On his second attempt, he pushed himself up, only to retract his hands again due to the scorching sand. It was not until the third try that he managed to stand, trembling as he extended his hand. "Release." Sasuke's voice was hoarse and dry, his gaze vacant. His hand felt as cold as ice, a stark contrast to the fiery ball from moments ago. Ding. Task completion detected. Assessing completion level. "Congratulations, task completion assessment. Perfect. Reward. 5 types of chakra nature transformation and perfect chakra control." Sarutobi Hiruzen sat before the crystal ball, his aged fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. The intensity of that child's chakra. The ability to effortlessly sever his own ninjutsu without harm. It was not merely a matter of chakra volume, he murmured to himself. He could perfectly replicate ninjutsu just by observing it, even enhancing its power. How could this be? Did he study it before? No, that is not right. What exactly is going on? A terrifying thought suddenly struck Sarutobi. What if he could also utilize wood release? In the training ground, the students gradually emerged from their shock, whispers rising in a cacophony. Sasuke stumbled towards the edge of the field, each step feeling as if he were walking on cotton. His mind replayed the image of the massive fireball and Shao Tian's indifferent expression. "Who am I?" Sasuke pondered in confusion. "What am I doing?" This once proud Uchiha genius now felt a deep sense of helplessness for the first time. The overwhelming disparity in power not only shattered his confidence, but also undermined his entire perception of his own abilities. Mizuki quietly retreated to the shade of a tree, his eyes glinting with a cold light behind his glasses. The searing air still lingered in the training ground. Irika swallowed hard, his throat parched and painful. He fixed his gaze on the black-haired boy at the center of the field, his voice trembling. "How long have you practiced the great fireball technique?" Shao Tian brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve, answering nonchalantly. "First time using it." What? Irika's voice spiked in pitch, his expression akin to someone who had just heard the most absurd joke. He turned to Mizuki, who wore a similarly incredulous expression. Mizuki adjusted his sliding glasses, narrowing his eyes. "What are you joking about?" Such a powerful great fireball is impossible without at least 3 years of rigorous training. It really is just my first time. Xiao Tian shrugged, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. I found it quite interesting watching Sasuke perform the seals, so I decided to give it a try. Irika felt his worldview crumbling. After years of teaching, he had encountered countless prodigies, but he had never seen anyone perfect in ninjutsu simply by observing it, let alone enhance its power, aside from the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This transcended the realm of genius. It was monstrous. Sakura instinctively murmured in disbelief, covering her mouth in horror. Xiao Tian paid little mind to the surrounding commotion. He looked down at his palm, pondering a question. Ding. Host, no need to dwell on it. To better assist you in completing tasks, the system has preemptively awarded you perfect chakra control. No need to thank me. I'll be here next time. The sudden system notification made Xiao Tian raise an eyebrow. A translucent screen unfolded before him. Ability explanation. Perfect chakra control. Effect. Can quickly analyze and replicate observed ninjutsu. But proficiency must be developed independently. Note. Advanced techniques such as one-handed seals and no-seal casting still require practice. Yes, exactly as you imagined, clapping your hands and calling forth what you desire. A slight smile graced Xiao Tian's lips. This system was more intriguing than he had anticipated. It was truly considerate. Moreover, as the system suggested, his efficiency in learning ninjutsu would be dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than that of ordinary ninjas. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Mizuki's impatient voice snapped Xiao Tian back to reality. Don't think you can just make up an excuse to gloss over this. Xiao Tian raised his gaze to meet the scheming teacher's eyes, his own dark pupils unfathomable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, he paused. Casting a glance at the still stunned Sasuke, if I wish to learn, there should be no ninjutsu I cannot master. This statement landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. Ding. Host detected showing off. System is pleased. Reward. Taijutsu elevated to shadow level. Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy at the announcement. The students once again erupted in astonishment, their murmurs rising in a tumult. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Yet he had indeed just. Irika took a deep breath, striving to regain composure. As a teacher, he needed to maintain control. Today's practical lesson ends here. Everyone assemble. Reluctantly, the students lined up, though their glances frequently darted towards Xiao Tian. Sasuke stood at the end of the line, his expression shifting between darkness and light. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window of the Hokage office, his extinguished pipe forgotten in hand. The old Hokage's eyes shimmered with complexity. To perform such a powerful, great fireball on the first attempt, if that is true. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he has inherited the ninjutsu talent of the second Hokage? In the training ground, Xiao Tian stood calmly among the students, as if everything that had transpired had nothing to do with him. Yet within, he pondered rapidly. If the rewards of perfect chakra control were as described, what would the next reward be? More importantly, with the myriad of taijutsu techniques flooding his mind, he felt a growing sense of anticipation. He glanced at Mizuki, who was glaring at him from the shade, his eyes filled with a predatory glint. Utilize this opportunity wisely, and see if I can accomplish some tasks. Chapter 9. Everything is for Konoha in the dimly lit tatami room. A wisp of blue smoke gracefully ascended from the gilded incense burner. Danzo knelt on the tatami, his single eye fixated on the tea bowl before him, where tea leaves floated. The tea's amber hue mirrored the shifting emotions on his face. Lord Danzo, a member of the Root organization, donning an animal mask, appeared silently in the corner of the room, kneeling with one knee on the ground. His voice was so low it was nearly inaudible. The 2 Root Chunin sent last night to retrieve Senju Zaioshin have been killed. Danzo's fingers paused imperceptibly. In the reflection of the tea, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his solitary eye, akin to the sharp glint of a blade drawn from its sheath. Details, he commanded, his voice hoarse yet calm, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The bodies were discovered in an alley near 7th Street. The Root member continued, maintaining his kneeling posture. The fatal wounds were precise cuts to the neck. A single strike was sufficient. Judging by the wounds, the weapon was likely a kunai. A kunai? Danzo's eye sharpened. No. It is more plausible that it was a short blade. The edges of the wounds are too clean. The Root member lowered his head slightly, hesitating for a moment. Furthermore, there were no signs of a struggle. Both were killed without defense, and a Senju clan emblem was placed on the bodies. Danzo's solitary eye narrowed, and he crushed the teacup in his hand. Slowly, he raised his gaze, as if piercing through the walls to a non-existent focal point in the distance. Outside, a withered leaf fluttered down, spiraling in the wind, ultimately landing on a stone lantern in the courtyard. This little brat. Danzo's voice resonated like muffled thunder from the depths of the earth. Is he provoking me? His fingertips began to rhythmically tap the table, the tempo increasing with each passing moment. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down, causing the teacup to rattle and tea to splatter onto the scrolls on the table. A waste of the Senju clan? He questioned the empty room, his tone laced with skepticism. Such talent, such power. Sarutobi, what game are you playing? A cold smile crept across Danzo's lips, the wrinkles on his face deepening in the morning light. Sarutobi, you have calculated well. Using the descendants of the Senju clan to approach the Jinchuriki is truly ingenious. Deep within the root base, the dim lighting cast elongated shadows of dozens of ninjas. All were adorned with animal masks, kneeling in silence like statues. Danzo stood on a raised platform, the torches behind him casting an enormous shadow on the stone wall. The intelligence has been confirmed. Danzo's voice echoed within the confined space. Senju Zaoshin is suspected of possessing an extraordinary amount of chakra and exhibits a strong aptitude for ninjutsu. More critically, he paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eye. He may have awakened a remarkable bloodline ability, and we cannot rule out the possibility of his mastery over wood release. A subtle rustle arose from below, but silence quickly reclaimed the room. Danzo's tone turned icy. First, reinforce all-weather surveillance on Senju Zaoshin and document all his interactions with the villagers. Second, closely monitor his interactions with the Jinchuriki. Third, his eye swept across the crowd below. If the target exhibits any unusual behavior, be prepared to eliminate Senju Zaoshin immediately. It is permissible to act first and report later, but strive to leave his body intact. A member in the front row lifted his head slightly. Lord Danzo, regarding the third Hokage, do not concern yourself with him, Danzo interrupted, slamming his right hand heavily on the stone chair's armrest. Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown old. He is no longer fit for this position. A twisted grin formed on his face. It is time for a change of ownership. A ruthless glint flickered in his solitary eye, his voice sharp as a poisoned dagger. Extreme measures may be taken if necessary. Remember, everything is for Konoha. Chapter 10. He has crossed the line. Zaoshin organized the scrolls on his desk and tossed his coat over his shoulder. As he exited the school, a gust of early autumn wind brushed against his cheek, tousling the hair on his forehead. His gaze was inadvertently drawn to a scene in the corner, a lone blonde boy sitting on the swing. Naruto gripped the swing chains with both hands, his toes leaving shallow scratches in the sandy ground. His shadow stretched long in the setting sun, casting a solitary silhouette on the sand. Several passing students deliberately veered away from him, some throwing disdainful glances before quickening their pace. In the distance, a group of girls surrounded Uchiha Sasuke, laughing and chatting, highlighting the desolation of this corner. Zaoshin's footsteps unwittingly halted. He stared at the defiant figure, suddenly reminded of his own arrival in this world. The empty courtyard of the Senju clan, the dust-covered training ground, and the villagers who would hastily avoid him upon sight. At least he had a clan to return to, and the respect that came with the Senju name. Yet this child, the son of the fourth Hokage, the hero of the village, lived like a rat scurrying across the street. Zaoshin murmured softly to himself, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing against the strap of his ninja tool pouch. He took a deep breath and approached the swing. The sand beneath his feet made a faint sound. But Naruto seemed lost in his own world until Zaoshin's shadow fell before him, prompting him to look up, panic flickering in his blue eyes. Hey, little Naruto, why aren't you heading home? Zaoshin leaned casually against the swing frame, his tone as light as if inquiring about the weather. He deliberately maintained a distance, not wanting to startle the wary child. Naruto appeared momentarily stunned, his mouth slightly agape. He did not expect Zaoshin to initiate a conversation. His fingers tightened around the swing chains, knuckles turning white. I think it's too early to go home. I want to play here for a bit, ha ha ha. He forced an exaggerated smile, but his voice trembled, and his gaze darted around nervously. At that moment, a loud growl emanated from Naruto's stomach, echoing sharply in the quiet corner. The sound was particularly pronounced. The blond boy's face flushed bright red, and he hurriedly placed his hands over his stomach, staring down at his shoes. Seeing Naruto's embarrassment, Zaoshin felt a gentle tug at his heart. I'm actually on my way to dinner. He feigned ignorance of the awkward noise, calmly gazing toward the distant street. Would you like to join me? It's my treat. Naruto's reaction caught Zaoshin off guard. The blue eyes brightened instantly, as if someone had scattered stars within them. Really? He nearly jumped from the swing, almost dropping his ninja tool pouch. I love ramen. Yet in the next moment, Zaoshin keenly noticed the light in Naruto's eyes dimming once more. The blonde boy lowered his head, almost inaudibly asking, "Is it really okay?" His fingers nervously tugged at the hem of his orange tracksuit, glancing at the nearby students who had not yet walked far away. Following Naruto's gaze, Zaoshin met the disdainful looks of several parents gathered together, whispering and occasionally pointing in their direction. Suddenly, Zaoshin understood Naruto's concern. He feared this invitation would end up like the previous ones, thwarted by the interference of others. Of course it is. Zaoshin intentionally raised his voice, ensuring those around could hear. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Naruto's slight shoulder. Or perhaps, you don't want to eat with me? That would be quite a pity. I was hoping to treat you to some grilled meat. Naruto abruptly looked up, the light in his eyes shining brighter than the setting sun. He appeared to have finally confirmed that this was not an illusion, and his entire being came alive with vitality. How delightful. Indeed, I absolutely adore sharing barbecues with others. He bounced along, keeping pace with Xiao Tian, his tool pouch merrily swaying behind him. I want spicy, with double barbecue sauce. In the thicket at the edge of the playground, a figure wearing a fox mask quietly withdrew. His companion emerged from the shadows, and the two exchanged a grave glance. Should we report to Lord Danzo immediately? Of course, this was the second encounter of that little brat from the Senju clan with the Jinchuriki. Does that kid from the Senju clan even know Naruto's identity? Regardless of whether he does or not, this has crossed the line. Their whispers dissipated in the evening breeze. Further away, atop the teaching building, another figure quietly observed everything. The moonlight illuminated Irika's face, revealing his complex expression. He watched as Xiao Tian and Naruto walked further away, his heart a tumult of emotions. Xiao Tian, Irika murmured, why are you drawing close to Naruto? Meanwhile, at the window of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. The image reflected in the crystal ball tightened his brow. He turned to the shadows. Investigate the true origins of Senju Xiao Tian, particularly any connection he may have with the Uzumaki clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. A member of the Umbu bowed and vanished in an instant. The old Hokage returned to the window, gazing at the two figures who had reached the end of the street, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Chapter 11. Some matters are better addressed face to face. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha in hues of orange. As Xiao Tian and Naruto walked side by side along the cobblestone path leading to the barbecue shop, Naruto, brimming with excitement, flailed his arms animatedly, his orange tracksuit standing out vividly against the twilight. He enthusiastically described the deliciousness of the barbecue, occasionally exaggerating with dramatic hand gestures. Xiao Tian maintained a gentle smile, nodding in agreement from time to time. Xiao Tian, let me tell you, the special barbecue recently introduced at the Akimichi family's restaurant is simply incredible, Naruto exclaimed, bouncing around and walking backwards, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Last time, I saved up my allowance for 3 months just to have it once, that flavor. Suddenly, Xiao Tian halted, his right hand subtly pressing down on Naruto's shoulder. His gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the shadows at the alley's entrance. Naruto, taken aback by this sudden action, was about to inquire when Xiao Tian raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. 5 masked figures emerged slowly from the shadows, their black uniforms nearly blending into the dusky background. Naruto instinctively grasped the sleeve of Xiao Tian's clothing, his voice dropping involuntarily. Umbu? Xiao Tian gently shook his head, his right hand already moving toward his tool pouch. No, it's Root. His voice was barely above a whisper, each word seeming to squeeze through clenched teeth. The Umbu masks bore animal features. These were Danzo's men. Naruto blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the name Danzo. But before he could ask, the leader of the Root members stepped forward. A mechanical, emotionless voice emerged from beneath the mask. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Who is Danzo? Naruto couldn't help but ask, his fingers unconsciously tightening around Xiao Tian's sleeve. He could feel Xiao Tian's muscles tense, akin to a poised predator. Xiao Tian maintained a vigilant stance, responding succinctly, a special advisor to Konoha's upper echelons. His gaze swiftly darted among the 5 root members, assessing their positions and potential actions. They formed a perfect pentagon, encircling him and Naruto, each hand poised for the swiftest strike. You could think of him as the scapegoat of Konoha. Xiao Tian remarked suddenly in a lighter tone, attempting to ease the tension. You know, the one everyone blames when something goes wrong. A sardonic smile tugged at his lips. For indeed, scapegoating requires a certain expertise. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, but Xiao Tian's mind raced. Why would Danzo send someone to intercept at this moment? His brain swiftly analyzed various possibilities, the first being that the 3rd Hokage had tacitly permitted this test to gauge the intentions of this suddenly appearing Senju descendant. The second possibility was that Danzo sought to privately recruit him, as the bloodline of the Senju clan still held special significance in Konoha. The third, and most perilous scenario, was that Danzo prepared to act against him directly, bypassing the 3rd Hokage altogether. Recalling Danzo's actions towards the Uchiha clan in the original story sent a chill through Xiao Tian. His right index finger lightly tapped against the tool pouch, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. If Danzo truly intended to eliminate him, then the pedestrians on the street would provide the best cover. Danzo would not act in plain sight. Let him wait. Xiao Tian suddenly raised his voice, removing his hand from the tool pouch and placing it on Naruto's shoulder. Don't you see we're going to eat barbecue? His tone was as casual as if declining an ordinary invitation, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. Naruto looked up suddenly, shock filling his blue eyes. He had never imagined anyone daring to speak this way to the Umbu. No, to Root. In Naruto's limited understanding, these masked ninjas represented the highest authority in Konoha, and even Irika-sensei would bow respectfully before them. The feeling of being steadfastly defended made his eyes well up, a surge of unfamiliar warmth rising in his chest. The Root members did not respond immediately. The 5 stood as still as statues for several seconds, before the one on the far left suddenly sprang into action. His movement was lightning fast, almost instantaneously crossing 5 meters. His gloved right hand clawing towards Xiao Tian's wrist like an eagle's talon. This maneuver was a standard Root capture technique, designed to incapacitate the target immediately. Xiao Tian's response was even swifter. His body twisted at an incredible angle, not only evading the capture, but also shielding Naruto behind him. It seems today's barbecue will have to be postponed, Xiao Tian remarked without looking back at Naruto, his voice tinged with genuine regret. We'll go another time. The probing was over. It was now time to follow them and see what that old dog Danzo intended. His left hand formed the tiger hand sign, and chakra began to flow through his body along specific pathways. Before Naruto could react, Xiao Tian suddenly turned, extending 2 fingers to gently tap Naruto's forehead. A gentle chakra flowing from the point of contact into Naruto's body. This gesture caused Naruto to shudder. It was an intimate action he had never experienced before. A soothing chakra flowed into him, instilling a sense of inexplicable reassurance. No more fighting. Let us go, Xiao Tian said, retracting his fingers and striding toward the poised Root members. The 5 Root members immediately formed a tight encirclement, yet Xiao Tian seemed oblivious to their presence. His right hand returned to the tool pouch, while his left completed a second hand sign. The air around them suddenly thickened, the chakra's disturbance causing the small stones on the ground to tremble slightly. Don't be nervous, Xiao Tian calmly stated, locking eyes with the leader of the Root members. I happen to want to meet Lord Danzo as well. A meaningful smile danced at the corners of his mouth, for indeed, some matters are better addressed face to face. The leader of the Root members inclined his head slightly, performing a complex gesture. The 5 simultaneously took a step back, clearing a pathway, though their vigilant stance remained unwavering. Xiao Tian stepped forward with composure, a glint of darkness flickering in his black eyes. Chapter 12. The rescue of the Dark Ninja. Xiao Tian trailed behind 5 Root ninjas as they navigated through the narrow alleys of Konoha, keenly observing the subtle shifts in their formations. The 5 ninjas, positioned in a flawless pentagonal arrangement, effectively confined him at the center. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground and illuminating the cold reflections on their white masks. Xiao Tian's fingers discreetly brushed against the tool pouch at his waist, feeling the chilling touch of the kunai within. His chakra flowed slowly through his body, akin to a dormant beast, ready to erupt at any moment. Every step he took was extraordinarily cautious. He first placed his toes on the ground before gently lowering his heels, ensuring no sound was made. At one juncture, Xiao Tian paused slightly, a flicker of alertness flashing in his dark eyes. He noticed the surrounding environment growing eerily silent, with the distinct Uchiha clan fan crest faintly visible in the distance, indicating a direction towards the Uchiha compound. His mind raced, piecing together the various clues. Danzo's decision to act at this moment and place was no mere coincidence. Soon, it would be the night of the Uchiha massacre. If he were to unexpectedly perish near their territory. The leading root ninja abruptly halted, prompting Xiao Tian to stop as well. Suddenly, 5 more figures emerged, surrounding him under the moonlight like phantoms. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere. Even the chirping of insects ceased. Xiao Tian's ears trembled slightly, catching the distant hoot of an owl and the sound of a stream flowing further away. Senju Xiao Tian, the foremost root member, intoned in a mechanical and icy voice, his eyes devoid of emotion beneath the mask. Lord Danzo sends his regards. Xiao Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk, his long black hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Eliminating him as a potential threat while framing the soon-to-be exterminated Uchiha clan was a twofold scheme. The old fox was indeed cunning. Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakness has granted you excessive confidence, hasn't it, Danzo? Xiao Tian murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. His gaze scanned the positions of each root ninja, calculating the optimal angle for a breakthrough. However, regrettably, they had chosen the wrong adversary. A gloved hand suddenly clasped onto Xiao Tian's shoulder with astonishing force, fingers tightening like iron pincers. Continue forward, commanded the root ninja behind him, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Now is the moment. Xiao Tian's dormant chakra erupted instantaneously, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. The hand on his shoulder was violently thrust away, the knuckles cracking audibly. The master himself was sent flying several meters, crashing against a tree trunk thick enough for 2 to embrace, which splintered with a resounding crack, sending wood chips scattering. Game over. Xiao Tian's voice was low and dangerous, his chakra cloak shimmering with a green luminescence under the moonlight, resembling a mantle of liquid flame. His pupils narrowed in the darkness, adapting to the faint light. Since you have come to kill me, let us not waste time. Come at me together. The root ninjas momentarily froze, their expressions concealed beneath their masks, undoubtedly revealing a myriad of emotions. Yet, their rigorous training allowed them to quickly regain composure, instinctively adjusting their positions to tighten the encirclement. Attack, commanded the leading ninja, his voice now tinged with a hint of emotion. 9 blades glinted coldly as they were drawn, their edges reflecting the moonlight with lethal brilliance. The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing as 9 swords lunged toward Xiao Tian's vital points: throat, heart, lower back, and temples. These expertly trained assassins executed their movements with precision, weaving a tightly knit web of death. Clang! The sound of metal breaking echoed through the forest, startling distant night birds from their perches. Xiao Tian's chakra cloak manifested as a substantial armor, shattering every sword that pierced it into shards, which scattered like ice crystals. With a claw-like grip, his right hand seized the throat of the nearest ninja, thumb pressing against the opponent's windpipe. Do you wish to dance as well? Xiao Tian whispered, his tone laced with mockery. He then unleashed a sweeping kick that struck the ninja's abdomen, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. The man's body soared through the air like a rag doll, crashing through several small trees before finally collapsing into a thicket, lifeless and silent. The remaining root ninjas swiftly retreated, their formation shifting as they readied their weapons anew. Their movements were synchronized, clearly the result of countless rehearsals. However, just as they prepared to strike, 8 silver glimmers shot from the woods, tracing elegant arcs in the moonlight as they deftly disarmed the blades aimed at Xiao Tian. The sparks from the metal collisions illuminated the darkness. Who goes there? The root leader barked, his voice betraying a palpable tension for the first time. He rapidly withdrew his weapon, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. 3 shadowy figures leapt down from the dense canopy, landing gracefully before Xiao Tian. Their masks stood out starkly in the moonlight, dark ninjas. The foremost dark ninja wore a fox mask, flanked by 2 others, a hawk and a lynx. The fox-masked dark ninja tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian. Senju Xiao Tian, his voice, muffled by the mask, carried a sense of urgency. We are here to ensure your safety. You must find an opportunity to escape. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in surprise. How had the dark ninjas come to be here? Was this the arrangement of the 3rd Hokage? His thoughts raced. Chapter 13. The annihilation of Root Xiaotian furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. With his strength, dispatching these few Root ninjas would not pose a challenge. However, the sudden intervention of the dark ninjas complicated matters. The three masked figures formed a triangular formation, one deliberately shrouded in shadow, revealing only half of their silhouette. The leading dark ninja signaled with a unique gesture, prompting the others into action. Their movements were so swift they seemed to leave afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared behind two Root ninjas, expertly positioning their kunai against the enemy's necks. The fluidity of their actions was remarkable, earning Xiao Tian's silent admiration. Quickly, leave, a deliberately lowered voice whispered in Xiao Tian's ear. He realized that the one hidden in the shadows had stealthily approached to stand less than a meter away from him. The Hokage has sent us to ensure your safety. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes. The third Hokage's response time exceeded his expectations, suggesting that the scope of the surveillance technique was broader than he had assumed. He nodded slightly, yet his right hand remained poised to draw a kunai at any moment. All 8 Root ninjas launched their attack simultaneously. Their coordination was impeccable. In groups of 3, they engaged the 2 dark ninjas while the remaining 2 surged directly toward Xiao Tian. The leading Root ninja rapidly formed hand seals, chakra swirling between his fingers to create intricate patterns. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce whirlwind rose, lifting debris and dust from the ground, manifesting as a visible shockwave. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged directly into the wind. As the tempest bore down on him, he threw a punch, a shockwave of chakra slicing through the wind technique like a blade. This is impossible. The Root ninja's exclamation hung in the air before Xiao Tian closed the distance. His fist struck the hastily raised kunai with such force that the finely crafted steel shattered. Without losing momentum, his fist crashed into the enemy's abdomen, sending him crashing backward into a wall, which crumbled under the impact. Another Root ninja's longsword had already pierced through Xiao Tian's back. In that critical moment, a flash of silver cut through the air, and a kunai deftly deflected the sword. The mysterious Umbu ninja had appeared behind Xiao Tian, his white hair billowing in the wind beneath a lifted hood. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he recognized the legendary copy ninja. After all, this unique hair color was a rarity in Konoha. However, the battle demanded his immediate attention, as 3 more Root ninjas had breached the Umbu's defenses and were advancing towards him in a triangular formation. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, his hands forming seals with astonishing speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted forth, its size far exceeding the ordinary, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and illuminating the entire street as if it were day. The heat wave swept through, causing the leaves along the roadside to curl and wither instantly. The Root ninjas had no choice but to scatter, one of them failing to evade in time and getting singed on the right arm. The specialized uniform ignited immediately. He groaned, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. But his entire arm had already suffered severe burns. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered, capturing every one of Xiao Tian's hand signs. He was inwardly astonished. The amount of chakra and the speed of the seals were not indicative of someone who had only recently mastered this technique. Even more shocking was the fact that the Great Fireball's power surpassed that of the Uchiha clan. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Xiao Tian and Kakashi stood back to back, surrounded by 5 incapacitated Root ninjas. The remaining 3 were still desperately resisting, but their defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, one of the Root ninjas shot out 3 poison needles from his sleeve, the tips glinting with a sinister purple light. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his left hand. Wind release, vacuum wave. A small whirlwind accurately redirected the trajectory of the poison needles, pinning them against a wooden post by the roadside. Meanwhile, Kakashi's lightning cutter pierced through the shoulder of the last enemy. Truly, Kakashi was the copy ninja, Xiao Tian murmured. Kakashi's single eye narrowed, his tone tinged with reluctant acknowledgement. Just a routine mission. Yet he understood that this young man's strength exceeded all expectations. His ease in combat evoked memories of a certain past acquaintance he preferred not to name. Suddenly, a prostrate Root ninja sprang up, tossing a smoke bomb that instantly engulfed the entire street in thick gray smoke. As the smoke was dispersed by the night wind, the enemies vanished without a trace, leaving behind only pools of blood and fallen ninja corpses as evidence of the fierce battle. Turning to Kakashi, Xiao Tian intended to inquire further, but found that his companion had already leaped onto the rooftop, his silver hair glinting coldly in the moonlight. Do not act alone for the time being. Kakashi's voice drifted through the night breeze. The root will not give up so easily. Before he could finish, his figure had disappeared behind the eaves. Xiao Tian stood still, gazing in the direction Kakashi had departed, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 14. Acquiring would release. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind a broad desk, wisps of smoke curling from his pipe. He took a deep draw, allowing the bitter taste of tobacco to fill his mouth. Lord Hokage, here is Kakashi's detailed report. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, presenting a scroll with both hands. Sarutobi took the scroll, gently unfurling it with his wrinkled fingers. As he delved deeper into the reading, his brow furrowed increasingly tight. The scenes described in the report vividly emerged in his mind. Xiao Tian single-handedly contending against multiple elite root ninjas, showcasing exceptional taijutsu prowess. Alongside the astonishing Great Fireball technique, such power, the old Hokage murmured, the glow of his pipe flickering, had surpassed that of an ordinary Genin. His gaze shifted outside, landing on the distant Hokage rock, where the statue of the fourth Hokage stood solemnly in the moonlight. If Xiao Tian truly mastered would release. The thought made Sarutobi's fingers unconsciously tighten, the pipe creaking slightly. Why would Danzo target Xiao Tian? This question churned in his mind. Although the Senju clan had waned, they remained an important lineage of Konoha. Could Danzo truly not tolerate even the last remnants of the Senju bloodline? Memories surged forth, the innocent laughter of Hashirama, Tsunade's anguished cries, Orochimaru's indifferent departure. These images intertwined, causing a tightness in the old Hokage's chest. In today's Konoha, the threat of Orochimaru loomed unresolved. While the Cloud Village eyed them covetously, and the Uchiha clan stirred restlessly, was Xiao Tian's emergence a turning point or a new crisis? Kakashi, Sarutobi suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The silver-haired Genin flickered into the room, his Sharingan partially visible beneath his forehead protector. Lord Hokage, from today onward, you will secretly protect Xiao Tian. The old Hokage's gaze was piercing, resolute in ensuring that Danzo would not find an opportunity to strike. Kakashi nodded slightly, understood. His figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind a faint ripple in the air. The office returned to silence. Sarutobi rose and approached the window. The moonlight elongated his shadow, casting it over the Hokage hat behind him. Danzo, oh Danzo, he sighed softly. What is it that you truly desire? Inside the Senju clan's quarters, Xiao Tian lay on his back on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, staring at the mottled patterns on the ceiling. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the floor. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to sleep, a clear notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Feign distress before the third Hokage and receive rewards based on his reaction. Feign distress? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous. It was the perfect opportunity to seek out the old man and shed a few tears. The next day, before Xiao Tian could proactively seek out the third Hokage, he was instead approached by an Umbu ninja. Senju Xiao Tian, the Hokage summons you. Standing before the dressing mirror, his slender fingers meticulously arranged every crease of his black, high-collared robe. This formal attire, embroidered with the Senju clan's emblem, had been specially prepared for today's meeting. In the mirror, the youth's inky black hair framed his deep-set eyes, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Xiao Tian's fingers gently brushed against the mirror's surface, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Exiting the clan's gates, the shops lining the street began to open, the aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. Xiao Tian strolled along the central avenue, keenly noticing several figures lurking in the shadows. Likely Umbu dispatched by the third Hokage to monitor him. He feigned ignorance, continuing his leisurely walk while attuning himself to the flow of chakra within. The dome of the Hokage building gleamed brilliantly in the morning light. As the guards at the entrance spotted Xiao Tian's attire, they immediately stood straight, saluting. Young Master Senju, the Hokage is awaiting you. Xiao Tian nodded slightly and followed the guiding Chunin through the long corridor. Upon arriving at the door of the top-floor office, the Chunin respectfully knocked 3 times before stepping aside. Please enter. A slightly hoarse voice beckoned from within. The moment the door swung open, Xiao Tian's pupils constricted slightly. The spacious Hokage office was flooded with sunlight pouring through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the portraits of past Hokages on the walls. Sarutobi, seated behind the desk, was engrossed in reviewing documents, the smoke from his pipe clearly visible in the beams of light. Calmly, he walked to the center of the office. Standing tall and upright like a pine tree. "Take a seat." Sarutobi gestured to the chair across from him, his gaze sharp as a hawk, seemingly attempting to pierce through the thoughts of the young man before him. Xiao Tian composedly took his seat, resting his hands naturally on his knees. The door gently closed behind him, and the office was enveloped in silence, save for the faint crackle of tobacco burning in the old Hokage's pipe and the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. "Do you have anything to say about last night?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired, his tone probing. Xiao Tian raised his head, his dark eyes brimming with tears. "Lord Hokage, I am not aggrieved. Lord Danzo must have his reasons for his actions. Please do not let this create discord between you and Lord Danzo. It is all my fault. I will apologize to Lord Danzo." The old Hokage's brows twitched noticeably, nearly causing his pipe to slip from his lips. "Senju Xiao Tian, you are not at fault," he said, his voice rising an octave. "I will speak to Danzo about this matter and seek justice for you. Lord Danzo may have some misunderstandings about me." Xiao Tian softly wiped his tears and murmured, "I will not bear any ill will towards Lord Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke coiling into rings before him. Through the haze, the old Hokage scrutinized the young man before him. He suddenly noticed a faint, unnatural green glow emanating from the tips of Xiao Tian's fingers. "Xiao Tian, your abilities have clearly surpassed the teachings of the Ninja Academy," Sarutobi Hiruzen finally remarked, his tone regaining its calmness. "I will arrange some missions for you, and I will grant you special permission to refrain from attending school during this period." Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the proposal quite appealing. However, he maintained a demure demeanor. "What does Lord Hokage mean? I hope you can remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Leaving the school as structure too soon can easily lead one astray." Xiao Tian stood up, wiping away non-existent tears, and bowed solemnly. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. I will remember your teachings." As he departed from the Hokage building, the sunlight was just right. Ding. Task completed. Given the host's cheerful demeanor, reward, bloodline limit would release, currently merging. The sudden sensation caused Xiao Tian's muscles to tense instantly. He felt the chakra within him surge, as if countless tiny roots were recklessly growing within his veins. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and muscle fibers were torn and reformed. This deep, marrow-penetrating pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, transforming into a warm energy that flowed throughout his body. Xiao Tian fought to maintain his composure, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He could distinctly sense the transformation within him, the two types of chakra blending perfectly to create a completely new energy form. This was the power of wood release, capable of birthing miracles. Standing on the marble steps, Xiao Tian reveled in the surging wood release chakra within him, casually resting his hand on the railing. He watched in awe as tender green sprouts erupted from the hard stone, swiftly growing into a small patch of miniature shrubs adorned with pristine white flowers. "This is the power of wood release," he whispered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was merely the initial form. As his proficiency increased, he would ultimately be able to wield wood release techniques akin to those of Senju Hashirama, capable of altering the very fabric of reality. The potential of the system extended far beyond this. Sharingan, Byakugan, dust release, an infinite horizon awaited. Chapter 15. An unwilling morning knock. Knock, knock. The urgent rapping at the door crashed into Xiao Tian's dreams like a hammer. Frowning, he buried his face deeper into his pillow, attempting to ignore the irritating noise. Outside, dawn was breaking, and a faint glimmer of morning light filtered through the curtain seams onto the floor. "Master Xiao Tian, the Hokage summons you," came a cold, stern voice from outside the door. Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling for 3 seconds before realizing he was within the Senju compound of Konoha. He ruffled his tousled black hair and groaned reluctantly, "I understand." The Umbu outside seemed dissatisfied with this response and knocked 3 more times. "The Hokage requires you to come to the office immediately." "TSK." Xiao Tian tossed aside the covers and sat up, rubbing his tired eyes. The clock on the wall indicated just past 6 o'clock. And for someone who had been studying wood release all night, rising at this hour felt akin to torture. 10 minutes later, Xiao Tian managed to present himself in a somewhat presentable manner, donning a dark green vest and securing his ninja tool pouch at his waist. He opened the door to find an Umbu member in a fox mask standing stiffly in the corridor. "Let us go," the Umbu said tersely, turning and leaping down the stairs. Xiao Tian sighed and followed, hopping onto the rooftops. The early morning mist enveloped Konoha, with only a few early rising vendors preparing their stalls on the streets. The cool breeze revived him somewhat. "Do you know what this is about?" Xiao Tian inquired as he leaped between rooftops. The Umbu did not look back. The Hokage did not specify. Xiao Tian pouted. Ever since he had showcased a portion of his abilities a few days prior, Sarutobi Hiruzen frequently sought him out for discussions. Sometimes it was to inquire about his views on certain policies. Other times, it involved assigning him special tasks. The Hokage building loomed ahead. The Umbu led Xiao Tian directly through a window, traversing several corridors before halting at the Hokage's office door. "Hokage-sama, Senju Xiao Tian has arrived." The Umbu reported with a knock. "Come in," came Sarutobi Hiruzen's steady voice from within. Xiao Tian pushed the door open, immediately coughing at the overwhelming scent of smoke that filled the room. The third Hokage sat behind a desk cluttered with paperwork, his signature pipe in hand. A warm smile gracing his face as he looked at Xiao Tian. "Good morning, young Xiao Tian. Have I disturbed your rest?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice held a gentle, elder-like warmth. Xiao Tian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "Lord Hokage, it is only 6:30. Ha ha, young people need to exercise more," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, his eyes crinkling into thin slits. "When I was your age, I would rise at 4 every morning to train." Xiao Tian shrugged non-committally as he approached the desk. "Is there some urgent mission?" Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his hands clasped under his chin. "Actually, I have a proposal." This opening statement put Xiao Tian on alert. Whenever the old fox spoke in such a manner, it usually heralded trouble. "How about visiting Hinata?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. Xiao Tian blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Hinata? The one from the Hyuga clan?" "Indeed," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his expression growing more serious. "Since the incident with the Cloud Ninja, she has been recuperating at home. While her body has healed, her mental state." Xiao Tian furrowed his brows. He certainly remembered that incident. It was he who had intervened to rescue Hinata. At that time, he had accepted a novice task from the system to save her from the Cloud Ninja. "Why me?" Xiao Tian asked directly. "I have no particular connection with the Hyuga family." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him meaningfully. "According to the Umbu reports, you were the one who saved Hinata that day, correct?" Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. So they had indeed investigated. It was merely a coincidence, he downplayed. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly, not probing further into the details. "Regardless, you saved the Hyuga clan's heiress. Hayashi has been wanting to thank you in person." Xiao Tian quickly calculated in his mind. The Hyuga clan held significant sway in Konoha, and fostering a good relationship with them could indeed be beneficial. However, on the other hand, he did not wish to be entangled in the political machinations of such a large family. Sensing Xiao Tian's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, "Your performance has been consistently impressive. Xiao Tian, I believe you have the potential to become a pillar of Konoha in the future." Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. "So this is the prelude to a political alliance between the Senju and Hyuga?" Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself choked by smoke, waving his hands dismissively. "Do not speak so bluntly. I merely wish for you young people to become acquainted." Xiao Tian crossed his arms, leaning against the edge of the desk. "Hokage-sama, if I may speak candidly, are you not plotting something again? Is there trouble brewing for the Hyuga clan?" Hiruzen's expression grew solemn as he rose to gaze out the window toward the distant Hyuga estate. Kumo has not yet given up. They have feigned an apology. But behind the scenes, Xiao Tian immediately grasped the implication. In the original narrative, the incident involving the Cloud Ninja kidnapping Hinata ultimately led to Niji sacrificing himself for his brother. Although Hinata had been successfully rescued this time, it was clear that the Cloud Ninja would not relent easily. "I see," Xiao Tian nodded. "You wish to demonstrate Konoha's support to the Hyuga clan through this meeting." Hiruzen turned to him, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Precisely. Moreover," he paused, "I believe you and Hinata are indeed well suited for one another." Xiao Tian nearly choked on his own saliva. Wait, that escalated rather quickly. An hour later, Xiao Tian reluctantly followed Hiruzen along the path to the Hyuga estate. The morning sun had become quite intense, causing his eyes to ache. "You appear rather drowsy," Hiruzen chuckled. Xiao Tian yawned. "Because I truly am. You young people should engage in more physical activity." Hiruzen patted his shoulder. "By the way, how well do you know Hinata?" Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, introverted in nature, and proficient in taijutsu. That's about it. In truth, as a transmigrator, his understanding of Hinata extended far beyond that. Yet, it was prudent to maintain a low profile in front of the Hokage. Hiruzen regarded him thoughtfully. Hinata is a good child. Though shy, she possesses a strong heart. Xiao Tian refrained from responding, noting that the villagers passing by respectfully saluted the Hokage while casting curious glances at him. The sensation of being in the spotlight made him somewhat uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Hiruzen suddenly inquired, "How do you get along with Naruto and the others?" Xiao Tian shrugged. "It's fine. We occasionally meet at the training grounds." This was the truth. As a transmigrator, he deliberately maintained an appropriate distance from the original protagonists, neither too close nor completely distant. The boy Naruto. Hiruzen's gaze became distant. He shares a good rapport with Hinata. Xiao Tian's heart stirred. Was this a hint? In the original narrative, Hinata had indeed harbored a crush on Naruto. But given the current timeline, their relationship should not have deepened yet. "Hokage-sama," Xiao Tian could not help but ask, "What exactly do you wish for me to do? Please be straightforward." Hiruzen halted, turning to face Xiao Tian. "I hope you can serve as a bridge connecting Konoha's upper echelons with the Hyuga clan." A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. "And encourage Hinata. She requires more confidence." Xiao Tian was left speechless. This cunning old fox had intricate designs, seeking to win over the Hyuga clan while simultaneously nurturing Hinata. "I can only do my best," Xiao Tian finally conceded. "But do not expect too much." Hiruzen smiled contentedly. "That is sufficient." The magnificent estate of the Hyuga clan loomed before them. The grand entrance, adorned with the Byakugan emblem, glimmered under the sunlight. Two Hyuga clan members stood at either side of the gate, immediately bowing in deference upon sighting the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, the clan head awaits you in the reception room," one of them stated, casting a curious glance at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian instinctively adjusted his collar, suddenly realizing that he had not even properly combed his hair. He hastily swept a few stray strands from his forehead and followed Hiruzen into the domain of this ancient clan. As they traversed the winding corridors, Xiao Tian noticed several Hyuga children practicing gentle fist techniques in the courtyard. They paused, their curiosity piqued, to observe the unfamiliar visitor. "Hinata is in the eastern courtyard," the Hyuga guide informed them. "Shall we meet the clan head first?" Hiruzen glanced at Xiao Tian. "What do you think?" Xiao Tian shrugged. "As the host wishes. Then let us first visit Hayashi." Chapter 16. The reception at the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen led Xiao Tian through the grand gates of the Hyuga estate, where two guards, possessing Byakugan, immediately knelt in unison. "Hokage-sama," they intoned in perfect harmony. Hayashi Hyuga had long awaited them in the central courtyard, dressed in traditional Hyuga attire. He stood tall and straight, his expression carved from stone. Upon noticing the arrival of the Hokage, he inclined his head slightly. "Third Hokage, you have come." Xiao Tian noted the faint bluish hue beneath Hayashi's eyes, a clear indication of recent sleepless nights. The pressure stemming from the cloud incident had cast a pall of tension over the entire Hyuga clan. Hiruzen, with a smile, stroked his beard. "Hayashi, how is Hinata faring?" "Thanks to your concern, she is no longer in any critical condition," Hayashi replied, his demeanor composed, yet Xiao Tian keenly detected a flicker of worry in his gaze. Hayashi's attention shifted to Xiao Tian, his Byakugan seemingly penetrating the very essence of his being. "This is Senju Xiao Tian, the young man I mentioned to you." Hiruzen placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Tian's shoulder. "I have brought him to see Hinata today." Xiao Tian offered a slight bow. "Hayashi-sama." Hayashi's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Xiao Tian for a few moments before he stepped aside, permitting them to pass. As they navigated the twisting corridors, Xiao Tian felt a sharp gaze fixed upon him. He casually turned his head, only to meet a pair of watchful Byakugan eyes. It was a boy of about 12 or 13, with brown hair tied back and a bandage marked with a curse seal wrapped around his forehead. Upon being discovered, the boy did not flinch, but rather defiantly raised his chin. This was Niji, the son of Niji's brother. Hayashi, without turning, explained, his tone laced with complex emotions. Xiao Tian understood. This was the future prodigy Niji Hyuga, still a handsome youth at present. Their party arrived at a secluded courtyard, where several cherry blossom trees were planted, their pale pink petals drifting down in the wind. Under the eaves, a petite figure knelt, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing their footsteps, Hinata abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Xiao Tian, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. In a flurry, She hid the book behind her, accidentally knocking over a nearby teacup. I am sorry. Hinata stammered as she scrambled to catch the teacup, only to inadvertently drop the book. Xiao Tian could not help but chuckle as he swiftly approached to help her retrieve the fallen book. As he handed it back, their fingers brushed lightly, causing Hinata to retract her hand as if electrified, her entire being shrinking into itself. I'll go prepare some snacks. Hinata stuttered before fleeing in a panic. Xiao Tian was about to call out to her when a sharp voice rang out from behind. Stop! Before he could turn, a gust of wind swept past him. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a figure that whizzed by his side. Niji landed firmly in the courtyard, assuming a gentle fist stance, hostility unmistakable in his eyes. What did you do to her? Xiao Tian raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. I merely came to visit. Silence. Niji interrupted. The clan's eldest daughter does not require your kind to visit. Hayashi frowned, admonishing, Niji, do not be rude. But Niji paid no heed, propelling himself toward Xiao Tian. Chakra radiating from his palms. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Niji, at such a tender age, had already mastered such advanced gentle fist techniques. In a flash, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing defiantly between the two combatants. Niji's palm strike left a deep imprint on the wall, yet it ultimately failed to breach the defense. What sort of ninja resorts to hiding? Niji bellowed in anger, swiftly maneuvering around the earthen barrier. Hinata, standing nearby, was about to step forward to intercept Niji when a mere glance from the third Hokage halted him, leaving him to watch the unfolding battle from his position. Xiao Tian sighed. It seemed that inaction was no longer an option. He quickly formed hand seals, chakra swirling within him. Lightning release. Lightning body flicker. Niji's fist passed through the afterimage left by Xiao Tian, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The next moment, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck as Xiao Tian's fingers gently touched a vital point. This is the end, Xiao Tian's voice echoed from behind. I do not wish to harm you. Hinata Hizashi stood beneath the cherry blossom tree in the main family's courtyard, a gentle breeze causing the delicate pink and white petals to cascade around him. He gazed up at the azure sky, several birds soaring freely above. How wonderful! Hizashi murmured softly, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips. Just a few days prior, at a high-level meeting in Konoha, the third Hokage and the elders of the Hyuga clan had reached a decision to quell the wrath of the Cloud Village and avert war. The Hyuga clan must surrender a corpse bearing the Byakugan, and that chosen one is none other than himself. Hizashi bore no resentment toward this decision. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. This was not a forced sacrifice for the clan. It was a voluntary choice made to protect Niji, safeguard his brother, and defend the entirety of Konoha. At least this time, it was my own decision. Hizashi inhaled deeply, the fragrance of cherry blossoms enveloping him, granting a long-lost sensation of freedom. Ever since he had been marked with the caged bird seal and relegated to the branch family, his life had been shackled beneath the shadow of the main family. Yet in this moment, standing amidst the falling cherry blossoms, he experienced true liberation for the first time. Suddenly, Hizashi seemed to hear something, and he sprang into action, racing toward the backyard. Following the sounds of combat, he arrived at a corner of the courtyard. Witnessing Niji frozen in place, a mysterious black-haired youth standing behind him, a sword pointed at his son's neck. Meanwhile, his elder brother and the third Hokage observed the confrontation in silence. Niji? Hizashi instinctively halted. Upon seeing Niji, his heart ached. Why must such an extraordinary Niji be born into the branch family? Why is he destined to be confined by the caged bird for his entire life? Had he been born into the main family, Niji would surely have led the Hyuga clan to new heights. Huh. Niji's fierce shout broke through Hizashi's thoughts. Niji lunged forward, pivoting like an arrow released from a bow, his palm charged with pure chakra. This strike, impeccable in its angle, speed, and power, combined with the insight offered by the Byakugan, was nearly impossible for peers to withstand. However, what? Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The unknown youth merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading Niji's attack. Even more astonishing, when Niji adjusted his stance for another strike, the youth did not evade. He braced himself, absorbing the blow directly with his chest. Thud. With a dull thud, it was Niji who was sent hurtling backward. Hisashi barely comprehended how the opponent had countered. This is impossible, he muttered to himself. Even without activating the Byakugan, his dynamic vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. Just how had that youth accomplished such a feat? Niji crashed heavily to the ground, landing at Hisashi's feet. He struggled to rise, but froze the moment he met his father's gaze. Father, father. Niji's voice trembled. He had never felt so vulnerable before his father. Hisashi regarded his son's defiant expression, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. Niji's Byakugan was activated, clearly prepared to continue fighting. But as a jounin, Hisashi understood all too well that the youth had demonstrated strength far beyond Niji's capabilities. Enough, Niji. Hisashi placed a hand firmly on his son's shoulder. But father, he is not an enemy. Hisashi shook his head, his gaze complex as he looked toward the black-haired youth. This individual is. Just then, Hinata timidly peeked around the door, followed by several servants of the Hyuga clan. Her small face flushed crimson as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Niji, brother, Xiaotian brother. He is the one who saved me. Hinata's voice was soft as a whisper, yet it transformed the atmosphere in the vicinity. Chapter 17. Would release. Great binding technique. Hisashi suddenly understood. This youth was indeed the benefactor who had rescued Hinata. No wonder the third Hokage had personally brought him to visit. I apologize, it is my failure to educate. Hisashi bowed deeply to Xiaotian. Thank you for saving Lady Hinata. Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. His gaze lingered momentarily on the cursed seal on Hisashi's forehead before swiftly moving away. Hisashi straightened up, turning to Niji. Niji, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Niji glared at Xiaotian with reluctance, but obediently followed his father to a nearby cherry blossom tree. Father, Niji began. But Hisashi interrupted, his tone unusually calm. I must leave for a while. Is it a mission? How long will you be gone? Niji looked up, asking earnestly. Hisashi did not respond directly. He gently brushed Niji's hair, an unprecedented tenderness in his gesture. Remember, no matter what happens, do not harbor resentment. Hisashi crouched down to meet Niji's gaze. Every choice I make today is driven by my own will. Niji frowned in confusion. Father, what are you saying? Hisashi smiled softly, retrieving a finely crafted forehead protector. This is for you. Use it to protect your forehead when you become a genin. His finger gently brushed against Niji's cursed seal, indicating the mark. Niji accepted the forehead protector, which bore the emblem of the Hyuga clan. He keenly sensed the peculiarity in his father's words. But before he could inquire further, Hisashi stood up. You must become a ninja who surpasses the main family, Niji. Hisashi cast one last glance at his son before turning to approach his elder brother. Hisashi's brother, Hayashi, called in a low voice as his younger sibling approached. Hisashi nodded in acknowledgement and then bowed deeply to the third Hokage. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, patting Hisashi's shoulder. You have done well, Hisashi. Hisashi shook his head, a hint of a relieved smile appearing on his face. This is my own choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say more, merely turning to Xiaotian. Xiaotian, please wait here for a moment. Hayashi, Hisashi, and I have some matters to attend to. Xiaotian, who had been thoughtfully gazing at the cherry blossoms in the courtyard, nodded in response. Understood, Lord Hokage. As the third Hokage turned to lead Hayashi and Hisashi away, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Xiaotian's mind. Ding. System task issued. Prevent Hisashi from sacrificing himself. Task content. Alter Hisashi's fate, preventing him from becoming a political pawn. Task rewards. Issued based on task completion level. Xiaotian's pupils contracted slightly. This task had come too unexpectedly, but he quickly realized that the system was urging him to intervene in the political machinations between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Although the nature of the reward was unknown, it was certain that the system would not disappoint. Seeing that the three had reached the door, Xiaotian no longer hesitated and executed a body flicker technique to block their path. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Xiaotian, Hayashi, and Hisashi also paused, looking at Xiaotian with confusion. Xiaotian took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Richa. I will accompany you. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before consenting. Xiaotian followed the third Hokage and the Hyuga brothers into the Hyuga clan's conference hall. An oppressive atmosphere of tension filled the air, with elders of the Hyuga clan and high-ranking officials of Konoha seated along the long table. The eyes of T-Rune Komatsu and Mido Gate briefly lingered on Xiaotian, scrutinizing him with a hint of judgment. Hyuga Hisashi stood beside the main seat, his voice low as he announced to the assembly, "We have made a decision regarding the demands of the Cloud Village. Richa will take my place." Suddenly, Xiao Tian interjected, his voice resonating clearly in the silent conference room. "Are you sending Elder Richa to his death?" This statement struck like a thunderclap. Several elders of the Hyuga clan sprang to their feet, teacups toppling over, tea flowing across the table. Sarutobi Hisashi's pipe froze midair, and the scroll in T-Rune Komatsu's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Outrage. An elder with hair as white as snow slammed his palm against the table, causing the sturdy wooden surface to crack like spiderwebs. "Richa? Is this the outsider you brought? How dare he interfere in our clan's affairs?" Richa's face turned pale, the curse mark on his forehead faintly glowing. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The absolute obedience of the branch family to the main house was ingrained in his very being. Yet Xiao Tian stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Richa. What a remarkable clan the Hyuga is. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze sharp as blades. The Cloud ninjas invade. And instead of contemplating how to counterattack, you are eager to send your own ninja to be slaughtered? Is this the spirit of the Konoha nobility? Xiao Tian. Sarutobi Hisashi barked sharply, a rare sternness flashing in his eyes. "Mind your words." The elder with white hair laughed in anger. "Do you know what you are saying? Brat from the Senju clan?" Without a reasonable explanation, today's events cannot be dismissed with mere apologies. Within the conference hall, dozens of branch family ninjas silently encircled them. Their Byakugan activated, veins bulging. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, pressing down on everyone's nerves. Yet, facing the encroaching Hyuga clan members, Xiao Tian smiled. He leisurely rolled up his sleeves and stated coolly, "Explanation? Why should I, Senju Xiao Tian, owe you any explanation?" Before his words faded, a torrent of chakra erupted forth. The floor of the conference hall cracked under the force, and the roof tiles trembled violently. Several young branch family ninjas were forced to retreat, overwhelmed by this immense pressure. "Stop!" Sarutobi Hisashi's furious shout accompanied the sound of hand seals, as an earthen wall rose to separate the two sides. However, the old Hokage's heart was tumultuous. The amount of chakra Xiao Tian was exhibiting reminded him of the first Hokage. Under the astonished gaze of all, Xiao Tian's hands formed seals at a dazzling speed, ultimately resting in the form of the serpent seal. His chakra surged forth like boiling magma. The wooden floor beneath him began to writhe ominously. Would release, great binding technique. With a light cry from Xiao Tian, the entire building trembled violently. Thick roots burst forth from the ground like gigantic serpents, instantly breaking through Sarutobi's earthen wall, ensnaring all Hyuga ninjas rushing toward Xiao Tian. The cracking sounds of splintering wooden beams filled the air, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Sarutobi Hisashi sprang to his feet, his lips trembling slightly. The seasoned third Hokage's pupils constricted sharply. He had seen descriptions of this technique in his teacher's scrolls. A secret art belonging to the ninja god, Senju Hashirama. "This is impossible." T-Rune Komatsu gasped in shock, the teacup in her hand shattering into pieces. Mito gaped and stood up, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. The Hyuga elders turned pale, staggering back until their backs slammed against the wall. They watched helplessly as a branch coiled around their ankles, its icy touch invoking the legendary would release strangulation. "This is the result of my utmost restraint." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, the rampant trees halting their advance. Yet, at that moment, the conference room had already transformed beyond recognition. Thick trunks pierced through the floor. Verdant vines crawled up the walls, and rays of sunlight streamed through the shattered ceiling. If left unchecked, this century-old Hyuga conference hall would likely revert to a primordial forest within a minute. Everyone realized this truth. Xiao Tian walked calmly to the elders ensnared by the roots, gently patting one's pale face, his voice laced with mockery, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. "Now, shall we have a proper discussion?" Hyuga Hisashi's Adam's apple bobbed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As the head of the main family, he understood better than anyone the power exhibited by this young man, capable of overturning the 1,000-year traditions of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 18. The might of wood release. Sarutobi Hisashi's throat tightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He slowly lowered his hands from forming seals, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. T-Rune Komatsu keenly observed that the spine of the third Hokage seemed to bend slightly, though no one dared to speak of it. Mito gaped and hesitated, his eyes behind the glasses glinting with complex emotions. The complete great binding technique, T-Rune Komatsu whispered, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the wood grain patterns. The last person capable of performing this technique was none other than the first Hokage. Mito gaped and removed his glasses. Wiping the lenses slowly with his sleeve, the Hyuga main family has truly kicked a steel plate this time. Their eyes met in the air, silently reaching a consensus. If a choice must be made between the Hyuga main family and that youth, the answer was self-evident. The branch family's Byakugan is equally pure, T-Rune Komatsu remarked meaningfully. And without the constraints of the caged bird, Mito gaped and continued, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Hyuga elders were tightly bound by the roots, the veins on their foreheads pulsating against their pale skin. They glared at the arrogant young man before them, their voices strained. What do you intend to do? Xiao Tian stepped forward, the wooden floor cracking beneath him like spider webs. His voice was not loud, yet it caused the air in the entire conference hall to freeze. I said, Ri-cha must not die. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. The third Hokage had returned to his seat, hands clasped beneath his chin, resembling a silent statue. Xiao Tian's peripheral vision swept over the immobile Konoha elite, a flicker of doubt rising within him. According to reason, the third Hokage should be intervening by now, regardless of the main or branch family. They are all part of the Hyuga clan. An elder suddenly raised his voice, tinged with sorrow. We do this to protect the Byakugan bloodline, for the stability of the village. Xiao Tian scoffed, chakra uncontrollably overflowing, the surrounding air beginning to warp. Does Niji know the truth? Do the children of the branch family understand why they are born with curse marks? His questioning struck like a sword, piercing through the carefully woven lies of the Hyuga elder. Several young branch family ninjas instinctively touched the curse marks on their foreheads, their eyes igniting with a strange fire. Xiao Tian inhaled deeply, his voice reverberating throughout the Hyuga territory, amplified by his chakra. True peace has never been attained through the sacrifice of comrades. He raised his hand, palm upward, as a tender green sapling sprang forth from thin air. Today, I, Senju Xiao Tian, vow here. The sapling grew at a visible rate, rapidly transforming into a towering giant tree. Among its lush branches and leaves, a dazzling light blossomed. Any rule that perpetrates oppression in the name of great righteousness shall be brought to an end by my own hands. The roots of the giant tree delved deep into the ground, causing the entire Hyuga territory to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the long silent Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse voice broke the stillness. What do you think we should do? Hyuga elder's tense shoulders subtly relaxed. The third Hokage's words signified that the stalemate in this game had finally found a glimmer of hope. He discreetly glanced at Hinata Hayashi, the strongest force of the branch family. Preserving him would indeed be advantageous for the main family. Just as the Hokage elder was about to speak, a clear voice interrupted. Xiao Tian stepped forward, leaving deep footprints on the wooden floor. Hokage-sama, peace cannot be achieved through mere compromise. His voice, amplified by chakra, resonated throughout the hall. The cloud ninjas were like ravenous wolves. Retreating a step would only lead them to advance further. The young ninja surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing. However, if you strike them with great force and then extend your hand, saying let us coexist peacefully, it would earn you genuine respect. He made a fist gesture, and this approach might indeed garner true admiration. The assembly fell into an eerie silence. Several young branch ninjas involuntarily straightened their backs, their eyes igniting with a long-lost fervor. T-Rune Kamaru exchanged a meaningful glance with Mito Gaiden. They understood that Konoha stood at a crossroads, to sacrifice Hayashi for a fleeting peace, or to support Xiaotian. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose, his expression inscrutable beneath the Hokage hat. Do you realize that this decision may plunge Konoha back into the flames of war? Xiaotian met the third Hokage's gaze without flinching. Peace achieved through compromise is akin to a castle built on quicksand. He pointed outside to the unyielding Hokage rock. Did the first Hokage ever bow to anyone during the establishment of Konoha? In the corner, Hayashi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Blood dripped through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. It had been years since anyone had stood up for him as a mere tool. Third Hokage. Hayashi suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. I vow with my life that if the Cloud Ninjas dare to invade, the Hyuga branch family will fight to the very end. He lifted his head, determination gleaming in his pure white eyes. The disgraceful caged bird curse mark on his forehead now appeared particularly glaring. Surprisingly, the first to respond to Hayashi was a few young members of the main family. They stepped forward in unison, aligning themselves with the branch family. A young main family member whispered to the elder, Xiao Tian is right. We, the Hyuga, should not live so constrained. The elder's face shifted through various emotions, ultimately letting out a deep sigh and bowing his head in defeat. The tide had turned, and he knew it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed deeply at Xiao Tian before suddenly removing the Hokage hat. This simple action caused everyone present to hold their breath. Relay the orders. The third Hokage's voice rang with unprecedented resolve. From this day forth, Konoha enters a state of war readiness. The Umbu will enhance border patrols, and the Hyuga clan will take charge. His gaze swept over Hayashi, designating him as the commander. Hayashi's head snapped up, disbelief etched on his face. The elder from the main family opened his mouth to protest, but fell silent under the third Hokage's piercing gaze. As the meeting concluded, Xiao Tian prepared to follow the departing Konoha 3. Xiao Tian-sama. Hayashi's voice called from behind. This typically composed jonin now had tears glistening in his eyes. He would never forget the favor bestowed upon him today. From now on, Xiao Tian waved his hand to interrupt, revealing a mischievous grin. If you wish to thank me, how about treating me to ramen? I hear Ichiraku ramen has a new limited flavor. Chapter 19. Invaluable worth. The twilight sun stretched the shadows of the four figures long as Xiao Tian followed Sarutobi Hiruzen along a winding path on the outskirts of Konoha. T-Rune Kamaru and Mito Gate walked in tandem on either side, forming a subtle encirclement. A delicate tension hung in the air. Xiao Tian, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly halted. His tone grave. There is something I need to ask you. Xiao Tian maintained his composure, calmly meeting the third Hokage's gaze. Please, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage turned, the fading sunlight casting shadows across his face. How did you know that the Hyuga clan intended to sacrifice Hayashi? This information is not even known to the Umbu. T-Rune Kamaru's fingers lightly tapped against his cane, producing a rhythmic sound. Mito Gate adjusted his glasses, though a hint of anxiety flickered on his face. The lenses reflected a dim light. Xiao Tian noticed the subtle shift in the positioning of the three high-ranking Konoha officials. They had unconsciously formed a tighter circle around him. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly. With just these three, they thought to intimidate him. It seemed his previous friendliness had misled them. In the distance, a few crows took flight, cawing harshly. This decision could impact Konoha's diplomatic relations with the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his voice growing heavier. If this news leaks, it could incite war. I need to know your source. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the suspicion veiled in the third Hokage's words. T-Rune Kamaru ceased his tapping, while Mito Gate indiscreetly shifted his hand toward his ninja tool pouch. Xiao Tian sighed softly. Catching a falling maple leaf in his hand, Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors, relax. With just the three of you and those dozens of Umbu lurking in the shadows, you pose no threat to me. Moreover, why do you think the Cloud Village is so intent on acquiring the bodies of Hyuga clan members? Without waiting for a response, he continued, because they seek to study the secrets of the Byakugan. Main family members' bodies are too conspicuous and could spark diplomatic disputes. Branch family members, however, are different. Xiao Tian's voice took on a chill, particularly when referring to powerful branch members like Hayashi, who possessed pure Byakugan without drawing too much attention. Mito Gate suddenly interjected. A 13-year-old boy shouldn't possess such insight. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, unless he received internal intelligence beforehand. T-Rune Kamaru chimed in, his frail fingers faintly glowing with chakra. Xiao Tian remained unperturbed as he crushed the maple leaf. Have the two esteemed advisors considered why the Hyuga main family would rather sacrifice the branch than touch a single hair of the main family? He locked eyes with the third Hokage, because the main family knows that the true foundation of the Hyuga clan status is not the few lofty elders, but those branch ninjas bound by the caged bird curse. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils flickered imperceptibly. Xiao Tian's words aligned with the suspicion he had harbored years ago. When Hayashi had willingly faced death, he had wondered if Hayashi's strength surpassed that of Hisashi. Xiao Tian's voice was clear in the stillness of the path. Such pawns, how could the main family easily let go? Unless they were already prepared. The third Hokage interjected suddenly, his pipe striking the tree trunk with a thud, a clever tactic to abandon the vehicle to save the commander. T-Rune Kamaru and Mito Gate exchanged knowing glances, silently easing their guard. This explanation indeed seemed more logical than that of a spy. In the twilight glow, the third Hokage unexpectedly broke into a meaningful smile. Xiaotian, would you be interested in joining the Jonin class? You could skip the Chunin exams. T-Rune Kamaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, while Mito Gate N's glasses glimmered with a reflective light. They understood the implications of this proposal. However, Xiaotian shook his head. I prefer to maintain my identity as a free ninja. He flashed a sly smile. After all, observation and deduction required a certain degree of distance and objectivity. After a brief silence, the three of them burst into laughter. The crows perched upon the tree were startled into flight by the sound of laughter, their ebony feathers drifting slowly in the waning light of dusk. After parting ways with his companions, Xiaotian ambled along the path leading home. As night deepened, lanterns lining the streets flickered to life one by one. He abruptly halted, turning his gaze towards a shadowy corner. After trailing me for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself? Xiaotian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of intimidation. A slight rustle emerged from the shadows. An masked Umbu ninja slowly stepped into view. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiaotian's mouth. Inform Lord Danzo that if he wishes to meet me, he should come in person. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the Umbu ninja standing in place. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was being instructed by Hizashi in the gentle fist technique. Each of the young boys' strikes bore a ferocity uncharacteristic of his age. Father, why did Niji stop speaking mid-sentence? Hizashi raised his hand to silence him. He gazed towards the distant Hokage rock and spoke softly. Niji, remember, true strength cannot be shackled by any curse mark. His voice resonated with an unprecedented determination. Today, someone had imparted this wisdom upon him. Niji nodded, seemingly grasping the essence, and resumed his training. Beneath the moonlight, the curse mark resembling a caged bird on his forehead appeared to dim slightly. The lights in the Hokage's office burned late into the night. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his pipe long extinguished. What are your thoughts on Xiaotian? He inquired without turning. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Too clever, and thus too perilous. Mito Menka adjusted his glasses, yet his value is immeasurable. The complete wood release could very well be the key to Konoha's resurgence. The question remains. Sarutobi turned to face them, his expression grave. How do we harness this power? Silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the faint crackle of burning candles. Let us return. A high-level meeting will be convened tomorrow. Chapter 20. Confrontation with the Cloud Ninjas in the conference room of the Hokage building. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface, producing a dull thud. His gaze swept over the assembled Konoha leaders, ultimately settling upon the figure who arrived late. Shimura Danzo entered the room, leaning on a cane, the bandage over his right eye glaringly conspicuous in the dim light. He made his way to his seat, the sound of his cane striking the floor echoing in the stillness. Hiruzen, his voice was gravelly and low. To convene an emergency meeting at such a time, it must be a grave matter. Sarutobi did not respond immediately. He waited until all were seated before speaking slowly. I presume you are all aware of the events surrounding the Cloud Ninja incident. His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority. 3 days prior, the Cloud Ninja delegation arrived under the pretense of forming an alliance, only to attempt the abduction of Hyuga Hinata during the signing of the agreement. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Mito Menka. Danzo remained expressionless, his singular eye glimmering with inscrutable intent. Fortunately, with the pursuit of the Umbu and Hinata Hayashi, the leader of the Cloud Ninja was thwarted. Sarutobi continued, his voice rising gradually. However, this morning, we received an official notification from the Cloud Village. He picked up a document from the table, his tone suddenly turning icy. They demand the surrender of Hinata Hayashi, or they will seek justice for the fallen Cloud Ninja. An uproar erupted in the conference room. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. Preposterous. It was the Cloud Ninja who violated the pact. And now they dare to turn the tables? Calm down, Tsunade. Mito Menka adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. This is clearly a scheme by the Cloud. They have orchestrated this from the beginning. Danzo let out a cold chuckle. So, what do you plan to do about it? He surveyed the room, his eye filled with derision as he observed his three old friends perform their act. Initiating conflict now would be the most foolish choice. Following the Ninetales incident, Konoha's strength has significantly dwindled, while the Cloud Village is at its zenith. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. Danzo, are you suggesting we swallow our pride? I am merely stating the facts. Danzo replied nonchalantly. If sacrificing one Hinata Hayashi can avert war, enough. Sarutobi suddenly slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. I will never sacrifice a single Konoha ninja, nor will I bow to such vile threats. A profound silence enveloped the room. All present stared in shock at the rarely furious third Hokage. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. He sensed something was amiss with Sarutobi and his two old friends today. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi retrieved an ancient scroll from his robe. He carefully unfurled it, revealing the strong, powerful script within. This is a saying left by the second Hokage. His voice grew solemn and authoritative. Peace is not merely about yielding when the time comes to fight. One must never retreat. Tsunade's pupils dilated in surprise. Is this truly the handwriting of the second Hokage? His voice was laced with astonishment. Yet his eyes bore a hint of resignation. Where this document originated was known to them, for they had witnessed Sarutobi inscribe it this very night. Absolutely true. Sarutobi's gaze swept across each individual present. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for Konoha to bare its fangs. If we concede this time, tomorrow the Cloud will dare to take further liberties, and the day after, other ninja villages will follow suit. Mito Menka nodded, deep in thought. The third Hokage makes a valid point. However, given Konoha's current strength, the risks of direct confrontation are too great. Thus, we require a strategy that serves both ends. Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with insight. I propose that the Uchiha clan take the lead in this defensive operation. This suggestion detonated like a bomb in the conference room. Tsunade gasped sharply. That is too perilous. The Uchiha clan is already at odds with the village. What if they turn against us in the heat of battle? Precisely why they need an opportunity to prove their loyalty, Sarutobi interjected. Fugaku has long sought the village's recognition. This is an ideal chance to bridge the divide. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the three uncharacteristically fervent individuals, suddenly breaking into a cold laugh. Interesting. Allowing the Uchiha and the Cloud to mutually annihilate each other is indeed a clever strategy. His singular eye sparkled with a chilling light. But how can you ensure the Uchiha will comply? That is my arrangement, Sarutobi replied with a profound undertone. I have already had preliminary discussions with Fugaku. He has expressed his willingness to fight for the village. Once more, silence descended upon the conference room. All present fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of this audacious plan. Outside, dusk gradually enveloped the sky, and the Umbu emerged from the shadows, quietly lighting the oil lamps on the walls. The flickering flames cast ever-changing shadows upon each face. He slowly rose, the Hokage robe billowing without wind. Now, I ask for a vote. Who is in favor? Who is against? Tsunade and Mito Menka exchanged a glance, almost simultaneously raising their hands. A few family representatives hesitated momentarily before also expressing their support. Finally, all eyes turned to Danzo. He stroked the ornate end of his cane, his singular eye fixated on the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you have changed. His voice carried an exploratory tone. The old you would never resort to such radical measures. Sarutobi met his gaze. Times are changing, Danzo. If gentle means cannot safeguard the village, I would rather be a hard-hearted Hokage. Toanzo suddenly broke into a chilling smile, one that sent shivers down the spine. Interesting. Since that is the case, I shall forego my vote. He slowly raised his emaciated hand, adding, and let me remind you, this decision may exact a heavy toll on Konoha. I am well aware of the stakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a grave tone. This meeting is adjourned. All departments must immediately commence preparations for battle. I expect to see a detailed combat plan by tomorrow morning. One by one, the attendees departed the conference room, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing alone by the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights in the night. Lord First Hokage, please bless Konoha, he murmured softly, his voice dissipating into the cool evening breeze. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, the meeting room in the Uchiha clan was ablaze with light. Fugaku stood before the family map, his expression grave as he conveyed the urgent mission he had just received to his kin. In a corner, the young Itachi Uchiha observed, a contemplative glimmer in his dark eyes. In a more concealed location, several shadowy figures silently traversed the night, speeding toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Chapter 21. The true crisis arises from within the village. Moonlight poured like water over the eaves of the Senju clan's territory, where Xiaodian stood alone in the courtyard, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. His gaze pierced through the night, as if he could see the Uchiha clan's distinctive fan emblem in the distance. System, has the mission not yet been completed? Why has no reward been issued? Ding. Congratulations. Host, on completing the first stage of the mission. Reward, permanent Jinjutsu immunity. Please complete the mission promptly to ensure Hinata Hayashi's safety during the upcoming Cloud Ninja negotiations. So, it is not yet over? Jinjutsu immunity will suffice. I am eager to meet a certain prodigal son. This skill will spare me much trouble, Xiaodian mused softly. His words nearly swept away by the night wind. After all, the true crisis emerged from within the village. He turned back to his study, retrieving a pristine black uniform from a hidden compartment. The tight-fitting black attire perfectly conformed to his muscular frame, while the metallic mask glinted coldly in the candlelight. Xiaodian meticulously examined every detail, ensuring his disguise was flawless. The significance of an intelligence network could not be underestimated. Adjusting the position of his mask before the mirror, his mind conjured an image of the geographical layout of the Cloud Ninja village, built by the sea, with natural barriers that rendered them overly confident. As he traversed the rooftops, Xiaoyan's figure moved like a specter. In the moonlight, his movements were astonishingly light, disturbing not even a single shard of debris. Approaching the third surveillance point, he keenly sensed an indistinct presence trailing behind him. Kakashi Hitaki, Xiaodian smirked, deliberately slowing his pace. Is it you, sent by the third Hokage? He feigned ignorance of the pursuer, continuing toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as he neared his destination, Xiaodian abruptly altered his course, effortlessly shaking off his tail in a matter of moments. Under the moonlight, his silhouette melded into the shadows of the night. Apologies, Kakashi-senpai, Xiaodian whispered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. This conversation is one you cannot overhear, not just yet. In the woods bordering the Uchiha territory, a slender figure stood quietly atop a large tree. Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan shimmered faintly in the darkness. He had long sensed the approach of another. Come out. Itachi's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. Your chakra fluctuations are too evident. Xiaodian emerged from the shadows, gradually removing his mask. Good evening, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Senju Xiaodian. Indeed, Xiaodian replied with a smile, moonlight illuminating half of his face. I had not anticipated that Konoha's prodigious youth would recognize me. Yet Itachi's vigilance did not wane. His fingers subtly shifted toward his ninja tool pouch. A member of the Senju clan infiltrating the Uchiha territory at such an hour. What is your intention? Xiaodian found a flat stone to sit upon, gesturing for Itachi to ease his tension. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage in combat. He gazed up at the starry sky. I merely wish to discuss the future of Konoha. It was indeed the collaboration of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that founded the village, Xiaodian continued, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the woods. A place where children need not turn against one another, where they can confide in each other as brothers. Do you not sense that Konoha has changed? He spread his arms wide, adopting a defenseless posture in an attempt to bridge the gap between himself and this brilliant ninja. The Uchiha, perched upon the tree, lowered his head slightly, his long black hair swaying gently in the wind, partially obscuring his face. Indulging in the past will only hinder progress. Itachi's tone was as calm as a winter stream, and his hand had quietly moved to grasp the hilt of his sword. I am not merely a Uchiha. I am a ninja of Konoha. Xiaodian did not retreat, but instead relaxed further, reclining against the stone. No, I do not emphasize surnames. Whether Uchiha or Senju, it is inconsequential. I speak of ideals akin to those of Hashirama and Madara, the shared vision of safeguarding our village and protecting our children. The rustling leaves seemed to respond to their dialogue. Itachi's expression flickered. Xiaodian realized his words had struck a chord. As Konoha's youngest prodigy, Itachi indeed inherited certain principles of the will of fire, yet he understood the harshness of reality better than anyone. Ideals require strength to sustain them. Itachi leapt gracefully from the tree, landing 3 meters in front of Xiaodian. And what do you possess now? What do you aspire to accomplish? What can you truly achieve? Xiaodian inhaled deeply. This was the moment he had awaited. I do not act for personal gain or ambition, but to thwart the Uchiha clan's coup. My strategy is to weaken their power and prevent the uprising from erupting. In an instant, the air seemed to thicken. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. The three tomo of his Sharingan instinctively spinning. His voice dropped to a low, dangerous tone. How do you know of this? It is not difficult to surmise. Especially if you possess sufficient knowledge. Xiaotian maintained his calm, though he had grown wary, prepared to counterattack at any moment. He knew he was treading upon Konoha's most sensitive nerve. Itachi's expression grew exceedingly grave. The coup plot was a top-secret matter, known only to a select few. The third Hokage, Danzo, and himself. How had Xiaotian come to learn it? Was there a complication on Danzo's end? I am not merely a theorist, Xiaotian continued, striving to regain control of the conversation. I plan to leverage our conflict with the Cloud Ninja to diminish the Uchiha clan's capabilities, preventing them from instigating a coup. Itachi scoffed softly. You are Navi. The threats to Konoha do not solely stem from the land of lightning. Villages in the desert covet water sources, those on islands covet land, and those among desolate cliffs desire fertile soil. Your plan will only rekindle the flames of war that have only just begun to cool. Xiaotian sensed the sarcasm in Itachi's words, but was well prepared. War is never a singular dimension of conflict. Konoha indeed lacks formidable figures like Minato Namikaze, but I possess sufficient strength. I am confident in my ability to lead Konoha to victory. Strength? Itachi's Sharingan fixed intently on Xiaotian. You have no comprehension of what true strength entails. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village, while you stand here, boasting. Xiaotian remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have meticulously studied the strategic layouts of various nations. The alliance between the land of earth and the land of wind appears robust. Yet they each harbor ulterior motives. If we can forge an alliance with the Sand Ninja village and utilize the defenses of the land of rain, we can effectively withstand any assault from the land of earth. The land of rain? Itachi's brow furrowed deeper. You truly believe that the weak land of rain can withstand an attack from the land of earth? Is it merely because of the presence of Hanzo of the Salamander? Although formidable, can he truly alter the course of battle? Xiaotian suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the forest. Hanzo? That waste, what can he accomplish? This statement struck like a heavy hammer, leaving Uchiha Itachi momentarily frozen. Hanzo of the Salamander, the legendary ninja revered as a demigod, once stood against the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, yet he was so disparaged in Xiaotian's words? Have you lost your mind? Itachi's voice quivered for the first time. You have no idea what you are saying. War is not a game. You have never experienced the agony of it. Do you think this is merely a play? Xiaotian subdued his laughter, his gaze turning resolute. It is precisely because I comprehend the brutality of war that I must prevent a greater tragedy from unfolding. The coup within the Uchiha clan will only plunge Konoha into civil strife, offering opportunities for other ninja villages. My plan may not be flawless, but it at least averts the worst outcome. The air between them seemed to solidify, as Itachi's Sharingan slowly rotated, evaluating the veracity of Xiaotian's words. Xiaotian, undeterred, met his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Tell me, Itachi finally spoke again. What gives you the conviction that you can change all of this? Konoha is not a chessboard, and ninjas are not mere pawns. Xiaotian regarded Itachi with a calm demeanor, responding, because of me. Chapter 22. You are playing with fire. Information is the lifeblood of a ninja. Xiaotian's voice steady and assured. And I happen to know everything about you, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's brow slightly furrowed, the three tomo Sharingan glowing ominously in the twilight. Oh, his tone remained cool. Do enlighten me. A smirk played on Xiaotian's lips. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and that lesser known as Anami. He paused deliberately, but my abilities are somewhat unique. Jinjutsu has no effect on me. As for Amaterasu and Susanoo, you wouldn't dare use them, would you? Employing such powers near Konoha would only hasten the demise of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's pupils dilated sharply, but quickly regained their composure. You know more than I anticipated. His right hand had returned to rest on the hilt of his sword, yet knowledge and action are two distinct matters. Care to test it? Xiaotian inquired softly. Itachi shook his head, his black hair fluttering in the breeze. Recognize your own limitations, Senju Xiaotian. Before his words had fully settled, his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, the three tomo connecting into an intricate pattern. Tsukuyami. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Within Itachi's Jinjutsu realm, a blood moon hung high, and countless blades surged from all directions toward Xiaotian, who was crucified. In my Tsukuyomi space, time, space, and mass are mine to command. Itachi's voice reverberated within the crimson expanse. Now, reveal your true intentions. However, bound as he was, Xiao Tian suddenly lifted his head, a strange smile gracing his lips. An intriguing space, but alas, crack. The Jinjutsu realm fractured, splintering like a shattered mirror. Itachi was astonished to see that Xiao Tian's eyes glimmered with a pale blue light, runes faintly swirling within his pupils. How is this possible? Itachi's expression betrayed disbelief for the first time. In the real world, merely a second had passed. The blue light in Xiao Tian's eyes gradually faded as he gently shook his head. I told you, Jinjutsu is ineffective against me. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, had just traced the evidence to this location, only to witness Senju Xiao Tian engaged in combat with Uchiha Itachi, drawing a sharp breath. He had observed the entire sequence. Itachi had widened his Sharingan, seemingly activating a Jinjutsu, yet Xiao Tian had not even faltered for a second. This is impossible. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled furiously. Gazing at Itachi's astonished eyes, could he effortlessly counter Uchiha's Jinjutsu? Itachi swiftly retreated 3 steps, the shock in his eyes still lingering. He had never encountered an opponent completely immune to Tsukuyomi. Even shadow-level masters would be affected. Who exactly are you? Itachi's voice bore an unprecedented edge of caution. Xiao Tian did not respond, instead charging towards Itachi. Itachi immediately formed hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Massive fire phoenixes surged forth, yet upon contact with Xiao Tian, they were abruptly thwarted by an emergent wooden wall. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Tian had vanished from sight. Itachi snapped his head up, spotting a slender wooden dragon looming above him, with Xiao Tian standing atop its head. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, and the speed of those hand seals was off. He hadn't even performed them. By the heavens! The wooden dragon's colossal claws lunged towards Itachi with astonishing speed. The latter swiftly dodged while executing rapid hand signs. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Dozens of fireballs struck the wooden dragon, leaving only charred marks on its surface. Futile. Xiao Tian's voice emanated from the head of the dragon. This is not ordinary wood. Sweat beaded on Itachi's forehead. With Jinjutsu ineffective, fire techniques yielding minimal results, and physical combat unable to breach the defenses of wood release, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. A vine suddenly shot up from the ground, ensnaring Itachi's ankle. More vines cascaded like serpents, swiftly encircling Itachi. It's over. As Xiao Tian spoke, 2 wooden figures appeared, lifting the helpless Itachi into the air. Now, do you believe I can protect Konoha? Itachi's Sharingan continued to spin, yet he could find no avenue for escape. He never imagined that aside from the first Hokage, someone could wield wood release to such a degree. Even more terrifying was that the opponent was entirely immune to Jinjutsu. Who are you truly? Itachi posed the question once more, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. A person who aims to make Konoha better. He leapt down from the wooden dragon's head, meeting Itachi's gaze. Now, can we have a proper discussion? Observing Itachi's silence, Xiao Tian sighed, still unconvinced. Wood release, advent of the tree world. With Xiao Tian's resonant voice, the ground trembled violently. Stout trees erupted from the earth, growing and spreading at an astonishing pace. These were no ordinary trees. Their trunks were entwined with chakra, and each leaf shimmered with a soft green glow. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, his lips trembling beneath his mask. The scale of this wood release surpasses that of the first Hokage by 10-fold. The trees twisted as if alive, swiftly transforming the entire area into a dense forest. Most astonishingly, these trees precisely avoided all objects and training equipment, encircling only Uchiha Itachi. This is the first Hokage's. Itachi's voice quivered slightly. A vine as thick as a bowl suddenly coiled around his right leg, freeing him from his restraints. Yet the vine hung him upside down. Xiao Tian perched atop the highest branch, gazing down at the ensnared Itachi. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his freed hands attempting to form seals, searching for a breakthrough. But something even more alarming occurred. The chakra flowing through these trees actively siphoned his chakra. Each time he attempted to activate a jutsu, the flow of chakra would be interrupted. Save your efforts. Xiao Tian seemed to see through his thoughts. The trees infused with my chakra will actively disrupt any ninjutsu attempted and absorb the chakra of those ensnared. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he understood better than anyone the implications of this. Xiao Tian had not only mastered the wood release of the first Hokage, but had also elevated it to unprecedented heights. Such exquisite control over chakra transcended the comprehension of all contemporary ninjas. Uchiha Itachi ceased his struggle. His gaze pierced through the tangled branches. Locking eyes with Xiao Tian, "What do you truly desire?" Xiao Tian gently waved his hand, and the trees binding Itachi slowly loosened. He leapt gracefully to land 3 meters in front of Itachi. "I aim to restore Konoha to its pinnacle within the ninja world." Xiao Tian's voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. "And you, Uchiha Itachi, will be one of the pivotal keys to this transformation." Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. He noted that Xiao Tian spoke of Konoha, not the land of fire. This subtle distinction led him to realize that the man before him was scheming for more than mere regime change. "By what right do you believe I would assist you?" Itachi's voice regained its calm. "Is it merely these wood releases?" Xiao Tian smiled. A grin reminiscent of Shimura Danzo, deeply inscrutable, yet tinged with fervent ambition. "It is not about aiding me, Itachi," he stepped forward, "but about saving your clan. Consider the consequences if the Uchiha were to stage a coup. What would Danzo do? How long could the third Hokage protect them?" Itachi's fists clenched instinctively. This was precisely the concern that haunted him day and night. "My plan is straightforward," Xiao Tian continued. "To leverage the upcoming Cloud Ninja negotiations to grant the Uchiha an opportunity to showcase their loyalty. You will need to persuade Fugaku to cooperate with my initiative." "You are insane," Itachi finally exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. "This will plunge Konoha into war." Xiao Tian abruptly raised his hand, a slender branch extending from his palm, its tip delicately pressing against Itachi's throat. "The war has already commenced, Itachi. Most remain ensnared in a false sense of peace." His voice lowered, laced with a seductive tone. "Think of Sasuke. Do you truly believe that, according to Danzo's plans, he can grow up unscathed?" This statement pierced through Itachi's defenses like a blade. His Sharingan quivered violently, the 3 tomo nearly intertwining into a more complex pattern. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly echoed from the edge of the training ground. Both Xiao Tian and Itachi turned their heads in unison. It was Kakashi. His foot had inadvertently brushed against a tree trunk. "It appears we have an audience." Xiao Tian squinted. "Shall we silence him, Itachi?" Itachi's body tensed instantly. Surprisingly, Xiao Tian erupted into laughter. "I jest. Kakashi Hitaki, please step forward. We need you as a witness." Kakashi hesitated for a moment before emerging from his hiding place. His Sharingan remained fixated on Xiao Tian, prepared for any potential attack. "Relax, copy ninja," Xiao Tian waved dismissively. "If I had intended to kill you, the wood release would have already turned you into mincemeat." Kakashi refrained from replying, instead glancing at Itachi. "Are you all right?" Itachi nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering from Xiao Tian. "What precisely is your plan?" Xiao Tian surveyed the surroundings, then suddenly formed a complex set of hand seals. The trees around began to writhe and reshape, swiftly forming an enclosed space that enveloped the 3 of them. "The Cloud Ninja Village has long coveted our Byakugan bloodline." Xiao Tian seated himself upon the ground. "During the next negotiations, they will present excessive demands. I intend for the Uchiha to oversee security." His voice gradually lowered. Yet Itachi and Kakashi's expressions grew increasingly shocked. As Xiao Tian uttered his final words, Itachi's Sharingan had morphed into its Manjiki form. "You are playing with fire." Itachi admonished sharply. "If this fails, it will not fail," Xiao Tian interrupted, "for I shall personally oversee it." He cast a meaningful glance at Kakashi. "And our copy ninja will ensure that the information is accurately conveyed to the 3rd Hokage, will he not?" Kakashi's single eye narrowed. "You have planned everything from the outset." Xiao Tian shrugged noncommittally. "Konoha requires transformation, and transformation always demands sacrifice." He rose to his feet, the wooden barriers around them beginning to dissipate slowly. "In 3 days. At the Hokage's office. By then, I hope you will have made the right choice." As the last wooden wall vanished, Xiao Tian's figure had already disappeared from sight. The training ground was left strewn with fallen leaves and 2 Konoha elites lost in contemplation. Itachi gazed towards the direction where Xiao Tian had vanished, the complex light flickering within his Manjiki Sharingan. He understood that from this day forth, Konoha's history would embark upon an entirely new trajectory. Far off on Hokage Rock, The statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, seemed to gaze down upon the training ground. The wind swept across the stone visage, carrying away the final leaf. Chapter 23. Awakened by his own handsomeness, the air in the training ground still lingered with the distinctive fragrance of the trees. After Xiao Tian's departure, the colossal trees that had broken through the earth did not vanish. Instead, they continued to grow with astonishing vitality. The thick trunks bore chakra patterns that flickered like breathing, appearing particularly mysterious in the twilight. When Uchiha Fugaku and the guard squad arrived, they were met with this spectacle. His 3-tomo Sharingan activated instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. Is this would release? Fugaku's voice trembled slightly. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he understood better than anyone what this technique signified, the iconic ninjutsu of the first Hokage. Once equally matched with Uchiha Madara's power, the Uchiha clansmen behind him began to stir restlessly. Clan leader, could this be? How could the first Hokage's technique be used by an enemy? Fugaku raised his hand to signal for silence. His gaze swept over each colossal tree, noticing how they precisely avoided the outer walls of the training ground, only altering the terrain of the central area. The level of control was nothing short of astounding. This is not an enemy attack, Fugaku stated solemnly. If it were, they would not limit their destruction to a single training ground. Yet he understood that this was far more terrifying. Someone had executed such a level of wood release within Konoha, near their Uchiha territory. Was this a demonstration, a warning, or some kind of invitation? Upon returning to the clan leader's residence, Fugaku stood alone in the courtyard, gazing towards the direction of the Nanga shrine. The Uchiha territory under the moonlight was eerily quiet, yet he sensed an undercurrent of turmoil. What does the resurgence of wood release imply? Fugaku's thoughts drifted back to the night of the Nine-Tails incident. Since then, the Uchiha had been marginalized, suspected, and monitored. Now, the power of the first Hokage had suddenly resurfaced. Father, Sasuke's voice interrupted his reverie. His younger son stood in the corridor, curiosity shining in his dark eyes. Why are there suddenly so many large trees outside? The clansmen are all discussing it. Fugaku managed a strained smile. Someone is merely practicing ninjutsu. Now go to sleep, Sasuke. Watching his son retreat, Fugaku's fists clenched unconsciously. He had to make a choice, to continue enduring or to seize this opportunity. In the Hokage's office, the ashtray before Sarutobi Hiruzen was already piled high with cigarette butts. The crystal ball displayed the forest that had appeared so abruptly. Is it confirmed to be Xiao Tian? The third Hokage's voice was hoarse. Kakashi, kneeling on one knee, nodded. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He hesitated a moment, and Uchiha Itachi was also present. As the smoke billowed from the lips of Itachi, Danzo pondered whether he was aware of the situation. With the efficiency of the root organization, he must have been informed. Before he could finish his thought, the office door was flung open with great force. Shimura Danzo entered, leaning heavily on his cane, his single eye ablaze with fury. Itachi, what have you concealed from me this time? The third Hokage managed a wry smile. This time, it truly wasn't me, Danzo. The two elders exchanged a glance, both falling into silence, reminiscent of a man from decades past who could conjure forests from thin air. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes. The crisp sound of a system notification echoed in his ears, and a translucent blue screen appeared before him. System task completed. Hinata Hizashi crisis averted. Rewards distributing. Xiao Tian sat up from the tatami mat. His black hair tousled from sleep. Gained ability. Complete sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Max proficiency. Gained bloodline. Modified Byakugan. Can be toggled at will. Sealing techniques? A subtle smile graced Xiao Tian's lips. This reward was fortuitous and would surely prove advantageous in the future. He approached the copper mirror in the corner of the room, admiring his handsome reflection. With a mere thought, the chakra pathways around his eyes shifted subtly. The pupils in the mirror gradually transformed into a pearl-like milky white, distinctly different from the pure white of the Hyuga clan, lacking the grotesque veins that accompanied their usage. As he moved his eyes, he discovered his field of vision had astonishingly expanded to a full 360 degrees, allowing him to see even ants crawling in the crevices of the wall behind him, with a radius of at least 50 kilometers. Xiao Tian murmured softly, attempting to focus on the statue atop Hokage rock in the distance, clearly discerning the stone texture of the first Hokage's hair. To his delight, he realized he could freely toggle this Byakugan on and off. When he deactivated the ocular technique, His eyes reverted instantly to ordinary black pupils, leaving no trace of usage. Far superior to the Hyuga's lesser Byakugan. He struck several quick hand seals before the mirror, admiring the handsome young man with white eyes reflected back at him. Now, I too belong to the clan of beautiful eyes. Suddenly, his vision, enhanced by the mutated Byakugan, detected over a dozen rapidly moving chakra signatures. Xiao Tian promptly closed his ocular technique, feigning nonchalance as he straightened his bedding. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and 5 ninjas adorned in spiral-patterned masks surged into the room. Clad in standard root attire, they spread out in tactical formation, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Xiao Tian. The last to enter was Shimura Danzo, his snake-headed staff in hand. Is this how the root organization conducts itself? Intruding into others' homes? Xiao Tian remained turned away from them, leisurely folding his quilt. Danzo's single eye scanned the room, lingering momentarily on the copper mirror. Admiring yourself in the morning light, are we, Xiao Tian? Only then did Xiao Tian turn, casually placing the mirror on the low table. Is it a crime to be awoken by my own handsomeness? Or are you perhaps interested in admiring yourself as well, Danzo? The root ninjas instinctively reached for their weapon pouches. However, Danzo raised a hand to halt them, the cane striking the floor with a dull thud. Cease your frivolity. I am here to offer you a chance to change your fate. Xiao Tian settled cross-legged at the edge of his bed, arms crossed. I am all ears. Danzo stepped forward, a shrewd glint in his eye. Those trees at the training ground last night, they were wood release, weren't they? And if they were? The power of Senju Hashirama has returned to the world. Danzo's voice rose suddenly. And you would use it to intimidate the Uchiha? What a waste. Xiao Tian discreetly activated his Byakugan, observing Danzo's chakra flow suddenly accelerate, a sign of emotional turmoil. The elder appeared furious, yet his chakra was primarily gathering in his right hand, poised to form seals at any moment. And how do you propose to utilize it, Lord Danzo? Xiao Tian drawled, elongating his words. Join the root. Danzo declared resolutely. With your wood release and my resources, we can eradicate the Uchiha threat and restore Konoha to its former glory. A brief silence enveloped the room. Xiao Tian rose and approached the window, the morning light outlining his tall figure. Through his Byakugan, he detected 3 snipers lying in ambush 20 meters away, along with a complete sealing team standing by at a greater distance. The conditions were enticing, yet Xiao Tian suddenly turned, stating, I refuse. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. What did you say? I said. Xiao Tian repeated deliberately, I refuse. Danzo's right hand swiftly tore away the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan. You are being ungrateful. Chapter 24. A dull trick. Danzo's right hand gripped the bandage encircling his right eye, his withered fingers trembling slightly from the force. The bandage was torn away with force, exposing the scarlet Mangeki Sharingan, 3 tomos spinning rapidly, forming an intricate pattern. Konoha Tsukimi. Danzo's voice reverberated in the confined space. The eye, belonging to Uchiha Sasuke, radiated an eerie glow, the patterns within its pupils swirling like a whirlpool. Kneel. Become a loyal dog of the root. Danzo commanded imperiously, his eyes gleaming with determination. In his mind, he envisioned Xiao Tian, like other victims, becoming a puppet at his command. He even imagined the future scenario where Xiao Tian would assassinate the 3rd Hokage using wood release, allowing himself to ascend to the position of Hokage seamlessly. Xiao Tian frowned, sensing the peculiar chakra permeating the air around him. This was the characteristic of Konoha Tsukimi, the most potent illusion capable of altering another's will. Yet, he remained utterly still, the faint blue chakra in his eyes swirling gently. The wrinkles on Danzo's face deepened in shock as he formed seals again. Go and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. No response. This is impossible. Danzo's voice quivered, pain shooting through his right eye. He attempted to reinitiate the ocular technique, but was met with excruciating agony. Why couldn't he use Konoha Tsukimi? Xiao Tian advanced slowly, each step causing Danzo to instinctively retreat. His eyes suddenly turned pure white, yet distinct from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. A faint blue chakra aura shimmering within his pupils. Danzo's right eye throbbed with increasing pain, the side effects of overusing the Mangeki becoming apparent. He glared at the young man before him, the patterns within the Sharingan blurring due to chaotic chakra. It's impossible. How can Shirsue's eye fail? Danzo's voice was hoarse, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Had Uchiha Itachi foreseen this day, and provided Xiao Tian with a method to counter Konoha Tsukumi? This notion plunged Danzo into despair. If even his most trusted pawn began to betray him, then his entire plan, no. Danzo shook his head violently, forcing himself to remain calm. Uchiha Itachi was unaware that Shirsue's Mangeki was in his possession. Unconsciously, his hand moved toward the weapon pouch at his waist, his fingertips brushing against the cold kunai. If he could not control him, then he would utterly destroy him. The root's forte was to eliminate danger in its infancy. Attack! Danzo suddenly bellowed. The 5 root ninjas moved simultaneously, dozens of shuriken hurtling toward Xiao Tian from various angles. These specially crafted shuriken altered their trajectories in midair, forming an impenetrable net of death. Danzo swiftly formed seals, wind release, vacuum sphere. The sharp wind ball surged forward, blocking all possible escape routes for Xiao Tian. This was Danzo's signature combination technique, first forcing the enemy to move with shadow shuriken, then reaping them with wind release. However, Xiao Tian simply stood there calmly, a hint of mockery playing at the corner of his lips. Immediately, with a resounding clap of his hands, he bellowed, "Would release." Wooden wall. The ground suddenly heaved, and a formidable wooden barrier emerged, deflecting all shurikens. Even more terrifying was the fact that the wooden panels were entwined with water chakra, forming a shimmering water curtain on the outer layer, upon which a dog's head with a raised middle finger appeared, vividly animated. Danzo's pupils constricted in astonishment. What was he witnessing? The perfect fusion of wood release and water release. How could this be possible? Xiao Tian's eyes had transformed into a pure white, his 360-degree vision capturing every movement of the root ninjas. He gently raised his hand, and 5 wooden vines shot forth like venomous serpents, expertly ensnaring the ankles of 5 ninjas. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled thuds, the root ninjas were hurled violently against the wall. Danzo hurriedly retreated, only to find Xiao Tian had mysteriously appeared before him. Regardless of the water release or fire release chain blades, Xiao Tian now wielded 2 double blades connected by chakra, spinning at an imperceptible speed as he brought them down. Danzo barely managed to sidestep, but his left arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Danzo cried out in agony, hastily extinguishing the flames on his shoulder with his right hand, before swiftly forming hand seals. Would release. Violent gun tree. This was a secret technique he acquired after transplanting the cells of Hashirama. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from the palm of his right hand, aimed directly at Xiao Tian's throat. However, Xiao Tian merely inclined his head slightly, the wooden spike brushing past the tips of his hair. His Byakugan had already discerned the trajectory of all attacks. Too slow. Xiao Tian remarked coldly, as he conjured 2 water-fire chain blades once more. Danzo frantically dodged, yet his abdomen was still slashed open with a wound deep enough to see bone. He staggered backward, toppling a low table behind him, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the floor. Danzo knelt, disbelief etched across his solitary eye. His once proud wind release was utterly ineffective against this young man. Even more frightening was the fact that Xiao Tian was not only adept in wood release, but had mastered wind release with similar proficiency. "Who exactly are you?" Danzo coughed up blood. Xiao Tian offered no reply, merely gazing down at the shadow of a ninja. In a sudden burst of desperation, Danzo's remaining right hand produced 3 explosive tags attached to kunai, expending his last ounce of strength to hurl them at Xiao Tian. Die! Xiao Tian did not even flinch. The ground erupted as 3 wooden dragons surged forth, swallowing all kunai whole. The muffled sound of explosions resonated from within the wooden dragons, not a single spark escaping. "A tedious trick," Xiao Tian remarked, raising his hand as the wooden dragons disintegrated into splinters. He walked slowly towards the barely conscious Danzo, his pure white eyes devoid of emotion. In Chapter 25, Danzo clung to the hope of survival despite his grievous injuries. His will had not been shattered. Determined to preserve himself for the future of Konoha, he forced himself to remain alert, biting his tongue to awaken his senses, while simultaneously activating the unique retreat signal of the root to create an opportunity for escape. The 5 injured root ninjas swiftly enacted the no-action barrier, forming a chakra shield to confine Xiao Tian, successfully providing Danzo with a glimmer of hope. Danzo expended his remaining chakra to activate the body flicker technique, darting towards the window, hoping to seize the chance to flee. Xiao Tian faced the 5-layer barrier with utter calmness, a sneer curling his lips as he delivered a simple punch imbued with chakra, shattering all 5 barriers and sending the root ninjas sprawling. As the barriers crumbled, the overwhelming surge of Xiao Tian's chakra swept over Danzo, who was compelled to evade, nearly toppled by the shockwave. The wall was reduced to rubble, exposing Xiao Tian's tremendous strength. In desperation, Danzo produced his last piece of ninja equipment, a specially crafted kunai, infusing it with his remaining chakra to unleash the wind release vacuum blade, attempting to weaken Xiao Tian. The kunai extended into a translucent blade of wind, tracing an eerie arc through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Tian's chest. This strike encapsulated his lifetime mastery of wind release, his final trump card. Xiao Tian did not even shift his stance, merely raising his hand. His palm accurately caught the incoming kunai, the wind blade dissipating with a shriek in his grasp. "Here you go," Xiao Tian stated coldly, flicking his wrist. The kunai hurtled back at an even greater velocity. Danzo barely managed to turn aside. Yet the kunai still embedded deeply in his right shoulder, propelling him backwards to be impaled against a tree 10 meters away. Ugh! Danzo gasped in pain, blood trickling down the tree trunk. Xiao Tian approached the pinned Danzo, his Byakugan clearly observing the chaotic flow of chakra within the aging ninja. To control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. "You orchestrated Naruto's tragic childhood." Xiao Tian's voice was icy and penetrating. Danzo gasped heavily. That was a necessary sacrifice. To eradicate the Uchiha. "You forced Itachi to annihilate his clan," Xiao Tian continued, each word sharp as a knife. "The Uchiha are a threat to Konoha." Danzo gritted his teeth, madness flickering in his singular eye. "And now, do you wish to control me with Kodoama Tsukumi?" Xiao Tian grasped the kunai lodged in Danzo's shoulder, turning it slowly. Danzo emitted a muffled groan of pain, yet stubbornly glared with his one eye. "Everything I did was for Konoha." "For Konoha?" Xiao Tian scoffed. "Or for your own ambition?" "For symbol seal," Danzo suddenly roared. In his despair, Danzo activated the 4-symbol seal, attempting to bind Xiao Tian. He activated the seal on his chest, a powerful force trying to consume both of them. He poured every ounce of strength into it, hoping to take Xiao Tian down with him. However, his chakra fluctuations were precisely predicted by Xiao Tian's Byakugan. Xiao Tian's left hand precisely tapped a chakra point on Danzo's chest, halting the flow of chakra within him and interrupting the activation of the 4-symbol seal. Danzo could not comprehend how his formidable seal could be thwarted by Xiao Tian. Disbelief clouded his eye as he felt all his efforts crumble. Xiao Tian's fist pierced through Danzo's chest, watching as he gradually collapsed to the ground. "Your era has ended, Lord Danzo." Danzo slumped to the earth, blood staining the ground beneath him. Xiao Tian stepped forward, ready to confirm his demise. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from afar, compelling him to halt. This chakra belonged to the 3rd Hokage. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, turning to face the depths of the forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen led a team of Umbu into view. Kakashi's silver hair shone conspicuously in the sunlight, while a group of Umbu vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Although the Umbu wore masks, Xiao Tian recognized several familiar figures by their silhouettes and hairstyles. "This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice." Tinged with evident shock, his gaze swept over the destroyed Senju clan compound, the colossal trees that formed a barrier, and the fallen Danzo, whose fate hung in the balance. Kakashi's singular eye widened in surprise. He vividly recalled the last time he witnessed Xiao Tian's use of the divine tree technique. But this time was different. It was not a mere display, but a true life-and-death battle. The strength Xiao Tian exhibited left him in awe once more. "Xiao Tian, what on earth is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, struggling to contain his astonishment. Xiao Tian shrugged, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. "Danzo came seeking trouble with his roots early this morning. I was merely acting in self-defense." "Self-defense?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose an octave. "You killed Danzo?" "3rd Hokage." Xiao Tian met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. "Why do you think Danzo targeted me? I inherited the 1st Hokage's wood release, and I should have been an important asset to Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. This was indeed his greatest perplexity. He closed his eyes, releasing his perceptive abilities, yet he could no longer sense any chakra fluctuations from Danzo. Had Danzo truly perished? Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured to himself. Kakashi could not restrain himself. "Xiao Tian, do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" "Who is Lord Danzo?" Xiao Tian interjected, his voice suddenly sharp. "Is he a schemer who stops at nothing for power? A madman attempting to control me with Kodoama Tsukumi?" Or perhaps a butcher who coerced Itachi Uchiha into annihilating his clan. Kakashi looked at the third Hokage in shock. Lord Third, these accusations. Hiruzen's complexion paled as he struggled to speak. Xiao Tian, some matters are not as simple as you perceive. Simple? Xiao Tian scoffed. Is it simple to force a 13-year-old child to commit genocide? To orchestrate the Nine-Tails assault, turning an infant into a Jinchuriki? The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances. The allegations too astonishing to fathom. One Umbu, donning a canine mask, could not help but inquire, Lord Third, is this true? Hiruzen's hands trembled slightly. Danzo has indeed committed some extreme acts, but all for the sake of Konoha. For Konoha? Xiao Tian raised his voice. Just as he sent 5 root members to kill me this morning. For Konoha? Kakashi stepped forward. Xiao Tian, mind your words. Standing before you is the third Hokage. I am aware of who he is. Xiao Tian's gaze swept over everyone present. But do you know who Danzo truly is? Are you aware of what he has done over the years? An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant cawing of crows could be heard. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Xiao Tian, regardless of the circumstances, killing high-ranking officials of Konoha is a grave crime. Then, Xiao Tian calmly countered, if I had not resisted today, I would be lying here instead. Is this Konoha's justice? An Umbu ninja interjected. Lord Third, Xiao Tian has a point. If it was Lord Danzo who acted first, enough. Hiruzen suddenly barked. Then wearily rubbed his temples. Xiao Tian, I need you to cooperate with the Umbu's investigation and clarify the entire situation. However, before that, you may take some time to rest. Xiao Tian surveyed the vigilant Umbu around him and glanced at the aged visage of the third Hokage. He suddenly smiled. Very well. But before that he turned to Danzo's corpse, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, extracted the Sharingan from Danzo's right eye. What are you doing? Kakashi immediately assumed a combat stance. Xiao Tian raised the Sharingan to the sunlight. This is Uchiha Sasuke's eye. How many people has Danzo controlled with it? Do you know? Hiruzen's pupils constricted suddenly. This is apparently. You do not know either. Xiao Tian tucked the Sharingan away now. We can proceed to the Hokage's office. Kakashi warily asked, what do you intend to do with that eye? To study it, Xiao Tian succinctly replied. To ensure such power is not misused again. Hiruzen sighed heavily. Kakashi, please take Senju Xiao Tian to rest. The others will handle Danzo's remains. As the crowd turned to leave, no one noticed the flicker of strange light in Xiao Tian's eyes. The Sharingan he had stowed away radiated a faint warmth within his pocket. Chapter 26. The devious system. Hiruzen stood amidst the ruins of the Senju clan, watching as Xiao Tian and the Umbu departed. The setting sun cast a long shadow, the smoke from his pipe dissipating in the crimson twilight. Once everyone had distanced themselves, he turned toward Danzo's corpse, the wooden clogs he wore crunching softly on the splintered wood. As he approached the body, a sudden transformation occurred. Danzo's corpse dissipated into the air like a mirage. Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply, the pipe slipping from his fingers. From the shadows of the trees, Danzo's figure gradually materialized, fresh blood seeping from the bandages wrapped around his right eye. Izanagi Hiruzen picked up his pipe with a knowing demeanor. Danzo, you indeed concealed an Uchiha Sharingan. Danzo coughed violently, leaning against a tree. His right arm had regenerated, yet it was marred with peculiar wooden patterns. Sarutobi, he gasped. Did you anticipate this outcome? Hiruzen methodically refilled his pipe with fresh tobacco. I advised you against reckless actions. Stop with the pretenses. Danzo's lone eye gleamed with madness. You deliberately allowed that boy to act. All of this is within your scheme? The ember of the pipe flickered in the twilight, Hiruzen's visage appearing ethereal amidst the smoke. Danzo, your arrogance blinds you. Suddenly, Hiruzen advanced, the metal bowl of his pipe striking Danzo's distorted right arm with a dull thud. The forbidden technique of transplanting the first Hokage's cells. His voice cold as ice. Orochimaru's handiwork? Danzo abruptly swung his arm, the wooden claws rending a tear in the third sleeve. You lack the authority to judge me. During the night of the Nine Tails, you deliberately delayed reinforcements, hoping I would perish beneath the beast's claws. Hiruzen interrupted, his murky eyes suddenly sharp as blades. The forest fell into a hushed stillness. Only the distant cawing of crows broke the silence. What significance does discussing this hold now? Danzo's right arm suddenly erupted with wooden spikes. Hiruzen's kunai was poised against his throat. Your sole value in living is to serve as a chain binding Xiaotian. A scroll inscribed with the character for root tumbled to the ground. Do I need to recite your crimes before the Umbu? Danzo's solitary eye scanned the surrounding Umbu masks, his complexion paling. He realized he had lost. Sarutobi, state your conditions. Withdraw from the Elder Council. I will temporarily arrange for someone to take over root. You are past your prime. Danzo regarded the somber Hiruzen, comprehending that his chances of resurgence were slim. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the trees at the edge of Konoha, casting dappled shadows upon Kakashi's abode. Xiaotian followed Kakashi through a modest courtyard, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath their feet. The air was infused with a faint herbal aroma, mingling with the fragrance of a few honeysuckle flowers in the garden. You will reside here. Kakashi opened a door, his tone languid, though it is somewhat austere. It has all the essentials. Xiaotian surveyed the surroundings. The room was indeed simple. A single bed draped in deep blue sheets, a wooden wardrobe, and a desk that bore the marks of time. Surprisingly, the room was impeccably clean, with a vibrant cactus adorning the windowsill. It's tidier than I anticipated. Xiaotian set down his belongings, his gaze drifting to the tightly closed door at the end of the corridor. That is the storage room, Kakashi interrupted, his tone suddenly rigid, his right hand instinctively clenching and unclenching. It is cluttered with odds and ends, nothing of interest. Xiaotian noted Kakashi's subtle movement, nodding thoughtfully. He approached the window, from which he could see a small training area in the yard, wooden posts scarred with varying depths of cuts. Dinner is at 7. Kakashi turned to leave, gently tapping the door frame. I dislike waiting for others. If you are late, you will have to manage on your own. Once Kakashi's footsteps faded, Xiaotian exhaled deeply. He sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving a specially crafted glass container from his ninja tool pouch. Within the container, Uchiha Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan glowed with an eerie crimson light, the 3 tomo patterns swirling slowly in the nutrient solution. Beneath the celestial expanse, the enigmatic figure of Xiaotian softly murmured, his fingertips gently tapping against the glass barrier. The formidable power to reshape the wills of others came at the steep price of a decade-long cooling period. He recalled the myriad Sharingan embedded on Danzo's right arm, each eye signifying an opportunity to alter destiny. Yet, Xiaotian was acutely aware that he need not tread that perilous path. The rewards bestowed by the system were sufficiently potent, rendering the agony and risks of transplantation unnecessary. In his mind, Xiaotian called out to the system. Are there any tasks available? Perhaps something to pass the time? A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host, wash up and sleep. Everything you desire exists in dreams. Xiaotian sighed in exasperation. While the system had its merits, it occasionally exhibited a rather cheeky disposition. He tucked the Sharingan into the most concealed compartment of his ninja tool pouch. Perhaps the system would assist him in dealing with the eye in due course. Until then, it was prudent to safeguard it carefully. As night fell, Xiaotian lay in bed, sleep eluding him. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a silvery line upon the floor. A grave thought struck him, the 3rd Hokage's telescope technique. This jutsu, which utilized a crystal ball to observe specific chakra signatures, had once been employed to spy on Naruto. Now, with his burgeoning strength, he could easily become the next target of scrutiny. I must devise a method to disrupt chakra perception, he murmured, rising from his bed. He stealthily approached his desk, retrieving several blank scrolls along with ink and brushes. Just as he prepared to inscribe the first rune, faint footsteps resonated from outside the door. Xiaotian swiftly concealed the scrolls, feigning the act of organizing his ninja tools. Still awake? Kakashi entered, cradling a steaming cup of tea. His mask obscured most of his face, yet the eye that was visible appeared markedly wearier than during the day. Lost in thought, Xiaotian accepted the cup, inhaling the faint herbal aroma that promised tranquility. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, his gaze sweeping over the half-open pouch. The battle with Danzo today must have been exhausting. Xiaotian took a sip of the tea, its bitterness tinged with a hint of sweetness. Fortunately, it went smoother than I anticipated, he replied nonchalantly, keenly observing Kakashi's reaction. After a moment of silence, Kakashi suddenly inquired, "What do you intend to do with the eye you took?" The air in the room seemed to thicken momentarily. Xiaotian set the cup down and met Kakashi's gaze directly. "For now, I shall keep it secure. Did the Hokage send you to ask?" No, Kakashi shook his head, his left hand unconsciously brushing against his forehead protector. The power of the Sharingan is not easily harnessed. Xiao Tian noted this subtle gesture, recalling Kakashi's own Sharingan. Gifted by Obito. The atmosphere between them shifted, growing subtly tense. I've heard, Xiao Tian said, deliberately steering the conversation, that the third Hokage possesses a technique known as the telescope technique. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly before returning to their usual calm. Indeed, but it requires specific chakra markings to locate. Ah, I see. Xiao Tian nodded, internally cautious. It seemed imperative to complete that chakra obscuring barrier promptly. Kakashi straightened, preparing to depart. See you at the training ground at 6 tomorrow morning. He paused. Since you'll be staying here for a while, I'd like to assess your skills. As the door closed quietly, Xiao Tian returned to his desk. He unfurled the scroll and swiftly inscribed a complex sealing technique. This was the chakra obscuring barrier he had learned from the system's reward of sealing knowledge. While it could not entirely block the telescope technique, it would at least create some interference. Completing the final rune, he exhaled in relief. He approached the window, peering through the curtain's gap to see Kakashi standing in the courtyard, his silhouette cast in the moonlight, exuding an air of solitude. The eye concealed beneath his forehead protector seemed to gaze at the same moonlight. Xiao Tian gently drew the curtains closed, carefully stowing the completed scroll. Chapter 27. Captain of the Umbu. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the Hokage's office, casting a bright patch of light upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. The third Hokage set down his pipe, scrutinizing the assessment report concerning Xiao Tian. The document was densely packed with details of Xiao Tian's battle with Danzo, alongside the astonishing strength he had displayed. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said without raising his head. The office door creaked open, revealing Kakashi, who leaned lazily against the doorframe. Did you call for me? Removing his glasses, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his weary eyes. I've developed new thoughts regarding Xiao Tian's placement. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Oh, let him join the Umbu directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and resolute, and you will personally guide him. Kakashi's body stiffened imperceptibly, bypassing the Ninja Academy's process. That's against protocol. Protocol? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, retrieving a scroll from his drawer. Take a look at this. Kakashi accepted the scroll, which detailed Xiao Tian's would release abilities demonstrated during battle. Upon reading that his power could rival that of the first Hokage, his fingers instinctively tightened. Such power would be wasted in the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen reignited his pipe, and it's far too dangerous. Smoke swirled between them as Kakashi remained silent for a moment. You want me to keep an eye on him? Not entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened. I wish for you to teach him what it means to be a comrade, what the will of fire entails, just as you did with Team 7. Kakashi placed the scroll back on the desk. What if he is unwilling? Then inform him. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. That the Umbu is the quickest path to becoming a Jonin. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was practicing hand seals in Kakashi's courtyard. His movements were fluid, each seal executed with precision. Suddenly, he halted, gazing skyward. Come out, I know you're there. An Umbu ninja, donning a fox mask, leapt down from the treetops, kneeling on one knee. Lord Xiao Tian, the Hokage requests your immediate presence in his office. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. Now, it's an urgent mission. The muffled voice of the Umbu conveyed a sense of gravity regarding negotiations with the Land of Lightning. The name of the Land of Lightning sparked a flicker of interest in Xiao Tian's eyes. He nodded, lead the way. As Xiao Tian pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he discovered the presence of several high-ranking Umbu members alongside Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Kakashi. An air of tension enveloped the room. Xiao Tian, you've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for him to sit. There's a mission you are to partake in. Xiao Tian surveyed the room, finally resting his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. What mission? 3 days from now, I shall travel to the Land of Lightning for peace negotiations with the Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm. I hope you can accompany me. The air in the room seemed to freeze momentarily. Xiao Tian keenly observed that when Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the Raikage, the breathing of the Umbu members quickened. Why me? Xiao Tian asked directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance with Kakashi. Because your wood release can serve as a form of deterrence. Xiao Tian suddenly smiled. You wish for me to showcase my strength at the negotiation table? Not solely. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood and approached the window. I would like to formally invite you to join the Umbu, under Kakashi's direct guidance. This will be the swiftest route to becoming a Jonin. Xiao Tian's gaze flitted between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi. He observed that although Kakashi appeared languid, the one exposed eye was intently fixed upon him. As if attempting to penetrate his thoughts, Umbu member Xiao Tian softly echoed the word, which sounded quite agreeable. Yet, I have a question. Please speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around. Where has Danzo gone? Xiao Tian's voice was soft, yet it pierced the silence of the room like a sharp blade. Sarutobi's fingers quivered imperceptibly, ash from his pipe falling to the ground. Kakashi's body tensed at once, his right hand instinctively reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Danzo was just about to speak when dead? Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh. No, he used his Anaji, did he not? The temperature in the room seemed to plummet suddenly. Several high-ranking Umbu members had their hands resting on their weapons, vigilantly watching Xiao Tian. Sarutobi took a deep breath and gestured for the Umbu to withdraw. Once only the three of them remained in the room, he slowly began. How did you know? I guessed. Xiao Tian shrugged. Someone like Danzo could hardly die so easily, especially with those Sharingan on his right arm. A flicker of surprise crossed Sarutobi's eyes before he regained his composure. This matter ends here. Now, tell me your decision. Xiao Tian gazed out the window. The sky towards the land of lightning was overcast, seemingly foreshadowing an impending storm. He turned his head, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. And here? No, no, no. I shall ask you once more, where is Danzo? Sarutobi set down his pipe, staring at the young man brimming with confidence. Danzo must die. Xiao Tian's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. I cannot accept his continued existence. Sarutobi's fingers lightly tapped on the table, the rhythm slow and heavy. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on his wrinkled face. Xiao Tian, I understand your feelings. The third Hokage's voice bore a hint of weariness. But Danzo had indeed made significant contributions to Konoha. His contributions? Xiao Tian interrupted Sarutobi with a cold laugh. Are we referring to orchestrating the Nine Tails incident or coercing the Uchiha clan to extinction? Or perhaps today's assassination attempt on me? The atmosphere in the office suddenly solidified. Kakashi, standing by, exhibited a complex expression in his single eye. He noticed the third Hokage's right hand unconsciously tightening around the pipe, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Once the negotiations with the Land of Lightning conclude, Sarutobi finally spoke, his tone low and deliberate. I will provide you with an explanation. Xiao Tian squinted, his gaze sharp as a knife. I hope the Hokage will act on his words. He paused momentarily before abruptly shifting the topic. Regarding the Umbu, I have a condition. Sarutobi lifted his head, a flicker of surprise appearing in his murky eyes. What condition? I wish to serve as the captain of the Umbu. Xiao Tian's voice was eerily calm, not just as an ordinary member under Kakashi. Kakashi visibly stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath his mask. The third Hokage fell into deeper silence, with only the smoke from the pipe rising to indicate the passage of time. Do you know what it means to be the captain of the Umbu? After a long pause, Sarutobi finally asked. Xiao Tian stepped forward, sunlight illuminating his youthful and resolute face. It means I will be directly accountable to you. It means I have the authority to mobilize Umbu forces. And more importantly, his voice suddenly rose. Konoha acknowledges my strength. In the corner of the office, several Umbu ninjas noticeably quickened their breathing. Xiao Tian keenly noted this detail, a cold smile forming on his lips. Whether it be wood release, taijutsu, or combat experience, I have already surpassed the level of an ordinary J-nin. Xiao Tian surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the masks of every Umbu member. To be relegated beneath others? That is an affront to power. Sarutobi suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, his aged features contorted in pain. Kakashi hurried forward, only to be halted by Sarutobi's hand. You possess great confidence, and I also believe in your strength. Sarutobi wiped the tea stains from his mouth, his voice hoarse. However, the Umbu is not a trivial matter. It concerns the safety of the entire village. Xiao Tian chuckled suddenly, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of the Umbu present. Are you worried that I might not be able to win their allegiance? He turned toward the Umbu hidden in the shadows. Why not ask for their opinions? A member donning a cat-faced mask suddenly kneeled, declaring, I am willing to follow Lord Xiao Tian. Following closely, a second and then a third joined in. And in the blink of an eye, half the Umbu had expressed their stance. Sarutobi's pupils constricted sharply. These Umbu, who should have been absolutely loyal to the Hokage, had been swayed by Xiao Tian in just a few days. Kakashi's single eye flashed with caution. He understood better than anyone the innate leadership quality and unsettling allure that Xiao Tian possessed. It seems the outcome is quite clear. Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Turning to face Sarutobi. My goal is simple. To make Konoha the true foremost ninja village. To achieve this, I require the corresponding authority. The clouds outside gradually gathered, obscuring the once bright sunlight. The office fell into an eerie dimness, the only light being the flickering embers of Sarutobi's pipe. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Special Operations Unit of the Umbu. The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice laden with profound fatigue. You will be directly accountable to me and have the authority to mobilize no more than 20 Umbu members. Xiao Tian slightly bowed, his movement elegant as that of a nobleman. A wise decision, Hokage-sama. Just as he was about to depart, he abruptly turned back. By the way, regarding the negotiations with the Land of Lightning, I suggest bringing along members of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Why? Their Byakugan can see through all disguises. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes. After all, none of us can guarantee whether the Raikage might play any tricks, can we? With that, he strode out of the office without a backward glance, leaving the air heavy with tension. Kakashi watched the retreating figure, suddenly struck by a premonition that this young man would irrevocably alter the power dynamics of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sarutobi gazed at the extinguished pipe in his hand, murmuring to himself, Danzo, this time, you may truly be unable to escape. Chapter 28. Let us go eat together. As Xiao Tian stepped out the door, he spotted the silver-haired Nin lazily leaning against the wall, engrossed in the ever-unfinished Ika paradise. Kakashi's posture appeared casual. Yet Xiao Tian keenly noted that his right hand remained poised for a quick hand seal. Then, welcome aboard, Kakashi said without lifting his head, flipping a page in his book. From today onwards, you are my captain. Xiao Tian merely regarded Kakashi with a knowing smile. Kakashi's fingers instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. He suddenly realized that the surveillance task entrusted to him by the third Hokage had likely been perceived by the young man before him from the very beginning. Sunlight bathed Xiao Tian's face, and in his pitch-black eyes, flames seemed to flicker. This was not arrogance, but rather absolute confidence. The reason I joined the Umbu, Xiao Tian continued, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather, is because I find you all quite intriguing. Especially you, the copy ninja Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, bending down to pick up the fallen book. Follow me. Let us first retrieve your gear. The two walked in succession down the corridor leading to the Umbu headquarters. Gradually, sunlight was blocked by the thick stone walls, and the air turned cold and damp. Xiao Tian noticed that small sealing techniques were etched into the walls at intervals, emitting a faint blue glow in the darkness. Kakashi's footsteps were remarkably quiet. Yet Xiao Tian observed that his right hand never strayed far from the hilt of his short blade. They had arrived. Kakashi halted before an iron door, performing a series of intricate hand seals. The sealing technique inscribed upon the door glowed with a cerulean light and then slowly creaked open. The equipment room was suffused with the rich scents of leather and steel. Various ninja tools were meticulously arranged on the shelves, while dozens of black uniforms hung against the walls. In the center of the room stood a massive workbench, strewn with an array of unfinished gear. In one corner, an elderly man with white hair was intently stitching a black cloak. Kakashi approached a cabinet containing the standard gear for the Umbu, a black bodysuit and a silver vest. Xiao Tian took the vest, his fingertips gliding over the exquisite dark patterns at the collar. This was no ordinary garment. It was interwoven with chakra-conducting metal, capable of enhancing the effectiveness of ninjutsu. The lining was sewn with a special sealing technique, designed to resist a certain degree of jinjutsu attacks. It seemed the third Hokage had made his decision. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, placing the vest back. What about my attire? Just as Kakashi was about to respond, the door swung open once more. An Umbu clad in a dog-faced mask entered, visibly pausing upon seeing Xiao Tian. A newcomer? His voice sounded muffled through the mask. Lord Baby is waiting for you to take your measurements. Kakashi nodded, lead the way. He then turned to Xiao Tian, saying, let us go and get your measurements. The trio traversed several winding corridors until they arrived at a room even larger than the last. The walls were adorned with blueprints and disassembled diagrams of various ninja tools, while the workbench was cluttered with an assortment of fabrics and tools. An elderly man was cutting a piece of black leather, and without raising his head, he stated, report your height and weight, measure your own dimensions. Lord Baby, Kakashi interjected with a slight cough. This is Xiao Tian, the newly appointed captain of the Special Operations Team. The sound of scissors clattering to the floor echoed harshly in the still room. The old man slowly stood, his wrinkled hands trembling slightly. Captain? Is this little brat the captain? Indeed, Lord Baby, the captain's exclusive umbu vest, Kakashi succinctly explained. The expression on Baby's face grew complex. He lethargically retrieved a measuring tape from a drawer, gesturing for Xiao Tian to step onto the measuring platform. The last time I made a captain's uniform for someone so young was 20 years ago for Minato Namikaze. Xiao Tian complied, extending his arms as the old man took his measurements. As the tape measure wrapped around his shoulders, Baby suddenly lowered his voice. Kid, regardless of how you obtain this position, remember that the umbu is not a place for games. Certainly not, Xiao Tian replied with a smile, his voice equally subdued. This is a place to change Konoha. As the measurement process continued, the door was pushed open again. A kunoichi with a high ponytail entered, her forehead protector worn at a rakish angle, revealing her delicate profile. Her uniform was coated in dust from the training grounds, clearly indicating she had just finished an intense sparring session. Kakashi-senpai. Her voice was melodious. I have the mission report. Oh? The kunoichi's gaze fell upon Xiao Tian, specifically on Baby measuring him. Her pupils dilated suddenly, and the scroll in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Xiao Tian noticed her right hand instinctively moving toward the kunai at her waist. Minako, Kakashi sighed. This is Captain Xiao Tian. Minako's lips quivered slightly, her voice turning dry. He is the captain? The air in the room seemed to freeze. Only Xiao Tian remained composed. He turned to Minako and offered a gentle smile. A pleasure to meet you. I am Senju Xiao Tian. I look forward to working with you. Minako mechanically nodded, her gaze darting back and forth between Kakashi and Xiao Tian. As she bent to retrieve the scroll, Xiao Tian noticed her fingers trembling slightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. All right, Baby said, putting away the measuring tape and breaking the silence. Return in 3 days for your uniform. Now, please leave. I have work to do. As they exited the equipment room, Minako could no longer contain her curiosity, her voice barely above a whisper. Kakashi-senpai, what is happening? How could Lord Third? Minako, Kakashi interrupted her, his tone unusually stern. Take Captain Xiao Tian to familiarize him with the headquarters layout. I have a mission to report to Lord Third. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left, his demeanor somewhat hurried. Minako bit her lip, forcing a strained smile as she turned to Xiao Tian. Captain Xiao Tian, please follow me. The two descended the spiral staircase. Minako moved briskly, as if eager to conclude this awkward guiding task. However, Xiao Tian followed at a leisurely pace, occasionally stopping to admire the murals on the walls or the nameplates of certain rooms. He noted that the structure of the umbu headquarters was exceedingly intricate, with each corridor possessing cleverly concealed blind spots and numerous hidden mechanisms. This is the information room. Minako indicated a heavily sealed iron door inscribed with sealing techniques, accessible only to captains and above. Xiao Tian nodded, suddenly inquiring, how long have you been with Kakashi? Minako hesitated, her fingers intertwining nervously. 2 years and 4 months. And what do you think of him? Kakashi-senpai is an exceptional ninja. Her response was formal, though her ears flushed slightly. She quickly changed the subject. Up ahead is the medical room, and further down is the training ground. Xiao Tian regarded her with a knowing look, choosing not to pursue the topic further. They arrived at the basement's lowest level, where 2 masked umbu stood guard before a massive iron door. Upon seeing them approach, the umbu immediately knelt. Captain Xiao Tian. Minako's eyes widened in surprise. Yet Xiao Tian appeared unsurprised, calmly nodding. Rise. I wish to see inside. The iron door creaked open, revealing a training space the size of half a football field. Various training apparatuses were neatly arranged, and in one corner, several umbu were engaged in sparring. Upon noticing Xiao Tian's entrance, all activity ceased, and the training ground fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Continue, Xiao Tian waved dismissively. Do not mind me. However, no one moved. The entire training area remained hushed, all eyes fixed on Xiao Tian. At last, an umbu wearing a cat-faced mask stepped forward. His voice muffled through the mask. Captain Xiao Tian, Team 3 requests guidance. Minako gasped sharply. This was a tradition in the umbu. Upon a new captain's appointment, team members could challenge him under the pretense of a guidance battle. Yet such challenges were typically conducted in private. This public challenge was unprecedented. Xiao Tian smiled. He removed his outer garment and handed it to Minako before striding into the center of the training ground. Very well, Let us have at it. For the next 10 minutes, the training ground transformed into a suffocating battlefield. Xiao Tian's figure darted through the crowd like a specter, each movement swift and precise. Vines of wood release erupted from the ground, ensnaring the umbu attempting to approach. Water release formed barriers that accurately deflected every shuriken. And as he formed the seals for fire release, the temperature in the training space surged dramatically. When the last umbu fell, Xiao Tian had not even broken a sweat. He approached Minako, reclaiming his outer garment. Minako's hands trembled as she clutched the cloak, her eyes wide with disbelief. Now Xiao Tian spoke. His voice calm as still water. I am hungry. Let us go eat. Minako swallowed hard, her voice barely audible. Yes, Captain. Chapter 29. Infiltrating the roots, the morning sunlight streamed through the window of the umbu captain's office, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Xiao Tian stood by the window, his fingers gently tapping on the frame, his gaze fixed upon several lower shinobi practicing ninjutsu in the distant training grounds. Xiao Tian, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, resonated from behind. There is a development that requires your attention. Turning to face him, Xiao Tian saw the third Hokage approaching. The negotiation site has been changed, Hiruzen continued, unfurling a scroll. It will now be held in the Land of Iron. Xiao Tian's pupils constricted slightly at the mention of the neutral nation renowned for its samurai. He approached Hiruzen, accepting the scroll from his hands, his eyes scanning the exquisite wax seal upon it. When was this decision made? He asked, his tone calm. Last night, I received a personal letter from the Raikage. The village of Kumogakure believes that negotiating in the Land of Iron will better reflect fairness. As Xiao Tian opened the scroll, a faint surge of lightning chakra emanated from the paper at his fingertips. This was a unique anti-counterfeiting mark of Kumogakure. The Land of Iron is a peculiar place. Hiruzen's voice lowered. Since the First Shinobi World War, it has maintained absolute neutrality. They do not have shinobi villages. Only samurai groups defend their territory. Xiao Tian pondered. The Land of Iron forbids shinobi from using ninjutsu. What benefit does this confer to Kumogakure? Hiruzen inhaled deeply. The third Raikage, is not one to engage in trickery. However, the fourth Raikage is different. He is more aggressive. The old man absent-mindedly rubbed a scar on his left arm while speaking. Xiao Tian approached the map of the shinobi world hanging on the wall, his finger resting on the location of the Land of Iron. This nation, surrounded by mountains, appeared as an isolated sanctuary on the map. We depart at dawn tomorrow, Hiruzen stated as he rose from his seat. I will take Kamizuki Izumo with me. He has experience stationed in the Land of Iron. As Kakashi entered the office, Xiao Tian noticed that his forehead protector was worn more askew than usual, revealing a somewhat fatigued Sharingan. The entire umbu is abuzz, Kakashi remarked, handing over the mission report. After all, it's quite unusual to suddenly change the negotiation site. Xiao Tian observed the students in the training grounds dispersing, yet his thoughts drifted to a more distant matter. I must review all intelligence regarding the Land of Iron, particularly the recent exchanges between Kumogakure and the Land of Iron over the past 6 months. A thin mist enveloped the gates of Konohagakure in the early morning. Xiao Tian stood atop the stone steps, watching as Hiruzen and Kamizuki Izumo approached slowly. Have you gathered all your belongings? Hiruzen's voice was gentle yet firm. Izumo nodded silently, stuffing the last scroll into his backpack. His gaze briefly swept over Xiao Tian's modest provisions. Is this all you plan to bring? Xiao Tian shrugged. Traveling light is more convenient. The three men proceeded along the forest path, the morning dew dampening the hems of Xiao Tian's trousers, the chill seeping through the fabric. He gazed at Hiruzen's silhouette ahead, lost in thought. Shinobi in this world are truly peculiar. Despite possessing an abundance of marvelous techniques, they still rely on their legs for long journeys. Xiao Tian recalled the high-speed trains and airplanes from his previous life, shaking his head in quiet disbelief. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, Uchiha Itachi stood atop the roof of Kakashi's residence, the night breeze stirring his black bodysuit. As he gracefully leaped from the eaves, his Sharingan had quietly activated, the black pinwheel slowly rotating against the crimson backdrop. However, the sight before him caused the calm Uchiha prodigy's pupils to narrow in shock. 3 identical Xiao Tians were seated around a stone table in the courtyard, each exuding identical chakra fluctuations, their breathing rhythms perfectly synchronized. Is this a would-release clone? Itachi's voice carried a rare tremor. His Sharingan could see through most Jinjutsu and detect the subtlest chakra flows, Yet he could not discern the authenticity of these clones. More alarming was that each clone's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, their tempo perfectly aligned, as if controlled by a singular conscious puppet master. One of the Shao Tians lifted his head, the moonlight casting dappled shadows across his face, a faint smile playing at his lips. Surprised? The voice echoed from 3 directions simultaneously, creating an eerie reverberation in the courtyard. Itachi's fingers instinctively moved toward the kunai at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. If even the Manjiki Sharingan could not see through this, what level of power did this man possess? He recalled ancient texts within his clan that described the first Hokages would release clones capable of independently executing tasks for months, even possessing their own consciousness. A chilling realization struck Itachi. Perhaps all the Shao Tians he had encountered thus far were merely clones, with the true body never having appeared in Konoha. Shao Tian rose, the hem of his black robe billowing in the wind. He casually tossed a uniquely shaped mask toward Itachi, who reflexively caught it, the metal's cold touch immediately registering on his fingertips. The mask bore the distinctive runes of the roots, glowing with a ghostly green hue under the moonlight. Tuka has summoned all members of the roots. Shao Tian's voice was colder than the night breeze. We must infiltrate. Itachi examined the mask closely, noting a layer of special chakra film on the inside, evidently designed to obscure detection. The edges of the mask bore traces of blood, indicating it had recently adorned the face of a member of the roots. This discovery made Itachi's stomach twist. The 3rd Hokage has already left the village, Shao Tian continued, his tone unervingly calm. This is the perfect opportunity. Under the moonlight, Itachi's Sharingan flickered with a dangerous glint. Do you intend to act against the 3rd Hokage after Tika? His voice was soft, yet carried an unavoidable sharpness. His fingers had already formed the seals for the body flicker technique, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Shao Tian suddenly smiled. A grin reminiscent of Itachi's own reflection in the mirror, tinged with self-mockery, coldness, and an underlying madness. The laughter echoed harshly in the still night, startling the crows resting in the trees nearby. I am not in a hurry, Shao Tian stated, rising to his full height, the moonlight stretching his shadow into a long, twisted form that seemed to writhe with a life of its own. The 3rd Hokage will die eventually, but not by my hand. His tone was as casual as discussing tomorrow's weather. He approached the edge of the courtyard, gazing down at the slumbering Konoha. From this vantage point, the entire village was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, the faces of the Hokage rock statues faintly visible in the night. Shao Tian extended his hand, fingers splayed before curling into a fist, as if to grasp the entire village in his palm. What I seek is reform, not slaughter. His voice suddenly deepened, resonating with power, to abolish the feudal lord system and allow the Hokage to become the true ruler. The moonlight illuminated his profile, outlining the hard contours of his face, his eyes shimmering with a disquieting intensity. Itachi's breath momentarily hitched. This man's ambition surpassed his imagination, but what was even more astonishing was the underlying rationality and restraint. He recalled his father's words. The most dangerous enemy is not the one who bellows about annihilation, but rather the one who knows what he desires and is willing to wait for it. Violent conquest will only breed fear. Shao Tian turned, the light in his eyes growing even more fervent. What I desire is order. He softly articulated the final word, striking Itachi's heart like a hammer. As the two approached the outskirts of the root's base, the night had deepened. The headquarters was situated underground, its entrance disguised as an ordinary residence, surrounded by sensing barriers and traps. Itachi's Sharingan could clearly perceive the flowing lines of chakra in the air. Any contact would instantly trigger an alarm. However, Shao Tian seemed to be fully aware of everything. He gestured, and Yao immediately understood and followed suit. They advanced along a bizarre path, sometimes pausing, at other times rushing forward, perfectly evading all security devices. Yao noticed that every step Shao Tian took was precise to the millimeter, as if there was a complete defense map in his mind. The two on the left are yours, Shao Tian's voice whispered beside Yao's ear, light as the night breeze. Remember, do not use ninjutsu. Yao's Sharingan spun rapidly behind his mask, and the two guards immediately froze in place, their eyes vacant. The illusion was executed so flawlessly that it didn't even cause a ripple of chakra. When he turned back, he found another 10 guards had silently collapsed, each with a fine red line at their throats, the wounds disturbingly neat. Lord Danzo has summoned all members of the root, one of the illusion-controlled guards mechanically stated, his voice hollow like a marionette. Yao glanced at Xiao Tian, who was wiping a blade as thin as a cicada's wing with a piece of black cloth. In the moonlight, the blade reflected no light, as if it had devoured all illumination. Noticing Yao's gaze, Xiao Tian smirked coldly. A chakra short blade, specifically designed for assassination. It reflects no light and leaves no chakra traces. He casually sheathed the short blade back into the dark scabbard in his sleeve. Let us go meet the leader of our route. The two advanced through the dim corridor, the torches on the walls casting elongated and shrunken shadows, like dancing phantoms. The deeper they went, the more humid and cold the air became, mingled with the scents of blood and herbs. Yao's Sharingan could see the dried bloodstains on the ground and the densely packed sealing formulas on the walls. Suddenly, Xiao Tian halted. Footsteps echoed from around the corner, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing. Yao immediately entered a combat stance, 3 shuriken gripped between his fingers. Yet, Xiao Tian merely stood silently, a strange smile on his lips. The footsteps grew closer, and a tall figure appeared at the corner. The individual wore a mask similar to Yao's, but his right arm was wrapped in bandages, with strange purple patterns faintly visible beneath. You are too late, the newcomer rasped, his voice unpleasant. Lord Danzo is summoning all root ninjas. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Lead the way. The air in the underground conference room was so tense it felt almost tangible. Dim torches cast flickering shadows on the walls, elongating the figures of over 20 elite members of the root into distorted shapes. Danzo leaned on his cane at the head of the table, his right eye, concealed beneath the bandages, throbbing painfully, while his left eye scanned every person present with sharp scrutiny. The Raikage's itinerary has been confirmed. He unfurled a yellowed map, his wrinkled finger pressing heavily on a particular gorge's location. In 3 days, during the Iron Country Conference, he will pass through here. Oil Woman Takan stepped forward, a swarm of black insects flickering at his sleeve. 300 specially designed explosive tags have been planted on both sides of the gorge, sufficient to trigger a massive landslide. There is no need to kill the Raikage directly. A cold smile crept onto Danzo's lips. As long as we create enough chaos, the Cloud Village will believe it was the Rock Village's doing. The Wind Shadow took over the conversation. At that point, the 2 great nations will inevitably go to war, and Konoha can reap the benefits. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, his cane striking the ground with a dull thud. The weak 3rd Hokage will have to admit that only hard measures can protect Konoha. By then, before he could finish, the heavy iron door of the conference room suddenly emitted a shrill metallic screech. All eyes instantly focused on the door, which oozed eerie green chakra through the cracks. And then the entire door exploded. Amidst the flying wood splinters, 2 figures wearing root masks slowly entered. The one in front casually removed his mask, revealing a young yet stern face. What a splendid plan, Lord Danzo. Xiao Tian's voice dripped with mockery. Unfortunately, you might not live to see that day. Danzo's pupils constricted suddenly, his grip on the cane tightening involuntarily. Xiao Tian, how could you? Xiao Tian did not allow Danzo to finish. He clapped his hands forcefully, chakra surging within him, ultimately converging in his palms. Wood release. Birth of the woodland. The ground shook violently, as if an ancient beast was awakening beneath. The hard stone floor cracked inch by inch, and thick trees burst forth from the earth like giant serpents, their wood fibers visibly growing and expanding at an alarming rate. In an instant, the entire conference room transformed into a corner of a primeval forest. Defend! Oil Woman Takan shouted, the black swarm of insects rushing out. Yet, chillingly, as these chakra-consuming parasites touched the trees, they fell and died immediately. Takan's face changed dramatically. These trees are absorbing chakra in reverse. Cold sweat beaded on Danzo's forehead. He had witnessed the first Hokage perform wood release, but the technique of this young man was clearly modified. The tree fibers were covered with intricate chakra circuits, capable of resisting ninjutsu attacks while actively absorbing the chakra of those who touched them. Fire release, great fireball technique. A root jonin attempted to clear a path with flames. However, as the fire dragon made contact with the trees, it was ensnared and decomposed by countless tiny wood fibers, ultimately dissipating into sparks. Even more terrifying was that the trees, having absorbed the chakra from the fire technique, began to glow crimson, the temperature sharply rising. Retreat! Danzo barked. These trees can absorb and convert chakra attributes. But it was too late. The trees, charged with fire chakra, suddenly erupted in searing flames, engulfing the nearby root members. Cries of agony filled the air. Some tried to defend with earth release, only to find their chakra being frantically siphoned by the trees. Amidst the chaos, Danzo noticed the mysterious figure beside Xiaotian had not yet made a move. This realization sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Anyone who could remain calm in such a tumultuous battlefield was certainly no ordinary individual. Takan, cover me, Danzo commanded, his cane striking the ground heavily as a hidden teleportation array began to glow. Oil Woman Takan immediately positioned 3 elite members around Danzo, the swarm forming an impenetrable defensive net. But just as the teleportation array was about to activate, a flash of cold light darted by, and the mysterious figure beside Xiaotian suddenly struck, a kunai precisely piercing the array's focal point, disrupting the entire technique. "Who are you?" Danzo shouted furiously, the tip of his cane revealing a sharp blade. The mysterious figure slowly removed his mask, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan. "Long time no see, Lord Danzo. Itachi Uchiha?" Danzo's voice trembled with rage. "So it is Sarutobi's scheme?" Itachi did not answer, but scanned the battlefield with his Sharingan. The root members ensnared by the wood release struggled futilely, while a few who could still move were ensnared by his illusion techniques. The entire situation was now completely under Xiaotian's control. The floor and walls of the conference room were visibly eroded, forming honeycomb-like holes, while metal objects emitted a piercing hissing sound, quickly dissolving into a pool of pus. Xiaotian's eyes widened, granting him a panoramic view of the poisonous mist, allowing him to discern every subtle movement of the violet particles. Holding his breath, he uttered a low command, his voice clearly reaching Itachi's ears, bolstered by chakra. Simultaneously, his hands swiftly formed intricate seals, his chakra vibrating at a special frequency, creating an invisible protective barrier around him. Itachi reacted just as swiftly, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly, nearly merging into a single entity. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, carving a path through the toxic mist. As flames met the poison, a nauseating sizzling sound filled the air, instantly purifying the purple haze and leaving a pungent charred smell in its wake. Danzo seized the opportunity to dash towards the channel created by the fireball, his right hand gripping a kunai that glinted ominously in the firelight. His speed in forming seals was almost imperceptible. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A high-pressure air bullet whistled forth, dispersing the remaining flames. The air bullet carved deep furrows into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. His target was clear, the emergency exit in the corner of the conference room. Once there, he could activate the pre-arranged teleportation array. Yet, just as he was about to reach the mechanism, the ground shook violently. "Earth style, earth flow wall." Xiaotian's voice echoed from behind. A massive earthen wall erupted, blocking the escape route. This wall was unusual, its surface adorned with wooden patterns, evidently a special defense infused with wood-style chakra. Fine chakra circuits faintly glowed green in the darkness. Danzo's wind bullet collided with the wall, leaving only shallow dents. He turned with a snarl, seeing Xiaotian approach with an air of calm, his pure white eyes strikingly prominent in the shadows. "You think such a rudimentary earth style can hinder me?" Danzo roared, his hands forming seals with astonishing speed. Wind style, vacuum wave. Dozens of wind blades surged towards the earthen wall like a torrential downpour, each capable of severing steel. Yet, Xiaotian merely clapped his hands. Wood style, wood shield. Thick wooden armor suddenly sprouted from the wall's surface, the wind blades merely leaving white scratches upon impact. More alarmingly, the struck areas rapidly regenerated, returning to their original state in no time. Meanwhile, Itachi's offensive was already underway. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs surged towards Danzo from various angles, each trailing a spinning shuriken. These shurikens, entwined with hair-thin iron wires, were nearly invisible in the flames. Danzo rolled awkwardly to evade, but his sleeve was ignited by the flames. Gritting his teeth, he tore off the burning fabric, revealing his arm covered in seals. The black curse marks flickered ominously with a red glow. "You have forced my hand." He bit his finger, drawing blood as he traced a line across the seals. Summoning technique, dream taper. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the smoke cleared, a beast resembling a small mountain appeared in the conference room. It had a long trunk, tusks, unhealthy grayish-white skin, and murky yellow eyes. The dream taper swung its trunk, absorbing Itachi's fire technique entirely. Its abdomen swelled, veins clearly visible beneath its skin. With a thunderous roar, the ceiling of the conference room began to collapse, massive concrete blocks raining down. Yet Xiao Tian wore a confident smile. Finally, I've unleashed it. He clapped his hands once more, chakra surging within him. Wood style, wood dragon technique. The ground trembled violently as 3 colossal wooden dragons broke through the earth. These dragons were vividly lifelike, every scale distinctly visible. The first dragon coiled around the dream taper's trunk, sharp wooden spikes piercing deeply into its flesh. The second ensnared its limbs, wooden fibers wrapping around like living entities. The last constricted around its throat, sharp wooden spikes penetrating its windpipe. The dream taper let out a pained howl, its body visibly withering as the wooden dragons ravenously absorbed its chakra. The absorbed chakra flowed back through the wooden fibers into Xiao Tian, enhancing his strength. Danzo's face turned pale in an instant. He had not anticipated that his ultimate trump card would be so easily countered. In desperation, he drew a specially crafted wind kunai, channeling all his remaining chakra into it. The wind chakra on the kunai was highly compressed, emitting a piercing shriek. Die! Danzo lunged toward Xiao Tian with incredible speed. The kunai aimed directly at his heart. His movement was so swift it left afterimages behind, the wind chakra trailing a vacuum path. However, Xiao Tian's Byakugan had already seen through everything. He calmly assumed the unique, gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan, chakra swirling in his palm. Reversal. Unlike the traditional spherical defense of the Hyuga, Xiao Tian's reversal formed a massive chakra vortex, expanding to 3 times its usual size. The rapidly spinning chakra not only deflected Danzo's kunai, but also distorted the surrounding space. Danzo's wind chakra was completely dismantled, dissipating into specks of light in the air. More alarmingly, the force of the reversal did not cease there. The swirling chakra generated a powerful shockwave that slammed directly into Danzo's body. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable as Danzo's chest collapsed visibly, blood gushing from his orifices. Coughing, Danzo was propelled like a rag doll, crashing into the wall. The concrete surface cracked spiderweb-like, and his body slumped to the ground, leaving behind a conspicuous trail of blood. Itachi's Sharingan narrowed slightly. He could clearly see that Danzo's internal organs had been utterly crushed. Such injuries would be fatal even for a ninja of elite status. However, a chilling, maniacal laughter echoed from the pool of blood. Danzo slowly rose, his wounds healing at an astonishing rate. His concave chest expanded once more, broken bones rejoining. And even the bloodstains on his clothing gradually vanished. Itachi's voice, laden with unprecedented gravity, pierced the air. You have mastered the Uchiha's forbidden technique. Danzo peeled away the bandages from his right arm, revealing a grotesque sight. His entire arm was embedded with Sharingan, each glimmering with a sinister red glow. More terrifying was that the bandage over his right eye slipped away, revealing not a Mangeki, but merely a 3-tomo Sharingan. For the peace of Konoha, what is this little sacrifice worth? Danzo's voice was chillingly cold. These eyes are the remnants of Uchiha warriors who sacrificed themselves to protect the village. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his mind racing to analyze the situation. He recalled the ancient texts of his clan. Izanagi could turn the user's injuries or even death into a dream. But each use would result in permanent blindness in one eye, and the duration varied based on the chakra consumed. Danzo's Izanagi could only last a minute. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke, his tone eerily calm. And with the amount of Sharingan you've implanted, it can only be used about 10 times at most. Itachi, huh? How do you know this so well? I have killed Danzo once before. Xiao Tian's tone was unsettlingly calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. He was merely reiterating the process. Itachi abruptly turned his head, the windmill spinning rapidly in his eyes. What did you say? Xiao Tian did not respond immediately, but suddenly shifted his body, his right hand deftly grasping the shuriken that shot forth from the shadows. The shuriken, infused with wind chakra, emitted a harsh grinding sound in his palm, and in an instant, several wooden spikes pierced through Danzo's body. Another one down, Xiao Tian whispered, his Byakugan shifting as his fingers tightened slightly, snapping the shuriken with a resounding crack. He had 7 uses of the Sharingan left on his arm. Danzo's figure emerged from the darkness, his right arm's bandages completely unraveled, revealing a chilling sight. His entire arm was embedded with Sharingan. two of which had already turned a ghostly gray. His breathing was labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as the continuous use of his energy had drained his chakra. Arrogant little brat, Danzo roared, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A high-pressure air bullet screamed toward Xiao Tian, yet he remained unmoved. Just as the air bullet was about to strike, a wooden wall erupted from the ground. Wood release, wood pillar wall, Xiao Tian intoned softly. The specially treated wooden surface perfectly neutralized the wind attack, leaving only shallow indentations on its surface. Itachi's Sharingan recorded every detail rapidly. Danzo's assault grew increasingly frenzied. His hands flew through a series of seals, the speed so great it seemed to leave afterimages. Wind release, vacuum wave. Dozens of wind blades fanned out, enveloping the entire space within their lethal range. Suddenly, thick wooden vines erupted from the ground, moving like living creatures, shattering the wind blades one by one. The shattered blades scattered, leaving deep gashes on the walls. Useless, Danzo, Xiao Tian stated, stepping forward. Your wind techniques are ineffective against me. Danzo's single eye, bloodshot and furious, changed tactics abruptly. He bit his finger, attempting to seal a more potent jutsu, only to realize his chakra was nearly depleted. In that moment of shock, Xiao Tian vanished from his sight. Danzo instinctively retreated, only to feel a chilling sensation at his back. Xiao Tian's palm pressed against his spine. Die! A surge of violent chakra erupted from Xiao Tian's palm, forming a small sphere. Danzo's back caved in instantaneously, the sound of his spine fracturing echoing painfully. He spat out blood, his body flung away like a rag doll. Yet, in the next moment, something bizarre occurred. Danzo's figure twisted in midair, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. By the time he landed, he was as good as new, save for another Sharingan on his right arm turning gray. Third time, Xiao Tian calmly noted, 6 uses remaining. Danzo's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated his trump card being so easily countered. Nor did he realize Xiao Tian possessed such intimate knowledge of his abilities. After several exchanges, only 3 eyes on Danzo's right arm remained open, his single eye fixed intently on Xiao Tian, the remaining Sharingan glinting ominously in the darkness. Suddenly, Danzo's gaze narrowed. Oil woman Tsukun had seized the opportunity to approach him. Behind her, the swarm of insects beneath her black cloak buzzed faintly. Tsukun, Danzo bellowed, his voice akin to a rusty blade scraping metal, the poisonous technique. Tsukun's body trembled slightly. She looked up at Xiao Tian, her lips pressed into a straight line beneath her mask. As you command, Lord Danzo. The black cloak billowed suddenly. Countless purple nano-poisonous insects pouring forth from her sleeves. Unlike ordinary parasitic insects, each one emitted a ghostly blue phosphorescence, and the scales that fell from their wings crystallized in the air. Poisonous phosphorescent barrier. The swarm exploded, forming a spherical barrier with a 10-meter diameter, enveloping Xiao Tian and Itachi within. Itachi's Sharingan shrank within his field of vision, the chakra trajectories of the insects twisting into a bizarre spiral structure, as if countless miniature tornadoes rampaged within the enclosed space. Hold your breath, Xiao Tian commanded, his hands clapping together swiftly. Wooden vines burst forth from the earth, weaving an impenetrable cocoon around him. However, the insects began to gnaw at the surface of the wood, splintering it like snowflakes. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan ignited suddenly. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted within the barrier, instantly consuming 1/3 of the insects. Yet, the corpses of the fallen insects swelled, releasing a denser purple toxic mist. Itachi's pupils constricted as he felt a burning sting against his exposed skin. Useless, Tsukun's voice echoed through the barrier, carrying a tone of bleak resignation. These phosphorescent insects release spores upon death. Your lungs should already be. Before she could finish, Xiao Tian's wooden cocoon suddenly split open. His hands pressed against the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. Would release. Birth of the tree realm. Thick trees erupted from the concrete, their roots writhing like living creatures, tearing apart the ground. Strangely, the surfaces of these trees were coated with a light blue chakra membrane, which emitted metallic clinks as the insects gnawed upon them. What chakra is this? Tsukun gasped. Her swarm grew restless, retreating as if facing a natural predator. Xiao Tian stood atop the treetops, a cerulean aura swirling in his Byakugan, a barrier formed by natural energy. Your insects cannot digest it. Danzo suddenly surged forward. his right arm transforming into a wooden spear that lunged at him. How about this? Wood release, violent gun tree. The sharp wooden spike halted mere inches from Xiao Tian's throat. As Itachi's sword intercepted the attack, the blade wreathed in black Amaterasu flames. The fire spread along Danzo's wooden arm, yet he grinned wickedly, allowing his arm to burn. Useless. I still have 3 uses of his Izanagi left. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Tian. Chakra from wind release coalesced into a spinning blade in his palm. Die. Wind release, vacuum blade. The blade pierced through Xiao Tian's back, yet it produced a hollow echo. The pierced Xiao Tian abruptly turned to wood, transforming into countless vines that ensnared Danzo's wrist. The real Xiao Tian emerged from the shadows of the trees, his fingertips glowing with azure chakra. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A flurry of strikes fell like a torrential downpour, causing Danzo's body to emit crackling sounds like firecrackers. Yet, just as the final strike was about to hit a vital point, his figure twisted and vanished once more. And now? Xiao Tian observed coldly as Danzo reappeared 10 meters away, 2 uses left. Sukun suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Maintaining the poisonous barrier had drained her chakra significantly, and the nano-insects began to turn against their host. Trembling, she looked at Danzo. My lord, I. Useless. Danzo ignored her, his single eye fixated on Xiao Tian. Sukun, initiate the final phase. Sukun grimaced as she tore open her clothing, revealing her chest covered in purple veins. Embedded at the location of her heart was a crystalline cocoon resembling an insect, pulsating with a blinding red light, the cocoon of poisonous termination. All surviving insects suddenly changed course, frantically flooding into her body. Her skin cracked inch by inch, revealing the writhing swarm beneath. Itachi's Mangeki spun wildly. Hurry, interrupt her. But it was too late. Sukun's body exploded, transforming into a purple toxic cloud with a 100-meter diameter. Concrete melted within the toxic mist, and steel dripped like wax. Most terrifyingly, the toxic mist began to absorb natural energy, proliferating incessantly. Inorganic rebirth. Xiao Tian pressed his palms together. The concrete of the underground base suddenly activated, forming colossal rocky hands to envelop the toxic cloud. Yet, the mist continued to corrode the rock, on the verge of breaking through the blockade. Taking advantage of the moment, Danzo rushed towards the emergency exit, his right eye suddenly widening. Izanagi. This was the first of his last 2 chances for resurrection. If he could escape. The blade's cold glimmer sliced through the darkness. Uchiha Itachi appeared like a specter before the escape passage, the tip of his sword dripping with pitch-black flames. You cannot go anywhere, Lord Danzo. Step aside. Danzo's left arm abruptly transformed, expanding with a wooden texture. Wood release, tree root burial. Thick tree roots erupted from the ground, instantly filling the entire space. Itachi's Amaterasu flames burned against the surface of the wood release, yet these trees seemed endless. Danzo laughed maniacally, pushing his chakra to its limits. Let's descend into hell together. Chapter 33. Danzo's demise in the center of the battlefield. Danzo knelt on one knee, his right arm's bandages soaked in blood, the power of his Sharingan visibly waning. His breath was heavy and erratic, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained fixated ahead. Where Xiao Tian's would-release clone stood shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Itachi within the Susanoo, resembling 2 insurmountable mountains. The would-release clone chuckled hoarsely, his voice tinged with resentment and fury. Xiao Tian, how dare you underestimate me? He had thought this was a meticulously planned assassination. The oil girl's poison technique combined with his wood-release tree root burial could surely entomb Xiao Tian and Uchiha Itachi here. However, reality dealt him a cruel blow. Xiao Tian had not even set foot on the battlefield, and a mere clone had thoroughly disrupted his plans. What startled him even more was that Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo was nearly immune to all conventional attacks, rendering his wind-release ninjutsu utterly ineffective against its absolute defense. Danzo. The voice of Oil Girl echoed from afar, tinged with a hint of panic. Danzo did not turn around, but he knew that Oil Girl was currently restrained by Xiao Tian's would-release clone and unable to provide assistance. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. Time was slipping away, only 2 minutes remained. The remaining duration of his Izanagi was also a countdown to his life. Danzo suddenly sprang to his feet, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Violent wind blades tore through the air, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi. However, the red chakra barrier of Susanoo remained unyielding. The moment the wind blades collided, they dissipated without a trace. Useless, Danzo. Itachi's voice was calm and low. Your wind release cannot breach Susanoo's defenses. Danzo's pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of unprecedented defeat washing over him. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In that case, Danzo's figure instantaneously appeared beside Itachi, kunai aimed at the weak point of Susanoo. Bang! A spark flew from the clash of metal. Itachi reacted swiftly, Susanoo's arm intercepting the blow. Yet Danzo did not relent. He grinned wickedly. His left hand swiftly forming seals again. Would release. Tree root burial. The earth trembled as countless thick roots burst forth, instantly engulfing both of them. As the explosive dust settled, Danzo staggered back, one of his remaining Sharingan finally closing. Only one remained. He gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping into the depths of the dust. However, to his despair, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo stood tall, not a single crack appearing. How is this possible? Danzo's voice was nearly hoarse. Your tactics have long been seen through. Itachi replied coolly. Shao Tian anticipated your reliance on Izanagi from the very beginning, which is why his wood-release clone has been continuously restraining your movements instead of launching a direct assault. Danzo felt as though struck by lightning, suddenly turning to look at Shao Tian's clone in the distance. The figure remained still, its Byakugan revealing a cold scrutiny, as if to tell him that everything had been accounted for. Danzo's breathing grew increasingly frantic, chakra exhaustion causing his vision to blur. No, I have not lost yet. He trembled as he raised his hand, attempting to form seals once more, but the chakra within him was nearly depleted. The oil girl caught sight of this scene from afar, her heart racing. Lord Danzo. She desperately tried to rush forward, but was blocked by Shao Tian's wood-release clone. Move aside, she shouted angrily, venomous insects surging from her sleeves. Yet, the wood-release clone simply raised a hand, countless vines swiftly entangling her, binding her tightly. Your poison is ineffective against me. The clone's voice was devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Danzo's last remaining Sharingan finally closed completely. Izanagi had failed. It is over, Danzo. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo slowly raised its chakra sword, the crimson energy particularly striking against the twilight. Danzo looked up at the descending blade, suddenly laughing. Huh. I never expected that Shimura Danzo would meet his end here. As the giant sword of Susanoo pierced through Danzo's chest, time seemed to stretch into a viscous amber. Blood traced a parabolic arc in the air, each droplet reflecting the wrinkles of Danzo's face. He looked down at the chakra blade protruding from his chest, revealing a hint of relief. So this is how it is. Danzo's voice mingled with blood foam, his solitary eye turning towards Uchiha Itachi, who stood upon Susanoo's shoulder. The duration of Izanagi calculated by you. Shao Tian's wooden figure emerged from the shadows, the wooden joints creaking ominously. He controlled the wooden figure to firmly restrain Danzo's body, ensuring that the final sealing technique could not be executed. 60 seconds. Shao Tian's voice resonated through the wooden figure. The chakra consumed for each resurrection was just enough to prematurely end your 10th Izanagi. Danzo's pupils slightly constricted. Memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. He saw himself standing behind the second Hokage, learning the dark path of the ninja, competing for the Hokage position with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and branding the curse mark on the tongues of young ninjas during the establishment of Root. Each scene was steeped in the rusted resolve of necessity. For Konoha, someone must stain their hands with darkness. Danzo's consciousness began to blur, and in a daze, he saw an old friend waving at him from the sunlit Hokage rock. That eternally righteous man once told him, I provide the foundation for Konoha. You are the sunlight of Konoha, while I am the roots buried underground. The agony jolted Danzo back to reality. He saw Shao Tian's clone searching his broken body, fingers brushing over the bandages on his right arm. A horrifying realization struck him. The cells of Hashirama. This young man's true objective is the cells of the first Hokage. You, Danzo, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Aiming to hasten the cool-down of the heavenly transfer, the clone's movements imperceptibly paused. This subtle confirmation prompted Danzo to summon his last vestiges of strength and burst into laughter. Blood foam splattering against Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. How ironic. The divine transfer I have pursued my entire life has ultimately become a tool for another. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Danzo felt an unprecedented calm. Konoha needs light, but it also requires roots like him to draw nourishment from the darkness. Now, this root is to be severed, but the tree should not fall as a result, should it? He recalled the will of fire of the Hokage, wherever Konoha flourishes. The fire endures. But what of darkness? When all roots decay, how long can the tree in the sunlight stand? This thought twisted his dying heart in anguish. Danzo summoned the last of his chakra to activate a hidden transmission formation embedded within his body, sending a message back to the root base. Remember, the darkness of Konoha must have an heir. Then, Danzo's bloodshot eyes widened to their utmost. His broken body erupted with astonishing chakra, the seals inscribed upon him beginning to glow. The four-symbol seal, centered on his heart, black inscriptions spread like a spider's web. This is the ultimate sealing technique capable of encompassing a radius of 10 miles. Danzo had long since transformed his body into a living sealing scroll. However, his attempt to seal Senju Shoutien was abruptly interrupted. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan contracted sharply, and Susanoo retreated hastily. Body replacement technique. In a critical moment, Susanoo swapped places with the wooden figure summoned by Shoutien. Black incantations enveloped Danzo's entire being, akin to greedy tendrils ensnaring the nearest wooden figure. The wooden exterior began to shatter under the sealing force, revealing the wooden body within. Regrettably, Danzo's solitary eye was gradually consumed by darkness, failing to carry away the Uchiha's sealing barrier, which thunderously sealed shut, engulfing Danzo and the remnants of the wooden figure into a different space. In his final moments, he hazily perceived his younger self standing beside the second Hokage, pledging to serve as the root of Konoha, buried deep in obscurity. Oil Girl Torian was in the root base, concocting a new swarm, when he suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his painfully throbbing tongue. The images transmitted through the tongue curse eradication seal made him tremble. Lord Danzo is dead? This news swept through the entire root like a tempest. All members felt as if a piece of their very souls had been violently excised. The one who had bestowed upon them the meaning of existence had vanished. As the dust settled, Uchiha Itachi deactivated Susanoo and landed on the ground, his Sharingan still vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Shoutien emerged from behind a tree. His complexion pale, but his gaze bright. Well coordinated, Itachi remarked indifferently, his eyes sweeping across the deep crater left by the sealing technique. Shoutien smiled faintly. Your timing with the body replacement technique was impeccable. He crouched down, retrieving a blood-stained bandage from the soil, still adorned with remnants of fleshy tissue. The two exchanged a silent glance. Itachi's Sharingan subtly rotated. What do you need the Hashirama cells for? Not for me, Shoutien replied cautiously, securing the bandage. But for my original body. He gazed toward the direction of Konoha, his brow furrowed. Danzo's death would incite the Uchiha clan to stir. Itachi's pupils contracted suddenly. He recalled the radical voices from the clan meeting before leaving the village, and the increasingly somber expression of his father, Fugaku. With the shackles that suppressed the Uchiha broken. I need you to return. Shoutien's voice interrupted his thoughts. Continue to play your role until my original body returns. In the distance, the call of root ninjas assembling echoed. Shoutien's wooden clone began to dissipate, and he cast one last glance at Itachi. Do not allow Konoha to burn before your eyes. This is our pact. When Torian arrived with the elite of root, all they found was Uchiha Itachi standing alone before the sealing pit, his black combat attire billowing in the wind. The insects of Torian writhed restlessly, yet they heard Itachi say, Danzo is dead. Inform the higher-ups of Konoha. As Itachi turned, his Mangeki Sharingan slowly revolved. Uchiha clan. I will be watching. Chapter 34. It is time to talk. At the border of the Land of Iron, Shoutien's fingertips gently tapped on the window pane. The rhythm akin to a countdown. Through the memories brought by his clone, the final moments of Danzo activating the four symbols seal vividly replayed in his mind. That obstinate old man clutched his right arm tightly until the end, as if that transplanted arm containing Hashirama's cells was more precious than life itself. A cold smirk graced Shoutien's lips as his right hand unconsciously reached for the test tube hidden in his sleeve, where the fleshy tissue still pulsed gently. Like a shrunken heart, the Hashirama cells brought by another clone. How ludicrous, Shoutien muttered softly, the moonlight casting a silver sheen upon his profile, until death. He believed I would use Kodoame Tsukumi to control Sarutobi Hiruzen. He recalled the righteous expression on Danzo's face before he drew his last breath. as if he were some hero saving Konoha. In reality, the soon-to-be-deceased third Hokage was hardly worth wasting a Kotoeme Tsukumi on. 6 years hence, Orochimaru's Kusanagi would fulfill this mission. The raucous laughter of the Cloud Ninja outside pulled Shoutien back to reality. He unfurled the map of the Land of Iron, his finger gliding slowly along the border. Provoking war between the Cloud and Konoha held far more value than controlling a decrepit Hokage. After all, on a battlefield engulfed in flames, the fruits of the Sharingan always ripen the fastest. Shoutien retrieved a sealed scroll from his satchel. Unsealing it revealed the Sharingan, submerged in nutrient solution, glowing with an eerie red light under the candlelight. He gently shook the container, watching the eye rotate slowly within the liquid. The night over Uchiha territory was perpetually thick with tension. Itachi traversed the moonlit stone path, each step startling the crows resting under the eaves. These black sentinels cawed piercingly, as if announcing his return to the clan. Fugaku's figure stood like a statue in the shadows of the entrance, the moonlight illuminating only half of his face. Itachi noted the cold glint of the clan leader's ring on his father's left hand in the darkness. "We need to talk." Fugaku's voice was chilling. The sliding door behind him was ajar, revealing the scattered cushions and uncollected teaware in the living room. The clan meeting had evidently just concluded, and it had not gone well. Itachi's gaze swept across the newly added 7 traps in the corners of the courtyard, as well as the faintly visible warning seals on the walls. Since the hawkish faction had gained influence, the defensive fortifications of the clan had increased at an alarming rate. Even the shuriken children played with had been replaced by sharpened real ones. "Is there unrest among the people?" Itachi echoed his father's words, his tone as calm as discussing the weather for the next day. His eyes fell upon a fresh scratch on the corridor pillar, left by a clan member during a heated debate. Fugaku's Sharingan slowly rotated in the shadows. "The higher-ups sever our roots. We shall cut down their trees." His thumb unconsciously rubbed against the ring, a gesture Itachi was all too familiar with, as it signified his father's weighty decisions. He recalled the warning from Shoutien's wooden clone before it dissipated, the ripples caused when Shursui sank into the Nanga River, and his younger brother Sasuke's innocent smile. Now, his father laid the plans for a coup bare under the moonlight, each word piercing his heart like a shuriken. "Indeed, it is time to talk." Itachi's voice was steady, like a taut wire. Fugaku suddenly stepped forward, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning wildly. "At next week's clan meeting, you will stand by my side." This was not a suggestion, but an order. Itachi felt the warmth of his father's palm. Those calluses forged during the Third Shinobi World War now tightly gripping the fate of the Uchiha. What about Sasuke? He is already exhausted and fallen asleep. Chapter 35. Send someone to inform the third Hokage. Sasuke has gone to practice at the Nanga River again today? Fugaku turned, the lines on his face deepening. That child returned only after exhausting his chakra. He rubbed the markings on the stone wall. "He will never catch up to you, Itachi." The candlelight cast shadows beneath Itachi's eyelashes. He recalled the sight at dusk of Sasuke alone by the river, repeatedly forming hand signs until his fingers trembled, unable to converge. "You should tell him the truth." Itachi's voice was eerily calm. Some disparities could not be bridged through effort alone. "I have made my decision." Fugaku suddenly raised his voice. "After this clan meeting, before the operation begins, let Sasuke withdraw from the Ninja Academy." He strode toward the scroll rack in the center of the secret chamber, rather than letting him live in a fantasy. "The operation you speak of," Itachi interrupted, a flicker of crimson flashing in his dark eyes. "Is it to instigate a coup while the third Hokage is away in the Land of Iron?" The air instantly thickened. Fugaku's pupils constricted to pinpricks, astonished that his son was already aware. A spark suddenly erupted from the candle in the corner of the stone room. "It seems you are already informed." Fugaku unfurled the scroll, where a map of Konoha was marked with several red dots. The police force controlled these key points, and Itachi was tasked with neutralizing the Umbu's high GA squad. Itachi's gaze swept across the crimson mark on the map at Hokage Rock. 3 years after the Ninetales incident, when their clan was relocated to the outskirts of the village, his father had been planning for this day. And Danzo? That old man would be dealt with by me personally. Fugaku's Sharingan glimmered in the shadows. Once he was removed, the roots would perish along with Danzo. The sharp sound of metal hitting the ground echoed in the stone chamber. Fugaku's smoking pipe fell, his expression frozen. Just 2 hours prior, Shoutien had used wood release to eliminate Danzo and dozens of elite from the roots. Itachi formed a hand seal, his chakra conjuring a towering tree that engulfed buildings. Just like this. Xiaodian. Fugaka's throat tightened. The black-haired youth who had suddenly appeared before the memorial stone 3 weeks ago had instilled fear in the entire police force. Itachi dispelled the illusion, retrieving a talisman inscribed with the character for root from his ninja tool pouch. It was the curse mark of Danzo's tongue. The talisman ignited with azure flames in his palm. He had confessed before his death that the loophole in the barrier on the night of the Nine Tails was intentionally left behind. And the public opinion was also disseminated by the roots. Fugaka staggered back, his back hitting the cold stone wall. 20 years of suspicion were confirmed, the exclusion, the surveillance. Even the ambiguous stance of the third Hokage suddenly had answers. So you've chosen to stand with Konoha? Fugaka's voice was hoarse, unrecognizable. I choose to prevent more children from experiencing what we went through. Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated. Xiaodian proposed to establish a new special operations team within the Umbu. To be led by me. The cawing of crows echoed from outside the secret chamber. Fugaka suddenly laughed heartily, the sound shaking the flickering candlelight. When he stopped, blood vessels had begun to creep into his eyes. You are more remarkable than I imagined, Itachi. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Go do what you believe is right. Meanwhile, the underground base of Konoha was permeated with the smell of burning. The oil woman's nanoscopic poison insects scurried wildly through the ruins. Suddenly, all stiffened and fell. Confirming this, he pushed his sunglasses up, his voice trembling. Danzo's cellular samples have completely disappeared, deconstructed entirely by wood release. The root ninja beside him, sweat seeping from beneath his mask, asked, Should we immediately inform Lord Koharu? Hurry. Urgent intelligence. The ninja knelt on one knee. Xiaodian and the Uchiha have joined forces to eliminate Lord Danzo. In the Hokage's office, Koharu's teacup shattered on the floor. The first Hokage's would release. Mito's fingers dug into the armrest. In the worst-case scenario, the Senju and Uchiha have united. Koharu abruptly stood up. The moonlight outside the window suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Immediately recall all the shinobi outside. Prioritize the protection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Her voice echoed in the conference room. Also, send someone to inform the third Hokage. Chapter 36. Mastery of Fire Release Techniques. The morning mist enveloped the hot spring inn as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window. The pipe in his hand long extinguished, yet unconsciously held between his lips. This man, who had governed Konoha for decades, now bore a furrowed brow. The wrinkles on his forehead deeper than usual. Hiruzen, the voice of the oil woman, filled with restraint, came from behind him. Sarutobi did not turn around, but merely nodded slightly to signal him to continue. The body of Lord Danzo has been confirmed. The residual chakra at the scene indicated that the root paused for a moment. The eyes behind the sunglasses involuntarily glanced towards the end of the corridor. It was a fatal wound caused by wood release. Hence the elders sent me to inform you. Sarutobi's fingers tightened unconsciously, the pipe producing a faint click. He slowly turned around, his expression returning to its usual composure, yet the shock in his eyes had not entirely faded. Where is Xiaodian? He is waiting outside. The voice of the oil woman dropped further, as if he had anticipated your summons. The third Hokage took a deep breath, tucking the pipe back into his waist. As he opened the sliding door, the morning sunlight poured into the corridor. Senju Xiaodian stood there, his black hair shimmering softly in the dawn light. His handsome face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Come in. Sarutobi's voice was calmer than he expected. Inside the room, the newly served tea by the maid still emitted steam. Unlike the usual kneeling posture, Xiaodian sat casually, unreservedly. His calm gaze met that of the third Hokage, awaiting him to speak. Danzo is dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated directly, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiaoyan's reaction. Yes. Xiaoyan's response was equally succinct. Did you do it? It was I, along with Uchiha Itachi. Xiaodian did not evade. His voice steady as though discussing the weather, just last night at midnight, in one of the underground bases of the roots. Sarutobi's pupils slightly constricted. He did not expect the other party to admit it so straightforwardly, nor did he anticipate the involvement of the Uchiha's prodigious youth. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Only the steam from the tea continued to rise. Why? The third Hokage's voice was low and hoarse. Xiaodian did not respond immediately. He reached for the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The action felt particularly jarring in such a tense atmosphere. As he set the cup down, his gaze deepened. Because Danzo overstepped his bounds. Xiaodian retrieved a sealed test tube from his robe, placing it on the low table between them. This was brought by my clone this morning. It is a sample collected from his remains. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the pale green liquid in the test tube, which contained fragments of tissue suspended within. Even without testing, he could sense the familiar chakra fluctuations. Cells from Lord Hashirama? The third Hokage's voice carried disbelief. He was not only that. Shoutian formed hand seals, and chakra coalesced in the air into a clear image. It was Danzo's right eye after the bandages were unwrapped. The crimson Sharingan, with its pinwheel pattern slowly revolving. Kaleidoscope. Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, the chair behind him scraping sharply against the floor. This is Shirsue's eye. The image shifted, revealing Danzo's right arm, densely covered with Sharingan, each emanating an ominous red light. Shoutian continued. He planned to destroy the entire Uchiha clan while you were away from the village. The third Hokage's complexion paled. He slowly sat back down, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the pipe. Over the years, he had known Danzo's methods had become increasingly extreme, but he never imagined it had escalated to this extent. Even so, Sarutobi's voice carried deep weariness. You should not have made such a unilateral decision. Shoutian gently shook his head. Third Hokage, you should know better than I that some matters cannot wait for formal procedures. The room fell silent once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man before him, suddenly realizing he was far deeper than he appeared. Why would Uchiha Itachi help you? The third Hokage suddenly inquired. Shoutian's lips curled slightly, because he understands better than anyone that Danzo's plans would lead Konoha into an irretrievable abyss. He paused, and we reached a certain consensus. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly noted the reservations in Shoutian's words, but he did not pursue the matter further. At this moment, he needed to contemplate how to handle this thorny situation. Danzo's death would provoke a considerable uproar. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. The Roots would not easily accept this outcome. The Roots need a new leader. Shoutian's voice remained calm. Yet there was an undeniable firmness in his tone. The third Hokage suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto Shoutian. You? As the last remaining inheritor of Wood Release, I can think of no more suitable candidate. Shoutian's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about the days when Danzo had just established Root. Back then, Danzo was as youthful and impassioned as the current Xiangtian, brimming with ideals. History seemed to be repeating itself, albeit with subtle differences. What if I refuse? The third Hokage tentatively inquired. Xiangtian responded with a slight smile. You would not. His gaze deepened, for what Konoha currently required was someone capable of controlling Root without allowing it to spiral out of control, and he perfectly fit that criterion. Hiruzen had to concede that Xiangtian made a valid point. Following Danzo's death, Root was indeed in disarray and required a formidable leader. As a descendant of the Senju clan, possessing the Wood Release bloodline limit, Xiangtian was undoubtedly the most persuasive candidate. There are two conditions, the third Hokage finally articulated, his voice regaining its former authority. First, you shall not participate in high-level meetings for the time being. Second, all significant actions must be reported through my direct Umbu channels. Xiangtian chuckled lightly, this smile making him appear considerably younger. Truly worthy of the title professor of ninjutsu, one must utilize talent while simultaneously guarding against it. He stood up and, before departing, turned back to say, however, I accept. Once the door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long breath. As if he had aged a decade in an instant. He retrieved his pipe, only to find his hands trembling too much to light it. The death of Danzo, the crisis within the Uchiha clan, and the takeover of Root weighed heavily upon his heart, like a mountain pressing down on him. Finally breaking the silence, the ever-quiet oil woman from the Root spoke up. Is this truly prudent? Sarutobi gazed out the window as the sunlight intensified, dispersing the morning mist. His eyes grew distant. What do you think, Root? Does Xiangtian resemble anyone? Without waiting for an answer, the elderly man mused aloud. The power of Hashirama-sama, the wisdom of Tobirama-sensei, and... His voice trailed off, some quality I cannot fully comprehend. Meanwhile, Xiangtian paused in the corridor, a voice echoing in his mind, audible only to him. Ding. Host detected taking control of Konoha's Root. System surprise granted. Fire release, jutsu proficiency maximized, power increased by 30. A knowing smile crept onto Xiangtian's lips. Chapter 37. Strengthening once more, system task released. Arrive at the Land of Iron. Reward. Randomly select a weapon, Grand Swordmaster level swordsmanship from the One Piece world. Sage Body, beginner. The morning mist enveloped the mountains at the border of the Land of Iron, and the biting mountain wind, mingled with fine snowflakes, struck the faces of the travelers. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his ceremonial robe, the white breath he exhaled crystallizing in the air. The aged Hokage gazed at the winding mountain path ahead, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. Hokage-sama, we are nearing the borders of the Land of Iron. A shadowy figure suddenly emerged, one of the accompanying Umbu, who knelt before Sarutobi and whispered a reminder. Hiruzen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the distant, barely visible city walls. As a neutral nation, the Land of Iron was renowned for its formidable defenses. The walls, built into the mountains, were constructed entirely from a unique black iron ore, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Stop! A commanding voice suddenly rang out from ahead. A tall warrior clad in iron armor emerged from the mist, his long blade reflecting a cold light in the snow. For fully armed warriors followed closely behind him, each maintaining a vigilant stance. I am Rika, a guard under Lord Mitsubine's command. On his orders, I have come to welcome the esteemed guests from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that this warrior, while claiming not to be a ninja, emanated an aura comparable to that of A.J. Nin. His calloused hands appeared casually resting on the hilt of his sword, yet were poised to draw at any moment. Thank you for your trouble, Hiruzen replied with a nod, the wrinkles on his face deepening in the cold wind. Rika's sharp gaze swept over the group, pausing momentarily upon Xiangtian. The attire of the young man with black hair was markedly different from that of Konoha's Umbu, lacking any insignia of a ninja village. And who might this be? Rika inquired cautiously. Xiangtian, my special advisor, Sarutobi succinctly introduced. Rika nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. He gestured for them to follow. Please keep close to my footsteps. The mountain paths of the Land of Iron are complex and ever-changing. Without familiarity, one could easily become lost. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Sarutobi gradually understood the meaning behind Rika's words. The mountain paths were not only winding but astonishingly, at intervals, they presented several almost identical forks. More curiously, the arrangement of these paths seemed to shift with the passage of time. A fork they had just traversed morphed into two entirely different routes upon glancing back. The defensive system of the Land of Iron is indeed as reputed, Sarutobi murmured in admiration. Rika's lips curled into a slight smile of pride. This is the culmination of efforts by generations of craftsmen from the Land of Iron. Each mountain path is equipped with special mechanisms that automatically change direction every 6 hours. He paused, his tone turning serious. Thus, please ensure to stay close to me, should we become separated. It may be challenging for us to locate you in a short time. Xiangtian walked at the back of the group, a light layer of snow accumulating on his black hair. His gaze continuously scanned the surrounding terrain, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. The seemingly natural contours of the mountains concealed intricate designs. Certain protruding rocks hinted at metallic reflections, undoubtedly hidden fortifications. And what appeared to be ordinary pine forests had trees arranged in accordance with some formation. An intriguing design, Xiangtian mused inwardly, discreetly noting several key landmarks. While the routes in the Land of Iron would periodically change, there would always be fixed reference points that remained constant. After approximately an hour of trekking, the mountain path gradually opened up. Through the mist ahead, the imposing silhouette of a black castle began to emerge, built into the mountains. The towering walls melded seamlessly with the snow-capped peaks behind, imparting an overwhelming sense of invincibility. That is Lord Mitsubine's residence, Ironheart Castle, Rika noted, pride evident in his voice. We will arrange accommodations for you there, and discussions will formally commence tomorrow. Hiruzen nodded. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the higher peaks behind the castle. There, shrouded in mist, lay another smaller complex of buildings. What is that? The Hokage inquired with curiosity. Rika's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. That is the forbidden area of the Land of Iron, containing relics and documents from past daimyo. Ordinary folk are forbidden entry. Xiangtian keenly observed the fleeting change in Rika's expression, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. It seemed that the buildings atop that peak held secrets far beyond mere relics. Finally, upon reaching the castle's grand entrance, the heavy iron doors slowly creaked open with the aid of mechanisms. Within stood 2 rows of fully armed warriors, each maintaining a standard posture of respect. poised with their blades. "Please follow me." Rika's voice echoed in the corridor, the sound of iron boots striking the stone floor resonating clearly. Xiang Tian trailed behind Sarutobi, his gaze discreetly scanning the guards flanking them. Though these warriors stood as steadfast as pines, their right hands remained poised 3 inches from their sword hilts, ready for action. The guest chambers were simpler than anticipated. Pushing open the door, the first sight that greeted Xiao Tian was a low table, 2 cushions, and a pile of bedding tucked away in the corner. His fingers gently brushed against the edge of the tatami mat, which was devoid of dust. Every minuscule crevice impeccably cleaned. Lord Mitsuba had instructed everyone to rest well. Rika, bowing at the entrance, announced that dinner would be served in an hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Once they returned to their respective rooms, the languid expression on Xiao Tian's face vanished instantly. Open wide eyes. His vision expanded into a 360-degree panorama. The walls became translucent, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously inspecting every corner of the neighboring room. Kamizuki Kaze conversing softly with a maid at the end of the corridor, and further back, the chef in the kitchen preparing the evening meal. Indeed, Xiao Tian's gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous recess in the beam above. Embedded within was a peculiar metal plate, its surface etched with intricate runes, serving as a chakra sensing device. On the surface, the land of iron maintained neutrality, yet its surveillance was relentless. He casually set up a sealing technique to suppress the monitoring. Yawning deliberately, he elongated his voice, "So tired, Lord Hokage, I need to rest." Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding reply echoed from next door, "Very well. And Kamizuki, you've worked hard today as well. Take a good rest." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The footsteps of Kamizuki Kaze gradually faded away. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Random weapon reward extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Zanpakuto Shallow Hit, a swordsmanship of the great swordsman level from the One Piece world, and the Sage Body, beginner. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task with minor achievements. Reward. Mastery of Lightning Release Ninjutsu increased by 30. The cold system notification resonated in his mind, and before Xiao Tian could react, a warm current surged from his dantian. To his astonishment, the chakra flowing through his meridians became as turbulent as a raging river, with every cell greedily absorbing the natural energy of the world. Is this the true sage body? Xiao Tian gazed at his skin, which shimmered faintly with luminescence, feeling the muscle fibers reorganizing. The previously incurable dark injuries left by the pseudo-sage body healed in an instant, and his 5 senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could even hear the trajectory of leaves falling 100 meters away. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his brow. Countless sword techniques flooded into his mind. Mihawk's iron-cutting realm, Zoro's ghostly 9-sword style, and Kayashiro's breath of all things. These formidable skills capable of shaking the world of pirates now transformed into muscle memory. His right hand instinctively clenched, and the air resonated with the sound of a blade being drawn. Shallow hit. Xiao Tian looked at the suddenly manifested white hilt in his palm. As his fingertips brushed against the wrapped cord, the blade erupted with a cerulean spiritual pressure. What astonished him further was that the chakra within him began to spontaneously fuse with his spiritual energy, forming a brand new energy circuit within his meridians. Warning. Energy system conflict. Automatic compatibility mode activated. Fusion progress. 15. The excruciating pain forced Xiao Tian to kneel on one knee. Yet a smile of ecstasy curled at the corners of his mouth. He sensed that as the chakra and sage mode aura intertwined on the Zanpakuto, Shallow Hit was undergoing a transformation into an entirely new form. The next day, Xiao Tian stood in the courtyard of the inn, his fingertips lightly grazing the hilt of Shallow Hit at his waist. This weapon obtained from the system was entirely snow white, its sheath adorned with delicate blue chakra patterns, glimmering with a cold sheen in the morning light. The flow of chakra indeed felt different. "I see," he murmured to himself, grasping the hilt and slowly drawing it. The instant the blade was unsheathed, he attempted to channel chakra into it, but the energy merely circulated along the blade without forming the anticipated sword aura. After 3 attempts, a thin, gossamer green halo barely flickered upon the blade. It appeared that finer control was necessary. He adjusted his breathing, recalling the samurai he had observed in the land of iron the day before. Those warriors did not merely attach chakra to the blade. Instead, It vibrated within the sword at a specific frequency, just as one must precisely condense chakra into a water-release water dragon bullet. Every subtle change of the hand seals mattered. Are you interested in swordsmanship, Lord Xiaotian? Rika's voice emerged from the corridor. The samurai of the Land of Iron had changed into casual attire today, yet the long blade at his waist remained conspicuous. As he approached, his gaze lingered on Shallow Hit for a moment longer. Just curious about the warrior's combat style, Xiaotian sheathed his sword, smiling lightly. Rika chuckled heartily. The swordsmanship of the Land of Iron has been passed down for millennia, emphasizing one breath. One stroke. He placed his hand on the hilt and suddenly drew the sword from its sheath. In that instant, a silver-white sword aura cut through the air, neatly shearing the snow resting on a branch 3 meters away. Xiaotian clearly observed Rika's chakra spiraling into a flow at the moment of the strike, transmitting along the specific patterns of the blade. Such exquisite control, Xiaotian sincerely praised. How long does it take to master such a technique? Ordinary warriors take 10 years. Rika sheathed his sword, but for certain ninjas, he cast a meaningful glance at Xiaotian. Lord Mitsuba once mentioned that when Lord Hashirama Senju visited, he learned the Land of Iron's shocking sword after just one glance. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaotian's eyes. This information was never mentioned in the original work. It seemed that the first Hokage's connection with the Land of Iron ran deeper than he had imagined. Speaking of which, Rika suddenly shifted the topic. You may explore the Land of Iron at your leisure. I am sure there will be things that pique your interest. It would be my honor, Xiaotian replied gracefully. Chapter 38. The farce ends. The marketplace of the Land of Iron buzzed with activity as Xiaotian walked alone through the crowd. The Shallow Hit at his waist glinting coldly in the sunlight. This entirely snow-white katana starkly contrasted with the common black samurai swords of the Land of Iron. Drawing many curious glances from passers-by, Xiaotian could sense the mixture of curiosity and greed in the gazes directed at him, yet he remained unfazed, focusing intently on the subtle vibrations emanating from Shallow Hit within its sheath. Stop! A booming voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Xiaotian looked up to see 5 tall warriors clad in iron armor blocking his path. The leader, bearing a grotesque scar that stretched from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, appeared particularly menacing in the sunlight. His gaze fixated greedily on the Shallow Hit at Xiaotian's waist. Outsider, hand over your sword. The scarred warrior barked, his right hand already resting on his hilt. According to the rules of the Land of Iron, all foreign weapons must be appraised by the Samurai Council. Xiaotian's fingers lightly rested on the hilt of Shallow Hit, feeling the warmth radiating from the blade. This weapon, obtained from the system, seemed to resonate with the hostility before him, the patterns on the blade faintly glowing within the sheath. And if I refuse? Xiaotian responded calmly, his voice low yet remarkably clear. The scarred warrior's expression darkened instantly. He exchanged glances with the warriors behind him, who immediately spread out to encircle Xiaotian. Then don't blame us for being rude. All the warriors simultaneously drew their blades, chakra shimmering dangerously along the edges, carving threatening arcs through the air. The marketplace's patrons quickly retreated, and shopkeepers hastily packed away their stalls. The residents of the Land of Iron seemed accustomed to such scenes, yet no one wished to be embroiled in the samurai's conflict. Just as tensions escalated, 2 figures suddenly leaped from a nearby tea house, landing gracefully beside Xiaotian, outnumbering the few. Is this the way of the samurai in the Land of Iron? A tall woman spoke, her short hair framing her face, and her emerald eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. She adorned the headband of the cloud-hidden village, with 2 short blades fastened at her waist. Another woman appeared more composed, her long hair tied in a ponytail, wielding an elongated katana entwined with delicate lightning chakra. The scarred warrior's expression shifted. Ninjas from the cloud? This is none of your concern. Yuki scoffed. I find your demeanor quite distasteful. She flexed her wrist, the knuckles emitting a crisp sound. The owner of this blade has no intention of parting with it. Do you not comprehend human speech? The warriors exchanged glances, suddenly springing into action. 3 swords surged toward Xiaotian and his companions, the chakra coalescing on the blade producing a piercing shriek in the air. Crack! Yuki moved like lightning, accurately seizing the wrist of the nearest warrior, chakra exploding in her palm, shattering the bones of his hand. The warrior let out a harrowing scream, his sword clattering to the ground. Xi's long sword traced an elegant arc, effortlessly deflecting the 2 incoming blades. The lightning chakra coursing through the contact points sent a wave of numbness through the warrior's arms, causing them to stagger back. Let us put an end to this farce. Xiao Tian silently mused. His fingers silently gripped the hilt of his blade, feeling the restless chakra within, as if a caged beast were thrashing against its sheath. Just as he prepared to unleash his wood-release techniques, a sharp voice rang from around the corner. Halt! Rijiao, flanked by 20 iron heart guards, broke through the crowd, the clover emblem on their breastplates glimmering in the sunlight. Xiao Tian noted that this noble warrior of the Iron Country kept his right hand poised on the hilt, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Rijiao, what is the meaning of this? Rijiao's piercing gaze swept over the crowd. The young warrior, referred to as Yijiao, immediately straightened. Lord Rijiao. His voice trembled with evident unease. These rogues seek to seize the ninja's blade. Lord Rijiao. The scarred warrior interjected, his tone laced with feigned grievance. It was this ninja who first provoked the authority of our warrior guild. Standing behind Xiao Tian, Yuki scoffed, the cloud-hidden headband reflecting a cold light. So this is your justification for robbing a child of his weapon? Utterly ridiculous. Unbeknownst to them, she had already concealed 3 shuriken between her fingers, poised for action. Rijiao's brow furrowed deeper. He turned to the scarred warrior, his voice low. When did your guild fall so low as to resort to robbing a mere boy of his blade? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian stepped out from behind Yuki, the hilt of his blade gently swaying at his waist. When Rijiao recognized Xiao Tian's visage, his pupils constricted. He realized this was the personal guard of the 3rd Hokage. My sincerest apologies. Rijiao suddenly bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching his knees. I implore you, Lord Xiao Tian, to consider this as if it never transpired. The scarred warrior had yet to react when Rijiao's blade flashed like lightning. Accompanied by a chilling scream, the warrior's left hand was severed at the shoulder, blood splattering onto the cobblestones. The onlookers were stunned into silence by this sudden display of violence. Yuki instinctively tightened her grip on the shuriken, while Shi's long sword slipped slightly from its sheath. Only Xiao Tian remained composed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Very well, this is sufficient, Xiao Tian said casually, turning to depart. Wait, she suddenly called out, her voice betraying her shock. Who exactly are you? Rijiao sheathed his sword, responding solemnly. This is Lord Xiao Tian, the esteemed guard of the 3rd Hokage. Yuki and she exchanged incredulous glances. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old youth was the protector of a figure of such power in the Hidden Leaf. Xiao Tian paid no heed to the commotion behind him, continuing to stride forward. Chapter 39. Care to test your strength? Xiao Tian sat cross-legged at a low table, leisurely savoring the breakfast served by the attendants. Salmon smoked with the rare cold iron ore of the Iron Country, accompanied by a steaming bowl of miso soup. He noticed several rare snow lotuses floating in the soup, a delicacy reserved for esteemed guests in the Iron Country. The snow lotus, hailed as a treasure of the land of snow, seemed to symbolize a unique form of hospitality and respect here. It appeared that today's negotiations would not be straightforward. Xiao Tian set down the lacquered bowl, his fingertips gently tapping on the tabletop. Outside, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached. 20 Iron Country warriors were marching towards the central assembly hall, the dew on their armor sparkling in the sunlight. Despite the outer clamor, Xiao Tian kept his gaze fixed on the bowl of soup and the fish on his plate. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered, his rare formal attire lending him an air of greater authority than usual. The deep crimson Hokage robe, treated with a special incense, emitted a faint scent of sandalwood. The pipe at his waist had been replaced with a specially crafted iron variant from the Iron Country, a gift sent by Mitsukiage the previous night. It is time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was lower than usual, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes appearing more pronounced. Time had etched deep marks on the face of this elder, yet it had not diminished his overwhelming presence. Xiao Tian noticed the ring on his right hand's ring finger glowing faintly. It was a chakra-sensing device crafted by the Umbu, indicating the presence of at least 30 hidden sentinels from the cloud. As they traversed the corridor, the warriors on either side knelt in unison, paying their respects. Xiao Tian counted. Pairs of warriors were stationed every 5 steps, the entire corridor's security arrangement resonating with the principles of the 5 elemental formation. Most striking was the new purple line adorning each warrior's headband, subtly visible in the morning light. These purple markings represented a special symbol of the Iron Country, reserved for the most elite fighters, and their eyes radiated vigilance. Xiao Tian speculated silently. a faint smile gracing his lips. The grand doors of the central assembly hall slowly opened. Mitsukage stood at the center, clad not in his usual garb but in the formal attire of the Iron Country's daimyo. The deep blue silk was embroidered with silver waves, and at his waist was a short blade, which Xiao Tian recognized as a replica of the Iron Country's national treasure, the Sea Moon. The hilt of the blade bore exquisite runes, emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. Lord Hokage. Mitsukage's bow was slightly lower than the standard formality, a detail that made Xiao Tian narrow his eyes. In the Iron Country's etiquette, such a degree of bowing was typically reserved for heads of allied nations. The Raikage, had already taken his seat on the western side, with Shi, Yuki, and Darui standing behind him. Xiao Tian noticed Darui's eyelids fluttering slightly, a sign of long-term sleep deprivation. More intriguingly was Yuki's stance. Her left foot remained poised as if ready to spring into action, her right hand hovering at her waist, where her specially crafted shuriken was likely concealed. Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his hat and placed it on the table, his movements graceful as if performing a tea ceremony. The emblem of the hidden leaf on the hat aligned perfectly with A's direction, reflecting glaring light in the sun. In that moment, anyone could sense the profound and stark opposition between the hidden leaf and the cloud. A scoffed, a fissure suddenly appearing in the teacup before him. Xiao Tian saw the remnants of lightning chakra flickering at the tips of Shi's fingers, an evident show of force. A's fury was unmistakable. Every movement he made sought to convey a singular message to all. He was the dominant force in this negotiation, and none could challenge his authority. Mitsukage cleared his throat. Regarding the demise of the cloud's elite ninja, Mizu Kaichiro, in the leaf. That was murder. The fourth Raikage slammed his palm on the specially crafted ironwood table, leaving a dent. Yuki and Shi immediately assumed defensive stances, their eyes glinting with dangerous intent. Xiao Tian noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers gently tapping 3 times beneath the table, a signal unique to Konoha Esumbu. He stepped forward slowly, his voice resonating clearly within the assembly hall. Shouldn't we first address the matter of the Cloud Village's abduction of Hinata? The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Mitsuba furrowed his brows, glaring sternly at Xiao Tian. Raikage Ai's pupils constricted suddenly, veins bulging at his temples. What did you say? Yomi barked, his right hand already poised over his kunai at his waist. Xiao Tian cast a penetrating gaze over the Cloud Ninjas. His voice was deep and commanding. The Cloud Village has long coveted Konoha's bloodline limits. This is not the first instance. 20 years ago, you attempted to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. An uproar immediately ensued in the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, evidently taken aback by Xiao Tian's mention of this historical incident. At that time, Cloud Ninjas infiltrated Konoha under the guise of peace negotiations, launching a night raid on Kushina's residence in an attempt to kidnap her. Had the fourth Hokage not arrived in time, enough. Raikage Ai thundered, his body surging with lightning chakra. This is sheer nonsense. Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh, producing a memory crystal from his robes. Do you need me to play the recorded footage from that time? Your village's insignia is clearly embroidered on the Cloud Ninja uniforms. Mitsuba's complexion soured significantly. As a representative of a neutral nation, he was acutely aware of the historical veracity of these events. That incident nearly ignited the Fourth Great Ninja War, only being quelled by the intervention of the third Raikage himself. Now, Xiao Tian continued, his voice growing colder, you employ the same tactics again, attempting to kidnap the heir of the Hyuga clan. Is this what the Cloud Village calls peaceful intentions? Yomi's grip on her kunai trembled slightly. As a high-ranking member of the Cloud, she was well aware of the truth behind these matters. What frightened her further was Xiao Tian's possession of such detailed evidence. Hinata is only what? 6, 7 years old. Xiao Tian's voice suddenly rose. And you dare to target a child merely for the power of the Byakugan? The temperature in the assembly hall seemed to plummet. The samurai from the land of iron instinctively tightened their grips on their blades. Many of them had children. And Xiao Tian's words struck a sensitive chord. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Xiao Tian, that is enough. Yet his tone lacked reproach, instead carrying a hint of approval. Raikage Ai's expression fluctuated between dark and stormy. He knew Xiao Tian spoke the truth, but as Raikage, he could not admit to such unsavory actions. These old matters, Ai gritted his teeth, are irrelevant to the current negotiations. Irrelevant? Xiao Tian sneered, using the same method twice. This is the Cloud Village's style? If you succeed today, will you next target the Uchiha heirs? This statement struck like a dagger, piercing the Cloud Ninja's vulnerabilities. She's face blanched, as the captain of the intelligence unit. She understood better than anyone the village's thirst for the Sharingan. Enough. Mitsuba finally could no longer hold back. Hiruzen, control your people. Raikage AI suddenly rose, his body enveloped in lightning chakra. Are you Konoha trying to start a war? Xiao Tian abruptly stepped onto the negotiation table, towering over AI. Shall we test that? His voice was chilling, the subtle tremor at his waist emanating a heart-stopping chakra pulse. Chapter 40. A different way to play with you. Is this also your intention? AI turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice deep like the calm before a storm. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. This simple affirmation detonated within the assembly hall, turning Mitsuba's face ashen. He had never anticipated that the usually peace-seeking third Hokage would adopt such a hardline stance. A slight smile graced Xiao Tian's lips. He vividly remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen's words from the Konoha high-level meeting. To seek peace through war is to preserve peace. To seek peace through compromise is to lose it. At this moment, those words were becoming a reality. Good. Excellent. AI laughed in anger, his body crackling with visible arcs of lightning chakra. It seems Konoha is determined to. If the fourth Raikage cannot provide a satisfactory explanation. Xiao Tian suddenly slammed his palm onto the conference table, the violent chakra shattering the heavy ironwood structure into splinters. Then let us commence a full-scale war. Not a single nation or village shall remain unscathed. Amidst the flying wood chips, Xiao Tian's figure resembled a drawn sword. The atmosphere in the assembly hall felt as though it had solidified. Everyone was stunned into silence by this abrupt declaration. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes slightly, clearly taken aback by Xiao Tian's resoluteness. Hiruzen, Mitsuba finally exploded. Why don't you hurry up and throw this loose-lipped individual out? But an even more unexpected event unfolded. Daryu, standing behind the Raikage, suddenly drew his sword, the tip aimed directly at AI's back. This usually languid Cloud J Nin now appeared vacant-eyed, his movements stiff like a marionette. Mind-body technique. She immediately realized, but it was too late. Daryu's blade had already lunged forward. At the critical moment, AI instinctively sidestepped, the blade merely grazing his cloak. Apologies, Raikage. Daryu's forehead dripped with cold sweat, clearly locked in a fierce struggle against his own will. His arm trembled, the sword tip tracing an uncanny arc through the air. Yamashiro clan. Yomi barked, her gaze flashing like lightning as she swept across the Konoha crowd. Her eyes ultimately fixed on Yamashiro Kazumi, the silent guard now forming intricate hand seals. AI's fury reached a boiling point. Violent lightning chakra coalesced in his right fist, emitting a spine-chilling hum. Lightning release, lightning strike. He roared, charging toward Yamashiro Kazumi, the floor beneath him cracking with each step. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved in an instant. His figure blurred, almost leaving an afterimage as he kicked Yamashiro Kazumi toward the wall, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, barely intercepting AI's lethal strike. Boom. The wall crumbled upon impact, yet AI's onslaught was successfully mitigated. As the dust settled, the assembly hall lay in disarray. Mitsuba's face turned a ghastly shade, his hand resting on the short blade at his waist. She. AI barked, his eyes flickering with furious lightning. Understood. She immediately grasped the intent, her hands rapidly forming seals. Brilliant sparks erupted from her fingertips. Lightning release. Lightning flash. The blinding brilliance instantly flooded the assembly hall, compelling everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted swiftly, forming seals once more. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose, shielding him within. At that critical juncture, Xiao Tian suddenly darted out. His hands clapped together swiftly. And he called out, wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Thick, sturdy roots burst forth from the earth, coiling around AI's limbs like ethereal serpents. This is wood release. AI stared in shock at the roots entwining him, the lightning chakra on his body surging violently. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Tian. You actually inherited the first Hokage's, Raikage. Yomi exclaimed in alarm, immediately forming seals to prepare a rescue. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was faster. He abruptly opened his eyes, the earth flow wall crashing down. The elder swiftly transitioned through hand seals, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A torrent of searing flames surged toward AI. AI laughed in rage. Interesting. His body swelled with lightning chakra, lightning release, lightning mode. The furious power of lightning instantly obliterated the ensnaring roots. Swiftly dodging the fire release, AI scoffed. Is this the hospitality of Konoha? A layer of lightning armor formed around him as he channeled his lightning chakra. An ambush at the negotiation table? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice resonated. Raikage, please remain calm. Enough. A glint of ferocity flickered in AI's eyes. Let strength speak for itself. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. Before he could finish his words, he transformed into a blue flash, charging directly at Xiao Tian. He resolved to eliminate this boy skilled in wood release. For the world did not require a second Hashirama Senju. He could not be allowed to flourish. In an instant, AI became a streak of blue lightning. His speed so remarkable that all present could merely perceive an afterimage. This strike encapsulated his fury and might, potent enough to obliterate any adversary. His right arm, enveloped in wild lightning chakra, formed a sharp blade aimed directly at Xiao Tian's heart. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Tian's body was sent hurtling backwards. Crashing against the walls of the conference hall, the solid stone wall crumbled under the impact. Debris scattered as dust filled the air. Xiao Tian's chest caved in, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, staining his garments. Xiao Tian, Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, concern flashing in his eyes. Instinctively, he moved to assist, only to be restrained by Mitsuba. AI coldly regarded the figure amidst the dust, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, easily dispatched. He flicked his right hand, lightning chakra crackling at his fingertips. Yet, as the dust settled, the fallen Xiao Tian disintegrated into countless wooden shavings, scattering with the wind. AI's pupils constricted, his expression freezing in shock. A wood-release clone. Lord Raikage, be cautious. She warned loudly, his sensory abilities detecting the anomaly first. The real Xiao Tian had appeared on the opposite side of the hall, his movements fluid and graceful. Chakra surged within him, flowing through special pathways to his hands. Wood release, tree realm. Xiao Tian's voice rose, and the ground of the conference hall began to tremble violently. Countless robust trees erupted from the earth, their thick roots tearing through the stone floor, vibrant leaves rapidly unfurling. These trees seemed alive, deftly entwining around the members of the Cloud Village. Before Waimujin could react, a thick branch ensnared her waist, lifting her high into the air. Is this the wood release used to seal-tailed beasts? Waimujin realized in terror that the chakra of the two tails within her was being entirely suppressed. She attempted to channel chakra to break free, but found even the most basic flow of chakra was obstructed. Furious, AI's lightning chakra surged once more, lightning release chakra mode. A blue electric aura enveloped him, his hair standing on end, dark shadows manifesting around his eyes. His speed and strength surged to their zenith, allowing him to break free from the constricting branches. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian calmly perched upon the highest branch, surveying the conflict below. He slowly drew the Zampakit from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. The Zampakit transformed into a violet lightning bolt, its dazzling brilliance forcing all to shut their eyes. The violet lightning danced along the blade, exuding a heart-stopping energy, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Regardless of whether you are a clone or the original, AI's voice was chillingly frigid. The ground beneath me cannot withstand the pressure of my lightning chakra. I shall obliterate you completely. Xiao Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Then let us see, Raikage. In unison, their figures vanished from sight, and the next moment, a blinding light erupted in the center of the conference hall. Blue lightning collided with violet lightning, the resulting shockwave uprooting trees and tearing the roof off the hall. Mitsuba had no choice but to form hand seals to cast defensive ninjutsu, barely shielding himself and Sarutobi Hizashi. In this earth-shattering confrontation, AI's every strike bore the weight of thunder, while Xiao Tian danced with agility, blending would release with the power of the Zampakit. Trees grew and were obliterated by lightning in an ongoing cycle, the violet and blue energies intertwining to create a magnificent spectacle. Lightning release, lightning fury level. AI roared, unleashing his mightiest blow, transforming into a flash of lightning that surged towards Xiao Tian. Unperturbed, Xiao Tian sheathed his sword, crossing his arms before him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon rose from the ground, its gaping maw aimed at AI. The two formidable forces collided in midair, the explosion reverberating throughout the Iron Country. As the dust settled, AI knelt on one knee, his lightning armor shattered, while Shao Tian stood atop the dragon's head, looking down imperiously. "Do you wish to continue, Raikage?" Shao Tian's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. AI lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "Very well, I shall not bully you further. Let us play in another way." As he spoke, the wooden dragon dissipated, and Shao Tian descended to the ground, his shallow strike emanating a soft glow, transforming into particles that adhered to his hands, gradually fading to reveal a pair of silver gauntlets. What? How is this possible? His sword? Chapter 41. Half-release of Thunder Fist. Half-release of Thunder Fist. The surface of the gauntlets bristled with spikes, purple lightning patterns flowing across the metal, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Flamboyant. AI scoffed, his form vanishing instantly, leaving behind only a blue afterimage. Shao Tian's pupils narrowed, instinctively raising his right arm. In the next moment, AI's elbow, enveloped in violent lightning chakra, appeared before him, lightning fury level. Boom. Two distinctly different lightning powers clashed, intertwining in a burst of purple and blue energy, creating a visible shockwave. The steel walls of the hall were shredded like paper, the steel beams overhead twisted and shattered, crashing down. Mitsuba was forced to retreat several steps, his katana raised defensively against the flying debris, disbelief etched across his face. "Is this truly a battle between ninjas?" Mitsuba murmured. He had witnessed countless strong warriors clash. Yet this lightning confrontation surpassed his comprehension of ninjutsu. From the cloud of dust, the two figures staggered back. AI shook off his slightly numbed arm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. His lightning fury level had once sent a jonin flying hundreds of meters. Yet now it was caught barehanded by an inconspicuous Leaf Village guard? Intriguing. A sinister smile crept across AI's face. "It seems I must get serious." Before his words finished, AI's lightning chakra surged violently, enveloping him in blue electricity. His hair stood on end, muscles bulging, and lightning-like patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. Lightning release chakra mode. Full release. Shao Tian felt a prickling sensation against his skin, the static electricity from the lightning. AI's speed escalated to a point where he became a mere blur, the hall filled with flashes of blue lightning darting about. To the left, Shao Tian instinctively sidestepped, AI's fist barely grazing his cheek, the wind pressure leaving a blood mark on his face. Instead of panicking, Shao Tian closed his eyes. The lightning power of the Zampakit coursed through him, resonating harmoniously with AI's lightning chakra. Suddenly enlightened, Shao Tian realized that the lightning chakra and the Zampakit's lightning were fundamentally of the same origin. This revelation brought a subtle smile to his lips. When the next strike from AI arrived, Shao Tian did not evade. Instead, he allowed the fist, imbued with immense power, to collide with his abdomen. Bang! The anticipated forceful blow that would send him flying did not occur. AI was astonished to discover that his punch seemed to have plunged into a viscous substance, with all kinetic energy absorbed by an unseen force. Purple lightning patterns emerged on the surface of Shao Tian's body, the lines moving like living creatures beneath his skin. The manifestation of the thunder body had begun. He spoke softly, his voice resonating with a rhythm that transcended human language. Purple lightning surged from all directions, wildly flooding into Shao Tian's being. His muscle fibers reorganized and strengthened under the stimulus of the lightning, while the density of his bones increased geometrically. This was not ninjutsu, but rather an evolution closer to the very essence of existence. What kind of technique is this? AI swiftly retreated, keenly observing Shao Tian's transformation. As the Raikage, his understanding of lightning far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet the scene before him exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Shao Tian did not respond. He slowly raised both hands, the purple lightning coalescing into two swirling spheres of energy atop his gauntlets. "Thunder Dragon," he whispered the name of the technique, his voice barely audible, yet causing the air in the entire hall to still. AI's pupils abruptly constricted. His battle instincts warned him to evade immediately. But just as he prepared to activate his instant body technique, Shao Tian's fists had already been unleashed. Boom! The purple lightning transformed into two roaring dragons, piercing through AI's defenses at a speed surpassing light. The Raikage's proud lightning armor was as fragile as paper in the face of this force, easily torn apart. AI could only cross his arms defensively over his chest before being struck by this overwhelming power. Ugh! AI's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through 3 steel walls before coming to a halt. He lay amidst the ruins, his chest charred, the lightning chakra erratically flickering across his surface, unable to coalesce. At the other end of the hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. He raised his hand to stop Hiki and Darui, who were eager to rush in. "Do not approach," the third Hokage said solemnly. "This is a battle beyond your capabilities." Mitsuba gripped his katana tightly, his knuckles turning white. As the general of the Land of Iron, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The level of this battle had transcended what any samurai could comprehend. As the dust gradually settled, Xiao Tian stood in place, the purple lightning still swirling around him. His gaze pierced through the debris, locking onto AI, who struggled to rise. Why was AI wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief? How could a mere guardian of Konoha surpass me in lightning? Before he could finish his thoughts, AI collapsed straight down. Chapter 42. Capturing a little kitten. Hiki's pupils dilated sharply as he witnessed the Raikage collapse like a ragdoll amidst the ruins, motionless. This scene momentarily blanked his mind. The undefeated AI of the Cloud Village had been directly defeated by a Konoha guardian? Darui. Hiki suddenly turned, his voice sharp with tension. The Raikage has lost consciousness. Cold sweat broke out on Darui's dark skin, his hand gripping the long blade, trembling slightly. "This is impossible," he murmured. "What on earth is Xiao Tian?" The steel hall was shrouded in dust, the purple lightning still swirling around Xiao Tian. Hiki quickly assessed the situation. The Raikage was unconscious. The puppet's emotions were on the brink of chaos, and aside from Xiao Tian, the third Hokage was watching closely. As the strategist of the Cloud Village, he had to find the optimal solution in this dire situation. "Listen," Hiki lowered his voice, his fingers swiftly forming a secret communication seal. "I will stay behind to buy time. You must evacuate the Raikage immediately." "Have you lost your mind?" Darui's eyes widened. "That guy even took down the Raikage. That's an order." Hiki interrupted, determination flashing in his eyes. The Cloud Village cannot afford to lose both the Raikage and 2 elite jonin at the same time. If the situation worsens, we must at least ensure the Raikage returns alive. Darui swallowed hard and finally nodded heavily. He swiftly formed a hand seal to create a shadow clone, while his original self silently moved toward AI's fallen position. Hiki took a deep breath, his hands rapidly forming seals. Genjutsu mirage. The hall suddenly filled with dense fog, within which countless images of Hiki materialized, each one vividly lifelike. This was a secret illusion technique of the Cloud Village, blending the essence of the mist technique with the clone technique, specifically designed to confuse enemies and buy time. "Thinking of escaping?" Xiao Tian's voice pierced through the fog, tinged with mockery. The purple lightning crackled around his gauntlets, poised for action. At that moment, an inhuman shriek sliced through the air. "Ah!" The puppet collapsed to the ground, blue chakra erupting from her body like flames. Her skin began to crack, revealing glowing blue fur beneath. Her nails elongated into claws, teeth sharpened like knives, and 2 chakra tails thrashed wildly behind her. "Not good." Hiki's face paled. The puppet has lost control. Darui had just lifted AI onto his shoulder when he immediately halted. Complete tailed beast transformation? In such an enclosed space? The Jinchuriki. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a grave expression as he quickly formed seals to prepare for defense. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tian laughed. He lightly leaped up, a puppet gradually taking form, landing gracefully atop the puppet's head, gazing down at the 2 tails, who was coalescing a tailed beast bomb. The puppet's shriek tore through the air, blue chakra erupting from her petite form like a volcanic eruption. Her skin cracked further, revealing the glowing blue fur, claws elongated like daggers, fangs protruding beyond her lips, and 2 pure chakra tails thrashing behind her. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." The puppet's voice had become half-beast, laden with piercing overtones. Xiao Tian merely languidly dug at his ear, purple lightning dancing at his fingertips. "Spare me, little kitten." A playful smirk crept across his lips. "Your master is already down. Who are you showing your fangs to?" This remark shattered any remaining semblance of rationality. A woo. The fully transformed 2 tails burst forth, a blue cat demon towering 3 stories high, howling at the sky. Ethereal blue chakra flames engulfed the entire steel hall, melting the remaining metal structures into a molten mass. Those slitted eyes locked onto Xiao Tian, burning with pure murderous intent. Xiao Tian, be careful. The third Hokage shouted urgently. This is complete tailed beast transformation. Yet Xiao Tian merely chuckled. Not only did he not retreat, but he also commanded the puppet to step forward 3 paces, casually beckoning the two tails with a finger. Come. Let Uncle see if your little claws are sharp. Enraged, the two tails brought down her massive forepaw with a howl that tore through the air. This strike was sufficient to flatten a small mountain. Slap. Xiao Tian merely curled his lips, and the puppet effortlessly caught the earth-shattering blow with one hand. The shockwave exploded outward, causing the ground within 100 meters to sink 3 inches, yet the puppet did not even bend its knees. Is that all? Xiao Tian shook his head in disappointment. Is this the extent of the Cloud Village's tailed beast? The two-tailed slitted pupils dilated sharply, the beastly instincts wavering for the first time. But anger quickly overwhelmed caution as it opened its massive jaws, yin-yang chakra swirling chaotically in its throat, coalescing into a pitch-black energy sphere. Tailed beast bomb. Darui shouted in shock from afar. The dark energy sphere rapidly expanded, distorting the very fabric of space around it. This was a destructive attack capable of erasing the entire land of iron from the map. Yet Xiao Tian suddenly vanished from atop the puppet's head. Too slow. The voice emanated from above the two tails. As the two-tailed beast suddenly raised its head, it noticed Xiao Tian casually perched between its ears, nonchalantly scratching the base of its ear with a blade of dogtail grass that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. The beast's fur bristled instinctively, and it shook its head. With a light laugh, Xiao Tian leaped up, playfully hopping on the enormous head of the two-tailed creature. He would occasionally tap its nose or tug at its whiskers, each time deftly evading its retaliatory claws. The scene resembled not a battle, but rather the taming of a disobedient pet cat. Watch this. Xiao Tian exclaimed as he executed a sudden somersault, landing a powerful punch adorned with lightning on the beast's brow. The two-tailed beast let out a cry akin to that of a domestic cat, clearly in pain. The onlookers from the hidden cloud village were left agape, astonished that their formidable weapon was being treated as a mere pet. Don't zone out, little kitty. Xiao Tian's voice resonated from beneath the beast's abdomen. Before it could lower its head, an uppercut struck its soft chin. With a resounding thud, the beast's massive form was propelled 3 meters into the air, its paws flailing helplessly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tian commanded, "Would release." Cat teasing stick technique. The motionless wooden figure suddenly raised its hand, revealing a thick vine with a sparkling sphere of lightning at its tip, swaying enticingly before the two-tailed creature. Driven by primal instincts, the beast's slit pupils began to follow the movement, its paws instinctively reaching out. Yes, just like that, Xiao Tian guided the vine's path, leading the beast to unwittingly spin in circles. The third Hokage dropped his pipe, his expression frozen in disbelief, as if witnessing the first Hokage performing a hula dance. When the two-tailed beast finally realized it was being toyed with, fury consumed it, and it unleashed a torrent of chakra into the tailed beast ball forming in its mouth, causing tremors throughout the Iron Country. Die, human! Its roar echoed with cataclysmic intent. However, Xiao Tian abruptly suppressed his mirth. His hands came together in prayer, a flicker of purple lightning dancing in his eyes. I've had enough of this. These seemingly casual words caused the air to thicken ominously. Would release. Buddha's hand. The ground erupted as a gargantuan wooden hand, as large as half a football field, emerged, swiftly grasping the beast's throat with astonishing speed. A second colossal hand descended, forcefully pushing the condensed-tailed beast ball back into the creature's mouth. The two-tailed beast's eyes bulged in shock, choking on its own energy. The wooden hand, relentless, began to violently shake it from side to side. The massive form of the beast was tossed about like a rag doll, each slam into the ground creating minor tremors. Left toss, right toss, shoulder throw, German suplex. By the time the wooden hand ceased its assault, the two-tailed beast was frothing at the mouth, its eyes spiraling, involuntarily emitting pitiful mews. Its size rapidly diminished until it ultimately reverted to the unconscious wooden figure. Xiao Tian gracefully landed beside her, gently prodding her cheek with his toe. I told you to conserve your energy. He turned to the stunned onlookers from the hidden cloud village, beaming a bright smile. Sorry for the wait. I've caught a little kitty. Chapter 43. Konoha stands firm. How could this be possible? The ninjas from the hidden cloud gaped in disbelief at the spectacle. The perfect Jinchuriki subdued so effortlessly? Xiao Tian's gaze swept over each individual present, finally settling on the commander of the hidden cloud. If you wish to continue provoking us, Konoha will stand firm until the end. This declaration pierced through their arrogance like a sharpened blade. They had anticipated that Konoha would yield as in the past, but Xiao Tian's emergence shattered their illusions. Xiao Tian, you performed admirably, Sarutobi Hiruzen began, but the ensuing situation would become increasingly complex. Standing calmly, Xiao Tian replied, Lord Hokage, the hidden cloud will not relent. I know, Sarutobi nodded. Thus, we must be prepared. He turned to Mitsuba, the representative of the Iron Country, his tone resolute. Lord Mitsuba, Konoha will not instigate war, yet we shall not retreat any further. Should the hidden cloud choose to wage war, Konoha will respond with full force. Mitsuba's brow furrowed, concern flickering in his eyes. Lord Hokage, once war erupts, the Iron Country will not remain unscathed. I understand your concerns, Sarutobi replied solemnly. But peace cannot be attained through compromise. Mitsuba's feelings were tumultuous. He had hoped this meeting would ease tensions between Konoha and the hidden cloud. Yet Xiao Tian's presence had completely altered the dynamics. Lord Xiao Tian, is there truly no room for negotiation? Mitsuba implored, knowing that war would ensnare countless innocents. Xiao Tian's gaze was sharp. Lord Mitsuba, weakness does not yield peace. The hidden cloud dares to provoke us repeatedly precisely because Konoha has chosen to endure in the past. His voice was cold and resolute. If the hidden cloud is willing to negotiate as equals, Konoha's doors will always be open. But if they choose to remain aloof and prepare for battle, he paused, a glint of determination in his eyes, then Konoha shall not shy away. Mitsuba fell silent, aware that Xiao Tian spoke the truth. Yet, as a representative of a neutral nation, he could not accept the return of war. After speaking, Xiao Tian strode towards the slumped figure of Kamizuki Kazuma, his dark cloak appearing particularly menacing under the dim light. Tobarama is dead. Xiao Tian's tone was eerily calm. Just 2 days ago, Kazuma's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. What? This cannot be, Lord Tobarama. Xiao Tian looked down at him imperiously. He perished at the hands of my wood clone and Uchiha Itachi. He paused. Now, I will take charge. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kazuma's fingers twitched involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He struggled to swallow. What? What gives you the right? Right? Xiao Tian scoffed, raising his right hand. Green chakra coalescing in his palm. The surge of wood-released chakra caused the ground to tremble. Kazuma's complexion turned pale as he finally comprehended the terrifying power of the young man before him. You have the option to leave. Xiao Tian's voice returned to a calm demeanor. But remember, before being a root ninja, you are first a ninja of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly puffed on his pipe, the wisps of smoke appearing particularly ethereal. Kazuma struggled to his feet, his gaze wavering between Xiao Tian and the unconscious wooden figure, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. I understand. I will comply with the orders. Xiao Tian nodded approvingly. Excellent. Take her back to Konoha and ensure she is closely monitored. Just then, Mitsuba rushed forward. Please wait. His face was etched with anxiety. Taking away the hidden cloud's Jinchuriki would plunge the situation into chaos. Xiao Tian shot him a cold glare. The ones needing to ease tensions have never been us. His voice was as frigid as ice. Since the hidden cloud did not value their Jinchuriki, Konoha would take over. Mitsuba attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by Sarutobi. Lord Mitsuba, Konoha knows its limits. Suddenly, Xiao Tian heard the familiar chime of the system notification in his ear. Congratulations to the host for achieving a significant milestone, granting full proficiency in water and earth release techniques, with an increase in power by 30. New mission. Proceed to the Uchiha stronghold, decisively crush the Uchiha clan, and prevent rebellion. A cold smile crept across Xiao Tian's lips. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Lord Hokage, it seems there are more pressing matters to attend to in Konoha. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened as he immediately grasped the implication. The Uchiha matter? Precisely, Xiao Tian replied, his eyes glinting with determination as he looked towards the village. It is time to put an end to this. It is time for us to return, Mitsuba. We take our leave. Without awaiting a response, Sarutobi led the group away. Chapter 44. Do not go too far, Lord Hokage. Please hold. Sarutobi paused, turning with a warm smile. Is there something else, Lord Mitsuba? Mitsuba hesitated, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Finally, he bowed deeply, his voice laced with urgency. I hope you will honor your promise and prevent the flames of war from engulfing the neutral nations. Xiao Tian scoffed disdainfully. That depends on the attitude of the Cloud Shinobi. Xiao Tian. Sarutobi rebuked sharply, then turned back to Mitsuba, his tone gentle yet resolute. Konoha will respect the neutrality of the Land of Iron. However, if the Cloud Shinobi insist on war, the former Hokage's words trailed off, but Mitsuba understood. He watched the two depart, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn in the morning light. On the return journey, the setting sun bathed the forest in golden hues as Xiao Tian treaded softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, each step brimming with anticipation. What reward would the system bestow this time? He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with greed. Images of the dazzling Sharingan and the powerful techniques from anime flashed through his mind. Itachi's Tsukuyami, Sasuke's Amaterasu, and Obito's Kimui. Merely imagining such powers quickened his heartbeat, nearly causing him to drool. If only he could receive a Mangeki Sharingan directly. Xiao Tian rubbed his hands together, but then shook his head, chastising himself. No. I don't even possess a regular Sharingan yet. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, but soon excitement surged within him. Yet, knowing the system, it might just skip ahead and grant me the Mangeki. With that thought, a foolish grin spread across his face, akin to a child eagerly awaiting the unwrapping of a Christmas gift. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling flat. Damn it! Xiao Tian cursed as he picked himself up, cursing the uneven path. Yet he quickly returned to his daydream. If I had Obito's Kimui, I could. Xiao Tian. Sarutobi's voice interrupted his reverie. The elder Hokage, pipe in mouth, wore a look of exasperation. What are you grinning about? You're drooling. Xiao Tian hastily wiped his mouth. Nothing. Just contemplating, Konoha's future. Sarutobi eyed him suspiciously before shaking his head and resuming his journey. Xiao Tian hurried to catch up, his mind still racing. System, this time you must reward me handsomely. As night deepened, the group paused briefly on a high cliff. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, the ember glowing faintly in the darkness. The Cloud Shinobi will not relent. War is now unavoidable. Xiao Tian approached him, gazing into the distance towards the Cloud Shinobi village. Should we contact Sunagakure? Yes, Sarutobi nodded, tapping his pipe against a stone. I have already dispatched Umbu to the Land of Wind. However, he turned to Xiao Tian, his eyes deep and serious. What concerns me more is the Uchiha. Xiao Tian smirked, unconsciously stroking his chin. Those restless fellows have me here. You needn't worry, old man. Alas, with Danzo's demise, and our absence from Konoha, it has given them an opportunity. Sarutobi sighed deeply, the wrinkles on his face appearing more pronounced in the firelight. We must return swiftly. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forests bordering the Cloud Shinobi village. Damn it, another trap. Darui shouted as he severed the last tripwire, sweat soaking his back. Is Raikage-sama all right? He asked anxiously, glancing at the stretcher. I'm fine, a sudden voice startled them both. Ai opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Though his complexion was pale, the fire of anger burned fiercely in his gaze. Raikage-sama, Hiki exclaimed in relief, rushing to assist him. Ai touched the painful area at the back of his neck. Memories flooding back, Xiao Tian's lightning release, his own defeat, that moment of humiliation. What about Waimujin? He grasped Hiki's shoulders tightly, his grip strong enough to make Hiki wince. Hiki lowered his head, his voice barely audible. She sacrificed herself to protect us. Bastard. Aai's roar startled the birds into flight as he punched the ground. The violent surge of lightning released Chakra, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius, snapping trees in half. Just then, Mitsuba emerged from the bushes, his expression grave. Raikage-sama. Regarding Waimujin, Ai, his eyes blazing red, charged at him, gripping his collar. Speak. Mitsuba sighed heavily. She was taken by Konoha. Xiao Tian asked me to convey this to you. Enough. Aai's roar sent leaves fluttering down as he released Mitsuba, turning to strike the tree trunk with another punch. Konoha's Senju Xiao Tian is unforgivable. At dawn, Xiao Tian and Sarutobi Hiruzen beheld the outline of Konoha's gates. He gazed towards the distant silhouette of the village, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. Old man, when we return, I need to visit the Uchiha stronghold first. Sarutobi regarded him with a deep, penetrating look, the ember in his pipe illuminating his worried expression. Do not go too far. Xiao Tian smiled, but did not respond. Chapter 45. Returned to Konoha at that moment. Waimujin slowly opened her eyes. For a brief moment, her vision was blurred, then sharpened, strange woods, unfamiliar scents, and the Konoha ninja carrying her on his shoulder. Awake? Xiao Tian's voice reached her, tinged with mockery. Wai Mujin struggled violently, but soon realized her body felt weak and unresponsive. Where are you taking me? Her voice was hoarse, but remained assertive. To Konoha, Xiao Tian replied without looking back, save your energy. Wai Mujin clenched her teeth, secretly attempting to summon her chakra. Yet, the familiar burning energy within her felt blocked, unresponsive to her calls. What is happening? Her pupils constricted slightly, the chakra of the two tails. Xiao Tian finally turned to face her, a faint smile playing on his lips. I am, unfortunately, somewhat knowledgeable in sealing techniques. He raised his right hand, chakra swirling in his palm. I can seal even the chakra of tailed beasts, 9 tails included, let alone the 2 tails. Wai Mujin scoffed, arrogant. The power of a tailed beast cannot be completely sealed by you. Now is not the time for such discussions. Xiao Tian's smile faded. What concerns me more is what the Cloud Shinobi village will offer for your freedom. Wai Mujin's gaze sharpened. So Konoha is preparing for war against the Cloud Shinobi? Xiao Tian shrugged, glancing at the silent third Hokage and others nearby. That depends on your Raikage decision. Konoha has always favored peace. His demeanor suddenly shifted to one of danger, but it does not shy away from war to protect it. Wai Mujin remained silent for a moment before speaking. There will always be an opportunity. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. However, in his mind, he began to devise an alternative plan. Perhaps it was time for this Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki to meet Naruto? The encounter of 2 future-perfect Jinchuriki might just spark some intriguing fireworks. The gates of Konoha slowly opened in the morning sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked with heavy steps at the forefront, the Hokage cloak still dusted with the unique iron ore from the land of iron. His brow was furrowed, the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening since their departure. Notify all high-ranking officials immediately. An emergency meeting will be convened at the Hokage Tower at the hour of the dog. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, as the Umbu ninjas behind him dispersed like specters into the shadows. At the rear of the procession, Xiao Tian's black hair glinted coolly in the morning light. He noticed 2 figures, bound by Umbu, being escorted towards a special prison. The woman's chakra, that of the 2 tails, lay unnaturally subdued, rendering his sealing techniques more effective than anticipated. Lord Xiao Tian, an Umbu approached from the root division. We shall discuss it later, he waved dismissively, his gaze drifting towards the Uchiha clan grounds in the northeast corner of the village. A system notification echoed in his mind. Proceed to the Uchiha encampment. Decisively crush the Uchiha clan and thwart the rebellion. Time remaining, 2 hours and 23 minutes. As he traversed the bustling morning market, Xiao Tian suddenly halted. The unique chakra fluctuations of the Sharingan emanated from the encampment, rippling through the air like a disturbance in water. He deliberately veered into a secluded alley, where a dry leaf crunched silently at the third corner. You are 3 minutes and 12 seconds late. Uchiha Itachi emerged from the shadow beneath the eaves, the hem of his Umbu cloak still damp with the morning dew. Xiao Tian gathered a small flame of chakra at his fingertips, revealing the scorch marks from the lightning release he had sustained the previous night. The Raikage was more stubborn than anticipated. Itachi's Sharingan flickered slightly, the 3 tomos slowly forming in crimson. My father has ultimately decided to act at the hour of the rat tonight. Both formed the seal of confrontation simultaneously. 3 strands of chakra shooting from Xiao Tian's sleeve to confirm that no one was monitoring them. Is Lord Fugaku in such a hurry? Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, knowing only his father was privy to Danzo's demise. Itachi's voice was low like a muffled thunder, choosing to conceal the truth, yet the radicals could no longer wait. The hilt of his kunai pressed into his palm, leaving a deep crimson mark. They believed this was their final opportunity as the third Hokage was fatigued from travel, and the Cloud Village had suddenly declared war, while Danzo had disappeared for several days. Xiao Tian remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the patrolling members of the security division at the end of the street. The Uchiha clansmen appeared tense, their expressions marked by suppressed anger and determination. They had evidently received word, waiting for nightfall to ignite the rebellion. Were you planning to negotiate with Danzo? Xiao Tian shifted the topic. Itachi's eyelashes quivered slightly. He seeks my loyalty. I desire a path for my clansmen. The 3 tomo within his Sharingan suddenly transformed into a pinwheel shape. Now, I wish to wager that you can offer better terms. Xiao Tian locked eyes with Itachi, attempting to discern any wavering in his resolve. Yet, Itachi's gaze remained steadfast, as if he had already prepared for the worst outcome. Take me to see Fugaku. Xiao Tian's pupils suddenly shimmered with a faint blue of the Senju clan's intricate patterns, but he added, remember, if the Uchiha truly raises the banner of rebellion tonight, I will personally sever the heads of you and your father. Itachi's lips curled into a bitter smile. As he turned, the hem of his cloak billowing like a dying black butterfly, the two figures vanished into the increasingly bright sunlight, leaving behind 3 charred leaves on the ground, arranged in a pattern resembling the Uchiha clan's emblem. Chapter 46. Total Domination. Xiao Tian followed Uchiha Itachi through layers of barriers, finally stopping before a concealed wooden cabin. The wind chime hanging from the eaves chimed melodiously in the breeze, yet it could not mask the oppressive chakra fluctuations emanating from within. My father is inside. Itachi's voice was low, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of his kunai. We do not have much time. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, his Byakugan quietly activating. Within the bluish-white vision, the figure seated inside became distinctly visible. He pushed the door open, the wooden door creaking as it yielded. Senju-s. Uchiha Fugaku looked up, his 3-tomo Sharingan glowing red in the dimly lit room. His gaze lingered on Xiao Tian's Byakugan for a moment, brow furrowing slightly. I had thought you would inherit would release. Who knows? Xiao Tian replied succinctly, glancing sideways at Itachi, realizing Itachi had not informed his father about the wood release. Fugaku rose, the hem of his fiery robe sweeping across the tatami mats. So it was you who persuaded Uchiha Itachi? Not at all, Xiao Tian denied again. Itachi is an exceptionally skilled ninja. Even without me, he would stand on the side of the village. Fugaku's lips twisted into a bitter smile. The tomo in his Sharingan beginning to spin. Tell me, Senju Xiao Tian, why can't the Uchiha clan members become Hokage? Before he could finish, the complex patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan erupted forth. The distorted lines reflected in Fugaku's pupils. Do not worry, Itachi. I do not intend to harm Xiao Tian. I merely wish for him to witness the future after the coup d'etat unfolds. However, Xiao Tian's Byakugan remained clear. A faint smile barely visible at the corners of his lips. I am immune to Jinjutsu. So why not share your envisioned future following the coup? Fugaku's expression shifted drastically. He stared incredulously at his hands, then back at Xiao Tian. This is impossible, my Manjiki. Face the truth, Fugaku. Xiao Tian stepped forward, the gentle vibration at his waist hinting at the imminent chaos. Once the coup began, the Uchiha encampment would be simultaneously besieged by Umbu and Root. Blood would flow like rivers, corpses strewn everywhere, including the innocent and the elderly. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Fugaku's breathing grew labored, the light in his Sharingan flickering. Do you know why we have been ostracized by the village? Struggling to articulate? Xiao Tian scoffed. You lack the strength to contend with the village. Even without me, Itachi alone could. Silence. Fugaku suddenly shouted, a gust of wind from his chakra upturning the low table. What do you know? Xiao Tian remained unfazed, calmly observing. I know the outcome of the coup. I know that Sasuke will also be killed, and that Itachi will live a life of torment. Is this truly what you desire? Fugaku's fists clenched tightly, yet he hesitated to strike. Eventually, he slumped back onto the tatami, the light in his Sharingan dimming. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly inquired, what transpired on the night of the Nine-Tails incident? Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. He turned to gaze out the window, his voice low. That night, we could have helped. Helped? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. The Sharingan can control tailed beasts. A flicker of pain crossed Fugaku's eyes. We volunteered, but Danzo intervened. He claimed that the Uchiha's Sharingan would provoke the Nine-Tails to rampage. Xiao Tian's Byakugan flickered slightly. So your ostracism was not ostracism. It was betrayal. Fugaku erupted. Since then, we have been pushed to the village's periphery, monitored, and suspected. If it weren't for such treatment, who would wish to tread the path of Uchiha Madara? Xiao Tian suddenly realized something, his expression shifting. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Fugaku's body visibly stiffened. Uzumaki Naruto? Tell me where Naruto is. Xiao Tian stepped closer, his voice icy. There is still time to turn back. Fugaku's Sharingan whirled frantically. He is safe. It is the clansmen who crave fairness. We were once the heroes of Konoha, only to have it all stripped away. You kidnapped a Jinchuriki? Xiao Tian shook his head in disbelief. This is treason. Treason? Fugaku scoffed. We merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. Fugaku, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The consequences of releasing the nine tails. Consequences? Fugaku interrupted him. Do you think my Manjiki has been active for so many years without me knowing the consequences? Itachi stepped forward abruptly. Father, tell me Naruto's whereabouts. Enough. Fugaku barked, his chakra surging violently. If you wish to know so desperately, then prove your strength. Fugaku's eyes transformed instantaneously, the intricate patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan radiating an eerie glow in the darkness. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal Naruto's location and abandon this coup. Xiao Tian placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? Enough talk. Fugaku roared, purple chakra erupting from within him, quickly coalescing into a colossal skeletal form. Susanoo. The small cabin collapsed under the overwhelming force of his chakra. Amidst the dust and debris, Xiao Tian saw Fugaku enveloped within the purple half-giant, wielding a massive chakra sword that emanated an oppressive aura. Father! Itachi exclaimed in alarm. Step back, Itachi. Xiao Tian calmly replied. This is my battle with him. Fugaku's voice echoed from within Susanoo. Xiao Tian, show me your resolve. Xiao Tian slowly drew his sword, the blade adorned with azure chakra patterns. Fugaku, you are mistaken. Power is not meant for destruction. Cease your preaching. Fugaku commanded, controlling Susanoo to swing its sword down. Xiao Tian swiftly dodged. Do you believe controlling the Nine Tails will change the Uchiha's fate? Silence. Standing atop the ruins, Xiao Tian's Byakugan reflected Fugaku's swelling purple chakra. The initially half-formed Susanoo was visibly evolving, its muscular fibers spreading across its skeletal structure like a living entity, soon encased in a heavy armor. Is it evolving from the second phase to the third? Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, fingers still relaxed on the hilt of his sword. Fugaku stood within the crystalline forehead of Susanoo, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. The purple chakra armor gleamed with a metallic sheen in the morning light, and Susanoo's form now fully revealed below the waist. Father! Itachi cried out, your eyes. It is a necessary cost, Fugaku said, wiping away the blood. Susanoo's massive sword pointed menacingly at Xiao Tian, for the future of the Uchiha. The third phase of Susanoo swung its massive sword, generating winds that carved deep furrows into the ground. Yet, Xiao Tian did not budge an inch. Would release, would pillar wall. With a mere phrase, several arc-shaped wooden pillars surged from the earth, perfectly bracing against the powerful strike. Amidst the flying wood shavings, Xiao Tian's clothing remained undisturbed by the fierce winds. Lord Fugaku. Xiao Tian looked up at the towering purple giant, his tone indifferent. Surely you understand. He suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Susanoo, his sword unsheathed by 3 inches unbeknownst to anyone. This level of Susanoo holds no significance before me. Fugaku's Susanoo suddenly spread its wings, unleashing countless chakra arrows that rained down upon Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian finally took the matter seriously, clapping his hands and shouting, would release, wooden man technique. The earth trembled as a massive wooden figure rose, towering even over Susanoo. With a swing of its gigantic arms, it shattered the incoming arrows. The two colossal beings clashed fiercely above the Uchiha clan grounds, each collision shaking the very earth. Amaterasu! Fugaku roared. Black flames ignited on Susanoo's massive sword. Yet the wooden figure remained unfazed, a layer of lightning chakra armor suddenly appearing on its arms, crossing its hands to absorb the blow. To everyone's astonishment, the flames of Amaterasu could not ignite this special lightning armor. Feudal, Lord Fugaku. Xiao Tian stood atop the wooden figure, his voice calm. The wood release of the first Hokage inherently counters the Sharingan's power, and my wood release is even stronger than his. The wooden giant seized Susanoo's arms, performing a shoulder throw that sent the purple giant crashing to the ground. Fugaku's Susanoo cracked, yet continued to struggle. Xiao Tian leaped down from the wooden figure's shoulder, the tip of his blade lightly touching Susanoo's crystalline forehead. Do you wish to continue? This is the might of wood release. Fugaku's throat tightened, his eyes reflecting shock. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, the wooden man technique of the Senju clan. Your defeat is inevitable. Xiao Tian gazed into Fugaku's Manjiki, his voice low and steady. Chapter 47. Two choices. Just as Fugaku prepared to launch another attack, Xiao Tian suddenly raised his sword. Lightning release. Thunderbolt. Brilliant lightning erupted from the blade, instantly enveloping the wooden figure. The electric power coursed through the wooden figure's arms and into Susanoo, causing cracks to appear in the purple armor. Is this lightning release? Fugaka stared in shock as his Susanoo trembled under the electricity. How could this be possible? Xiao Tian, standing atop the electrically charged wooden giant, looked down upon Fugaku with an air of superiority. I have foretold your failure. The lightning power intensified, causing Susanoo's armor to begin peeling away. Fugaku gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain Susanoo's form, but ultimately, he could not withstand this overwhelming force. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, Fugaku murmured, as Susanoo completely collapsed, and he staggered from the air to the ground. Purple chakra fragments rained down, refracting an eerie glow in the morning light. Xiao Tian stood upon the wooden figure's shoulder, his black hair slightly swaying in the wind, coldly observing the disintegrating Susanoo below. Fugaku's body fell like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, appearing particularly vivid in the morning light. My Susanoo. Fugaku's fingers dug deep into the cracked earth, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He struggled to lift his head, the intricate patterns in his Mangeki Sharingan becoming blurred, much like his shattered ambitions at this moment. This young man, once underestimated by him, now crushed all of his meticulously laid plans with overwhelming power. Itachi's pupils constricted violently, the three tomos spinning wildly within his crimson gaze. When did Xiao Tian? His voice trailed off, the memories of fighting alongside Xiao Tian flashing through his mind. During his encounter with Danzo, Xiao Tian had only showcased basic wood release, yet now he unleashed such formidable lightning release. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Xiao Tian landed gracefully, the wooden figure dissolving into countless green light particles that vanished into the air. He stepped toward Fugaku, the blade at his waist glinting coldly in the morning light, remnants of the battle's lightning still clinging to it. I have spoken, Uchiha Fugaku. Your defeat is preordained. His voice was eerily calm, as if stating an already established fact. Father. Itachi activated the skeletal form of Susanoo, red chakra burning around him like flames. He dashed forward, encasing Fugaku within the skeleton of Susanoo. Leaning against his son's Susanoo, Fugaku wore a relieved smile. He reached out to pat Itachi's Susanoo, a simple gesture that caused him to cough up blood once more. I entrust Sasuke and Mikoto to you. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction, as if this were the last message he could leave to his son. Turning to Xiao Tian, his voice hoarse from injury, he said, kill me, and the coup will end. Gazing directly at Xiao Tian, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a calmness that hinted at liberation. He understood that this was the most direct way to conclude everything, and the final act he could perform for his clan. Xiao Tian knelt, his Byakugan scanning Fugaku's injuries. He could clearly see the chaotic flow of chakra within Fugaku, the severity of multiple fractures and internal bleeding. Fear not, you shall not die yet. He skillfully retrieved the medical bandages. No need, Fayek said, pushing the bandages away. This simple action caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. It was already enough. His gaze drifted past Xiao Tian, towards the distant Uchiha clan grounds, where everything he cared about resided, along with responsibilities he could not forsake. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian gently rubbed his fingers over the tool pouch. Ultimately, he produced a specially crafted kunai, its dark blade glimmering with a ghostly blue hue in the morning light. Evidently poisoned, he delicately placed the kunai beside Fayek, his movements gentle. Two choices. Xiao Tian's voice was chillingly calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. End it yourself, or make a deal with me. His gaze locked on Fayek, unwavering as if he had already foreseen every possible outcome. Itachi's Susanoo trembled violently, red chakra flickering like flames. Xiao Tian. His voice was rife with confusion, the patterns in his Sharingan beginning to shift, seemingly ready to launch an attack to protect his father. Let him choose. Xiao Tian raised his hand, halting Itachi with a seemingly casual yet unyielding force. This was the final dignity of the Uchiha clan leader. His focus remained on Fayek, awaiting his decision. Fayek's trembling fingers grazed the kunai's sharp edge, the cold sensation evoking memories of the first time he had wielded a kunai. Back then, he was an idealistic youth, dreaming of leading the Uchiha clan to greatness. Now, everything would culminate at this moment. His gaze flickered between his son and Xiao Tian, ultimately resting upon the distant Uchiha clan grounds, where clan members could be seen gathering, the horns of a coup soon to sound. Is this your plan? Fyake's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. To threaten me with the lives of my clan? Xiaodian stood in the morning light, his black hair gently swaying in the breeze, the hilt of his sword reflecting a cold glare. His Byakugan calmly regarded Fyake, as though observing a preordained conclusion. I merely offer you a choice. Hand over the list, or watch them perish one by one at the hands of the Cloud Ninjas. Fyake's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling violently. He could feel the chaos within his chakra, the agony from multiple fractures blurring his thoughts. But what tormented him most was Xiaoyan's demand for him to personally surrender those most loyal clan members, the core members who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Do you think this will make the Uchiha yield? Fyake struggled to lift his head, the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes beginning to flicker. Xiaodian stepped forward, each step feeling like a weight upon Fyake's heart. This is not surrender, it is redemption. Let those who are stubborn fight for the village, perhaps even die for it, so they might find true belonging. In the distance, the Uchiha clan members were assembling. Fyake could see the mix of anger and fear on their faces, the weapons they clutched glinting ominously. He knew that once the coup commenced, many of those faces would vanish forever. Stop! An aged yet authoritative voice suddenly shattered the stalemate. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared at the edge of the ruins, flanked by a team of Umbu ninjas, smoke curling from the pipe in his hand. His gaze swept between Xiaotian, Fyake, and Itachi, the wrinkles on his face appearing deeper than usual. The third Hokage, Fyake, struggled to lift his gaze, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He attempted to rise, but stumbled due to his severe injuries. Sarutobi quickly approached, his expression complex as he took in the scene. Fyake injured on the ground, Xiaodian standing beside him with a kunai, and Itachi's Susanoo shielding his father. This tableau was even more shocking than what he had seen through the crystal ball. Take Fyake away, imprison him, Sarutobi commanded the Umbu behind him, his tone brooking no dissent. Then he turned to Xiaodian, his brow furrowed. What are you plotting? Xiaodian sheathed the kunai, a playful expression gracing his features. Lord Hokage, we are merely preventing a coup that could annihilate Konoha. A flicker of doubt crossed Sarutobi's eyes. He knew Xiaodian too well. This young man always had deeper schemes. His gaze fell on Fyake, noticing the kunai that had been knocked from his grasp. As the Umbu ninjas moved to seize Fyake, an unexpected action unfolded. He suddenly broke free, snatching the fallen kunai and aiming it at his own heart. Father! Itachi's cry nearly rent the morning air as the sound of metal clashing echoed. A shuriken precisely struck the kunai, sending it flying. Xiaodian maintained his throwing posture, amusement dancing in his eyes. Fyake, the Hokage has already made a decision for you. For Itachi's sake, I cannot allow you to die. His voice softened. If you wish for death, then I will kill your entire family. Fyake's pupils constricted violently, those words piercing his heart like a sword. His gaze flitted between his son and Xiaodian before finally resting on Sarutobi's solemn face. The third's words served as both a warning and an opportunity. If he chose self-termination, Itachi and Sasuke would forever bear the stigma of being the traitor's sons. If he lived to face judgment, he might at least secure a sliver of hope for his children. Fyake's voice faltered, the once proud Uchiha clan leader now resembling a lost child. I understand. Xiaodian smiled, remaining silent. He was acutely aware of Sarutobi's next moves, using Fyake to control the entire Uchiha clan, thus avoiding widespread bloodshed while ensuring the clan continued to serve the village. Such political maneuvering showcased the wisdom of a Hokage who had governed Konoha for many years. However, what did it matter to him, as long as he was not provoked? As the Umbu escorted Fyake away, Sarutobi turned to Xiaodian. Now, can you tell me where Naruto Uzumaki is? Yet Xiaodian did not respond to Sarutobi's inquiry. He was engaged in communication with the system. Just a minute prior. Ding. Congratulations, host, for preventing the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Reward. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Cannot be activated simultaneously with Byakugan. System, you've changed. You are not the same one who loved me before. Why not grant me the Manjiki? Hee, you won't even respond to me anymore. You've truly changed your heart. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully annoying the system. Reward. Manjiki Sharingan. Useless decorative contacts. Initially delighted at the prospect of the Manjiki, Xiaodian was momentarily stunned by the words decorative contacts. System, you're ruthless. You really know how to play. You think I need decorative contacts to be a Manjiki? Xiaodian. Sarutobi, After a lengthy pause without a reply, couldn't help but ask again. Lord Hokage, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling with a gust of wind. New intelligence indicates that the Uchiha clan has captured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and is holding him in the conference hall. Gather all jonin immediately, Sarutobi ordered, but before he could finish, Itachi interjected, it's too late. The traitorous Uchiha have already assembled there. If the Hokage appears now, even with my father captured, those cornered will launch another coup. Sarutobi took a deep breath, the flame in his pipe flickering. He turned to the now-focused Xiaotian. What do you suggest? I will go. No. Sarutobi resolutely refused. It's too dangerous. There were at least 40 elite Uchiha, each possessing the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. I acknowledge your strength. Yet I believe you would find yourself outmatched by numerous pairs of Sharingan. I wield would release, capable of suppressing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Xiaotian's Byakugan flickered subtly. It seemed that the Hokage remained unaware of the specific details of the recent battle and the Manjiki Sharingan awakened by Fugaku. His fingers gently grazed the shallow blade at his waist. Furthermore, I can disguise myself as a member of the Uchiha clan. Itachi remained silent for a moment before declaring, I will accompany you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted between the two, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. We must act separately. You both go to rescue Naruto, while I will manage the situation in the village. He turned to Itachi, his expression laden with complexity. Are you certain about this? A glimmer of resolve flashed in Itachi's Sharingan. For Konoha, for the Uchiha, this is the only way. After departing from the Hokage's office, Xiaotian and Itachi swiftly made their way toward the Uchiha compound. In the morning mist, their figures darted between rooftops like phantoms. Shall we eliminate the patrolling guards? Itachi inquired softly, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Xiaotian shook his head, his silver hair swaying gently in the wind. Let us proceed cautiously. We can feign being Uchiha clan members attending a gathering. As they approached the council hall, 2 Uchiha shinobi suddenly appeared from behind the trees, kunai glinting ominously in their hands. Halt! State your business. Xiaotian stepped forward with exaggerated cheerfulness. Hey, sorry for my tardiness. The Uchiha shinobi immediately became alert, hands resting on their ninja tool pouches. Who are you? I don't recognize you. State your business. Itachi quickly interjected, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. I brought him. His strength is crucial for this operation. One of the shinobi recognized Itachi. It's young Master Itachi. But who is this person? He is my most trusted friend. Itachi's voice was icy. Do you doubt my judgment? The 2 shinobi exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping aside. As Xiaotian passed, he noted the lingering doubt in their eyes, their hands never straying far from their weapons. Inside the council hall, dozens of Uchiha had congregated, the atmosphere thick with tension. The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows across the room. Naruto Uzumaki lay unconscious in the center, bound by special chakra chains, his golden hair appearing dull in the dim light. Itachi, an elderly Uchiha, approached hastily, the wrinkles on his face deepening in the candlelight. Where is your father? The coup is about to commence. Itachi's expression remained impassive, his voice unnaturally calm. Father is negotiating with the 3rd Hokage. He sent me ahead to provide support. Xiaotian quietly surveyed the layout of the council hall. Chapter 50. Complete chaos. At least 40 elite shinobi with 3 Tomo Sharingan stood at critical positions, while more ordinary clan members readied their weapons. His gaze finally landed on Xiaotian. Who is this person? Another Uchiha shinobi questioned, pointing at Xiaotian, his voice piercing through the silence of the room. Just as Itachi was about to respond, Xiaotian stepped forward, a fervent expression on his face. I'm here to help. I heard you captured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Fantastic. Now those old fools in Konoha will understand the might of the Uchiha. His enthusiasm felt jarringly out of place, as several Uchiha shinobi began forming hand seals in secret, poised to attack. The coup must be halted. Itachi's voice was low. The village had already caught wind of their plans. What did you say? An elder with a heavily wrinkled face slammed his palm on the table. This is a plan devised personally by Lord Fugaku. A commotion erupted among the crowd. Several elite shinobi with 3 Tomo Sharingan had already begun to form hand seals, ready to strike. Young Master Itachi, a female clan member's voice trembled. Are you siding with the village? At that moment, all eyes turned toward the dark-haired youth standing beside Itachi. Is this guy one of the villages? The elder squinted. I'm certain I've never seen that face before. A smirk crossed Xiao Tian's lips, a glint of cold light flashing in his Byakugan. He had anticipated that his disguise would be uncovered. Damn Fugaku, a burly Uchiha cursed. Sending an outsider to disrupt us. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? Xiao Tian suddenly asked, his voice chillingly different, as cold as ice. The statement detonated like a bomb. Everyone understood. These two had come to rescue the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kill him, the elder ordered sharply. Uchiha Shinobi sprang into action, unleashing fire release techniques within the confined space. The searing heat caused the candle flames to flicker violently, igniting the wooden structure. Xiao Tian's swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. The entire council hall trembled violently, as though experiencing an unprecedented earthquake. Thick trees burst forth from the ground, instantly ensnaring a majority of the Uchiha Shinobi. Sharp wooden spikes pressed against their throats, threatening their lives with the slightest exertion. The elder's face turned pale. Some Uchiha attempted to influence Xiao Tian with Jinjutsu, but he remained unaffected. Jinjutsu is ineffective against me, Xiao Tian scoffed, flicking his fingers, causing a vine to wrap around the neck of the caster, lifting him high into the air. Itachi stood nearby, the skeletal form of Susanoo barely visible. He watched in shock as the clan members he had intended to confront with difficulty crumbled before Xiao Tian's might. Are you from the Senju clan? The suspended shinobi forced out the words with great difficulty. Xiao Tian did not reply, but instead strolled toward the altar. As he passed, the vines parted to grant him a clear path. More powerful than Uchiha Madara, a young Uchiha murmured, his three-tomo Sharingan trembling violently with fear. Xiao Tian reached Naruto's unconscious form, gently caressing the boy's pale face. The Nine-Tails Chakra surged within him. Would release, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. An elder Uchiha fell to his knees, his fighting spirit utterly dissipated. Suddenly, Naruto's body convulsed violently, orange-red chakra erupting like a volcano from within. The explosive energy shattered the special chains binding him, sending metallic fragments flying. Not good. Itachi's pupils constricted, the three-tomo in his Sharingan spinning frantically. The Nine-Tails is about to go berserk. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Naruto's formerly black hair tips began to turn red patterns emerging around his eyes, and the whisker marks on his cheeks darkening and reddening. A vaporous substance formed around his body, and a chakra tail emerged from his back, adorned with black stripes. Resembling that of a fox, the first tail lashed out like a steel whip, carving a deep trench into the floor of the council hall. Too slow. Xiao Tian's voice whispered like a specter in Naruto's ear. Bang! A heavy punch, enveloped in earth-released chakra, struck Naruto's abdomen, the sheer force sending him flying. Naruto crashed through 3 stone walls, leaving a 100-meter-long furrow in the rubble. Just the right practice for you, Naruto. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must hold on tight, little Naruto. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. A tremendous tidal wave manifested, transforming into dozens of high-pressure water blades aimed at Naruto. The water blades sliced through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, severing the newly emerged second tail at its root. But we're not finished yet. Xiao Tian appeared above Naruto in an instant, his legs enveloped in lightning release chakra. Lightning release, lightning cutter. The blinding flash of lightning cleaved the sky as a vicious kick sent Naruto crashing into the earth. The ground within a 100-meter radius caved in instantly, forming a colossal crater. Oh, has a third tail sprouted? Xiao Tian observed, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he watched Naruto rise from the dust. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A robust wood dragon erupted from the ground, ensnaring Naruto tightly. The dragon's maw opened wide, sinking its teeth into Naruto's shoulder. With a thunderous roar, a fourth tail erupted from Naruto's back, the violent chakra shattering the wood dragon to pieces. Enveloped in a dark crimson chakra cloak, Naruto's nails transformed into razor-sharp claws. Lightning release, lightning dragon. Xiao Tian formed a hand seal with one hand, and dark clouds gathered in the sky as a bolt of lightning morphed into a dragon shape, striking downwards. The searing light illuminated the area up to a kilometer as Naruto was once again sent flying. A fifth tail? Xiao Tian watched as Naruto, now clad in a layer of dark crimson chakra armor adorned with black stripes resembling scales, stood once more. More fox-like features emerged on his face, complete with ears akin to a fox, and 5 sturdy tails sprouted from his back. Naruto's physique also expanded, rendering him more formidable. Fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames engulfed Naruto, the intense heat melting the surrounding rocks. Yet, in the next moment, Naruto burst through the inferno, his claws slicing through the air with a devastating force. Leaf whirlwind. A powerful gust erupted around Xiao Tian as he executed a spinning kick that propelled Naruto skyward. Wood release, thorn spike. Countless thorns shot up from the ground, their sharp branches piercing Naruto's body. Yet, the sixth tail had already formed, the chakra armor evolving further. Flames of chakra raging like molten lava. The six tails became even more robust, emanating a terrifying chakra intensity. Wood release, flower and bird pillar. A gigantic red torii gate descended from the heavens, pinning Naruto firmly to the ground. Naruto's chakra surged further, the armor beginning to crack and flow, as if it might explode at any moment. The seven tails thrashed wildly, releasing powerful chakra waves that shattered the immense wood structure. Xiao Tian suddenly withdrew his hands, gazing at the fully tailed beast-form Naruto with a glint of profound meaning in his eyes. Once merely seven tails, Naruto's form was now enveloped in a massive dark crimson chakra, shaping a figure resembling a fox, flickering with electric sparks. His face had entirely morphed into that of a fox, and 8 enormous tails extended from his back, exuding a terrifying aura. Almost there, he noted sharply, catching sight of the Hokage rock in the distance, where the Jinchuriki of the two tails from the Cloud Village coldly observed the unfolding chaos. Ah, so that's the plan. A cold smile crept onto Xiao Tian's lips. Trying to stir up trouble, are we? He crossed his arms, silently observing the fully tailed beast Naruto, his eyes glimmering with calculated intent. Very well, soon you shall witness what true power entails. Meanwhile, throughout the Leaf Village, support forces led by the third Hokage were rushing to the scene. As they neared the eight-tailed Naruto, anxiety surged within them. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Everyone, get back!" A massive blue flame surged towards them at incredible speed. Hokage-sama, watch out. Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan swiftly tracked the trajectory of the attack. That's the two tails flame. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Damn it, it's the Jinchuriki from the cloud. Nara Shikaku's reinforcement was also forced to halt, as the gigantic figure of the two tails cat darted through the streets, each pounce accompanied by lethal blue flames. In the midst of the ruins, Xiao Tian remained steadfast, allowing Naruto, now fully transformed, to wreak havoc. His gaze shifted between the wooden figure and the rampaging Naruto, a knowing smile gracing his face. If chaos is to unfold, let it be absolute. Chapter 51. Leave the rest to me. Naruto's eight-tailed form tore through the night sky. The tailed beast cloak flowed like lava, leaving charred footprints with every step. Protect the villagers. Kakashi, just arriving, activated his Sharingan and rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. 3 stone walls erupted, only to be shattered by the splintering chakra fragments. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, braced himself with his adamantine staff, cautiously guarding against a potential attack from the two tails, his beard flailing in the chakra storm. Umbu, immediately search for the two tails Jinchuriki's whereabouts. The rest follow me to subdue the 9 tails. His voice was drowned out by thunderous roars, forcing him to embed his staff into the ground for stability. Meanwhile, the wooden figure the others were searching for appeared within the Uchiha encampment. The tiles of the conference hall cracked under the weight of the wooden figure, who knelt on the highest ridge, her orange cat-like eyes glinting dangerously under the moonlight. 9 tails, your opponent is here, she declared, her hands forming seals with urgency, her voice imbued with the battle spirit characteristic of the Cloud Village. Below, Naruto slowly lifted his head, his 8 chakra tails writhing like living creatures. His face was entirely obscured by the dark crimson skeletal structure of the tailed beast, revealing only a pair of blood-red slit pupils. In response, a deafening roar erupted from Naruto, the shockwave shattering every lantern within 100 meters, glass raining down like shards of ice. The first tentative strike came unexpectedly. Naruto's right claw swept across, 5 chakra blades fanning out. The wooden figure narrowly evaded, the beams of the shrine being cleanly severed, the heavy wooden beams crashing down. She used the momentum to flip backward, landing atop a century-old pine tree in the courtyard, only to find Naruto closing in like a specter. So fast. The ancient pine splintered beneath the force of Naruto's chakra claws, the 2-meter trunk cleaved in half. In a moment of peril, the wooden figure leaped into the air, the severed wood grazing her boots as it flew past, smashing a hole in the shrine's surrounding wall. Adjusting her position midair, the chakra of the two tails within her resonated deeply. She crossed her arms before her chest, chakra visibly coalescing in her throat. Tailed beast bomb, an orange energy sphere. Trailing flames, shot towards Naruto, distorting the air in its wake. However, the next scene left all spectators gasping in disbelief. Naruto did not flinch or evade. His eight-tailed form swiped through the air, cleaving the tailed beast bomb in half. What? The wooden figure's pupils constricted. Half of the energy grazed her left cheek, the searing pain compelling her to instinctively shut her eyes. The other half of the tailed beast bomb veered into the northern forest, engulfing the area in blinding white light upon impact. The explosion sent a pillar of fire soaring into the sky, painting the night in shades of orange and red. The disparity in chakra intensity is insurmountable. Nara Shikaku, just arriving with the Hokage, adjusted his headband, incredulity lacing his voice. This is on an entirely different scale. Sarutobi clutched at Nara Hizashi's sleeve. Brother, we must retreat. This level of battle. Hizashi shook off his brother's grip, veins bulging around his Byakugan, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He transformed into a blur, rushing towards Naruto, his gentle fist chakra swirling into a vortex in his palm. Yet, just 3 meters from Naruto, an invisible chakra hurricane erupted. Hizashi collided with an unseen wall, sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 residential buildings before coming to a stop. He crawled from the debris, coughing up blood, his white kimono covered in dust. Suddenly, Oil Girl Shimi's sleeves erupted with a swarm of insects, a deafening buzz filling the air as the specially cultivated chakra-devouring bugs surged towards Naruto, only to spontaneously combust 3 meters from their target. Thousands of insect carcasses fell like black snowflakes, turning to ash before they could touch the ground. Multiplication technique. In an instant, Akimichi CHG's physique swelled. Concentrating chakra in his right leg, he spiraled towards Naruto like a cannonball. His whirlwind kick struck the forehead protector with precision, producing a sharp metallic clang. The recoil caused CHG's shin bone to emit a painful cracking sound, and his massive frame crashed to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers and spreading a vivid crimson on the earth. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled frantically, the 3 tomo nearly merging into one. The excessive strain on his eyes resulted in fine fissures at the corners, blood trickling down the edges of his mask. He could scarcely comprehend the chaotic flow of chakra reflected in his Sharingan, a phenomenon beyond ordinary understanding. Half an hour later, the courtyard had been reduced to scorched earth, the burning beams crackling ominously. Naruto stood at the center of the ruins, 8 chakra tails slithering like colossal serpents, carving deep furrows into the ground. His crimson vertical pupils surveyed the crowd, ultimately honing in on the unconscious Yamato, a beastly growl rumbling from his throat. The third Hokage's adamantine staff emitted a mournful creak, intricate cracks spreading across its surface. Sweat dripped from the elder's grizzled beard, splattering onto his calloused hands. The distant cries of civilians pierced his eardrums. Kakashi's hoarse voice rasped, urging them to flee. Just as he finished speaking, the air surrounding Naruto warped and collapsed, a pitch-black tailed beast bomb forming in an instant. The terrifying energy fluctuations cracked the ground like a spider's web, debris defying gravity and levitating upwards. Monkey King, the third Hokage, bit his thumb, blood seeping into the cracks of the staff, radiating brilliant golden light. However, his aging knees could no longer support him, and he knelt heavily on the ground. As the staff struck the earth, a violent surge of chakra obliterated everything within a 10-meter radius into dust. Naruto's body plummeted into the wreckage like a kite severed from its string, a wound in his abdomen gushing blood. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to erupt, the clouds were suddenly torn apart by a torrent of emerald green. 100-meter wooden dragon swooped down, each scale glistening with a metallic sheen. As its mouth gaped open, it devoured the tailed beast bomb whole. The wooden dragon ascended into the sky, exploding into a brilliant blossom of fire at the moon's orbit. The scattering meteors intercepted by an invisible barrier before they could fall. A shadow descended upon the wooden dragon, the hem of his black robe billowing in the gusts. As Xiao Tian landed, he swiftly drew his long sword, its tip lightly touching the ground, a translucent sealing barrier unfurling instantly to separate Naruto from the villagers. Kill him. The Nine-Tails roar echoed within Naruto. The boy's tailed beast mask quivered violently, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to lift his upper body, his murky pupils reflecting Xiao Tian's silhouette. Xiao Tian, you've finally arrived. Without turning around, Xiao Tian cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious Yamato, who had just been ravaged by the Nine-Tails, his voice eerily calm. Hokage-sama, tend to your wounds. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 52. Almost lost control. The skies above Konoha were painted crimson by the swirling chakra, with the transformed Naruto standing like a demonic deity amidst the ruins. Each swing of his 8 chakra tails stirred up a catastrophic storm, causing buildings within a kilometer radius to crumble under the onslaught of violent energy. The villagers fled in terror, their cries resonating in a cacophony. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The third Hokage's adamantine staff was riddled with cracks, his frail body teetering precariously in the chakra storm. His voice was hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed from his chest. Xiao Tian's black hair whipped in the wind, his narrowed eyes fixed ahead, a playful smile curling at his lips. It seems it's time for some fun. Suddenly, the 8-Tails Naruto surged, his right claw slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Xiao Tian's face. The strike was as swift as lightning, the claws glimmering with menacing chakra. Yet, Xiao Tian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he met the attack with a clenched fist, enveloped in crackling lightning chakra. Boom. At the moment of collision, a shockwave erupted, lifting the ground within 100 meters. Debris flew like torrential rain, dust obscuring much of the sky. The ground beneath Xiao Tian cracked inch by inch, yet he remained steadfast, even his clothing unruffled by the force. Impressive power. He smirked coldly, excitement flickering in his eyes, but still far from enough. Amidst the dust, the 8-Tails Naruto, realizing his attack had failed, let out a furious howl, his chakra surging exponentially. The 9th tail slowly took shape like a venomous serpent, the fully realized 9-Tails roaring deafeningly towards the heavens. This roar shattered all glass within hundreds of meters, even causing distant mountains to tremble, finally revealing all 9 tails. Excitement glimmered in Xiao Tian's eyes, his hands instinctively clenching. Now you are worthy of my full attention. The complete 9-Tails opened its gaping maw, the black-tailed beast bomb rapidly condensing within. The surrounding air was compressed to an extreme, emitting a piercing screech. The space around the tailed beast bomb began to warp, unable to withstand such destructive force. A tailed beast bomb? Xiao Tian scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. Let me show you true power. A dazzling azure light erupted from Xiao Tian, chakra swirling around him like a tangible entity. Would release, heavenly binding net, he declared, his tone laced with mockery. The earth trembled violently as countless roots, thick as serpents, surged forth from the ground. These roots gleamed with a metallic luster, covered in sharp wooden thorns, sparkling dangerously in the sunlight. They intertwined at an astonishing speed, forming an immense net that spread across the heavens. Bind. Xiao Tian's right hand clenched into a fist. The net responded, constricting tightly around the 9-Tails. The tailed beast bomb was extinguished in its very mouth, eliciting a pained roar from the 9-Tails. It thrashed wildly, its 9 tails whipping against the binding roots like steel whips, yet the more it struggled, the tighter the roots coiled. Xiao Tian's expression grew serious, his hands forming seals for the first time, completing the process in less than a second. Would release, great Sun Buddha, he proclaimed. The earth trembled violently as a towering wooden Buddha, standing 200 meters tall, rose from the ground. The Buddha's visage was solemn, eyes gently closed, enveloped in golden chakra. Unlike the first Hokage's wooden Buddha, this one emanated an even more ancient and sacred aura, as if a true deity from a bygone era had descended. Roar. The 9-Tails sensed a threat, its 9 tails raised in unison, gathering another black-tailed beast bomb in its mouth. However, this time, its movements were noticeably sluggish, a glimmer of fear flickering in its eyes. The Buddha slowly opened its eyes, its gaze as tangible as substance, landing squarely on the 9 tails. It raised its right hand, crashing down with immense force. The colossal palm accurately seized the 9 tails by the neck, lifting it into the air. The 9 tails let out a mournful wail, the tailed beast bomb dissipating in its mouth. It struggled fiercely, its 9 tails lashing against the Buddha's arm, but could not even dislodge a splinter of wood. The Buddha's arm remained as unyielding as an ancient mountain. Silence. Xiao Tian stood atop the Buddha's head, coldly surveying the writhing nine tails. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the battlefield. The Buddha's palms suddenly exerted force, pressing the nine tails heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth undulated like waves, the shockwave uprooting trees and houses for miles around. The nine tails was entirely forced into the ground, only half of its head remaining visible. Its chakra cloak shattered piece by piece beneath the Buddha's palm, emitting a sizzling sound of collapse. Bind. At Xiao Tian's command, intricate sealing runes materialized within the Buddha's palm. These runes shimmered with radiant golden light, each containing immense sealing power. The brilliance dissipated like a receding tide, leaving Naruto, battered and bruised, lying in the center of a massive palm print. His breathing was faint yet steady, the tailed beast chakra having completely vanished. The Buddha, too, transformed into specks of golden light, fading into the air as if it had never existed. How terrifying, someone remarked. I almost couldn't contain him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. All the other ninjas. The medical team swiftly gathered around, with the leading medic ninja's hands illuminated by a radiant green chakra as he meticulously examined the unconscious Naruto. Vital signs were stable, but chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The medic ninja looked up to report that immediate transportation to the hospital for recuperation was necessary. 2ch Nin carefully lifted Naruto on a stretcher, one of them unable to restrain a whisper. I never imagined such a monster was hidden within that underachiever. Silence. The medical team leader admonished sharply, just do your job. The third Hokage leaned on his broken staff, his aged face etched with weariness. He gazed at the surrounded Xiao Tian with a complex expression. Stepping forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a hoarse yet sincere tone. Thanks to you. Xiao Tian merely nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Perhaps it is time to recall Jiraiya. The village must prepare for the future. Sarutobi contemplated inwardly. Meanwhile, Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan flared with veins, fixated on Xiao Tian's retreating figure, his voice trembling. Such power likely surpasses that of the previous Hokages. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Hinata Hayashi's abdomen continued to bleed. As a branch family member, he lacked the authority to represent the main family, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. If that day truly comes, he silently vowed, I will stand by his side. Akimichi Choza sat on the ground, receiving treatment while lamenting, if only Xiao Tian had been born a few years earlier. Nara Shikaku stood above, calmly observing the unfolding events. The situation had completely transformed. Xiao Tian's emergence signified a new power structure was taking shape. The ordinary ninjas, finally recovering from their shock, began to cheer, the chant of Lord Xiao Tian erupting from the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen, mustering his strength, stood up to issue commands. The medical team should prioritize the critically injured, especially those affected by the Nine Tails chakra. The Umbu must assist in evacuating civilians from danger zones, ensuring no one is trapped in the rubble. Reconstruction efforts should commence immediately, with priority given to restoring water and power supplies. Standing aside, Xiao Tian allowed the ninjas to express their emotions. He understood the psychological transition from despair to elation, responding to the cheers with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled something, his expression turning grave. What about the Uchiha clan? Xiao Tian raised a hand, interrupting the Hokage. There is no longer a need for that. In the midst of puzzled gazes, Xiao Tian calmly explained, all Uchiha clan members involved in the coup have already been subdued. They are currently detained in the Uchiha Council Hall. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless, his mind racing. The amount of chakra demonstrated before confronting the Nine Tails was akin to a monster of the first Hokage's caliber. Kakashi stood at a distance, his Sharingan shimmering with contemplative light. He understood better than anyone the terrifying chakra required to simultaneously suppress the Nine Tails and the Uchiha. The clan heads exchanged glances. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio stood together in unity. Nara Shikaku murmured, from this day forth, Konoha will undergo a transformation. Hinata Hisashi observed Xiao Tian surrounded by admirers, then glanced at his brother, already calculating the future alignments of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner, a mysterious figure wearing a spiral mask quietly departed. Chapter 53. Rewards received. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on his fractured staff, his aged visage appearing particularly fatigued in the twilight. His gaze traversed the swirling smoke, complexly fixated on the tall figure not far off. This amount of chakra, the third Hokage mused, his calloused fingers unconsciously rubbing his pipe, was more terrifying than even the Nine Tails. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back several months. At that time, Xiao Tian was merely an obscure, ordinary individual, having failed even the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, often mocked as the disgrace of the Senju. Yet, in a mere few months, this young man exhibited astonishing growth, effortlessly defeating Jonin and now single-handedly subduing the Nine Tails. This transformation was so abrupt that even the experienced third Hokage could not help but harbor doubts. Xiao Tian. He approached slowly, his voice deep and serious, each word seeming to be squeezed from his chest. How many secrets do you possess? Xiao Tian turned, his short black hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. His expression was as tranquil as water, revealing no trace of the cataclysmic battle just fought. In response to the Hokage's inquiry, he merely smiled lightly, a meaningful curve at the corners of his mouth. Lord Hokage, everyone has their own trump card, do they not? This clever evasion only tightened Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown. He noticed a flicker of something inscrutable in Xiao Tian's gaze, neither youthful arrogance nor the pride of a strong man, but rather an otherworldly confidence, as if everything was under his control. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Xiao Tian broke the silence voluntarily, his voice calm and steady. I believe we can detain them first, and then allow them to atone by aiding in the fight against the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the young man thoughtfully, waiting for further elaboration. The third Hokage noted a glimmer of shrewdness in Xiao Tian's eyes as he spoke. Specifically, Xiao Tian articulated a clear analysis, his long fingers tracing paths in the air as if sketching a strategic map. First, we can deplete the Uchiha's fighting strength. Second, through war, we can identify those worthy, such as the moderates within Shirsue's faction. Third, by using women and children as hostages, we can ensure the loyalty of the Uchiha on the front lines. This proposal enlightened Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared to the past, when the Uchiha were scapegoated for the Nine Tails incident, Xiao Tian's suggestion was evidently more astute, effectively utilizing the Uchiha's power while preventing further escalation of conflict. The third Hokage could not help but marvel internally. This young man's political acumen far surpassed his years. I will personally discuss this with Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided, his voice tinged with weariness, in exchange for absolving the coup charges. We will enlist the Uchiha's participation in the war. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to leave, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on subduing the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan, exceeding the task requirements. The system is pleased and grants a second reward. All Sage Techniques of Senju Hashirama. Mastery level maxed. Congratulations on upgrading from a beginner Sage body to an intermediate Sage body. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, then quietly rejoiced within. Wow! All Sage Techniques of Senju Hashirama. Intermediate Sage body. Who dares to dance before me now? A warm current suddenly coursed through him, and Xiao Tian distinctly felt his chakra undergoing a qualitative transformation. His cellular activity surged dramatically, chakra increasing exponentially, and he sensed that he possessed nearly thousands of chakra units. In his mind, countless techniques surged forth, legendary ninjutsu such as Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, Sage Art, My Jin Mon, and Sage Art, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands Top Buddha became his instinct. But soon, a new plan took shape in his mind. Xiao Tian understood that acquiring these powers was merely the beginning. The true essence lay in their judicious application. Lord Hokage, he proposed, turning with a note of concern in his voice, I believe Naruto must learn to master the power of the Nine Tails. The sage art of Miyaboka Mountain could be an excellent choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, his white beard gently swaying in the evening breeze. Indeed. But the training at Miyaboka Mountain requires a special summoning contract, which could allow Jiraiya-sensei to guide him, he replied. Xiao Tian suggested, his eyes gleaming with insight. Alternatively, we could procure a summoning scroll through the village's toad contract holders. Noting that the third Hokage still hesitated, Xiao Tian quickly added a backup plan. If time is of the essence, I could forcibly resonate with natural energy using Wood Release Chakra to attempt to open a pathway to Miyaboka Mountain. Sarutobi stared at Xiao Tian in surprise, his aged eyes widening slightly. You have mastered such a level of space-time ninjutsu? Xiao Tian responded with a mysterious smile, refraining from a direct answer. He knew that with his current intermediate sage body and all of Hashirama Senju's sage techniques, sensing the natural energy of Miyaboku Mountain and forcibly breaking open its space should not be a daunting task. Hinata Hayashi observed Xiao Tian, surrounded by admirers, and glanced at his younger brother, beginning to contemplate the future alliances of the Hyuga clan. Narashikaku stood atop a high vantage point, calmly surveying the scene. The situation had utterly transformed. The emergence of Xiao Tian signified the dawn of a new power structure. Chapter 54. Do not harm Naruto Uzumaki. On the precipice outside Konoha village, the twilight obscured the distorted ripples of space, rendering them nearly invisible. A man adorned with an orange whirlpool mask stood silently atop a gnarled branch, his single eye coldly observing the commotion in the distant village. What an unexpected variable. Obito's voice was low and gravelly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the rough bark. His Sharingan vividly reflected the figure of Xiao Tian subduing the Nine Tails. And the wood release he executed resonated subtly with the cells of Hashirama in his right arm. Suddenly, the space rippled, and Uchiha Itachi appeared, like a specter, 3 meters away on a rock. His Sharingan mirrored the lingering dust from afar, his complexion even more pallid than usual. It seems your plan for genocide will have to be shelved, Itachi. Obito chuckled softly as he turned, his black cloak billowing in the evening wind. This Xiao Tian brat is far more formidable than your indecisive teacher. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly, yet his voice remained calm. I never agreed to massacre my entire clan. Oh. Obito exaggeratedly spread his arms. What are you planning to do now? Stand by and watch as that would release kid recruits the Uchiha? He deliberately lowered his voice, knowing full well he could effortlessly subdue the Nine Tails. Enough, Itachi abruptly interjected, the 3 tomo in his eyes slowly spinning. I do not care whether you are the real Uchiha Madara or an impostor, but do not attempt to manipulate me with such crude provocations. The smile behind Obito's mask faltered. He hadn't anticipated that this 17-year-old would dare to expose him so plainly. Interesting, Obito's voice turned icy. What do you believe you can change on your own? Itachi's gaze drifted past Obito, fixated on the distant lights of Konoha. There. His younger brother was likely being cared for by the medical team. At least it is better than following a schemer lurking in the shadows, he remarked, his fingers forming the hand seals for the body flicker technique. Inform your Akatsuki organization that Uchiha Itachi will not become anyone's pawn. Obito lunged forward, but grasped only a wisp of dissipating black smoke. Itachi's figure had already appeared 100 meters away on the treetops, vanishing into the depths of the forest in a few swift leaps. Unappreciative little brat. Obito's clenched fist gradually relaxed, a flicker of sinister red gleaming in his singular eye. But the game has only just begun. His presence was gradually consumed by the swirling space, his last glance cast toward Konoha. At that moment, Xiao Tian, who was conversing with the 3rd Hokage, suddenly sensed something, turning his gaze toward the distant cliff. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. An knowing smile graced his lips. What is it? Sarutobi noticed Xiao Tian's unusual demeanor and followed his gaze. Nothing, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze. It's merely the wind. The lights in the Hokage's office remained bright in the deep of night, the full moon casting a silver glow upon the cluttered desk filled with scrolls. Sarutobi sat in a large mahogany chair, the smoke curling from his pipe forming a swirling vortex in the light, adding an air of mystery to the room. Xiao Tian. The 3rd Hokage's voice was low and hoarse. He gently tapped the edge of the desk with his pipe. You have played a significant role in preventing the Nine Tails from rampaging this time. Ash fell gently, leaving fine traces on the desk's surface. Xiao Tian stood tall before the desk, the Senju clan emblem on his black robe glimmering with a dim golden hue in the light. He slightly inclined his body. It was within my duties. However, his gaze swept over the portraits of past Hokages on the wall. The fluctuations of the Nine Tails chakra were unusual. This rampage likely held deeper implications. Sarutobi's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, producing a dull sound. That is precisely what I fear. Your upcoming plans. He paused, the glow of the pipe flickering with his heavy breaths. The risks are considerable, especially concerning the Nine Tails within Naruto. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across Xiao Tian's profile. A slight smile played at his lips, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Lord Hokage, you worry too much. My wood release can perfectly suppress tailed beast chakra. He raised his right hand, small sealing symbols materializing in his palm. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan give me complete confidence. The office fell into a brief silence. Only the subtle sound of burning tobacco and the occasional chirping of insects from outside breaking the stillness. The third Hokage's gaze sharpened as he set down the pipe. His hands clasped before his chin. Regardless, we must not harm Naruto Uzumaki. He is still but a child. Xiao Tian's fingers tightened slightly beneath his robe. Yet his voice remained calm. Naturally, my intent is solely to assist him in mastering the power of the Nine Tails, not to. He paused meaningfully. Harm the orphan son of the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply, his pipe clattering onto the desk. How do you know? Xiao Tian, unperturbed, retrieved a yellowed scroll from his sleeve. The Senju and Uzumaki clans have intermarried for generations. It is well documented within our clan records. He gently placed the scroll on the desk. Moreover, Naruto's hair color and appearance are strikingly similar to that of Kushina and the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage sighed deeply, bending down to pick up the pipe. You know more than I anticipated. His voice suddenly grew weary. So what do you plan to do? First, we need to secure a summoning contract with Maiboka Mountain. Xiao Tian's gaze was resolute. Sage Chakra can help balance the power of the tailed beast. However, his brow furrowed. But Jiraiya-sensei's whereabouts are uncertain. I will send someone to contact Jiraiya. Sarutobi reignited his pipe, the blue smoke once again curling upwards. But you must promise me that there will be an Umbu monitoring the entire process. Xiao Tian slightly inclined his body, the black robe flowing elegantly with the motion under the moonlight. As you wish. As the office door gently closed, Sarutobi approached the window, watching Xiao Tian's departing figure fade into the night. He exhaled a long puff of smoke, his brow instinctively furrowing. This young man knows far too much. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the cracks on his pipe, remnants of the Nine Tails chaos from years past. In the deepest recess of Konoha's special prison, a wooden figure was confined within a specially designed cell adorned with sealing symbols. The incantations inscribed upon the walls emitted a ghostly azure glow in the darkness, illuminating the entire space as if it were submerged beneath the ocean. The injuries had stabilized. The medical ninja sheathed their chakra scalpel and informed the lurking Umbu that the recovery rate of the tailed beast chakra was alarmingly rapid and required heightened surveillance. The Umbu nodded in acknowledgement and activated the newly enhanced triple barrier. Since the Nine Tails incident, the prison's defensive measures had been elevated to unprecedented levels. The figure of Yui slowly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with a feline-like luminescence in the dim light. She gently flexed her wrists, the iron chains producing a crisp clanking sound. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of her lips. She could feel the dormant power within her gradually awakening. When the silhouette of Xiao Tian appeared in the corridor, the previously solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered. It is Lord Senju Xiao Tian, exclaimed an Umbu, adorned with a fox mask, unable to contain a gasp. Is he truly the prodigy who graduated from the ninja academy in a mere day? Another companion leaned in, intrigued. Whispers rippled through the air. And soon, an increasing number of ninjas gathered in the corridor, their gazes toward Xiao Tian a blend of awe and curiosity. Moreover, an elder Umbu leaned against the wall, arms crossed. He was now the captain of the Root organization, having succeeded Danzo. This revelation detonated like a bomb among the crowd, prompting a collective intake of breath. Danzo was a disciple of the second Hokage and a contemporary of the third, a prominent figure who had participated in numerous great wars and was one of the core decision-makers of Konoha's higher-ups. In hushed tones, nearly everyone entertained the same thought. Xiao Tian might very well become the youngest Hokage in history. Xiao Tian paid no heed to the murmurs and strode directly to the cell where Yui was confined. Behind the specially tempered glass, the blue lightning of Kumogakure sat up, her golden hair flowing like molten gold under the ghostly azure light. Yui, Xiao Tian called her name with calm assurance. Yui scoffed, "Don't waste your breath. I will never divulge the secret to becoming the perfect Jinchuriki." Her voice was resolute as iron. Even Jinjutsu would prove ineffective against the perfect Jinchuriki. Xiao Tian tilted his head slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. He took a step closer, lowering his voice to a mere whisper for their ears alone. In truth, I am merely here for a formality. Yui's pupils contracted sharply. I have no need for any methods, Xiao Tian continued, laced with a hint of mockery. I simply wish to see you, exchange a few words, and then inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that I have acquired Kumogakure's secrets. Without waiting for Yui to respond, he suddenly raised his voice, Kumogakure has established a perfect mental connection through special spiritual training and prolonged fusion with the tailed beast's power. This is the secret of the perfect Jinchuriki. Yui's expression froze in disbelief, her fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the bed, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. How could he know? Xiaotian turned to leave, his black cloak billowing behind him. As he reached the corner, he abruptly halted, a frown creasing his brow. The summoning contract scroll is in Jiraiya's possession. Chapter 55. Why don't you stop me? Xiaotian sat alone at a low table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze fixed upon the unfurled scroll, a fragmentary account of the summoning contract of Mount Mayaboku. Where could that rascal Jiraiya have gone? Xiaotian murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, the bamboo tube in the courtyard emitted a crisp thud, interrupting his thoughts. He keenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since you have arrived, why linger outside? The paper door slid open soundlessly, and the figure of Uchiha Itachi emerged under the moonlight. He was clad in deep blue clan attire, a departure from his customary umbu garb, his crimson Sharingan flickering in the shadows. The night breeze stirred his clothing, bringing with it a chill. Apologies for the intrusion. Itachi's voice was low and restrained, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on the scroll upon the table. Xiaotian maintained his composure, concealing the scroll as he gestured toward the cushion across from him. Please, take a seat. Your late-night visit. Are you on an umbu mission? Or is it something personal? Itachi stepped into the room, kneeling across from him at the low table. Neither, or perhaps both. I have come regarding matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Xiaotian pushed a steaming cup of tea toward him, the fragrance wafting through the tranquil room. First, have a sip of tea. You appear to be in dire need of rest. Itachi accepted the cup, his fingers grazing the rim. Thank you. He took a sip, the warm liquid soothing his throat. The third Hokage is already aware of the entire truth. Oh, Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, momentarily setting aside the affairs of Mount Mayaboku, including your impending handling of the Uchiha rebellion. You know? Itachi's pupils narrowed slightly, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Xiaotian chuckled lightly. The clan extermination plan? It is a necessary sacrifice. Itachi's knuckles whitened as he gripped the cup, the liquid within rippling gently, for the stability of Konoha and for Sasuke. The air in the room seemed to thicken. The distant call of an owl added an air of foreboding. You know I would take such action? Itachi's voice held a note of incredulity. Xiaotian set down his cup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden table. From the moment you chose to confess to the third, this outcome was inevitable. You knew long before. Itachi's voice tightened. Longer than you imagine. Xiaotian rose, moving to the window to gaze at the moonlight. Including the matter of the so-called Uchiha Madara. Itachi's head shot up, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Impossible. This matter is known only to you? Xiaotian turned, the moonlight casting a sharp silhouette against his form. No, another person knows the true Uchiha Madara. The true Uchiha Madara? Itachi's tone was laden with unprecedented gravity. Xiaotian did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Do you truly believe that extermination is the only solution? It is the most reliable plan. Itachi's eyes flickered with pain. It can resolve the Uchiha rebellion once and for all, and grant Sasuke the power he needs. Xiaotian interjected, through hatred? Itachi fell silent for a moment. Hatred is the strongest motivation. Xiaotian shook his head, yet it is also the most perilous. Are you certain you wish to lead your brother down this path? I have no choice. Itachi's voice was deep and resolute. This is the best plan I can conceive. The bamboo tube in the courtyard thudded again, its sound piercing the stillness of the night. After I depart, Sasuke. Itachi's voice trembled. I will watch over him. Xiaotian met Itachi's gaze directly, but I am more curious. When do you intend to set out? Tonight. Itachi inhaled deeply. Once I have dealt with clan matters, I will allow the umbu to discover the scene of my massacre of the entire clan. Xiaotian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly produced a scroll from his sleeve. This is for you. Itachi accepted the scroll, sensing the powerful sealing techniques inscribed upon it. What is this? It could save your life when necessary. Xiaotian's tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Remember, return alive. Sasuke needs more than just a target for revenge. He needs a brother who is alive. As their conversation drew to a close, Itachi rose and approached the door. Just as he was about to step out, he turned back abruptly. Why don't you stop me? Xiaotian stood at the threshold of light and shadow, half of his face obscured by darkness. Because this is your choice. He paused, just as caring for Sasuke is my choice. Itachi gazed deeply at Xiao Tian and asked, "For the final question, why do you wish to help me?" Xiao Tian's lips curved into a subtle smile as he replied, "Because I believe that one day you will come to understand that the living are more significant than the ideals of the dead." After a prolonged silence, Itachi transformed into a swarm of crows, their black feathers shimmering with an eerie glow under the moonlight, eventually dissipating into the pale luminescence. Xiao Tian stood alone by the window, the teacup in his hand long since grown cold. The water's surface reflected a pair of profound eyes, as if concealing boundless secrets. In the distance, the lights of Konoha remained bright, yet no one knew that on this ordinary night, a decision capable of altering the landscape of the ninja world had quietly been made. Chapter 56. Waiting for opportunity on an afternoon when cherry blossoms danced in the breeze. The hot spring street of Konoha was enveloped in a misty vapor, leaning against a century-old cherry tree. The emblem of the Senju clan on Xiao Tian's black robe flickered in the dappled light. He closed his eyes, listening to the melodious strains of the shamisen, until a familiar chakra fluctuation intruded upon his perception. As expected, he thought, a smile graced his lips while his fingertips unconsciously tapped against the tree trunk. The bark rippled subtly with each tap, as if the entire cherry tree resonated with him. On the wall 100 meters away, a white-haired ninja was sprawled in an undignified manner, a small pool of blood pooling on the tiles. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his beard, his single eye gleaming with obsession. "Oh, that waist-to-hip ratio is simply a work of art." "Hey, Toad Sage," came a voice disturbingly close, causing Jiraiya's hair to stand on end. He whipped around to find the young man in the black robe had somehow appeared on the wall, his black leg-wrapped boots mere inches from Jiraiya's fingertips. More alarmingly, the arrival had been entirely devoid of even the faintest chakra disturbance. Jiraiya maintained his ridiculous pose, his face still frozen in the expression of a voyeur. He stealthily withdrew his right hand into his sleeve, fingers already gripping 3 shuriken. "Do you know me?" Xiao Tian looked down at him, the sunlight behind him casting sharp contours. When Jiraiya noticed the flame motif adorning the hem of the black robe, his pupils constricted. That was a family crest reserved for elite shinobi of the Senju clan during the Warring States period. "I am Xiao Tian." The youth inclined his head slightly, causing the forehead protector on his brow to reflect a blinding light. Jiraiya then realized that it was not an ordinary metal forehead protector, but crafted from some crystalline stone, its inner surface inscribed with sealing techniques. "I wish to discuss a matter." Suddenly, the sounds of girls laughing erupted from the hot spring, and a figure wrapped in a towel darted through the mist. Jiraiya's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the source, his throat tightening. "Toad Oil Bullet." The seemingly distracted white-haired ninja sprang into action, spewing a viscous oil that transformed into a fireball midair. This diversionary tactic was executed with such finesse that an ordinary ninja would hardly have time to react. However, where the flames passed, only a few fallen cherry blossoms were charred. "How rude of you to lick me upon our first meeting," came a voice from behind, laced with amusement. Jiraiya felt cold sweat trickle down the back of his neck. His body flickered with the speed of a top-tier shinobi. Yet he had not even caught a glimpse of the other's movements. As he turned, he feigned a stumble, and the shuriken hidden in his sleeve were launched with precision. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Xiao Tian remained 3 steps away, holding a branch of the cherry tree, upon which 3 shuriken dangled, their tips still quivering. "Let us forego this probing." Xiao Tian casually discarded the branch, his black robe swirling without wind. "I seek you out for Naruto." At the mere mention of that name, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. "Kid, where did you hear that name?" "It is not merely the name." Xiao Tian met Jiraiya's gaze, which had shifted to slits, encompassing not only the sealed 9 tails within him, but also the rampage during the Chunin exams 3 years prior, and the brief pause he took, referring to the contingency left by the 4th Hokage. The last word pierced Jiraiya's defenses like a sharpened arrow. The white-haired ninja's muscles tensed, the scroll on his back creaking under pressure. He recalled the forbidden scroll displayed by the 3rd Hokage in the underground chamber the night before Orochimaru's defection. "I must take you to meet the 3rd Hokage." Jiraiya's hands moved like lightning to form seals. Wild Lion's main technique. His white hair transformed into countless steel needles, each imbued with sage chakra. This technique, originally intended to counter pain, was unleashed without hesitation. Yet, Xiao Tian merely stamped his foot, causing the bluestone ground beneath them to heave. Would release, tree world wall. A robust trunk erupted from the earth, adorned with emerald-like glimmers between its rings. Jiraiya's hair pierced the trunk 3 inches before it could advance further, and to his shock, the wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Is this the first Hokage's would release? Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. He recalled records he had seen in the archives as a youth, where the first Hokage had used this technique to block a tailed beast bomb. The trunk trembled violently, intricate sealing techniques surfacing on its bark. Jiraiya cursed internally and hastily severed the chakra connection. Just as he leaped back, the entire tree wall exploded. Pervert. It's that white-haired creep. Amidst the flying wood chips, several girls wrapped in towels fled in panic. Their damp hair dripped water, and their fair skin glistened like pearls under the sun. This should have been the scene Jiraiya yearned for, yet in that moment, he only wished to dig a hole and hide. Quick, call the guard team. Wooden sandals and brooms rained down like bullets. Don't hit my face. The sight of one of the legendary 3 ninjas ducking for cover resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He hastily formed seals, and with a bang, he transformed into white smoke, leaving only a few leaves swirling in place. 100 meters away, on a tree branch, Jiraiya rubbed his swollen nose, gasping for breath. As he pulled out a small mirror to check his appearance, he caught a glimpse of the black-robed youth leaning against the opposite tree trunk in the reflection. "You little brat," Jiraiya exclaimed, his anger flaring as he nearly toppled from the tree. "Stop laughing." Xiao Tian was indeed laughing. He cleared his throat to compose himself, producing a scroll from his robes. It was merely an accident. This is a copy of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques regarding the sealing of tailed beasts. It should demonstrate my sincerity. As the scroll unfurled, Jiraiya recognized the familiar handwriting. It belonged to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At the end of the scroll was a small doodle of a fox, the strokes childlike, as if created by a young child. It was Naruto's work from when he was 7. Xiao Tian's fingers brushed over the doodle, his gaze softening. He often said that once he became Hokage, he would earn everyone's recognition. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. This detail would not even be recorded in the Umbu files. It could only have come from someone incredibly close. "What are you?" Jiraiya's voice was hoarse, unlike his usual self. "The Senju and Uzumaki clans have intermarried for generations." Xiao Tian tossed the scroll to him. "Strictly speaking, I am Naruto's cousin." Jiraiya finally ceased his nonchalant facade, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Xiao Tian. "You are of the Senju clan?" "One could say that." Xiao Tian's clan emblem glinted coldly in the moonlight. "I have also succeeded Danzo Shimura as the leader of the root organization." "What?" Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. "That old fox Danzo would willingly step aside." Xiao Tian replied calmly. "He must have a life to refuse." Jiraiya, agitated, raked his fingers through his white hair. "But Danzo, Naruto, is only 7. You want him to become the perfect Jinchuriki? Are you insane?" Precisely because he is still a child, Xiao Tian's voice suddenly turned sharp, is why he went berserk with the 9 tails amidst the villagers' rejection. Under the moonlight, Xiao Tian pressed forward step by step. "Do you know he consumes expired milk daily? Living alone in a desolate apartment? Are you aware of how those adults berate him, calling him a demon fox?" Jiraiya's fists unconsciously clenched, his knuckles turning pale. The Yamanaka clan had made the 8-year-old a Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, now beloved by the villagers. Xiao Tian's tone softened slightly. "I possess a method to bestow upon Naruto the same strength and respect." Just as Jiraiya was about to retort, he suddenly froze. Xiao Tian's left eye had transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. "This is impossible," Jiraiya's voice trembled. "The wood release of the Senju and the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Who are you really?" Chapter 57. Overpowering Jiraiya, the wood release of the Senju clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How could these powers coexist within one individual? The 3-tomo in Xiao Tian's eyes slowly rotated, emanating an eerie glow. "Are you surprised?" Xiao Tian chuckled lightly. Jiraiya's mind raced. As one of the legendary 3, he had witnessed countless prodigies, yet the abilities exhibited by this young man surpassed all logic. How could the bloodlines of Senju and Uchiha possibly merge? Even during the closest ties between the 2 clans, such a precedent had never occurred. "Who are you?" Jiraiya asked in a low voice, his fingers discreetly forming seals. Had the Senju and Uchiha intermarried? Xiao Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of emerald green chakra in his palm. This chakra radiated immense vitality, yet carried an unsettling wave. That is of little consequence. Xiao Tian's voice was eerily calm. What matters is that I can help Naruto control the Nine Tails. If that is the case, then prove your strength to me. Jiraiya suddenly formed seals. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The ground instantly transformed into a viscous quagmire, a signature technique of Jiraiya's. A smirk of pride crept onto his lips as he thought, even if you possess would release, there is no way you can, yet his smile froze. Xiao Tian struck the ground with one hand. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Sturdy trees burst forth from the earth, forming a natural wooden bridge over the swamp. Standing firmly at the bridge's edge, Xiao Tian's black cloak billowed in the night breeze. Chakra and adaptability are paramount, are they not, sage? Jiraiya's pupils narrowed. He realized that the combat awareness of this young man exceeded all expectations. He swiftly formed seals, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive fire dragon roared forth, charging directly at Xiao Tian. Unfazed, Xiao Tian formed seals with lightning speed. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water surged upward, colliding with the fire dragon, producing a hissing sound as steam enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the steam, Jiraiya suddenly charged out, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Xiao Tian's face. Xiao Tian sidestepped, simultaneously sweeping his leg. The two engaged in an intense exchange of martial arts amidst the steam, their fists and feet clashing with dull thuds. Bang! With a muffled sound, both retreated several steps. Jiraiya shook his numbed arm. Not bad, kid. Your martial arts are impressive. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. Likewise. Suddenly, Jiraiya changed tactics. Forming seals rapidly. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. His white hair hardened instantly, shooting forth like countless steel needles toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's Sharingan spun rapidly, discerning the trajectory of each white hair. His figure shifted like a ghost, perfectly evading all attacks. The inside of the Sharingan is indeed unparalleled, Jiraiya marveled. As he formed seals once more, fire release, grand fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled forth, yet Xiao Tian remained calm. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the fireball, scattering sparks. Realizing ordinary ninjutsu was ineffective, Jiraiya resolved to unleash his full power. He formed seals swiftly. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. A massive fireball of oil surged forth, its might far surpassing ordinary fire techniques. Observing this, Xiao Tian immediately formed seals. Wood release, wood pillar wall. A row of sturdy wooden pillars erupted from the ground, creating a formidable defensive wall. The oil fireball struck the wooden wall, erupting with a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, the wooden wall was charred, yet Xiao Tian stood unscathed behind it. Jiraiya, let us dispense with the preliminary tests. Xiao Tian smiled. Why not showcase your true abilities, such as sage techniques? Jiraiya's brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated being so provoked by a young man. Kid, are you certain you wish to witness sage mode? Jiraiya's voice carried a warning. Even Orochimaru perfectly aligns with my intentions, Xiao Tian interrupted, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating. Show me just how formidable the legendary three truly are. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya quickly formed seals. His body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. His nose broadened, red shadows appeared around his eyes, and web-like structures sprouted from his fingertips. Sage art, toads assemble. Jiraiya bellowed, as natural energy began to converge wildly around him. His sensing abilities surged exponentially, allowing him to perceive the chakra fluctuations of all ninjas within miles. Suddenly, Jiraiya turned to the depths of the forest. Old man? Indeed. He sensed Hiruzen Sarutobi approaching rapidly with several umbu. Clearly, the powerful chakra fluctuations had alarmed the Hokage. Stop! Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang out from the trees. He appeared at the edge of the training ground with 4 umbu ninjas. The wrinkles on his face deepened in the moonlight. What on earth is happening here? The third Hokage's gaze swept between the two. Xiao Tian gracefully leaped down from the wooden bridge, landing steadily. Hokage, I merely wish for Jiraiya-sensei to take Naruto and me to Mount Miyaboku. Unfortunately, this kid insists on helping Naruto control the Nine Tails. Jiraiya, partially releasing Sage Mode, pointed at Xiao Tian, but he simultaneously possesses both Wood Release and Sharingan, which is highly suspicious. A glint of surprise flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. The Sharingan? However, he refrained from elaborating, raising his hand to signal the Umbu to stand down. Jiraiya, give him a chance. I trust Xiao Tian's abilities. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya rechanneled his sage chakra. If that is the case, old man, you may observe. His hands swiftly formed seals, a massive chakra sphere materializing in his palm, rapidly expanding to an astonishing size. Sage art, super large Rasen Shuriken. Jiraiya shouted as he charged at Xiao Tian. The chakra sphere, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, emitted a terrifying pressure, causing the ground to crack and debris to scatter. Xiao Tian, get out of the way, Hiruzen exclaimed, fully aware of the potency of this strike. Even a shadow-level ninja would find it difficult to withstand head-on. Yet, Xiao Tian remained motionless, simply raising both hands. Would release. Would golem technique. The ground trembled violently as a towering wooden giant erupted from the earth, its colossal form nearly obscuring the moonlight. The giant extended its massive hand, firmly catching the incoming supersized Rasen Shuriken. Astoundingly, the Rasen Shuriken continued to spin within the giant's palm, unable to breach the seemingly ordinary wooden hand. Even more astonishingly, peculiar patterns appeared on the giant's arm, slowly and steadily absorbing the sage chakra from the Rasen Shuriken. This is impossible. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, watching helplessly as his ultimate technique was effortlessly neutralized. The wooden giant not only remained unyielding, but began exuding an even greater oppressive force due to the absorbed sage chakra. It slowly lowered its head, gazing down into the tiny form of Jiraiya with its hollow eye sockets. Xiao Tian stood atop the shoulders of a giant, gazing down at the breathless Jiraiya. The nourishment is commendable. Chapter 58. He is merely in his teens. Jiraiya's pupils dilated sharply as a colossal hand seized him, and he distinctly felt the turbulent natural energy within him being frantically siphoned by an enigmatic force. The sage chakra, which had once flowed like an extension of his own will, now gushed uncontrollably like a flood breaching its dam. The giant's palm shimmered with a verdant glow, writhing as if alive, greedily devouring the sage energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Cold sweat beaded on Jiraiya's forehead as the unique patterns of his sage mode began to visibly fade. Even more alarming was the ever-increasing pressure of the giant's grip, causing his ribs to creak under the strain. In a moment of desperation, Jiraiya bit his tongue to force himself to concentrate, his bloodied hands laboriously forming the hand seal, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A blinding flame erupted from his throat, the inferno infused with sage chakra hot enough to vaporize steel in an instant. However, as the flames made contact with the giant's body, the seemingly ordinary wooden texture suddenly ignited with complex sealing runes, and the furious fire dragon vanished without a trace, as if absorbed by a sponge. Xiao Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black cloak billowing in the turbulent chakra currents. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly, his voice eerily calm, futile. The sealing techniques inscribed within this wooden body belong to the Uzumaki clan, granting it a resistance to ninjutsu far beyond your imagination. As the last vestige of sage chakra was drained, the frog-like patterns on Jiraiya's face completely faded. The wooden giant suddenly raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar, flinging Jiraiya away with a wave of its hand. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion echoed as a crater over 20 meters in diameter erupted at the center of the training ground. The flying debris struck the surrounding defensive barrier like a torrential downpour, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. As the dust settled, Jiraiya lay sprawled in the cracked earth, his snow-white hair coated in dirt, and the blood trickling from his mouth starkly contrasting against his pale face. On the observation platform surrounding the barrier, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched as his pipe fell silently from his lips. His wrinkled hand instinctively tightened around the pipe, his knuckles whitening from the effort. The sound of the wooden giant's attack was as dry as sandpaper, a sound that even the 1st Hokage would have found ominous at the age of 12. 12 captains of the Umbu suddenly knelt on one knee, a standard defensive posture in the face of a shadow-level threat. Among them, the squad leader responsible for recording the battle filled 3 pages of a scroll, the ink still wet as he noted. Duration of the wooden giant, 47 seconds. Chakra absorbed equivalent to tail beast bomb level. Impact destructive force assessed as level. The medical squad leader, Shizune, dropped her medical pack with a thud, mechanically pushing her glasses up her nose. Lady Tsunade has stated that Jiraiya-sama's Sage Mode requires the total chakra of at least 3 J Nin to maintain, and now, standing beside her, the special J Nin, Inuzuka Kiba, bit down on his already deformed kunai. His usual carefree demeanor replaced by a grave expression. That kid from the Senju clan, didn't he just form seals? Xiao Tian strode across the still smoldering scorched earth, the sound of his black ninja boots crunching the crystallized gravel echoing sharply. He looked down at the gasping Jiraiya, the Tomo and his Sharingan having returned to their normal state. No matter your mastery of countless ninjutsu, I shall shatter them all. The youth's voice remained calm. Yet each word struck the hearts of those present with the weight of 1,000 tons. He slowly raised his right hand, and the giant instantly dissolved into countless specks of light, showcasing a terrifying precision in chakra control that left all the J Nin present gasping in astonishment. Jiraiya struggled to prop himself up, a crazed smile breaking through the bloodied corner of his mouth. Haha, kid, you're truly. He coughed violently, yet stubbornly gave a thumbs up, leaving everyone speechless. The third Hokage appeared between them in an instant, his gaze piercing from beneath his fire-inscribed hat. Most importantly, the current Xiao Tian is merely in his teens. He deliberately emphasized the words in his teens, his peripheral vision scanning the varied expressions of the Umbu surrounding them. To wield would release and Sharingan at such a level at this age. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he finally registered the boy's youthful visage. Chapter 59. The Collapsing Naruto. In his perception, a torrent of chakra surged within the boy's slender frame, akin to a vast galaxy. The sheer density of this energy distorted the natural energy field around them. What a jest! Jiraiya's throat tightened, realizing the boy's chakra was beyond that of the fully manifested Nine Tails. Memories of that blood-soaked night 16 years prior flooded back. When the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the orange beast, its chakra scale comparable to that of this youth, and perhaps even surpassing it. What was even more terrifying was that this chakra was not merely chaotic brute force. This is not a simple quantitative change leading to a qualitative one. Jiraiya's pupils trembled violently as he realized that the perfect fusion of would release and Sharingan was a discovery that sent chills down his spine. For it suggested that the power Xiao Tian had just displayed was likely only the tip of the iceberg. As Jiraiya meticulously recalled the details of the moment of impact, he broke out in a cold sweat upon realizing, when the wooden giant threw him, those lethal wooden spikes had all retracted just 3 meters from the ground. The force that should have shattered his organs was deftly neutralized by some unseen finesse. Even the debris from the explosion had deliberately avoided critical areas. This level of precision, down to the millimeter, required a terrifying level of calculation. Could it be? Jiraiya abruptly raised his gaze to Xiao Tian, whose Sharingan reflected his own horrified expression. A chilling hypothesis blossomed in his mind. Every detail of this battle, including every ninjutsu he would employ, every angle of evasion, and even shifts in his mental state, were all anticipated by the opponent. As if to confirm this hypothesis, Xiao Tian suddenly flicked his fingers, a strand of chakra striking precisely at Jiraiya's chest. The chakra pathways that had been sealed burst open like spring ice, a warm flow coursing through his limbs. This profound understanding of human physiology sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. A man renowned as one of the legendary Sannin. No need for further testing. As Xiao Tian turned, the rustle of his garments sounded like the whispers of death. I have no interest in destroying Konoha. This statement froze the third Hokage, who had already begun forming the hand seals for the corpse sealing technique in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, dispelling the sealing technique hidden within his sleeve. He was genuinely afraid. He stepped between the two, a complex expression crossing his weathered face. Now you should understand why I believe Xiao Tian can assist Naruto in controlling the Nine Tails. Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization. Old man, are you saying? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The one who subdued the Nine Tails that night was none other than Senju Xiao Tian. Jiraiya's comprehension dawned, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Xiao Tian. You mean, it was Xiao Tian who used the power of wood release to single-handedly subdue the Nine Tails? Xiao Tian did not deny it, calmly accepting the truth. To him, that night's events were merely a trivial task. As the dust of the training ground lingered, Jiraiya struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fingers discreetly forming the seals to test his chakra recovery. Kid, I admit your strength. Jiraiya abruptly seized Xiao Tian by the collar, his breath laden with warning. However, If you dare to harm Naruto, Xiaoyan's Sharingan flickered momentarily. I harbor no interest in the Jinchuriki. I merely seek the ancient texts of Senjutsu from Miyaboka Mountain. The third Hokage's pipe glimmered with an erratic light in the shadows. Within the Hokage's office, the ceiling scroll unfurled slowly across the desk. Xiaoyan's elongated fingers traced the map. The villagers' fear levels have reached a critical threshold. If we send Naruto away now, we can avert two potential outcomes. He raised two fingers. Either he will succumb to a breakdown, or the Uchiha will be framed. The chart on the wall starkly indicated a 300 increase in villagers' complaints post the Ninetales incident, while glaring crimson text on the medical report read, Jinchuriki's mental stability, 41, danger threshold, 50. In the corridors of Konoha Hospital, medical staff hurried past Naruto's room. Pressed against the walls, food trays lay 3 meters away on the floor, cautiously nudged forward by the server with a kunai. The shadow of the window frame divided the sick room, casting Naruto's solitary silhouette against the pale wall. On the bedside table, the flowers Irika had brought last week were now withered. Beneath the covers, upon hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Naruto's nails dug deeply into his palm. His throat tightened. Yet no sound escaped. Was it finally time for Xiaoyan to lecture him? This thought lingered ominously in Naruto's mind. The door to the ward swung open, and Xiaoyan strode directly to the bedside, disregarding the ominous warning sign on the wall. He retrieved a tricolor dumpling from his ninja pouch. Would you like one? Specially supplied by the Senju. Instinctively, Naruto shrank back. You'll get scolded. Xiaoyan bit into the dumpling, wrinkling his brow. Not sweet enough. He then offered another string to Naruto. Care to try? I killed the fourth Hokage. Naruto's voice was almost a whisper. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. It was not the future Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, who had caused the fourth's demise. Everyone fears me. Why are you not afraid? Naruto's voice trembled. Xiaoyan suddenly poked his forehead. The demon fox does not blush for pilfering my dumplings. The hand on the hospital bed gradually relaxed, clutching the dumpling wrapper. Outside the window, 2 Umbu guards exchanged a safe signal and quietly withdrew. Do you not consider me a monster? Xiaoyan gazed at the golden-haired youth before him, the corners of his mouth lifting subtly. Why should I fear someone I could easily crush with one hand? Noticing Naruto's emotions stabilizing, Xiaoyan withdrew a brand-new forehead protector from his pouch. The metal glinted coldly in the setting sun, the Konoha symbol prominently displayed. Naruto's eyes brightened instantly. The ninja headband. Xiaoyan placed it in Naruto's palm. You can only receive this when you become a true ninja. Just as Naruto lovingly caressed the headband, Xiaoyan unexpectedly reclaimed it and adeptly tied it around his own right arm. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened. Then you're a ninja? A genin? Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, observing Naruto's eager gaze as he intentionally elongated his tone. An elite jonin, and I shall soon ascend to Hokage. You must strive diligently. Really? Naruto exclaimed, leaping from the bed. Xiaoyan, you are truly amazing. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's tone turned grave. There is something I must tell you. The air in the ward thickened abruptly. Before Naruto could react, he found himself gazing into Xiaoyan's eyes, now transformed into the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. He felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he was inexplicably suspended above Konoha. To his horror, he discovered the village below engulfed in flames, 9 colossal orange tails thrashing wildly in the night. He screamed, yet his voice dissipated in the wind. He yearned to dive down and save the people, but his body refused to move. In this illusion, Naruto witnessed the fateful night that altered his life, the mysterious masked man tearing the barrier, unleashing the imprisoned 9 tails. The fourth Hokage used the flying thunder god technique to save the infant in swaddling. The couple fought valiantly against the formidable foe, ultimately sealing the 9 tails at the cost of their lives. As he witnessed the claws of the 9 tails puncture their bodies, Naruto felt a heart-wrenching pain. He reached up to touch his cheek, feeling the icy tears that had escaped. Why? Why can't the heroes have a happy ending? His voice fractured. The vision froze at the scene before the fourth's demise. Minato Namikaze leaned weakly against his wife, whispering, do you wish to see Naruto when he grows up? This statement echoed like thunder in Naruto's ears. He desperately tried to approach, only to find himself hindered by an invisible barrier, watching helplessly as the illusion blurred. Xiaoyan, what is happening? Naruto awoke with a start in his hospital bed, tears soaking his collar. He grasped Xiaoyan's arm, his nails nearly embedding in flesh. Why is the fourth Hokage's son also named Naruto? Xiao Tian silently regarded the crumbling Naruto, his Sharingan reflecting the boy's contorted features. Outside the ward, the third Hokage's crystal ball flickered with ripples. Chapter 60. The gaze of Black Zetsu. The medical instruments emitted a rhythmic beeping, piercing the silence of the ward. Naruto hung his head, golden bangs obscuring his eyes, fingers gripping the sheets tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. It was your father who saved Konoha that night. Xiao Yan's voice was soft, yet it struck Naruto's heart like a heavy blow. He jerked his head up, his cerulean eyes dilating, lips trembling. Father? Xiao Yan's right eye's Sharingan gradually faded, returning to its profound black. He noticed the iron bars of the bed had begun to warp under Naruto's unconscious grip. Outside, a crow perched on a branch, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the two within the ward. Suddenly, Naruto clutched his chest, his breathing becoming frantic. Fragments of dreams that had haunted him for years now surfaced with alarming clarity, a golden flash streaking across the night sky. The Hokage cloak billowing amidst an explosion-s shockwave, a red-haired woman's anguished cry. Protect Naruto. The moment when enormous orange claws pierced through flesh, blood shimmering eerily in the moonlight. That dream was real. Naruto's voice cracked. He felt something warm trickling down his cheek, only realizing he was crying when it dripped onto his hand. Your mother is named Kushina Uzumaki. Xiao Tian placed a kunai on the bedside table. She is the last legitimate heir of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Uzumaki, so that is why my surname is what it is. Indeed, it was not chosen randomly. Xiao Tian approached the window, his finger tracing a crack in the frame. This is the legacy your mother left for you. Suddenly, the crow outside let out a piercing cry. Only then did Naruto notice the walls of the ward were adorned with tiny sealing runes, glowing faintly golden in the setting sun. These runes became particularly pronounced when his emotions surged. How did they? Naruto's question caught in his throat. Xiao Tian turned, his black eyes fathomless. The fourth sealed half of the Nine-Tails chakra with the dead demon consuming seal, while the other half, his gaze fell upon Naruto's abdomen, was sealed within you using the 8 trigram seal. Naruto instinctively covered his belly, where an unsightly spiral scar had long been a source of shame. Now, he finally understood the true significance of that mark. So what the villagers fear is the Nine-Tails. Xiao Tian interrupted, not you. The ward fell into an eerie silence. The sound of medical equipment had ceased at some point, leaving only the intermingled breaths of the two. Naruto discovered that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. Xiao Tian suddenly frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the doorway. A faint sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, only to quickly fade away. Listening intently, Xiao Tian lowered his voice, insisting that this matter must remain a secret. Why? Naruto abruptly stood up, causing the sickbed to shift. I have the right to know who my parents are. Xiao Tian's eyes turned dangerous. Do you wish for the enemies of the fourth Hokage to learn as well? It was like a cold bucket of water had been poured over Naruto's head. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. I understand. Naruto managed to swallow hard. Xiao Tian's expression softened slightly. He retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, which was covered in intricate sealing techniques. Gradually, he unfurled the scroll. I can arrange for you to meet them. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, akin to a beacon igniting in the darkness. He took a step forward eagerly but forced himself to stop. Is it truly possible? Their chakra still resides within the seal, Xiao Tian explained, his fingers gliding gently over the scroll. But first, you must learn to control the power of the Nine-Tails. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. The lights in the hospital room flickered on automatically, casting intertwined shadows between the two. Naruto bit his lower lip, wrestling with his inner turmoil. He recalled the excruciating pain each time the Nine-Tails chakra leaked out, the destruction left in its wake, and the fearful gazes of the villagers. Can I really do it? His voice was barely a whisper. Xiao Tian suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Haven't you always desired the approval of others? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a stark silhouette on Xiao Tian's profile. Naruto looked up at him, seeing his own pale reflection in those dark eyes. If you can tame that power, Xiao Tian stated with unwavering conviction, you will surpass all previous Hokage. Naruto stared down at his palms, his brow furrowed. What does it mean to tame that power? Confusion and unease laced his voice as his fingers unconsciously traced the sealing mark on his abdomen. If you can transform the force of destruction into a force of protection, Xiao Tian turned, a determined light flickering in his black eyes. You will become a hero. At that moment, you will truly be recognized by all. Naruto's eyes began to shine, reminiscent of a torch igniting in the night. He clenched his fists, his nails embedding into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Rest assured, Xiao Tian said, pulling out another scroll filled with a training regimen. I will not have you face the Nine Tails immediately. He unfurled the scroll, pointing to its contents as he explained, before that, I will train you to become a truly exceptional ninja, but it will come at a price. Anything, Naruto exclaimed, seizing Xiao Tian's collar. Xiao Tian suddenly smiled, a grin reminiscent of a wolf under the moonlight. I want you to promise me 3 things. He raised 3 fingers. First, never say thank you to Kakashi. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. Second, Xiao Tian leaned closer, his breath chilling Naruto. Whenever I need you to, you must indulge me in some delicious food. The thought of those legendary frog dishes made Xiao Tian frown involuntarily. Just as Naruto was about to inquire further, Xiao Tian stated the final condition. Third, his voice softened. When you become Hokage, you must treat me to Ichiraku ramen. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes, splattering onto their joined hands. You jerk, he choked, throwing himself into Xiao Tian's embrace. You're still teasing me at a time like this. In the next moment, Naruto lunged at Xiao Tian, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. Big brother Xiao Tian, thank you. His face buried in Xiao Tian's black cloak, his voice muffled yet filled with joy. Xiao Tian froze for a moment before breaking into a helpless smile. He gently patted Naruto's back. Training will not be easy, he warned. Are you prepared? As the two conversed, a mass of pure darkness flowed like liquid along the wall outside the hospital room. This shadow lacked a fixed shape, sometimes resembling a puddle of ink, at other times extending tendril-like protrusions. This was none other than the long-hidden Kagaya's black Zetsu. The entity melded seamlessly with the shadows of the wall, its yellow eyes glimmering with a sinister light. It absorbed every word of the conversation within the hospital room, a twisted smile forming on its lips. How intriguing, Black Zetsu murmured in a voice only it could hear, as its form began to sink into the wall. Those yellow eyes cast one last calculating glance at the two inside before vanishing completely, finally releasing the embrace. Naruto's face still bore traces of tears, yet he radiated a brilliant smile. I'm ready, he declared loudly, his voice echoing in the quiet hospital room. The sky outside began to lighten, the first rays of dawn piercing through the clouds and illuminating Naruto's golden hair, as if bestowing upon him a crown of light. Xiao Tian nodded, turning towards the door. Just as he opened it, he glanced back at the wall, where a shadow had seemed to flicker moments ago, now entirely absent. Chapter 61. Task Reward Received. The blonde youth fidgeted with his forehead protector, his fingers occasionally brushing against the seal on his abdomen. This was his first official departure from the village for training, nerves and anticipation mingling in his azure eyes. That big brother, Xiao Tian Naruto, suddenly halted, his voice dropping a notch. Can I really control that monster? His fingers instinctively pressed against the seal's location, knuckles whitening from the force. Xiao Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently patted Naruto on the shoulder. He could sense the Nine Tails chakra stirring restlessly within the boy, much like a caged beast pacing in its confinement. Remember our agreement. Xiao Tian's voice resonated steadily. If you meet the standards, I will help you master this power. In the distance, a silver-haired man leaned against a weathered boulder, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edges of an unfurled scroll. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, the inside of his Sharingan revealing a fleeting complexity in Jiraiya's gaze. Weave arrived, he said softly, while discreetly observing the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya snapped the scroll shut at the sound of approaching footsteps, his movements almost reflexive. His gaze lingered on Naruto's face for several seconds, his atoms apple-bobbing slightly. So, this is the Nine-Tails brat. His tone was laced with feigned levity, yet it could not mask the tremor beneath. Uzumaki Naruto, Xiao Tian corrected, keeping a firm grip on Naruto's shoulder to prevent any protest. He could feel the tension in the boy's muscles and the imminent eruption of his anger. As per the third Hokage's instructions, I brought him to sign the summoning contract. Among the myriad of signatures, the name Namake's Minato stood out prominently. Naruto suddenly knelt, trembling fingers touching that name. This is the fourth Hokage? Jiraiya's breath hitched momentarily, and Xiao Tian noted that his fingers unconsciously tightened. Ah, he was an exceptional ninja. The silver-haired man quickly redirected the conversation, producing an ancient ink brush from his robe. You too, sign your names here. His voice regained its calmness, though his gaze persistently avoided Naruto's face. Xiao Tian keenly observed a section on the scroll that had been deliberately obscured, faintly discernible letters spelling out Uzumaki. He silently accepted the pen and inscribed his name in the designated space. The moment the ink permeated the scroll, a peculiar wave of chakra surged from his fingertips, as if the entire scroll had suddenly come to life, greedily absorbing his chakra. Following this was the reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya's hand seals were executed with astonishing speed, his fingers leaving behind trails in the air. Do not resist, relax your body. His gaze darted between Xiao Tian and Naruto, finally settling on the boy's striking blue eyes, reminiscent of his own disciple. As the silver vortex enveloped the three, Naruto gasped in awe. Xiao Tian felt his body being tugged by an immense force. The scenery around him began to warp and distort. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected spatial coordinates, Mayaboka Mountain. Special task issued, meet the Great Sage Toad. Reward, perfect sage mode, specific details available upon task completion, advanced sage body. When his vision regained clarity, they found themselves standing on a vast stone platform. Surrounding them were dozens of toad statues, each with unique forms, their eyes weeping golden oil that shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight. The air was thick with visible natural energy, flowing gently like golden fireflies. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian sensed the energy gravitating toward him. Little Jiraiya. A sharp voice rang from above. Two diminutive toads descended on a giant toad, causing Naruto to step back in fright, nearly collapsing. The toad can talk? His voice pitched with astonishment. This is Sage Fukasaku, and this is Sage Shima, Jiraiya introduced, a wry smile gracing his lips. These are the Vortex Naruto and Senju Xiao Tian I spoke of. His gaze deepened as he referred to Xiao Tian, especially noting him as a candidate highly recommended by the third Hokage. Sage Shima suddenly leaped in front of Xiao Tian, her long tongue darting out at a speed difficult to perceive, halted just inches from his throat by an invisible barrier. Interesting, she remarked, retracting her tongue, her green bean-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. A human can automatically defend against natural energy. It's the first time in my hundreds of years. Sage Fukasaku scrutinized Xiao Tian thoughtfully, his forelimbs absently stroking the scroll at his waist. Young man, your chakra is quite extraordinary. His voice was deep. Follow me. The Great Sage Toad wishes to see you. As they journeyed towards the Great Sage Toad's abode, Naruto excitedly looked around, exclaiming in wonder. Xiao Tian, however, remained attentive to the system interface. Upon passing through a natural archway formed by two ancient oak trees, he sensed the surrounding natural energy swirling around him as if centered on him. Was this the special effect of Sage Body? The Great Sage Toad's dwelling was enveloped in a peculiar incense, reminiscent of sandalwood with a hint of sweetness. An elderly toad reclined on a high platform, his murky eyes barely open. I see visitors from another world. The Great Sage Toad's voice resonated as if emanating from afar, each word echoing. Your arrival has altered the predetermined course. Xiao Tian felt a tightening in his chest. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, perfect sage mode. Advanced sage body. Perfect sage mode. Achieves perfect balance of natural energy, no risk of petrification, and unlimited duration. He sensed his chakra undergoing a qualitative transformation, every muscle brimming with unprecedented power, a result of the sage body's further enhancement. Chapter 62. Sage Techniques, Nothing More System. What exactly is this perfect sage mode? Xiao Tian silently inquired. Response to host. This mode is the perfect sage mode, surpassing Jiraiya's incomplete version, equivalent to Senju Hashirama's sage mode level. No charging required. No side effects, can be activated at any time. A smile involuntarily graced Xiao Tian's lips. Jiraiya's sage mode, while formidable, bore evident flaws. Physical transformations resembling a toad, with bulging eyes and a flattened nose. Moreover, it required the assistance of two toad sages to maintain, proving inconvenient in battle. Then there was Naruto's sage mode, which, although an improvement over Jiraiya's, still lacked perfection. It required stillness to absorb natural energy, making it susceptible to enemy attacks. Furthermore, its duration was limited. Once the sage chakra was depleted, one would revert to their normal state. Finally, there was Senju Hashirama's sage mode, the most flawless version Xiao Tian had encountered, showing minimal signs of toad-like features. merely dark shadows around the eyes. More importantly, Hashirama could enter Sage mode instantaneously, without any preparation time, as vividly demonstrated in his battle against Uchiha Madara. My Sage mode is on par with Hashirama, Xiao Tian mused inwardly, though its precise effects awaited practical testing. The great Sage Toad's voice continued to resonate. The line of fate has already changed. Everyone held their breath. Xiao Tian felt the great Sage Toad's gaze piercing directly through his soul, as if even the existence of the system was laid bare. I have seen the contract between the Nine Tails and Miyaboka Mountain. The great Sage Toad paused, shifting his gaze to Naruto. This child will become the bridge connecting the two worlds. Naruto looked bewildered. A bridge? Me? The great Sage Toad did not respond directly, but made a decisive statement. I have decided to impart sage techniques to little Naruto. This declaration detonated like a bomb among the toads. The Scroll Toad exclaimed incredulously, Great Sage Toad. This is too risky. Yet the Great Sage Toad merely closed his eyes slowly, leaving behind a profound remark as he was on the brink of slumber, and Xiao Tian. The unfinished sentence left the air thick with tension. Sage Fukasaku stroked his beard, his murky eyes glimmering with contemplation. Since it is the Great Sage Toad's will. Sage Fukasaku spoke slowly, his tone grave and solemn. Then it is decided. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to Xiao Tian. Noticing the young man gazing intently at the Great Sage Toad's slumbering form, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Xiao Tian, Jiraiya said softly, it seems you too must learn sage techniques. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is my honor. Sage Fukasaku approached Xiao Tian, scrutinizing the young man specifically mentioned by the Great Sage Toad. Little Xiao Tian, training in sage techniques is no trifling matter. Are you certain you wish to accept this challenge? Xiao Tian met Sage Fukasaku's gaze, his voice calm, yet resolute. Lord Fukasaku, I never undertake endeavors without confidence. The following morning, a thin mist enveloped Miyaboka Mountain. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima rode atop a massive toad, leading the others towards the sacred training ground. Is this the legendary Toad Oil Waterfall? Naruto gazed up at the towering waterfall, the golden liquid glistening in the sunlight. Sage Shima leaped off the toad's back, clapping her hands together. All right, I need to go prepare lunch. Training can be quite exhausting. Jiraiya's complexion instantly turned pale. He would never forget Sage Shima's unique culinary skills. Xiao Tian noticed Jiraiya's reaction, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. Kid's dad, Sage Shima said to Sage Fukasaku, I'll leave this to you. Sage Fukasaku nodded. Rest assured. Kid's mother. With Sage Shima's departure, the area around the waterfall fell into sudden silence. Xiao Tian could feel the dense natural energy in the air, flowing around him as if alive. Boom. A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, causing the ground to tremble violently. A colossal toad, comparable in size to a small mountain, descended from the heavens, sending shards of stone flying. Naruto stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but SH-10 quickly steadied him. The toad, known as Gamasama, regarded everyone with a cold gaze, its eyes finally settling on SH-10 and Naruto. Who are these little brats? Shinzo explained, these are Naruto and SH-10. The great toad sage has decided to impart sage arts to them. What? Gamasama bellowed with thunderous laughter. You think these two mere children stand a chance? Ha ha. Naruto's face flushed with indignation. Hey, don't underestimate us. Gamasama's laughter abruptly ceased as he pointed to the diverse stone statues surrounding the waterfall. Do you see these? They are all fools who believe they could harness natural energy. SH-10 followed Gamasama's gesture, noting the expressions of terror forever frozen on the statues' faces. Silently recounting the agony of failure, Gamasama leaned down, his enormous eyes fixated on SH-10. Little brat, I advise you to leave quickly. Should danger arise, you will need the toads of my Bokuzen to save you. Clenching his fists, Naruto was about to retort, but SH-10 interjected. Gamasama, he began, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. You seem to have forgotten that this is the great toad sage's decision. Gamasama's expression stiffened. SH-10 continued. To you, sage arts may seem like a perilous power. However, to me, he paused, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Sage arts are merely that. Gasps erupted from the surrounding toads, and Shinzo's eyes widened with surprise. The atmosphere felt as though it had frozen, with only the roaring waterfall echoing in the silence. Sage arts? Merely that. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. This statement was akin to a stone cast into a still lake, instantly creating ripples of shock. Gamasama's massive form shuddered, his bell-like eyes widening in disbelief, steam venting from his nostrils. Arrogance, he thundered, his voice akin to a clap of thunder that sent leaves tumbling from the trees. Do you have any idea how many powerful beings have perished on this path? Jiraiya's visage turned ashen, and he stepped forward anxiously. Gamasama, SH-10, silence. Gamasama roared, interrupting Jiraiya. His enormous front paw rose high, casting a shadow over SH-10 as he declared, "Today, I shall teach this ignorant brat a lesson." Shinzo, wishing to intervene, was too late. Naruto, terrified, clutched SH-10's garment, his face as pale as a ghost. SH-10 brother. At the moment Gamasama's colossal paw was about to descend, SH-10's gaze sharpened. A surge of green chakra erupted from within him, forming a towering beam of light. Boom. The turbulent chakra manifested into a visible vortex of energy, dispersing the surrounding mist in an instant. Gamasama's massive paw froze in midair, unable to descend any further. Shinzo staggered back a few steps, his white beard trembling. What immense chakra is this? From afar, Jiraiya was preparing breakfast when he sensed the astonishing energy fluctuation. The spoon he held clattered to the ground. Oh no! A formidable foe has invaded? He promptly discarded his cooking utensils, summoning his steed to rush forth. Gamasama's enormous body was pressed down by an invisible force. His eyes filled with disbelief. No, it's impossible. With a resounding crash, Gamasama knelt heavily upon the ground, the hard earth cracking like a spider's web beneath him. His back arched, forehead nearly touching the ground. His muscles trembled, yet he could not move an inch. Jiraiya, riding a gigantic toad, soared through the air. Before he could even reach the scene, his voice echoed, "Where is the enemy?" Upon witnessing the situation, he nearly fell from his mount. Little SH-10? How can this be? SH-10 gradually withdrew his chakra, the purple beam dissipating. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, his tone calm as if nothing had transpired. "My apologies. I was merely concerned about Naruto getting hurt." Gamasama laboriously stood, his immense form now covered in dust. He regarded SH-10 with a deep gaze, his voice stripped of its previous arrogance. "I acknowledge your power." With that, he turned to depart, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Jiraiya stood rooted, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. He recalled their previous sparring match, where although SH-10 had displayed remarkable prowess, it had not been enough to dominate everyone solely by aura. In hindsight, it was evident he had been holding back. So, that boy had been letting me win. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Shinzo stroked his long white beard, his eyes glimmering with complex thoughts. If he were to master sage arts, he might even surpass Lord Hashirama. Jiraiya added, his voice trembling slightly. Naruto, completely dumbfounded, took a while to regain his composure. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his fists. SH-10 brother is amazing. I want to become that strong too. Amidst the awe-filled gazes of those around him, SH-10 smiled gently and turned to Shinzo. Now, can we begin learning sage arts? Shinzo approached the group, his long white beard swaying gently with his steps. His gaze flitted between SH-10 and Naruto, ultimately resting on SH-10. The practice of sage arts is unlike ordinary ninjutsu, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. It is a process of conversing with nature. Naruto, unable to contain his eagerness, raised his hand. How do we talk to nature? Is it like chatting with Gamasama and the others? His blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, his expression brimming with anticipation. Shinzo smiled subtly, refraining from directly answering Naruto's inquiry. He raised his right hand, and the surrounding air began to ripple visibly. A boulder, the size of a house, slowly ascended, floating in midair as if it had lost all weight. The moss on its surface gleamed under the sunlight, droplets of water cascading from its base, producing a crisp sound in the silent valley. Wow! Naruto exclaimed, rushing to another boulder, pressing his hands against its surface, exerting all his strength to push it. The stone remained immovable, leaving Naruto flushed and gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is too heavy, he panted, confusion and frustration evident in his eyes. SH-10 stood nearby, his hands naturally resting at his sides. His gaze followed Shinzo's every action, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing Naruto's struggle, A gentle smile flickered in his eyes, though it quickly returned to tranquility. Shinzo noticed SH-10's reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if assessing something. In order to perceive natural energy, toad oil is an essential medium. He retrieved a golden gourd from his robe, its surface intricately carved with patterns, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sunlight. He gently shook the gourd, the sound of liquid sloshing within emerged. Upon removing the stopper, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of a blend of herbs and nectar. Naruto, intrigued, leaned closer, his nose twitching. This scent is so strange. It kinda resembles the broth from Ichiraku ramen, but also a bit like the ink in Irika-sensei's office. His comment elicited a facepalm from Jiraiya, while Shinzo could only shake his head in exasperation. Shinzo, the sage, cautiously poured a drop of golden toad oil, the liquid sparkling under the sunlight with an otherworldly brilliance, as if it possessed a life of its own, swirling in the palm of his hand. However, the practice of sage arts is fraught with peril. His expression abruptly turned grave, and his voice deepened. He gestured towards the various statues surrounding the waterfall, some frozen in the poses they held in their last moments of life, some with hands forming seals, others seemingly in agonizing struggle. These were all failed practitioners. Shun's words rendered the air heavy. Once too much natural energy was absorbed, one would be forever transformed into stone, with no hope of liberation for the soul. His gaze swept over the two young individuals, lingering for a moment on Xiao Tian. Naruto gasped, instinctively taking a step back, his heel catching on a protruding stone, nearly causing him to stumble. Xiao Tian quickly steadied him, feeling the slight tremor in the boy's body. Yet soon, Naruto's expression regained its resolve. He straightened his back, fists clenching unconsciously. I still want to learn. Though his voice trembled slightly, the determination within it was undeniable. Shunzo nodded with approval and retrieved a black short staff from his voluminous sleeve. The staff was entirely black, its surface etched with intricate runes, gleaming with a metallic luster in the sunlight. This is a tool for controlling natural energy, he explained. When a practitioner absorbs excessive natural energy, this staff can disperse the surplus in time, preventing transformation into stone. Naruto inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. He recalled the blurred images of his parents from his dreams, the fearful and disdainful gazes of the villagers, and Sasuke's departing figure. To see my parents, I must possess sufficient strength. He stepped forward, the gravel beneath his feet crunching softly. Please begin, Master Shinzo. Chapter 64. The Nine Tails. As a pet, Shinzo applied the toad oil to the back of Naruto's hand. The golden liquid was absorbed instantly upon contact with his skin, causing an unnatural green glow to emerge on his hand. Almost immediately, changes began to manifest. Tiny bumps surfaced on his skin, webbing appeared between his fingers, and his nails sharpened. Crack! The black staff struck Naruto's head with precision, producing a crisp sound. Ah! Naruto cried out in pain, crouching down and clutching his head, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. It hurts. 10 times worse than Irika-sensei's chop. He lamented, but soon stubbornly raised his head, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Learning sage arts requires years of diligent practice. Shunzo retracted the staff, his tone tinged with resignation. Even Jiraiya took a considerable time to grasp the basics. He cast a glance at his chuckling disciple, who immediately feigned seriousness, nodding in agreement. Shinzo then turned to Xiao Tian, his expression even more somber than before. He noted that Xiao Tian maintained an unusual calm throughout, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of seeing through everything. Sage Chakra is the perfect blend of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a ratio of 1:1:1. He deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring each word was clearly conveyed. Upon hearing this precise ratio, Jiraiya, who had been leisurely jotting down notes, suddenly set his notebook down. His expression tense as he approached. His movement caught Naruto's attention, although the boy did not fully grasp the significance. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere and instinctively held his breath. With your immense chakra, Shun's white brows furrowed, a deep crease forming in the center of his forehead. If the ratio is not properly controlled, even the staff may not suffice to disperse the excess natural energy. His voice grew lower, nearly turning into a mumble. The consequences would be unimaginable. The sound of the waterfall thundered at that moment, the splashing droplets forming tiny rainbows in the sunlight. Xiao Tian lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes casting shadows upon his face. His expression was eerily calm, with only the slightly tightened corners of his mouth betraying a flicker of inner turmoil. "Give up?" he whispered, his voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the waterfall. Yet in the next second, he lifted his head, a confident smile gracing his lips, the light in his eyes more radiant than the sunlight reflecting off the waterfall. "That would be exceedingly dull." Shinzo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the valley. "Excellent. You possess courage." He turned to point at the waterfall, his wide sleeves billowing in the wind. "Then let us begin." Golden sunlight bathed the three of them, heralding the commencement of this perilous training. Xiao Tian stood in the clearing before the waterfall, feeling the rich natural energy in the air. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, bringing a refreshing coolness that stirred his chakra into activity. "It is time," Xiao Tian silently affirmed. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Entering sage mode would not only enhance his strength, but, more importantly, elevate his standing in Konoha and Miyaboku Mountain. In this dog-eat-dog world of ninjas, harboring ideals without strength would fail to convince others. Shinzo stood nearby, his white beard fluttering in the wind. He gripped the black staff tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Have you truly considered this?" His voice was low and serious. Attempting sage mode for the first time carried significant risk. Jiraiya stood beside Shinzo, his face etched with concern. He recalled the hardships he faced when learning sage arts, those perilous moments when he nearly turned to stone. "Xiao Tian, do you want to reconsider?" He couldn't help but interject, perhaps it would be better to start with sensing natural energy. Xiao Tian shook his head, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "No need. I am ready." Shinzo and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both sensing the mutual resignation and concern in each other's eyes. Yet Xiao Tian's determination was so steadfast that they realized they could not alter his decision. "Then let us begin." Shinzo sighed, handing the toad oil to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian accepted the golden toad oil but did not apply it immediately. He closed his eyes, forming a peculiar hand seal. Suddenly, the air around him grew tense, as if time itself had momentarily halted. "What is he doing?" Shinzo furrowed his brow in confusion. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A faint green aura materialized around Xiao Tian's body, the surrounding natural energy rushing toward him as if summoned. "This is impossible," Shinzo exclaimed in disbelief, nearly dropping the black staff. He was absorbing natural energy without the toad oil. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "Master Shinzo, this is unprecedented." Natural energy surged into Xiao Tian's body like a torrential flood at a breathtaking speed. Shinzo and Jiraiya watched anxiously, fearing he might petrify from energy overload at any moment. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Tian's expression remained calm, as if he were entirely in control of the situation. "Incredible," Shinzo murmured, "to control natural energy so perfectly on the first attempt. This is akin to the Sage of Six Paths Reborn." Jiraiya echoed his sentiment, while filling his voice. As the natural energy continued to flow into him, Xiao Tian began to undergo a transformation. Black markings emerged around his forehead and eyes, yet shockingly, there were no signs of any transformation into stone. "How is this possible?" Shinzo's voice trembled. He was not turning to stone. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision. A perfect sage mode, it completely defies logic. Xiao Tian gradually opened his eyes, and within their clear depths sparkled the light of wisdom. As he sensed the surging chakra of sage arts within him, a deeper smile graced his lips. "Lord Shinzo, what are your thoughts?" Xiao Tian's voice bore a hint of teasing. Shinzo opened his mouth, yet found himself rendered speechless. Having practiced sage arts for decades, he had never encountered such a flawless sage mode. No transformation into a frog, no side effects. It was as though Xiao Tian was destined to wield this power. What a genius! This talent was simply beyond imagination. Eventually, Shinzo regained his voice. Jiraiya's emotions were far more complex. He reminisced about the arduous journey he undertook to master sage arts, and upon glancing at the effortlessly composed Xiao Tian, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "I certainly didn't have it this easy when I was training in sage arts." Xiao Tian paid no heed to their astonished reactions and began to test his newfound abilities, concentrating the chakra of sage arts in his eyes. They transformed into a blood-red hue, with 3 black tomo gradually manifesting. "The Sharingan," Shinzo exclaimed. "Are you of the Uchiha clan?" Xiao Tian smiled and shook his head. "No, Lord Shinzo, I belong to the Senju clan." With that, He formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. An astonishing scene unfolded as a towering tree erupted from the earth at a visibly rapid pace, soaring to dozens of meters in mere moments. Would release. Shinzo was utterly at a loss for words, his eyes wide with disbelief, his jaw nearly unhinged. Naruto, having rushed over at some point, gaped at the enormous tree. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. What is happening? Brother Xiaotian, what kind of ninja are you? Jiraiya snapped back to reality, patting Shinzo's shoulder with a wry smile. Now you understand why the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to Xiaotian, right? With the Sharingan, would release, and Sage Chakra. The Nine Tails would merely be an oversized pet before him. Shinzo nodded mechanically, still lost in shock. I truly cannot comprehend how this person could be so powerful. Chapter 65. Shadow Clone Technique. Xiaotian stood before the Toad Oil Waterfall, feeling the surging Sage Chakra within him. He closed his eyes, attempting to channel this power to his eyes. Having already mastered Sage Mode, perhaps he could try to awaken the Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara acquired the Rinnegan by transplanting Hashirama's cells. Perhaps I could as well. However, no matter how he tried, the three-tomo Sharingan showed no signs of further evolution. Xiaotian furrowed his brow. It truly doesn't work, does it? Uchiha Madara and Sasuke were both reincarnations of Indra, possessing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. As he pondered this, he suddenly chuckled in understanding. But none of that matters. My source of power is not solely derived from this world's bloodlines. Host, it will come. I await your surprise, system. Xiaotian chuckled softly upon hearing this, and subsequently released Sage Mode. Shinzo, who had been anxiously watching every move of Xiaotian, could no longer contain himself. Little Xiaotian, may I request that you enter Sage Mode once more? Xiaotian immediately understood. You wish to see if I can enter Sage Mode without the aid of Toad Oil? Without waiting for a response, he clapped his hands together. In an instant, the surrounding natural energy surged like a tide, completing the transition into Sage Mode in no time. Shinzo was rendered speechless with shock. I see now. No wonder the great Sage Toad specifically instructed me to teach you Sage arts. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Xiaotian's current state is nearly akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed in awe. Though I don't quite understand what perfect Sage Mode is, judging by Lord Shinzo and Pervy Sage's reactions, it must be incredibly powerful. Xiaotian smiled as he dispelled Sage Mode, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Now it's your turn to practice Sage arts. Shinzo sighed deeply. To be honest, I have little left to teach you. Your Sage Mode is the most perfect I have ever witnessed. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something. Wait, what about the fusion technique? Don't you need to learn that to extend the duration of Sage Mode? Shinzo shook his head. Little Jiraiya, don't you realize? With Xiaotian's current amount of Sage Chakra, there is likely no one in the entire ninja world who can rival him. He added gravely. Moreover, even if I were to team up with Izuna, we would struggle to endure such immense chakra. A moment's carelessness could result in petrification. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Are you saying that Xiaotian's chakra is so vast that even you cannot withstand it? Xiaotian deftly shifted the topic. All right, now we should focus on Naruto. Jiraiya, I hope you can teach him a ninjutsu. What ninjutsu? Naruto immediately perked up. The Shadow Clone Technique. Xiaotian replied with a smile. Jiraiya looked astonished. Shadow Clone? You don't know it? Xiaotian shook his head. I use Wood Clone instead. While the Shadow Clone is a fundamental ninjutsu, Wood Clone is far more practical for me, which is why I have yet to learn it. You don't even know the Shadow Clone? Jiraiya found it hard to believe. This is such a basic ninjutsu. Although the Shadow Clone technique can create physical duplicates, its defensive capabilities pale in comparison to Wood Clone. Upon receiving an attack, it dissipates instantly, making it easy to be discerned by experts of the Sharingan. He shook his head gently. In contrast, Wood Clone is difficult to distinguish even for Uchiha Madara, which is why I have always relied on it. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed the case. However, Wood Clone is a unique bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama. Even his brother Tobirama could not use it, which is why he developed the Shadow Clone as an alternative. I want to learn Wood Release. Naruto suddenly jumped up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If I learn it, I can defeat that Sasuke guy. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. Silly boy, Wood Release is a bloodline inheritance ability. You are a Uzumaki. You cannot learn it. TCH, Naruto pouted, disappointment evident on his face. Shinzo stroked his beard and asked, Xiaotian, since the Shadow Clone has so many flaws, Why do you still want Naruto to learn it? Xiao Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, to grind experience, seeing the puzzled expressions of the others. He continued to explain, the greatest value of the shadow clone lies in its ability to exponentially enhance training efficiency. If Naruto masters the multi-shadow clone technique, his training speed will increase geometrically. Ah, I see. Shinzua understood at last. 1 clone saves half the time, and 10 clones yield tenfold efficiency. Naruto was ecstatic, flailing his arms. This is amazing. I'll create 100 clones, and I can master sage arts in a day. Jiraiya, however, solemnly cautioned, don't get too ahead of yourself. Each clone bears the fatigue that returns to the original body. An ordinary ninja would be unable to withstand such a burden. It doesn't matter. Naruto thumped his chest confidently. I am the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. My recovery abilities are extraordinary. Xiao Tian nodded approvingly. That is precisely what I was counting on. Once Naruto fully masters the multi-shadow clone technique, combined with the recovery ability of the Nine Tails, his training progress will soar. He gazed into the distance, his voice laden with meaning. At that time, his growth will astonish everyone. Chapter 66. The Cost of Enmity with Konoha on the mist-covered morning of Miyaboku Mountain. Xiao Tian sat leisurely on a massive rock, methodically retrieving fresh vegetables and fruits from a scroll. Not far away, Naruto was drenched in sweat, diligently practicing the shadow clone technique. Failed again, Naruto lamented, ruffling his hair as he gazed at the recently dissipated shadow clone. Jiraiya approached and patted him on the shoulder. Don't rush, take your time. The technique of shadow cloning is not so easily mastered. Xiao Tian took a bite of an apple, contemplating the scene before him. In the original narrative, Naruto spent months mastering sage mode. However, with my presence, perhaps I can help him avoid some detours. Fukasaku, the sage, held a black staff, vigilantly observing the flow of natural energy around Naruto. Little Naruto, be mindful of your chakra control. If this continues, you may end up transforming into a little frog. I know. Naruto responded impatiently. Yet he obediently adjusted his chakra distribution. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly approached Xiao Tian with a solemn expression. Xiao Tian, we have received urgent news from the 3rd Hokage. You must return to the village immediately. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. What has happened? The Cloud and Mist shinobi have formed an alliance, Jiraiya whispered, the situation appearing grim. Xiao Tian rose, brushing the dust from his clothing. It seems it's time to return. He turned to Naruto, but the training cannot be interrupted. Saying this, he swiftly formed hand seals, would release, would clone technique. A clone identical to him appeared beside him. Wow, amazing, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly running over to poke the wood clone's face. This clone will remain here to continue guiding you in your training, Xiao Tian explained. Remember, controlling chakra is more important than merely pursuing quantity. As Xiao Tian returned to Konoha, the villagers along the way greeted him respectfully. Lord Xiao Tian has returned. It is Lord Xiao Tian. In front of the Hokage building, the guards bowed respectfully. Lord Xiao Tian, the Hokage is waiting for you. Upon pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the window, his silhouette exuding a heavy aura. 3rd Hokage, Xiao Tian called softly. Hiruzen turned, the wrinkles on his face seemingly deepening. You have arrived. He gestured to the intelligence scroll on the desk. The situation is worse than anticipated. Xiao Tian quickly scanned the contents of the scroll, his brow furrowing tighter. The Cloud and Mist shinobi have allied, and the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Yagura, is leading the charge. The Sand shinobi are also stirring. The worst-case scenario is that we may have to face the 4th Great Ninja War, Hiruzen said gravely. Xiao Tian set the scroll down, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It seems it is time for certain individuals to understand the price of provoking Konoha. According to the original plot, Itachi Uchiha's first mission after joining the Akatsuki was to capture the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, alongside Kisame Hashigaki. However, it appears that Yagura is not under Obito's control, and the Mist Village has not succumbed to the terror of the Blood Mist. Interesting, Xiao Tian mused, stroking his chin. Yagura is currently acting independently. His alliance with the Raikage is purely for self-interest. He continued analyzing the situation. The Sand Village, being resource-deprived, will surely take advantage of this opportunity. As for the Rock Village, Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened. If they see the 3 major ninja villages attacking Konoha simultaneously, they may not be able to restrain themselves. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, set down his pipe, speaking solemnly. Although our conflicts with the Cloud Shinobi are difficult to resolve, we must do our utmost to avoid the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Sand Village is key. Do you wish for me to negotiate with the Sand Village? Xiao Tian asked directly. Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Precisely. With your strength and reputation, you are the most suitable candidate. I understand, Xiao Tian nodded. But I will need to bring 2 assistants. Hiruzen smiled approvingly. That is exactly my intention. He clapped his hands, and the office door opened in response. Silver-haired Jonin Kakashi and the wood-release prodigy Tenzo entered side by side. Kakashi-sensei, Tenzo, Xiao Tian greeted with a smile. Kakashi lazily waved his hand. Hey, off to another mission, are we? Yet, Xiao Tian could discern the shadow lurking in his eyes. Hiruzen spoke earnestly. Kakashi, it is time to let go of the past. Tenzo, your wood-release abilities will be invaluable for this mission. Tenzo bowed respectfully. I will give it my all. Xiao Tian stood, his black cloak billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. We must not delay. We depart at once. As they exited the Hokage building, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Kakashi suddenly asked, Xiao Tian, do you truly believe you can persuade the Sand Village? Xiao Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Persuade? No. I intend to make them understand the cost of opposing Konoha. Chapter 67. Kazekage, you struck first. The blazing sun scorched the boundless desert, and the heat waves distorted the distant scenery. Xiao Tian stood atop a sand dune, allowing the wind, laden with sand particles, to whip against his face. Behind him, Kakashi and Tenzo struggled to traverse the soft sands. Just as I remember, Xiao Tian murmured, squinting towards the faint outline of Sunagakure. The village was surrounded by towering sand walls, with several domed structures peeking through the swirling sands. In such harsh conditions, an ordinary person would likely not endure 3 days. Yet Sunagakure had thrived here for over a century. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. Ding. System task issued. Task content. Deter the Kazekage and demonstrate absolute power. A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes. Deter the Kazekage? That suits me perfectly. Kakashi approached Xiao Tian, his single eye gleaming with vigilance beneath his forehead protector. The defenses of Sunagakure are more lax than anticipated, he remarked quietly. It seems they are indeed short-handed. Xiao Tian did not respond, merely nodding slightly. He noticed several figures emerging from the sands in the distance. The reception party from Sunagakure had arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged ninja adorned with the Sunagakure forehead protector, his expression stern. His deep brown eyes quickly scanned the 3 of them before settling on Kakashi. Are you the representatives from Konoha? Maki's voice was drier than the desert winds. He frowned, clearly puzzled. As the leader of Sunagakure's combat forces, he had expected at least one high-ranking elder from Konoha, but instead, only 3 individuals arrived, one of whom appeared to be no more than 12 or 13. Xiao Tian noticed that Maki lingered the least on him, a faint smirk forming on his lips. He did not rush to reveal his identity. Instead, he keenly observed the Sand Shinobi's reactions. Maki's discontent grew more apparent. He glanced at Kakashi, his tone questioning. Is this all the Hokage sent to discuss important matters? Kakashi's eyes, hidden beneath his silver hair, formed crescent shapes as he subtly stepped back, positioning himself behind Xiao Tian. You misunderstand, he replied casually. This one is our captain. Maki's expression froze. He scrutinized Xiao Tian once more, this time with greater intensity. The boy wore a simple black combat outfit, devoid of any insignia. Yet the calmness in his eyes elicited a sense of unease within Maki. He is the leader of the Umbu, Kakashi continued, his voice unwavering, and the hero who recently single-handedly quelled the Ninetales rampage. In terms of strength, he far surpasses me. The desert wind suddenly intensified, whipping sand particles against everyone's faces. Maki narrowed his eyes, trying to glean something from Xiao Tian's placid demeanor. This boy gave him an odd feeling. He appeared harmless, yet instinctively, Maki felt a sense of danger. Follow me, Maki finally said tersely, turning to lead them towards the village. As they passed through the gates of Sunagakure, Xiao Tian noted the sparse foot traffic on the streets. The occasional villagers hurried by, wrapped in heavy windproof fabric. Here, water was evidently more precious than gold, as not a single green plant could be seen lining the streets. This will be your resting area, Maki said, pushing open the door to a yellowish building. Water is limited, so please use it sparingly. I will notify the Kazekage of your arrival. Xiao Tian nodded in understanding, acknowledging their awareness of the situation. Once Maki departed, Kakashi approached the window, ensuring that there were no eavesdroppers before speaking. The situation in Sunagakure is even worse than the intelligence suggests. What are they relying on to survive? Xiao Tian inquired, his fingers gently tapping against the rough earthen wall. Primarily, they depend on the trade of gold sand, Kakashi elucidated. Kazekage Raza can extract gold sand from the desert using magnet release, which serves as their main resource for trade with the Land of Fire. We exchange their gold sand for food, fresh water, and daily necessities. Tianzong interjected, but this model is precarious. If the Kazekage can no longer extract gold sand, the entire village's economy will collapse. Xiao Tian moved to the window, gazing at the towering Kazekage office in the distance, a fleeting coldness flickering in his eyes. If that is the case, let them witness what true power is. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Maki's voice echoed down the corridor. The Kazekage wishes to see you. As Xiao Tian and his companions entered the conference room, Kazekage Raza was standing with his back to them, gazing out the window. Upon hearing the door open, he slowly turned around, his reddish-brown eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Xiao Tian. A child has come from Konoha? Raza's voice was thick with incredulity as he glanced at Maki, seemingly seeking confirmation that this was not a jest. Maki cleared his throat awkwardly. This is the leader of the Umbu, and according to Jonin Kakashi, he is. You are Konoha's representative? Raza interjected, unable to contain his disdain. With a hint of a smile, Xiao Tian introduced himself, Xiao Tian, commander of the Umbu of Konoha. He locked eyes with Raza. I have heard that Sunagakure is preparing for war against Konoha? Raza's pupils constricted, followed by a cold laugh. What? Has Konoha sent you to negotiate for peace? Peace. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, suddenly rising to his feet. If I were you and truly desired war, his gaze sharpened, I would not have leaked intelligence beforehand, allowing the enemy to prepare. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt as if it had frozen. Raza's fists clenched unconsciously as he fixed his gaze on the youth before him, noticing the penetrating intensity in Xiao Tian's eyes. Sunagakure is struggling to maintain even basic sustenance, isn't it? Xiao Tian slowly approached the window, staring out at the barren desert, relying on the Kazekage's magnet release to extract gold sand for trade. Should anything happen to him, he turned, gazing meaningfully at Raza, the entire village would collapse. Raza's complexion darkened. These were his deepest fears, now laid bare by a boy from a foreign village. And as for the tailed beast, Xiao Tian continued, Gaara cannot fully control the power of Shikaku. If war were to break out, what chance does Sunagakure stand? Maki could not help but interject, you are too arrogant. Xiao Tian disregarded Maki's outburst, maintaining his focus on Raza. Thus, the news of war spreads while you seek negotiations. He shook his head gently. The Kazekage merely wishes to leverage this opportunity to extract more resources from Konoha. Raza gradually settled into his seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table, scrutinizing the excessively youthful representative from Konoha. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was indeed the strongest, Raza suddenly remarked, his tone laced with deliberate disdain. But now, I suspect even you are uncertain of your survival in the Fourth Great Ninja War, are you not? Xiao Tian chuckled softly at this, his composure unshaken, and stepped forward. This movement tightened the tension in the room significantly. Kazekage, Xiao Tian's voice was low yet razor-sharp. Your hands tremble as you utter those words. Raza's fists tightened, his knuckles turning white. You know better than anyone, Sunagakure struggles to secure even daily drinking water. Shikaku has gone berserk 3 times. Nearly half of your jonin have perished, and your gold sand mines are on the verge of depletion. With each word, Raza's expression darkened further. With such a Sunagakure, what do you have to wage war? Impudent. Raza bellowed, the shadows under his eyes becoming more pronounced, as if all his repressed emotions erupted at that moment. With a wave of his hand, the gold sand was instantaneously manipulated into a sharp sword, shooting towards Xiao Tian like a bolt of lightning. You are too arrogant, little brat from Konoha. Raza's roar reverberated within the confines of the small office, as if he sought to shatter Xiao Tian's confidence with this strike. The gold sand sword shattered the window, hurtling towards Xiao Tian with terrifying destructive force, mercilessly. Kakashi and Tianzong were caught off guard by Raza's sudden aggression. Seeing the gold sand sword approaching, they instinctively entered a combat stance. Kakashi quickly assessed the situation, realizing that without a prompt response, they would soon find themselves in a position of utter disadvantage against the incoming reinforcements from Sunagakure. Tianzong, block the door. Kakashi commanded decisively. He understood that once Raza made his move, it would undoubtedly summon the strength of Sunagakure, quickly spiraling the situation out of control. They needed to prevent more enemies from entering immediately. Understood. Tianzong swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his hands against the ground. With a violent tremor, the earth began to crack dramatically, the robust wooden stakes rapidly emerging from the fissures. These wooden stakes firmly sealed the door of the Kazekage's office. The powerful wood release binding everything, granting them precious time. Would release? Raza's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Xiao Tian displayed no signs of panic, instead appearing even more composed and confident. His deep voice resonated, filled with a threatening undertone. Kazekage, it was you who struck first. Upon hearing this, Raza's pupils constricted in shock. In addition to the wood release, he found it unbelievable that the majority of the gold sand swords he controlled were firmly halted by a suddenly rising wall of gold sand. What astonished him further was that the chakra fluctuations coursing through this wall were unmistakably magnet release. Raza's voice trembled. This is impossible. Xiao Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the hot desert wind. His eyes glimmered with a faint golden light as he calmly regarded Raza. Kazekage, you seem to have forgotten that the essence of ninjutsu is merely the transformation of chakra. Before his words had fully settled, the halted gold sand swords abruptly shifted direction, morphing into countless tiny golden needles suspended in the air. Each needle's tip glimmered menacingly, aimed at Raza's vital points. Magnet release, thousand needle rain. With Xiao Tian's seemingly casual utterance, the sky filled with golden needles pouring down like a torrential rain. Raza hastily commanded the gold sand to form a shield, yet several needles still managed to pierce through his clothing, leaving a bloodied trail across his cheek. Kazekage, Maki attempted to advance, but was halted by Kakashi's kunai at his throat. Wiping the blood from his face, Raza's earlier contempt was replaced by a grave expression. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the sand beneath his feet surged like waves. Magnet release. Gold sand tsunami. A colossal wave of gold sand surged upward, obscuring the sky as it rushed toward Xiao Tian. This move was Raza's trump card, exponentially more potent in the desert environment. However, Xiao Tian merely raised a hand, and the incoming tidal wave of gold sand eerily halted midair. Impressive chakra control, Xiao Tian remarked, his fingers twitching, and the suspended gold sand began to flow in reverse, albeit lacking variation. Raza's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily altered his approach. Magnet release. Gold sand cube. A massive golden cube rose from the ground, attempting to ensnare Xiao Tian. Simultaneously, Raza discreetly commanded the scattered gold sand to form countless spikes, converging from all directions toward Xiao Tian. Too slow. Xiao Tian sighed lightly, his eyes shining with golden light. Senjutsu, gold sand realm. The entire sand-hidden village suddenly trembled violently, the ground rising in an astonishing manner. Countless grains of sand gold surged from beneath the earth, intertwining in the air to form an intricate three-dimensional barrier. Raza, filled with terror, realized that the sand gold he controlled was swiftly slipping from his grasp. The sound of his voice, distorted by fear, echoed through the village. The sky above sand-hidden village had never felt so close. He gazed down at the village separating from the earth, a quarter of his homeland ascending at a visible pace, sand cascading from the edges like a golden rain falling upwards. How much chakra does this man possess? The voice of the wind shadow caught in his throat was drowned out by the rumbling of the earth. He saw the lookout tower of the training ground detach from the ground first, followed by the dome of the medical department, and finally the entire administrative complex. Sand-hidden village resembled a model plucked from a sandbox, with debris and gravel tumbling from its edges. Magnetic release, sand gold burial. Raza formed seals with such swiftness that they left afterimages, chakra surging from his body like a flood breaking through a dam. The ground trembled as countless spikes of sand gold thrust upwards, but within 10 meters of Xiao Tian, they suddenly softened, coiling around his feet like a tamed serpent, ultimately transforming into a base to support the village. Lord Wind Shadow. Civilians are trapped in the Western District. The Umbu's cries came from below. Raza did not look back. In his pupils remained only the figure suspended in the air. Xiao Tian did not even form seals. His hands hung casually at his sides, and the sand gold obeyed him as if an extension of his limbs. More terrifying was the perception of the wind shadow. which informed him that the chakra within his opponent remained unfathomably deep. Kakashi, hold firm. From the direction of the Leaf Envoy, a coiling wooden prison suddenly rose. Tenzo's expression was graver than when facing the Nine Tails. His wood release struggled against the tilting earth. Kakashi's forehead protector had been lifted, and his three-tomo Sharingan whirled wildly, documenting the flow of chakra. Is this truly the Xiaotian we know? Kakashi's voice was somewhat distorted. In his eyes, the chakra enveloping Xiaotian had crystallized into a substantial flame, its quality rivaling that of a tailed beast's cloak. The ascent of the village suddenly accelerated, the sound of collapsing buildings echoing from somewhere. Raza saw his shadow rock shattering into pieces, the wind shadow's conical hat sculpture tumbling into the abyss. He bit his tongue, the taste of blood mingling with the sandstorm filling his airways. Stop! The wind shadow's roar reverberated through the skies, amplified by chakra. He clapped his hands toward the void, and the sand gold surged towards the base of the village like a tidal wave. This was the last resort he could devise, forming a buffer layer with magnetic release. Yet the moment the chakra touched the domain controlled by Xiaotian, it melted away as if snowflakes had fallen into a furnace. 150 meters. 200 meters. Sand-hidden village transformed into a true city in the sky. Raza's chakra was nearly depleted. His magnetic release could at most slow the descent. While Xiaotian did not even break a sweat, the Wind Shadow suddenly realized that the third Hokage had sent not an envoy, but a sword suspended over the throat of Sand-Hidden. Answer my question, Wind Shadow. Xiaotian's voice was soft, yet irresistibly commanding, like the flowing sand in an hourglass. Raza then understood how his opponent manipulated the environment. Sand-Hidden Village was built upon the desert, and every grain of sand was a weapon at his disposal. This realization plunged the Wind Shadow into an icy abyss. The village began to descend. First, a few stones broke away, followed by entire sections of building debris. Gravity reclaimed dominion over this space, and Sand-Hidden Village began to plummet like a great bird struck down. Raza witnessed Umbu members jumping out of windows with civilians, his advisors clinging desperately to filing cabinets, and children being carried away by ninja. Magnetic release, sand gold cube. Raza squeezed out the last vestige of chakra, constructing a honeycomb-like buffer layer beneath the village. But mathematics does not lie. At this height and speed, even if he expended his life, he could only save half the villagers. Blood trickled from the corners of the Wind Shadow's mouth, chakra pathways searing with pain like they had been branded with a hot iron. The descent suddenly halted. The village hovered 70 meters above the ground, sand and dust forming a golden halo in the sunlight. Raza's knees slammed heavily onto the sand gold platform, and he saw Xiaotian's fingers subtly curl, the scattered sand gold reassembling as if time were flowing backward. We seek peace. The Wind Shadow's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. He dared not meet Xiaotian's gaze. The war excuses he had prepared crumbling to dust before absolute power. Sand-Hidden could no longer bear the burden of war. All we need are resources. The sand gold emitted a melodious sound as the village began a steady descent. Xiaotian controlled each grain of sand, guiding every building to return precisely to its original foundation. As the last windmill tower settled back into place, Raza noticed that the cracks along the edge of the deep pit had formed the swirling symbol of the leaf. Let us coexist in peace. Xiaotian descended upon the ruins of the Wind Shadow's building, the sound of crushed tiles beneath his boots ringing clear. Raza beheld the man who had lifted the entire village single-handedly, suddenly noticing the brand-new scratch on his forehead protector, a mark of a genin. Who are you? The Wind Shadow's question blurted out, immediately regretting it, wishing to bite his tongue. Xiaotian tilted his head, the sunlight gilding his silhouette. A leaf genin. Graduated just 3 months ago. He kicked aside the debris at his feet, revealing a buried mission scroll. This mission's rating should be quite commendable, shouldn't it? The winds of Sand-Hidden swept across the ruins, stirring up a cloud of golden sand. Raza stood before his shattered shadow rock, finally comprehending what true deterrence was. This was not peace, but indeed the best outcome that Sand-Hidden could achieve. Ding! Deterrence mission completed. Reward. One-tail Shikaka Chakra, perfectly compatible version. Xiaotian raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a surge of wild, yet docile energy within him. It was a contradiction, like a tamed sandstorm, still retaining the power to devastate, yet willingly flowing through his veins. He focused his thoughts, and a lifelike miniature Shikaku statue immediately rose from the sand, even the violet seal on its tail rendered with precision. System, have you just replicated a miniature Shikaku for me? He inquired within the sea of consciousness. The usually boisterous system fell silent, like obsidian buried deep underground, no longer speaking. In the distance, the bell summoning Raza to gather the elders tolled. Xiao Tian casually dissipated the Shikaku statue, and as sand trickled through his fingers, he noticed certain grains of sand gold shimmering in an unnatural indigo hue, a color deeper than the desert itself, as if it were fragments scraped from the moon. Chapter 69. Look here. After an exhibition of absolute power, Raza, the wind shadow of sand-hidden village, fundamentally altered his attitude towards Xiao Tian and the leaf. Senju Xiao Tian. Under Xiao Tian's overwhelming presence, Raza finally led him into the meeting room of Sand-Hidden Village. Even the elders of Sand-Hidden Village gathered, all sensing the threat posed by Xiao Tian and his significance to their village. I hope Sand-Hidden Village and Konoha can maintain a lasting alliance, embracing peace. Raza's tone was remarkably steady. He could no longer maintain his previous lofty demeanor, but found himself embroiled in a struggle of power with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, however, did not rush to respond, instead surveying each member of the meeting room, noting the subtle reactions of the elders. Although they all tried to suppress their emotions, Xiao Tian could distinctly sense their inner feelings of fear and indignation towards the power he had displayed. However, Xiao Tian observed that Chio and Eyes, both significant figures of Sand-Hidden Village, were notably absent from the meeting. This was particularly striking, as their absence raised suspicions in Xiao Tian's mind, especially concerning Raza, whose endless reluctance he could clearly perceive. As the Kazekage of the Sand Village, Raza should have been guiding his village toward a brighter future. Yet, in this moment, he found himself compelled to yield to the pressures imposed by Xiao Tian. Despite his esteemed position, he could not procure greater benefits for his village. Even more disheartening was the realization that the villagers of the Sand Village had become mere pawns in Xiao Tian's game, even hostages. No matter how unjust the conditions proposed by Xiao Tian, Raza could only accept them silently, his heart laden with a sense of powerlessness. In the depths of his mind, he foresaw that Xiao Tian might unhesitatingly demand a substantial amount of gold sand from him. This unfolding situation left Raza in a state of profound despondency. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult of emotions and anger within him. He understood that his strength could not contend with Xiao Tian's, and that his village could not withstand further turmoil. The might of a ninja reflected the strength of their village, which in turn was directly linked to the power of the great nations. Weaker nations could only struggle to survive under the oppression of the strong, seeking a semblance of life in the narrow spaces between. Contemplating these thoughts, Raza could not help but lower his head, letting out a soft sigh. Despite his inner turmoil, he recognized his inability to resist Xiao Tian's might. As Kazekage, he ought to strive earnestly for the interests of the Sand Village. But the stark reality was that the future of the Sand Village lay firmly in Xiao Tian's hands. Raza was acutely aware of his limited options. Whether he accepted or rejected Xiao Tian's terms, it would mean the Sand Village facing immense risks. Refusing Xiao Tian could provoke greater conflict, even war. Accepting would result in the Sand Village losing its autonomy entirely, becoming wholly reliant on Konoha's support. No matter how he struggled, Raza could not escape the predicament of this moment. Kakashi and Tenzo sat quietly at Xiao Tian's sides, silently absorbing the atmosphere surrounding them. By their status, they should not have been present at such a high-level meeting, yet everything had shifted due to Xiao Tian's influence. Kakashi observed the situation intently, his gaze sharp as a hawk, keenly capturing every detail. His emotions were complex at this moment. He discerned that Xiao Tian's strength was not merely in combat prowess. More importantly, he possessed the ability to alter the very fabric of reality. Through his recent actions, Xiao Tian effortlessly showcased his overwhelming advantage. Kakashi regarded him, fully aware of the precariousness of their situation. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Xiao Tian had transcended the status of an ordinary ninja, wielding the power to change history. What brought Kakashi some solace was that Xiao Tian was not from a rival village, but rather a ninja of Konoha. Had Xiao Tian's allegiance been different, Kakashi could scarcely fathom how they would navigate such a scenario. In that moment, Kakashi gained a deeper understanding of Xiao Tian's might. That extraordinary strength left him feeling like a mere drop in the ocean, utterly incomparable to Xiao Tian's power. At long last, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Tian spoke. If the Kazekage truly cherishes peace, then our relationship remains one of alliance. Raza exhaled, appearing somewhat relieved, but Xiao Tian swiftly changed his tone, causing Raza to tense once more. This sudden shift tightened Raza's heart, his emotions soaring like a roller coaster. He both hoped for Xiao Tian to promptly disclose his intentions and feared that he might propose terms he could not accept. I wish for the Sand Village to cease all trade with other nations. Xiao Tian's voice was unnaturally calm, as if everything were a matter of course. This pronouncement detonated like a bomb within the conference room, plunging all into a profound silence. Including Raza, all the elders were incredulous at what they had just heard. The lifeblood of the Sand Village's economy had long relied on exchanging gold sand for resources with other nations. Xiao Tian's demand signified that the Sand Village's trading system would face catastrophic upheaval, possibly plunging it into dire straits. The gold sand of the Sand Village had always been a pillar resource for the Land of Wind, and this resource could only be extracted from the earth with Raza's magnetic release technique. Through this method, the Sand Village exchanged gold sand for supplies, ensuring its survival. However, Xiao Tian's current request pushed everything to the extreme. The resource of gold sand would no longer belong to the Sand Village independently, but rather be appropriated by Konoha. Raza stood up in anger, instinctively shouting at Xiao Tian. He refrained from taking impulsive action, knowing that a confrontation with Xiao Tian would lead to consequences that the Sand Village could not bear. The villagers of the Sand Village were utterly defenseless, and before Xiao Tian, they were virtually powerless. Raza clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he found no outlet for it. This is simply too excessive. His voice was laced with repressed indignation. This was not merely about gold sand, but concerned the very future of the Sand Village. If our trade with other nations is severed, the survival of the Sand Village will become exceedingly arduous. Xiao Tian's gaze remained as tranquil as water, showing no sign of wavering. I care not for how you evaluate my decision, for I know that the ultimate choice lies with you. His response was chillingly cold. The environment of the Land of Wind is extremely harsh. Without the exchange of gold sand, how shall we survive? Raza pleaded earnestly for the Sand Village to be granted at least the priority to supply gold sand to Konoha. He spoke with a tone of desperation, clearly hoping for Xiao Tian to make some concession. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unyielding. No, his reply was succinct and merciless. What we desire is not priority, but rather everything. Raza's heart raced violently once more. This demand was evidently unacceptable. He slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. Yet, Xiao Tian's words left him momentarily stunned. However, I am not a demon, Kazekage. This is a transaction. If you can agree, I can offer you something that no one else can provide. What can you offer us? Raza asked, his anger palpable, clearly devoid of much hope. Look here. This phrase rendered Raza momentarily speechless. A shocking spectacle unfolded as the gold sand on the table began to flow, forming a miniature oasis, with crystal-clear water cascading down from the rocks. Raza stared in astonishment at the flowing landscape of gold sand on the table, understanding better than anyone the implications of this. This was not an ordinary illusion, but a true manifestation of creative power. Chapter 70. A wise choice. Xiao Tian surveyed the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. The land of earth, the land of lightning, even the land of water. Even if they were all bound together, they could not achieve what I can. Raza's pupils slightly constricted. He noted that when Xiao Tian spoke these words, his tone was as calm as if discussing the weather, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. However, the Kazekage should understand that this is not an act of charity, but a transaction. He raised a finger, stating, in exchange, I demand that the Land of Wind cease all trade of gold sand with other nations and provide it solely to Konoha. The conference room erupted in uproar. An elder slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, This is impossible. You seek to monopolize our economic lifeline. Xiao Tian did not even raise an eyebrow. It is not a question of possibility, but necessity. He slowly stood, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. If you refuse, I will eradicate the Sand Village and extract the gold sand myself. Though it may be troublesome, it is not a difficult task. Raza abruptly stood, yet froze upon locking eyes with Xiao Tian. The brilliance shimmering in those eyes reminded him of the most treacherous venomous snake in the desert. I understand. Raza's voice was dry and uncharacteristic. I can agree to your terms. Xiao Tian sneered, saying, It is not can, but must. He slowly approached Raza, each step echoing on the hearts of those present. When did Lord Fengying believe he had the authority to refuse? The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. Several elders turned pale, yet dared not utter a word. Raza's fists clenched and then relaxed, ultimately hanging down dejectedly. I understand. As they exited the foaming building, the streets of Sunagakure were eerily quiet. Kakashi lowered his voice and said to Tianzong, "Stay alert. The gazes of these sand shinobi seem off." Tianzong nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with caution beneath his mask. Behind every tightly shut window, curious eyes could be vaguely seen. Raza walked at the forefront, his back straight as a rod. He could feel the villagers' gazes filled with confusion, fear, and above all, silent inquiries. This feeling of being doubted by his own people was more searing than the midday sun in the desert. The group arrived at a desolate sand dune outside the village. Xiao Tian halted his steps. "Watch closely, Raza." His hands suddenly formed a complex seal. "This is what I can offer to Sunagakure." Doton, earthquake. With a low shout from Xiao Tian, the entire desert trembled violently. Raza staggered back a few steps, incredulous at the unfolding scene. The ground beneath them began to rise slowly, forming a cliff reaching a height of 100 meters. How is this possible? Raza's voice trembled. He looked up at the figure standing at the cliff summit, feeling a true sense of fear for the first time. Kakashi quickly formed seals, the three tomos of his Sharingan spinning wildly. "Tianzong, can you achieve such a feat?" Tianzong stared intently at the ascending rock face, his voice dry. "I can indeed, but not to this extent." Xiao Tian stood at the cliff's edge, his hands quickly forming seals. His gaze swept over the panicked sand shinobi below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suetun, waterfall technique. A deafening roar of water erupted. Amidst the terrified gazes, a massive waterfall cascaded from the cliff's peak, generating a cloud of mist in the arid desert. Is he insane? A sand shinobi Jonin screamed. Creating a waterfall in a place like this? Raza's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He watched helplessly as precious water resources flowed freely in the desert, unable to muster the courage to stop it. For he understood what it meant to have a ninja capable of transforming the terrain so effortlessly. Before the water had fully settled, Xiao Tian began forming seals for his next technique. His hands danced like a butterfly flitting through flowers, the chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to warp. Mokutan, forest of trees. As Xiao Tian completed his seals, a breathtaking scene unfolded. In the parched desert, countless towering trees burst forth from the ground, swiftly forming a dense forest. The tender green leaves shimmered with the essence of life under the sun, starkly contrasting with the surrounding lifeless desert. Raza's pupils widened in shock, his fingers trembling involuntarily. This surpasses the realm of ninjutsu. Tianzong collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse, using chakra as the source of life. This is truly a miracle of creation. Raza stared fixedly at the sudden forest before him, his shock gradually giving way to jealousy. If only Sunagakure had such a ninja. His thoughts were interrupted by Kakashi's voice. Even the third Hokage, who mastered all 5 natures, could not achieve this level. Raza turned sharply, seeing Kakashi gazing in awe at the figure atop the forest. "It's not over yet," Xiao Tian's voice echoed from high above. Once again, he formed seals, causing the magnificent waterfall to change direction, creating a winding stream through the forest. Even more astonishing, the previously loose sand was visibly becoming fertile at an astonishing rate. Doton, earth activation technique. Xiao Tian casually explained, yet the sand shinobi present were left speechless. An elderly sand shinobi trembled as he touched the newly sprouted tree trunks, tears streaming down his face. This truly isn't a dream, is it? Raza took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. How long can this waterfall last? 1 month. Xiao Tian leaped down from the treetops, landing gracefully before him. But if performed a few times each year, Sunagakure will no longer have to worry about water sources. This answer made Raza's heart race. He rapidly calculated in his mind, shortening bathing cycles, developing agriculture, improving living conditions. Dreams that once seemed unattainable were now within reach. Just how much power have you been concealing? Raza couldn't help but ask. Xiao Tian smiled without replying, gently patting the trunk beside him. Raza then noticed that the arrangement of these trees corresponded to a certain formation, vaguely forming a protective barrier. Tianzong suddenly gasped. Could it be that this entire forest is? Indeed, Xiao Tian finally revealed, they are both the source of life and the best defense for Sunagakure. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the newly grown canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Raza stood at the boundary of light and shadow, his expression shifting. Finally, he knelt slowly on one knee. Sunagakure is willing to form a permanent alliance with Konoha. Xiao Tian extended his hand to help him up, whispering in his ear, "A wise choice, Lord Fengying. From this day forth, Sunagakure shall no longer be the weakest among the 5 great nations." A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if witnessing this historic moment. In this newly birthed forest, the dynamics of the ninja world were quietly shifting. Chapter 92. Did I kick Kakashi to death? The morning mist enveloped the gates of Konoha. Xiao Tian and Kakashi stood side by side, with the recently awakened ninja village behind them. Sunagakure is located in the land of grass, at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Xiao Tian gazed at the distant mountains and spoke. During the Third Great Ninja War, this was a major battlefield. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Memories of the battle at the Kamizukimo Bridge flooding back. Obito's final words echoed in his ears, "Protect Rin. Let us go." Xiao Tian's voice pulled him back to reality. The two set off from Konoha, embarking on their journey to the land of grass. Along the way, Xiao Tian's thoughts drifted to a certain red-haired girl in Sunagakure. Intelligence indicated that the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen, was currently enduring inhumane treatment there. Used as a living medical tool, Xiao Tian muttered to himself. He recalled Karen's fate of following Orochimaru in the future and the horrifying bite marks on her body. If they encountered her, they must bring her back to Konoha. He resolved. This girl, endowed with formidable healing abilities and sealing jutsu talent, should not continue to suffer in Sunagakure. Xiao Tian, Kakashi observed his contemplative companion. Unable to hold back, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing particularly special," Xiao Tian replied calmly. "According to the information, there is a ninja in Sunagakure with a unique ability. It is said that a single bite can rapidly heal injuries and replenish chakra." Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Healing with a bite? That sounds somewhat fantastical." After a moment of silence, Kakashi shifted the conversation. "Actually, I have a request for this journey." "Oh, I want to become stronger." Kakashi's tone carried a rare urgency. "I've hit a bottleneck, and I hope you can guide me." Xiao Tian nodded. "There are many ways. Your strongest suit is lightning release, right? That technique that can slice through lightning, Raikage." A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes. "You know Raikage?" He opened his palm, chakra swirling within it to form a sphere. "Speaking of which, one must mention the 4th Hokage's Rasengan." "Rasengan? That is an incomplete S-rank ninjutsu," Kakashi explained. "The 4th always wanted to infuse it with chakra attributes. But unfortunately, why are you telling me this?" Xiao Tian inquired with interest. Kakashi replied calmly, "Because I believe you can complete it." "I see," Xiao Tian pondered. But he set aside the matter of Rasengan for the moment. Suddenly, he halted, and a dazzling surge of lightning erupted around him. The ferocious chakra coalesced into a suit of lightning armor, enveloping his figure. Lightning released chakra mode. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "This is the signature technique of the Raikage." Amidst the lightning, Xiao Tian's voice rang clear. "Kakashi, lift your forehead protector." Kakashi understood and slowly raised it. The crimson Sharingan gleamed ominously in the morning light. Xiao Tian drew a circle less than half a meter in diameter on the ground with his toes, firmly standing within it. "As long as you can make me leave this circle, you win." Kakashi gazed at the pitifully small circle, his breath catching. How confident must he be to impose such a condition? Just as Kakashi braced himself, Xiao Tian unexpectedly pulled a book titled Paradise of Affection from his ninja tool pouch and began to peruse it with great interest. "You may begin at any time," he declared. Kakashi's eyes widened, his expression frozen beneath his mask. "What?" Whoosh. 3 shurikens shot forth, aimed directly at the novel in Xiao Tian's hands. However, they struck an invisible barrier just 10 centimeters from the book, clattering harmlessly away. Kakashi's pupils contracted. "An external chakra shield?" Xiao Tian continued flipping through the book without raising his gaze. "Let's skip this trivial test," he stated. A nearly imperceptible chakra barrier enveloped him, akin to a transparent eggshell. Kakashi's heart raced with astonishment. This application of chakra is unprecedented. Crackling. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted as Kakashi enveloped himself in blue electricity, instantly entering lightning release chakra mode. He resolved to at least make Xiao Tian put down the book. In that very moment, Kakashi suddenly understood. So that's it. His defensive method parallels lightning release chakra mode, merely forming a barrier of pure chakra. Kakashi transformed into a streak of lightning. his right leg sweeping toward Xiao Tian with the sound of chirping birds. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated as a shockwave surged from Xiao Tian's center, snapping nearby trees in half and causing the ground to crack like a spider web. As the dust settled, Xiao Tian remained standing, his clothing unruffled, turning a page in his book. Not bad, he remarked. Kakashi knelt nearby, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he analyzed the situation, his chest heaving. This Iasen, tea over yet? Xiao Tian finally lifted his gaze from the book, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Then let us continue. His feet remained firmly planted within the small circle. Memories surged like a tide. The rocks of Kemui Bridge, Obito's final words, Rin's lifeless form in a pool of blood. If he had mastered this power back then, perhaps everything would have been different. Distraction in battle is never wise. Xiao Tian's voice interrupted his thoughts. With a gentle push of his right hand, an invisible wave of chakra struck Kakashi's right leg. Thud! Kakashi winced in pain, his body flipping in midair before barely stabilizing. Gritting his teeth, he quickly activated his Sharingan, pressing his left hand against his right wrist as brilliant lightning coalesced in his palm. Raikage, with a fierce shout, the spiraling blade of lightning formed in Kakashi's hand. Utilizing the speed boost from lightning-released chakra mode, he surged towards Xiao Tian like a blue flash. At the instant Raikage collided with the chakra barrier, a piercing crackle echoed. Enhanced by lightning-released chakra mode, Raikage finally penetrated Xiao Tian's defenses, aiming directly for the book in his hands. Xiao Tian remained unperturbed, but at the critical moment, he switched the book to his left hand, deftly grasping Kakashi's wrist with his right, and with a swift motion, thud, Kakashi crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He knelt on one knee, panting as he assessed the situation. Although Raikage is formidable, it cannot be sustained for long and requires the Sharingan for precision. He glanced up at Xiao Tian, who remained standing within the small circle, filled with conflicting thoughts. Without using Raikage, he cannot break through the defense. Yet employing Raikage can be easily countered. At the same time, Xiao Tian pondered. Have I been too forceful? He examined his palm, realizing this was the future 6th Hokage. Is it not that he is too weak, but rather that I am too strong? With this thought, he resolved to alter his strategy. He voluntarily withdrew his chakra defense. Kakashi's Sharingan immediately detected this change. He dispelled his defense. Though puzzled, he knew that the opportunity was fleeting. With time running out for lightning-released chakra mode, he had to seize this final chance. Boom! The ground exploded as Kakashi charged towards Xiao Tian at maximum speed. His right fist propelled with thunderous force aimed directly at his opponent's face. In that electric moment, Xiao Tian suddenly had a peculiar thought. This angle makes me feel like kicking. Almost instinctively, his right leg lifted ahead of his conscious thought, maintaining the raised leg posture. He awkwardly scratched his head. Is this a reflex? Thud! Kakashi's body flew back like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Hey, Kakashi! Surely, that kick didn't take you out. Yet all that responded was the rustling of the forest wind. Xiao Tian's smile gradually faded. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the surroundings, his vision revealing no trace of the silver-haired ninja. Where did he go? Panic gripped Xiao Tian's throat, a chill creeping up from his feet. He desperately recalled the force of that kick. I merely kicked while in Sage mode. Didn't Naruto deliver a kick to Pain's Deva Path? The opponent merely faltered momentarily. Yet, he soon realized a terrifying fact. Wait, that was Pain's Deva Path, Yahiko's corpse, remotely controlled by Nagato. How could a corpse fear a kick? Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. Xiao Tian's fingers trembled uncontrollably. But Kakashi is different. He is still alive. What if I accidentally killed Kakashi with that kick? This dreadful thought exploded in his mind. No longer adhering to training rules, he swiftly formed hand seals. Byakugan, activate. With veins bulging at his temples, he perceived the chakra flow within a radius of several kilometers. Finally, 300 meters away, behind a thicket, he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation, barely clinging to existence. There, Xiao Tian instantly dispelled Sage mode and dashed towards the sensed location at breakneck speed. As he parted the dense underbrush, the sight before him nearly stopped his heart. Kakashi lay on his back in a shallow pit, his forehead protector long gone, silver hair matted with dirt and blood. Most alarming was the wound on his chest. His ninja vest lay in tatters, revealing a distinct bruise shaped like a footprint on his bare chest, the surrounding skin exhibiting an abnormal purplish-black hue. Kakashi. Xiao Tian rushed forward, trembling fingers reaching for the pulse in his neck. Simultaneously, the Byakugan's X-ray vision activated, meticulously examining the internal injuries. 6 broken ribs, blood pooling in the lungs. Liver slightly ruptured, Xiao Tian murmured to himself, his voice growing fainter. The good news is he is not dead yet. He swallowed hard. The bad news is that if I don't act quickly, he truly will be. Xiao Tian suddenly noticed the slight opening of the other party's right eye. That Sharingan was gazing at him with an indescribable expression, seemingly conveying the message. Did you really have to be so brutal? Embarrassed. Xiao Tian awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Chapter 93. A fortuitous encounter coughing. Xiao Tian observed Kakashi lying in the mud, every word he uttered accompanied by intense pain. Are you trying to kill me? His voice was weak, barely audible. Yet the resentment in his tone was unmistakable. Xiao Tian squatted beside Kakashi, frantically examining his injuries. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize the power boost in Sage mode was this significant. Gently lifting Kakashi's ninja vest, he gasped at the unmistakable bruise shaped like a footprint on his chest. This injury is quite artistic. Xiao Tian chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood, but faltered under Kakashi's murderous glare. Don't move. Let me try some healing ninjutsu. Xiao Tian formed a few clumsy hand seals, his palm glowing faintly with green chakra. He cautiously pressed his hand against Kakashi's chest, but the chakra dissipated like air escaping a punctured balloon. Ugh, Kakashi gasped in pain. Did you learn this medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade? Actually, I taught myself, Xiao Tian admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. I learned the theory from medical dramas in my previous world. Kakashi closed his eyes in despair. Just let me die? Don't say that. Xiao Tian flusteredly increased his chakra output, only to elicit another pained cry from Kakashi. See, at least the bleeding has stopped. Kakashi weakly lifted his hand to touch the blood at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you call stopping the bleeding? At least the flow has slowed down? Xiao Tian averted his gaze. How about I carry you to the hidden grass village? They should have proper medical ninjas. Kakashi sighed and resignedly nodded. As Xiao Tian hoisted him onto his back, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, are you sure you're not trying to jostle me to death on the way? Hey, I'm being careful. Xiao Tian protested, although he slowed his pace. By the way, why were you so reckless earlier? You were injured so badly, yet you insisted on going to check on that voice. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, his voice low. I don't want to lose anyone anymore. I need to become stronger. Xiao Tian's steps faltered, and he chose not to respond. The two proceeded in silence toward the hidden grass village. Upon reaching the village entrance, the guards instantly became respectful upon seeing the Konoha headbands. Do you two need to go to the medical facility? We recently introduced. The guard's words were interrupted by a piercing scream. Please, I can't bite anymore. Xiao Tian felt Kakashi stiffen on his back. Wait, Kakashi's voice was weak but firm. We need to check it out. You're in no condition to meddle, Xiao Tian frowned. Kakashi's Sharingan faintly glowed in the dusk. That voice, it sounds like Rin. Sighing. Xiao Tian followed the sound into a dark alley. 3 adult ninjas were restraining a red-haired little girl, her arms covered in bleeding bite marks. Stop! Kakashi shouted with all his strength, only to cough up blood. Xiao Tian's pupils dilated. That hair color, that chakra sensation, Karen. His gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. The vibrant red hair stood out in the sunset, resembling a blazing flame. Her glasses hung askew on her face, the lenses smeared with tears and dirt. Her lips trembled in fear, revealing a few slightly pointed canine teeth. Stop! Kakashi shouted again, though his voice was barely audible. His fingers dug into the ground, attempting to support himself, but only caused more blood to seep from his wounds. Gently, Xiao Tian leaned Kakashi against the wall, his movements more tender than during the earlier treatment. He noticed Kakashi's breathing becoming increasingly labored, his mask soaked in blood. Yet, those Sharingan eyes remained stubbornly fixed on the scene in the alley, as if forcing themselves to remember every detail. Chapter 94. Orochimaru. Xiao Tian carefully set Kakashi down, who leaned against the wall, his Sharingan intently focused on the alley. This is your final warning. Let her go, Xiao Tian said in a deep voice. The scarred-faced man sneered and kicked the girl again. I won T. What can you do about it? Without further ado, Xiao Tian hurled a kunai, which struck the scarred man's calf with precision. He screamed as he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, several Grass Village ninjas appeared at the alley's entrance. observing the scene with cold indifference. One of them muttered, "Konoha's ninja." The scarred man pulled the kunai from his leg, suddenly seizing the girl's arm and biting her again. Astonishingly, his wound began to heal at a visible rate. "I see," Kakashi, leaning against the wall, muttered weakly. "She's the one we're looking for. Get him," the scarred man yelled. 3 burly men lunged at Xiao Tian, while the grass village ninjas stepped back with smirks, preparing to watch the spectacle. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes. Just as the 3 were about to tackle him, he vanished from sight. The scarred man's eyes widened in shock. Where did he go? His companions frantically searched around, completely unaware of Xiao Tian's movement. The leader of the grass village ninja's pupils constricted, murmuring, "What speed?" His grip on the kunai trembled. His mind racing. Could this guy be as fast as the 4th Hokage? Xiao Tian's figure materialized beside Karen, completely ignoring the surrounding enemies. He quickly assessed her injuries, noting that although she was battered, they were merely superficial wounds, evidently inflicted with restraint. "You're safe now," Xiao Tian said softly, channeling gentle chakra into her body. Karen slowly opened her eyes. Through her tear-blurred vision, Xiao Tian's face gradually came into focus. This was the first time she felt someone genuinely trying to save her, rather than treating her as a mere tool. "This is your final warning," the grass village leader shouted. "Leave now, or I won't hold back." His eyes sparkled with greed, clearly desiring control over Karen as a precious combat asset. Xiao Tian completely disregarded his threat, focusing intently on Karen. "How do you feel?" She instinctively shrank back, her voice barely a whisper. Her voice was faint, still unaccustomed to being cared for. With a furious roar, the scarred man charged forward with his subordinates. Xiao Tian's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming chakra suddenly erupted from him. Boom! A mountain-like pressure instantly engulfed the scene, causing the 3 men to kneel on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, their limbs unresponsive. The grass village leader was left speechless, his mind reeling. Is this really a human? The amount of chakra is monstrous. In reality, Xiao Tian had merely released a fraction of his chakra pressure. If he were to get serious, a single thought would be enough to obliterate these men. Yet in his eyes, they weren't even worthy of being crushed by his chakra. Xiao Tian handed a kunai to Karen, his voice calm, yet powerful. "You can choose to stay here and let them torment you, or you can leave this village with us. But I have no need for the useless. If you're determined to come with us, prove your worth." His gaze conveyed to Karen. This was not charity, but an opportunity. It was not that he needed her abilities. Rather, he was granting her the right to choose a new path in life. Karen was taken aback, her throat moving as she struggled to find her voice. After a prolonged moment of silence, she finally choked out, "My body." Xiao Tian interrupted her. "The bloodline of the Vortex clan can facilitate recovery. But that is not what I require. You can live as a ninja, not merely as a tool." His words struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. She had never considered that she could possess value beyond being a medical instrument. Whispering the term ninja, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Trembling, she grasped the kunai, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Her once battered arm tightened, the muscle definition starkly illuminated by the moonlight. The scarred man and his companions were horrified to find their bodies suddenly weighed down, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon their shoulders, rendering even breathing a challenge. They attempted to flee, only to discover their legs felt as though they were encased in lead, immobile. With a deep breath, Xiang Lin straightened for the first time. She noticed the twisted face of the scarred man glistening with cold sweat, the very teeth that had once savaged her now trembling. The kunai in her hand traced a silver arc, accurately piercing the spot on his shoulder where he had once bitten her. "This strike is for my blood." Her voice no longer quivered. The scarred man wished to scream, yet found his voice stifled by an unseen force. The other ninjas stared in terror, their eyes wide as they beheld Xiang Lin turn, the kunai slicing through the wrist of another, where the marks of his bite still lingered. "This strike is for my dignity." As Xiao Tian gently placed a hand on her shoulder, Xiang Lin felt a warm current flow through her limbs. She suddenly realized that these individuals had not weakened. Rather, they were thoroughly subdued by Xiao Tian's invisible aura. It was akin to being pinned to a specimen board, where even the slightest struggle became a luxury. Kakashi coughed violently at the alley's entrance, blood seeping between his fingers. He watched as Xiang Lin's kunai carved graceful arcs in the moonlight, each stroke landing precisely on the spots where the assailants had previously harmed her. More frighteningly, those once ferocious ninjas now resembled lambs to the slaughter, incapable of even the most basic defensive actions. This was not simply a matter of physical dominance. Kakashi's single eye widened in alarm. It was a complete mental and physical subjugation. He noted that not a speck of dust clung to Xiao Tian's garments, as if this act of vengeance bore no relation to him, yet his influence permeated every aspect. When the final assailant collapsed, Xiao Tian snapped his fingers. The ground transformed into quicksand, slowly engulfing the unconscious figures. Xiang Lin gazed at her kunai, miraculously devoid of blood. Each strike had been meticulously controlled to inflict excruciating pain without causing death. Let us depart. As Xiao Tian turned, the alley returned to tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. Only Kakashi understood that those ninjas would forever remember in the depths of the quicksand. Some prey should never be touched. Xiao Tian, we must leave this place swiftly. Kakashi struggled to rise, bracing against the wall, urgency lacing his voice. The higher-ups of the grass ninja would not let this matter rest. Leave? Xiao Tian chuckled lightly, forming seals to erase all traces of their presence. I have yet to finish my tour. He turned to observe Kakashi's pale complexion. You are gravely injured. Find a place to rest first. Xiang Lin stood between the two, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Upon noticing Kakashi's fingers trembling with pain, she instinctively rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms marked by bite wounds. I can't. No need, Kakashi gently interrupted, firmly yet tenderly adjusting her sleeves. This simple gesture made Xiang Lin shudder. It was the first time someone had declined her healing, not due to ineffectiveness, but out of respect for her worth. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. Ding! Triggered a high-level mission. Defeat Orochimaru. Mission rewards, based on completion level. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes. He quietly observed the scene, neither forcing Xiang Lin to fulfill her role as a tool nor dismissing her choice. He merely stood there, an unyielding barrier, keeping darkness at bay. Xiang Lin's eyes suddenly welled with warmth. In her brief and tragic life, she had never felt such comfort. They are not merely ninjas, she repeated in her mind. They are human, they are light. Especially Xiao Tian, despite his ruthless methods. He was the first to provide her with a sense of security. As the three prepared to leave, a hoarse voice unexpectedly called from the alley's end. I never expected to find you here, Kakashi. They all turned simultaneously to see a man clad in a flowing white kimono approaching. His pale skin glimmered with an eerie sheen under the moonlight, and his golden slit pupils resembled a serpent fixated on its prey. With each step he took, the air around him thickened. Would it be wise to miss such an opportunity? Kakashi's breath hitched, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably. He was all too familiar with that voice and the chilling aura it exuded. Orochimaru, Xiao Tian called out evenly, shielding Xiang Lin behind him while a cryptic smile graced his lips. He formed a single-handed seal, and the ground beneath them erupted with intricate sealing patterns. I hear you have been seeking the perfect vessel. Why not allow me to be your examiner? Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed a power emanating from this young man that even he found unsettling. Chapter 95. The third Kazekage. Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth would remain so composed. Habitually licking his lips, he rasped, Oh, it appears you know who I am. Xiao Tian chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain crossing his features. He not only recognized Orochimaru, but fully understood all of his trump cards. Reanimation? Forbidden techniques? In my eyes, they are mere trifles. Kakashi, it seems you are gravely injured. Orochimaru hissed like a serpent. Why not hand over that little girl to me? His golden eyes gleamed with a dangerous light in the moonlight. You are no match for me, even at your peak. Xiang Lin clutched Xiao Tian's garment, sensing the twisted chakra within Orochimaru. This man is a demon, she screamed internally. Xiao Tian suddenly wore a peculiar expression. He realized Orochimaru had completely misjudged the situation. This self-important individual assumed he was merely Kakashi's subordinate. He does not recognize me. Xiao Tian mentally scoffed. Orochimaru's intelligence network clearly needed an upgrade. I only want that little girl. Orochimaru licked his lips, adopting his signature sinister expression. Hand her over, and I may spare your lives. Xiao Tian nearly burst into laughter. This self-assured rogue ninja was utterly oblivious to the magnitude of the presence standing before him. Xiang Lin timidly stepped forward, nervously rolling up her sleeves. I can help you. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet her gaze remained resolute as she looked at Kakashi. In that instant, Orochimaru struck. Multiple snakes technique. Several colossal serpents shot forth from Orochimaru's voluminous sleeves, lunging straight for Kakashi. Xiao Tian swiftly yanked Xiang Lin behind him, but refrained from immediately intervening. He narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the situation. Merely a probing attack. It seemed Orochimaru had yet to take the matter seriously. Kakashi's reflexes were textbook perfect. He rapidly flipped up his forehead protector, his crimson Sharingan spinning into action. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens fragmented in midair, yet were entirely deflected by the colossal serpent. Kakashi remained unperturbed, his hands swiftly forming seals, as brilliant arcs of lightning erupted around him. Lightning release, thunder body flicker. With the enhancement of electricity, Kakashi's speed surged to its utmost limits. He transformed into a streak of blue lightning, maneuvering with astonishing precision behind Orochimaru, his kunai poised directly at the adversary's throat. This is my singular opportunity, Kakashi's mind screamed, his Sharingan firmly locking onto Orochimaru's vital points. However, just as the kunai was about to pierce, Orochimaru suddenly chuckled. Unexpectedly, you have indeed grown stronger, Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. His kunai halted midair, seemingly obstructed by an invisible force. Control technique? Kakashi's heart sank. Such a high-level ninjutsu should not affect him. Yet, Orochimaru's refined chakra manipulation, combined with his severely injured state, rendered this simple technique lethally effective. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's golden-slitted eyes. I did not anticipate that you had mastered lightning-release chakra mode to this extent. He mused internally. If Kakashi were at his peak, he would indeed require considerable effort. Alas, Orochimaru's figure suddenly blurred, effortlessly retreating 3 meters away. If you had accepted that girl's healing, perhaps the situation would have been different. His voice dripped with mockery, yet his gaze lingered meaningfully on Karen. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to capture Orochimaru's movements. But all he could perceive were a series of afterimages. He has not vanished, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected, his voice chillingly calm, but rather, your dynamic vision cannot keep pace with his speed. With his hands tucked in his pockets, an illuminating glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Far from the level of Uchiha Sasuke's body flicker technique. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru regarded the previously overlooked youth with newfound interest. His golden serpent eyes narrowed slightly. This seemingly ordinary boy could so precisely critique his ninjutsu? Seizing the moment, Karen rushed to Kakashi's side, trembling as she extended her arm marked with bite marks. Please, use my chakra. Her voice was resolute. Kakashi hesitated for a brief moment, but upon seeing Xiao Yan's encouraging gaze, he nodded gently. As his teeth sank into Karen's arm, a surge of potent chakra flooded into his body. The wound healed at a visible rate, and lightning crackled anew around him. Without Xiao Yan, I could not stand here. Kakashi felt the power surging within him. Orochimaru's expression grew serious for the first time. This little brat has healed. He suddenly realized that he may have severely misjudged the situation. Yet this only made it more interesting. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile as he rapidly formed seals. Now, allow you to witness true power. The ground trembled violently as a pitch-black coffin slowly rose from beneath. The coffin's surface was etched with bizarre runes, emanating a chilling chakra wave. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's voice turned hoarse and fervent. Edo Tensei? Xiao Yan's tone abruptly turned icy, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. He fixated on the black coffin, instantly recognizing this forbidden technique classified as evil ninjutsu. Kakashi's Sharingan spun frantically, warily observing the coffin. What technique is this? A forbidden technique. Edo Tensei. Xiao Yan's voice was deep and clear, invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, capable of summoning the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land to inhabit living vessels for revival. His gaze swept over the eerie runes on the coffin. However, Orochimaru's version was not yet perfected, and the summoned individual's strength would be significantly diminished. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, memories of Obito and Rin flashing through his mind. The act of desecrating the souls of the dead filled him with intense rage. Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes narrowed, intrigued as he scrutinized Xiao Yan. Oh? You seem to know quite a lot. His gaze turned fervent. And you are of the Senju clan. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Xiao Yan sneered, disregarding Orochimaru's probing. His focus remained entirely on the coffin, poised to confront the impending threat. The coffin lid crashed down, revealing a figure clad in the Kazekage cloak. Upon seeing the face, Kakashi gasped, the third Kazekage? Indeed, Orochimaru relished, licking his lips, the strongest Kazekage in the history of Sunigakure, possessing the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. With a mere flick of his finger, several kunai accurately pierced the back of the third Kazekage's head. Now he is my puppet. Kakashi's fists clenched involuntarily. Orochimaru. You dare desecrate the souls of the dead. Desecrate? Orochimaru cackled piercingly. This is merely an exploration of truth. He suddenly raised his hand. Now, let me see how powerful the legendary magnet release truly is. The hollow eyes of the third Kazekage lit up with an eerie glow as his hands clasped together. Magnet release. Iron sand rain. Countless tiny iron sand particles instantaneously coalesced into needles, raining down upon Shoutien and Kakashi like a torrential downpour. Kakashi immediately entered lightning release chakra mode. Blue sparks crackling around him. Using his Sharingan's dynamic vision, he nimbly dodged amidst the dense barrage. Shoutien, however, remained stationary. The iron sand needles struck an invisible barrier half a meter from him, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. His gaze remained fixed on Orochimaru. Is this all you can do? Orochimaru's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that his trump card would have no effect on Shoutien. Unwilling to accept defeat, he commanded the third Kazekage once more. Magnet release. Iron sand giant needle. A spear as thick as a tree trunk formed in midair, hurtling towards Shoutien at incredible speed. This time, Kakashi charged forward. Lightning cutter. Chapter 96. Sealing technique. Kakashi's lightning cutter cleaved through the night sky, piercing the third Kazekage's chest like a streak of blue lightning. The lightning erupted against the iron sand body, producing a deafening metallic screech. Kakashi could distinctly feel the resistance as the lightning cutter penetrated. This Edo Tensei body was far more resilient than a living being. The iron sand construct was forcefully torn apart, yet Kakashi's Sharingan revealed no joy. Through his crimson vision, he witnessed countless paper-like fragments rapidly reassembling at the torn wound. A strange smile even flickered across the lifeless face of the third Kazekage. It's futile, Kakashi. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed from the battlefield's periphery, leisurely leaning against a withered tree, his golden slitted eyes sparkling with mockery. The Edo Tensei body possesses infinite chakra and regenerative capabilities. No matter how fast your lightning cutter is, it cannot surpass the revival speed of the dead. His gaze abruptly shifted to Shoutien, his tone growing more fervent. However, I am more interested in this. Shoutien's swiftly formed seals. The ground trembled violently. Sturdy trees burst forth from the earth, forming a solid barrier that completely blocked the incoming iron sand. The wooden defense not only thwarted the attack, but also securely ensnared the iron sand within its wooden structure. Orochimaru's breath quickened palpably, his pale fingers trembling involuntarily. Would release? This is the technique of the first Hokage. His tongue darted across his lips, his golden slitted eyes narrowing into a fine line. I must obtain this little brat. In his mind's fervent outcry, Orochimaru envisioned himself wielding both would release and the Sharingan, transcending Uchiha Itachi, becoming a truly perfect being. This thought set his chakra ablaze with restlessness. The third Kazekage hovered in midair, his body supported by iron sand, casting an eerie shadow under the moonlight. He slowly spread his arms, and countless tiny particles of iron sand began to converge from all directions. Magnetic release. Iron sand world technique. The sky darkened instantly. A multitude of iron sand spears formed in the air, their tips gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The expansive area nearly enveloped the entire hidden grass village. Some villagers, awakened by the commotion, peered out of their windows, only to emit terrified screams. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Such a scale of attack was nearly impossible to evade even with the lightning release chakra mode activated. He swiftly calculated possible escape routes, only to find every path blocked by iron sand. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly. Kakashi, retreat. Shoutien's voice was unnaturally calm, as if the impending catastrophe before them was merely a child's play. He had already seen through Orochimaru's mad experiment. The scientist cared not for the survival of Hidden Grass Village, but rather sought to test the limits of the reincarnated corpses in battle. Truly, he was worthy of the title of the strongest third Kazekage in the history of the ninja world. Kakashi quickly fell back, his breath becoming labored. He realized that he could not halt this disaster alone, and more terrifyingly, He sensed that Orochimaru still had more dangerous tricks up his sleeve. The night breeze carried the scent of iron sand. A shadow of death loomed over the entire village. In this critical moment, Xiao Tian slowly raised his right hand, chakra pulsating ominously at his fingertips. The terrifying might of the iron sand world technique swept through Hidden Grass Village, causing countless buildings to collapse under the dense iron sand spears. Within the wooden barrier Xiao Tian had erected, Kakashi fixed his gaze on the devastation outside, stating solemnly, "The area is too vast, causing the power to dissipate." Xiao Tian nodded slightly, his focus locked on the third Kazekage suspended in midair. "We must deal with him first." Orochimaru stood atop a distant wall, emitting a piercing laugh. "It's futile. The reanimation jutsu cannot be undone. You are destined to perish here." A cold smirk appeared on Xiao Tian's lips. "Is that so?" As he swiftly formed hand seals for the diamond lock, Orochimaru's smile suddenly froze. He was horrified to see several golden chakra chains shoot forth from behind Xiao Tian, wrapping around the third Kazekage's body as if they were alive. "This is impossible." Orochimaru screamed, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The golden chains bound the third Kazekage firmly in midair, rendering him unable to break free despite his struggles. Even more shocking to Orochimaru was that the connection between himself and the reincarnated corpses was being forcibly severed. "Who are you?" Orochimaru's golden slit pupils constricted sharply. Piecing together the wood release of the Senju clan, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations, Xiao Tian remained silent, coldly gazing at the deranged scientist. The chains of the diamond lock tightened further, cracks began to form on the third Kazekage's body as the reincarnation slowly peeled away. Orochimaru, unwilling to yield, bit his finger, attempting to seal the third Kazekage once again, only to find his chakra sinking into oblivion, utterly ineffective. "Damn it," Orochimaru muttered under his breath, suddenly opening his mouth to expel the Kusanagi sword, its cold glint aimed directly at Xiao Tian's throat. Lightning release, body flicker technique. A flash of blue lightning appeared as Kakashi instantly positioned himself before Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, be careful." He swung his arm back, deftly deflecting the incoming sword with a kunai. At the same time, Xiao Tian formed hand seals, a tail of Shikaku's chakra surging within him. The iron sand, bound by the chains, began to coalesce into a pitch-black sealing coffin. "Let us use your familiar power against you." "Third Kazekage," Xiao Tian coldly declared. The black curse seal rapidly spread across the coffin's surface, sealing the strongest Kazekage completely. Orochimaru's expression darkened, even the third Kazekage. As the third Kazekage was sealed, the iron sand world technique that enveloped the sky began to disintegrate. Countless fragments of iron sand fell from the sky, glinting dangerously in the sunlight. "Be careful. Retreat to where Karen is," Kakashi shouted, warning that although the iron sand no longer posed a threat, its magnetic properties were still perilous. Just then, a squad of Hidden Grass Village ninjas finally arrived. The leading ninja, upon seeing Kakashi's Konoha forehead protector, immediately halted, wary. "Is that a ninja from Konoha? What should we do? Is he friend or foe?" Another Hidden Grass ninja asked nervously. Kakashi seized the opportunity to explain. "I am Kakashi Itachi, a jonin from Konoha. And this comrade, Xiao Tian, and I are on a mission to apprehend the rogue ninja Orochimaru. The village was just attacked by him, using the reanimation jutsu." Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, the ninjas collectively inhaled sharply, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Orochimaru coldly surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately locking onto Xiao Tian. "Humph. These worthless fools are no threat," he rasped. "What I desire is only the body of Xiao Tian." Before he could finish his sentence, Orochimaru bit his finger and slammed it against the ground. Summoning technique. A massive white mist erupted, and a purple giant serpent, over 100 meters long, appeared out of thin air. Its cold slit pupils looked down upon everyone, its flicking tongue as thick as a human arm. "Manda," Kakashi swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "It's at a completely different level compared to my summoning dog." Karen, terrified, collapsed to the ground, her glasses fogging up with fear. What kind of monster is this?" Manda looked down at Orochimaru, disdain evident in its tone. "You have fallen, Orochimaru. You can't even handle a child? Quit the nonsense." Orochimaru replied darkly, "Help me capture that black-haired kid, and you can name your price." A glint of greed flashed in Manda's eyes. 200 living sacrifices. Agreed. Orochimaru readily accepted. As long as you capture Xiao Tian, you can have as many living sacrifices as you want. Manda, satisfied, flicked its tongue and turned its gaze towards the trembling grass ninjas. However, these people seem rather appetizing. Its massive body began to slither. First, I will devour them. Then deal with that kid. The grass village captain, pale as death, trembled but still raised his kunai. We must kill it. Otherwise, we will all perish. In the face of overwhelming fear, the grass ninjas let out desperate cries and charged forward in a suicide attack. Dozens of hidden grass ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, weaving together fire release and wind release techniques to assault Manda. However, the ninjutsu merely sparked against its purple scales before vanishing without a trace. Useless trash, Manda scoffed, its giant tail sweeping like a mountain. The grass ninjas were sent flying like leaves, crashing into crumbling buildings. A Chunin's kunai aimed for the serpent's belly, only to have his wrist shattered by the recoil upon contact. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. Analyzing the situation, even lightning release chakra cannot breach the defenses of this level of summoning beast. It exceeds the conventional ninja response. Lightning coalesced into a blinding sphere in Kakashi's hand as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, targeting Manda's vital point. Raikiri, bang. The razor-sharp lightning release finally tore through the scales, but was halted before penetrating the flesh. Manda roared in pain, its head striking out violently. Kakashi hastily raised his arms in defense, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 stone walls before finally coming to a stop. Amidst the dust, Kakashi knelt, coughing up blood. If it weren't for the lightning release armor I had covered my body with beforehand. The village crumbled under the rampage of the giant serpent. Karen sat amidst the ruins, her red hair caked with dirt, her pupils trembling violently behind her glasses. At the edge of the battlefield stood Xiao Tian, his Sharingan with 3 tomos slowly rotating. He cast a glance at the terrified grass shinobi, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Summoning technique. His thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder as he bit his thumb, tracing blood-red runes in the air. In an instant, the ground of the battlefield undulated like waves, a chakra storm erupting with tenfold ferocity compared to when the myriad snakes appeared. The white mist did not gently dissipate, but was violently torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a colossal, dark green figure within. Gamabunta. Kakashi's forehead protector was swept away by the violent gusts, his silver hair dancing chaotically in the chakra maelstrom. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan seemed to blur into an afterimage. He distinctly saw the legendary toad from Mount Myaboku, completely enveloped in a Susanoo that should have belonged to the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed to pinpricks, instinctively leaping back 30 meters. His snake-scaled robe was ripped open by the dispersing chakra. Shock etched onto his pale face for the first time. Is it possible for a summoning beast to have a fused form with Susanoo? The purple scales of the myriad snakes bristled, this ferocious dragon cave overlord actually retreating half a step. Its crimson serpent tongue trembled violently. What on earth is that foul thing on you, you stinking toad? The pipe slipped from Gamabunta's lips. The seasoned elder of Mount Myaboku looked down at the purple energy armor enveloping him, realizing it was not merely a chakra cloak, but a divine armor of unsettling precision. Deep purple energy crystals extended 6 wing-like armors from his back, each gleaming with a sharper radiance than chakra blades. Kid, Gamabunta's voice was hoarse with astonishment. He felt an unprecedented power surging through his veins. You've even draped me in Susanoo? Xiao Tian, standing atop the toad's head, offered no reply. His eyes had transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the swirling rose patterns in his irises reminiscent of a cosmic starry sky. With the eruption of chakra, the Susanoo enveloping Gamabunta evolved further, ancient divine sigils manifesting on the surface of the energy armor, 12 tomo-shaped chakra crystals coalescing around his waist. Most astonishing of all, a 1,000-meter light wing composed of pure chakra unfurled slowly from his back. Let us put an end to this today. Xiao Tian's words fell lightly like a leaf, yet thundered in the ears of all present. He clenched his right hand, and the short blade in Gamabunta's grasp was suddenly enveloped in purple energy, extending into a 300-meter-long chakra blade. The blade entwined with indigo lightning chakra, interweaving with the purple flames of Susanoo to form a devastating energy storm. The ferocity of the myriad snakes was completely unleashed as it suddenly reared up, the fan-shaped poison sacs behind its serpent head unfurling. Orochimaru, this sacrifice needs to be tripled. Old buddy, Gamabunta suddenly grinned, the pipe having returned to his mouth unbeknownst to anyone. How about indulging the young man in a little madness? Chapter 98. Return to the village. Karen's glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, her red lips slightly parted. This is simply. The kunai in the hands of the grass shinobi clattered to the ground, some dropping to their knees. This is power beyond that of any ninja. Orochimaru's pupils constricted violently, his tongue involuntarily licking his lips. Senju, Uzumaki, the perfect vessel of Uchiha. The fury in the myriad snake's vertical pupils flashed. A mere toad dares to. Before the words could finish, Gamabunta leaped up like a cannonball. The Susanoo armor refracted an eerie purple light under the sun, and the chakra blade sliced through the sky. Water release, iron cannonball. A water orb exceeding 10 meters in diameter erupted from Gamabunta's mouth. Its speed exponentially increased under the Susanoo's enhancement. The myriad snakes hastily dodged, yet were still grazed on the flank, large scales peeling away. Damn it! The myriad snakes roared, whipping their tail in retaliation, only to be blocked by Gamabunta with the Susanoo blade. The resounding clash echoed like a metallic collision, shaking distant trees to their roots. Kakashi's Sharingan spun frantically, yet struggled to keep pace with the battle's tempo. Such speed, such power. Orochimaru stood atop the myriad snakes, his expression a mix of dark clouds and flashes of light. He regarded Xiao Tian with both fervor and trepidation. To think he could wield Susanoo to such an extent. I must obtain his body, even if it's merely a tissue sample. Eight-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru suddenly leaped down from atop the myriad snakes, his body twisting and morphing in midair. 8 massive white serpents erupted forth from his form, each head adorned with sharp-boned spikes, their cries echoing across the battlefield. Is this the 8-headed serpent? Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, recognizing the legendary forbidden technique. Xiao Tian stood calmly atop Gamabunta, analyzing, a creature born from myth. The immortal serpent slain by Susanoo. Orochimaru, you have ultimately chosen this path. Gamabunta licked his lips in excitement. 8 little snakes? Just right for stretching my muscles. The Susanoo blade cut through the air, 7 serpent heads falling in response. Yet, in a horrifying twist, the severed necks writhed with flesh. New heads regenerating at a visible pace. Useless, Orochimaru's voice emanated from one of the serpent heads. The true power of the 8-headed serpent technique lies in. Before he could finish, one serpent head suddenly opened its cavernous maw, Orochimaru's true body bursting forth, the Kusanagi sword aimed straight for Xiao Tian's throat. In a critical moment, the myriad snakes crashed in from the side, blocking Gamabunta's counterattack with its massive body. The tip of Orochimaru's sword was mere inches from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun abruptly, freezing Orochimaru's motion midair, his body suspended in place, pupils dilated. Iron sand ceiling pyramid. Black iron sand surged from the ground, wrapping around the 8 white serpents, ultimately forming a colossal black pyramid. In the instant the ceiling was complete, the myriad snakes let out a piercing scream, only to be beheaded by Gamabunta's blade. Amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, Xiao Tian leaped down from atop Gamabunta, with a resounding boom of white smoke. The formidable Susanoo and Gamabunta simultaneously released the summoning. Before Orochimaru could react, a cold light pierced through his hands, pinning him firmly to the iron sand pyramid. Orochimaru. Xiao Tian's Sharingan glowed, the golden vertical pupils still shimmering with greed. Xiao Tian's kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly rotated. There is no need for further words. Every action you take from now on has already been inscribed under my Jinjutsu. Chidori. A dazzling lightning surged forth from the blade. Orochimaru's body convulsed violently in the electric light, ultimately transforming into a charged shell. Ding. Detected host has defeated the shadow-level powerhouse Orochimaru. Main quest. Overwhelm Orochimaru. Completion rate. Perfect. Reward being distributed. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's kaleidoscopic Sharingan erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The system's notifications ringing in his mind. Senjutsu level has been upgraded to perfection. Acquired Uzumaki clan bloodline, purity, and Kagai's Byakugan. Chakra recovery speed increased to never deplete. A warm current enveloped his entire being. Xiao Tian felt his cells rejoicing. The fatigue from continuous use of Susanoo vanished, as chakra surged like an endless ocean. Is this the Hokage version of an infinite energy furnace? And the perceptive ability of Kagaya's Byakugan? With a mere thought, Xiao Tian attempted to activate the newly acquired Byakugan. In an instant, all chakra fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius appeared vividly in his mind. Kakashi had merely 30 chakra left. Karen's vibrant life force burned like a torch, and 3 trembling chunin hid beneath the grass shinobi village. Even further, 2 unfamiliar chakra signatures were rapidly approaching. Is this the perceptive talent of the Uzumaki clan? It's simply more comprehensive than the Byakugan. Xiao Tian tried to channel chakra again, casually forming a hand seal. Fire release, great fire destruction. A high-level jutsu that would typically require substantial chakra was now executed as effortlessly as breathing. The raging inferno swiftly engulfed half of the battlefield. Yet within Xiao Tian, the chakra remained as abundant as ever. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive that his chakra was regenerating at an astonishing rate, akin to an unceasing spring. Sheathing his sword, he turned to Kakashi and Karen. "Lord Xiao Tian," Karen exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Your chakra feels so warm." Even she could sense the change. Kakashi weakly inquired, "Did Orochimaru perish?" Just then, 2 dark figures suddenly swept past, swiftly taking away Orochimaru's corpse. Xiao Tian's Kagura heart, I immediately identified them as Kabuto and another unfamiliar ninja. "They appeared earlier than I anticipated," Xiao Tian remarked calmly. Secretly testing his newfound ability, the Kagura heart I astonishingly penetrated their transformation technique, revealing Kabuto's true form. The surviving grass ninjas retreated in terror, some murmuring. He alone, Xiao Tian, gazed at the trembling grass ninjas. "The sealing item will be entrusted to you." The grass ninja captain nodded, trembling with fear, not daring to disobey the man who had just single-handedly slain the 8-headed serpent. Karen clutched Xiao Tian's clothing tightly, her large eyes brimming with admiration. Xiao Tian ruffled her hair gently. "Let us return to Konoha." In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the red-haired girl before him, smoke from his pipe curling upwards. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Welcome to Konoha. Karen officially enrolled in the Ninja Academy, embarking on a new chapter of her life. Only Xiao Tian, Kakashi, and she herself knew the extraordinary abilities this seemingly ordinary girl possessed. "Lord Xiao Tian." At the training grounds after school, Karen excitedly waved her kunai. "Teach me a new jutsu today." Deep within the root base, several ninjas adorned in animal masks stood silently, the Sharingan's red light faintly visible beneath their masks. "From today onwards, you shall be known as Team Crow," Xiao Tian's voice echoed in the darkness. "Remember, the crow only appears in the darkest of times." Chapter 99. Encountering the Ninetales, morning light streamed through the window onto the streets of Konoha, as Xiao Tian stood by the window, his fingers gently tapping the frame. Since returning from the grass ninja village, the system had remained dormant for quite some time. This hibernation seems prolonged. However, with my current strength, I need not rely on the system for now. He turned towards the wash basin, cold water splashing against his face. "Someone's here." A root ninja appeared behind him instantly. "Lord Xiao Tian, notify Team Crow to set off for the grass ninja village immediately." Xiao Tian dried his face, taking charge of security under the pretense of assisting in reconstruction. "Yes." He retrieved a communication toad, gently stroking its smooth back. "Contact Lord Shima." The toad's belly inflated, producing a peculiar sound. Soon, the voice of Granny Shima came through. "Little Xiao Tian? What a rare visitor. Granny Shima, please prepare the reverse summoning technique. I have matters to discuss with Naruto." Xiao Tian's lips curled upwards. It's time to fulfill that promise. "Oh." Shima's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. "Is it finally time to deliver on that promise? I will prepare right away." After the communication ended, Xiao Tian stepped into the courtyard. With a puff of white smoke, his figure vanished from Konoha. As the mist dissipated, familiar sights greeted him. The towering toad statue, the waterfall flowing with golden toad oil, and distant mountains piercing the clouds like swords. The natural energy here was even more potent than during his last visit. Taking a deep breath, he realized that his Kagura heart I had automatically activated, instantly locking onto 2 unique chakra sources. One was the radiant Naruto, and the other, a hidden, hate-filled crimson chakra within Naruto. "Big brother Xiao Tian." Naruto leaped down from the training platform, his orange eyeshadow indicating his sage mode. Surprisingly, he landed steadily this time, not falling clumsily as he usually did. It seemed his training had borne fruit. Xiao Tian caught the charging Naruto, gently patting his back. "Big brother Xiao Tian." Why did you suddenly? Naruto's words halted abruptly as his blue eyes widened. Wait. Are you? Xiao Tian nodded. The time to fulfill our promise has come. Naruto instinctively reached for his abdomen, his voice trembling. With the nine tails and my mother. Sage Fukasaku leaped onto Xiao Tian's shoulder. I had long anticipated this day. Granny Shima approached with refreshments. First, have something to eat. You'll be busy shortly. Jiraiya arrived from a distance, his white hair flowing in the wind. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. After a delightful meal, Xiao Tian set down his teacup, swiftly forming hand seals, would release. 4 pillars prison technique. The ground trembled violently as stout trees erupted from the earth, instantly forming a massive spherical barrier that enveloped everyone. Complex ceiling runes appeared on the wooden walls, emitting a faint blue glow. Little Xiao Tian, what does this mean? Granny Shima asked, astonished, as she glanced around, nearly dropping her tea tray. Regardless, it is to assist Naruto in controlling the Nine Tails power. This is my preparation, Xiao Tian explained calmly. Jiraiya, pondering, touched the wooden wall. Would release can suppress the Nine Tails chakra. This is no secret. He turned to Xiao Tian. It seems you anticipated this. One could say that, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Though internally he thought, I just thought it looked cool. Feeling the surging chakra within him, he appreciated the astonishing recovery from the perfect sage mode. The vast chakra granted by his Uzumaki lineage, the superior perception from the Kagura hard eye, and the inexhaustible chakra regeneration speed. With would release, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In such a configuration, it was hard to imagine losing. Sage Fukasaku, with a serious tone, asked, Little Xiao Tian, are you certain about this? The Nine Tails is not easily dealt with. I am confident. Xiao Tian's gaze was resolute as he looked at Naruto, who was already prepared. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite mastering Sage Mode, facing the Nine Tails still made him anxious. He continuously inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. Do not worry. Xiao Tian patted Naruto's shoulder, his voice steady and strong. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Then it's settled. Naruto suddenly grinned, his blue eyes sparkling anew. Once we succeed, big brother Xiao Tian must treat me to ramen. Until I'm stuffed. Xiao Tian readily agreed, turning to Jiraiya, the key. Sighing. Jiraiya formed hand seals, summoning technique. A toad appeared in his hand. With a complex expression, he said, since the great sage has agreed, this risky plan must proceed. Granny Shima reminded sternly, remember, sage mode can only be maintained for 3 minutes. Use it cautiously. 3 minutes? Xiao Tian frowned, shorter than expected. Sage Fukasaku explained. It's already the limit, as you'll need to focus on suppressing the Nine Tails. Although Naruto, as an Uzumaki, possessed immense chakra, maintaining sage mode for 3 minutes was indeed the maximum. Nodding, Xiao Tian swiftly formed hand seals. Would release. Shadow clone technique. 3 clones appeared within the barrier, each guarding critical positions. Xiao Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly revolved, the black tomo standing out against the crimson background. Are you ready? Seeing Naruto nod vigorously, he commanded. Jinjutsu, mental synchronization. The world around them suddenly shifted, and they found themselves in a damp, cold sewer. In the dim light, flickering reflections danced upon the water's surface, while echoes of dripping water resonated in the distance. This was the scene of Naruto's first entrance into the realm of his mind. At that moment, the Nine Tails, anxious for his well-being, lent him its chakra. Suddenly, with a splash, Naruto plummeted from the sky, sending a cascade of water flying. Ouch! 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 He groaned, rubbing his behind, his face clouded with frustration. Why do I always have to fall when I come here? Chapter 100. Nine Tails Chakra. Naruto whipped around and saw Xiao Tian standing not far away, his black divine robe gently swaying in the still air. Brother Xiao Tian, Naruto called out, eager to rush over, but stumbling slightly due to the buoyancy of the water. Xiao Tian extended his hand to steady him. Be careful. Everything here is influenced by your emotions. Naruto glanced down at his abdomen, where a familiar ceiling pattern faintly appeared. So the Nine Tails is here? Indeed, Xiao Tian replied, gesturing toward a massive cage lurking in the shadows. And that is not all. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying my parents' chakra is also? Xiao Tian nodded. The chakra imprint left by the 4th Hokage and his wife is hidden somewhere in this space. Naruto's hand trembled slightly as he instinctively clenched his fist. Can I really do this? His voice quivered at the thought of confronting that monster. Xiao Tian did not respond immediately. He raised his hand, revealing a sphere of golden chakra. Feel this. He transmitted the chakra to Naruto. This is the power your mother once wielded. Warm energy flowed into Naruto, and to his astonishment, he felt his fear begin to dissipate. Let's go. Xiao Tian turned to face the darkness. When you are ready, taking a deep breath. Naruto's hesitation was gradually replaced by determination. I'm ready. As they advanced, unnatural ripples began to form on the water's surface. The sound of heavy chains echoed in the distance, and a suffocating malice filled the air. Naruto's voice caught in his throat. Before them, behind the enormous iron bars, a pair of crimson slit eyes slowly opened. Back again, are you, brat? The Nine-Tails' voice resonated like thunder, causing the water's surface to tremble violently. Xiao Tian calmly positioned himself in front of Naruto. Remember, fear is its greatest weapon. The Nine-Tails suddenly lunged, its massive claws crashing against the bars, sending sparks flying. Get out of here. It roared. This is not a place for you. The shockwave knocked Naruto back a few steps, but Xiao Tian remained unfazed. In his eyes, the patterns of a kaleidoscope began to slowly rotate. Interesting, the Nine-Tails growled, lowering its voice. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tian smirked. I am here to help you find liberation. At that moment, a chime echoed. The system has detected that the host has been provoked by the Nine-Tails. The system is quite upset. Task issued. Take a deep breath. Xiao Tian paused, instinctively inhaling. Task completed. Reward granted. Complete Nine-Tails chakra. Boom. A torrent of chakra surged within Xiao Tian, unprecedented in its power. Golden energy swept through the entire mental realm like a tsunami, causing the water to boil and the walls of the ceiling space to tremble violently. What? The Nine-Tails recoiled, its pupils narrowing. This is impossible. This is my complete chakra. Naruto was thrown off balance by the shockwave, but managed to steady himself. Brother Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian was equally bewildered. System. Is this task a bit too casual? But the system remained silent, merely inserting the Nine-Tails chakra into his body. The Nine-Tails' fury erupted. How do you possess my chakra? It crashed against the seal, but Xiao Tian simply raised his hand. Silence. A wave of invisible pressure enveloped the entire space, halting the Nine-Tails' roar and forcing its massive form back into the depths of its cage. The golden chakra surged within the mental space, while the Nine-Tails' crimson eyes fixated on Xiao Tian, its enormous claws restlessly slapping the water's surface. Impossible, the Nine-Tails' voice faltered for the first time. Why do you carry both Mai and Shikaka's essence? Xiao Tian smirked. You observe quite closely. Brat. The Nine-Tails roared in rage, battering against the ceiling cage. Who are you? How can you absorb tailed beast chakra? Naruto, standing aside, looked utterly confused. Brother Xiao Tian, what does it mean? Just as Xiao Tian was about to respond, another chime sounded. The system has detected ongoing provocation from the Nine-Tails towards the host. The system is very displeased. Task issued. Snap your fingers. Xiao Tian hadn't yet registered what was happening when his fingers instinctively snapped. Task completed. Reward issued. Perfect tailed beast chakra compatibility. Tailed beast chakra release power doubled. Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Naruto took a deep breath. I want to release it. Just as his finger was about to touch the seal, a warm hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Wait, Naruto. Golden hair, azure eyes, a familiar smile. Naruto shivered. Father? The figure of Minato Namikaze slowly materialized, his eyes filled with warmth. Now is not your time yet. Xiao Tian crossed his arms, a knowing look in his eyes. As expected, the fourth Hokage has appeared. Father, Naruto's voice trembled. I have always wanted to see you. Minato gently placed his hand on Naruto's head. I know. You have grown well, Naruto. The Nine-Tails roared in fury from within its cage. Minato Namikaze, I will tear you apart. Minato did not turn his head, gazing tenderly at Naruto. It seems our time is limited. Xiao Tian suddenly stepped forward. Fourth Hokage, the chakra you left cannot sustain for long. Instead of trying to stop it, seize the final opportunity. Minato looked at Xiao Tian with a complicated expression. But Naruto is still too young. I am no longer a child. Naruto shouted suddenly, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will become stronger. I will control the Nine-Tails' power. Minato was taken aback. Then a proud smile spread across his face. Indeed, you have become an exceptional ninja. The Nine-Tails' roars grew ever more intense, causing the entire mental realm to tremble. There is no time left. Xiao Tian stood beside Naruto. Minato senpai, leave it to me. Minato gazed deeply at Xiao Tian. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tian smiled without answering, merely giving a thumbs up. In any case, I am on Naruto's side. Ding. The system has detected a touching scene. Temporary reward. Strengthened father-son bond. Minato suddenly felt his chakra stabilize significantly, looking at Xiao Tian in surprise. Xiao Tian remarked, "System, enough already." He patted Naruto's shoulder. "Are you ready? What comes next is the true challenge." Naruto wiped away his tears, revealing his iconic smile. "Of course. With brother Xiao Tian here, I fear nothing." The Nine Tails interjected. "Have you forgotten there is still a fox here?" Chapter 101. The Thousand-Handed Buddha. Let us begin. His voice was as calm as the still waters. Standing beside Naruto, Minato swiftly formed hand seals with his slender fingers. "Naruto, remember, this is not a battle you fight alone." Naruto took a deep breath, the orange hue around his eyes appearing particularly vibrant in the dim light. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms. "I understand, Dad." Roar. The Nine Tails' roar erupted suddenly, shaking the entire mental space. Behind the massive iron door, the crimson-slit eyes fixated intently on the three of them. "You ants dare to meddle with me?" Xiao Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Your temper remains as volatile as ever, Nine Tails." As the sealing key turned, the heavy iron gate emitted a grating metallic distortion that sent chills through one's teeth. A pitch-black chakra seeped through the crevice of the door, forming eerie black patterns upon the water's surface. "Now's our chance," Xiao Tian suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating through the space. Naruto seized the opportunity. With his legs slightly bent, Naruto sprang into action, extending his hands towards the Nine Tails, blue chakra coalescing at his fingertips into sharp claws. "Come on." The Nine Tails' massive paw descended with a howling wind. Seeking death. Ding. Host's need for a dramatic moment detected. Temporary skill unlocked. Chakra absolute suppression. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as an invisible force enveloped the entire space. The Nine Tails' claw bizarrely froze in midair, mere inches from Naruto's head. "Nine Tails, watch closely, Naruto." With a single wave of his hand, dozens of golden chakra chains shot forth from the void, entwining around the Nine Tails' forelimbs, producing a resonant metallic clash. "Just like this, use your chakra to capture its power." Naruto's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mimicking Xiao Tian, he swiftly formed hand seals. Light blue chakra surged from his body, laboriously taking the shape of chains. "I'll give it a try." The Nine Tails struggled violently, the iron chains groaning under its immense strength. Despicable humans. Not to be outdone, Minato Namikaze joined the fray, golden chakra chains striking like lightning. "Don't forget about me." With three forces pulling simultaneously, the Nine Tails chakra began to be visibly siphoned away. Scarlet energy flowed like molten lava along the chains towards Naruto. "Impossible." The Nine Tails' pupils narrowed sharply, its voice trembling for the first time. "How can a mere human do this?" The Nine Tails questioned. "Why do you possess the essence of the Three Tails and Shikaku?" Xiao Tian smirked. "You observe carefully." "Scoundrel." The Nine Tails roared in fury, violently battering against the sealing cage. "Who are you? Why can you absorb tailed beast chakra?" Minato's figure flickered within the mental realm, observing the situation with a furrowed brow. "Xiao Tian," he said with gravity, "the Nine Tails' power exceeds imagination." "Don't worry," Xiao Tian interrupted, his gaze still fixed on the Nine Tails. "It's merely a tailed beast." Minato's eyes widened in shock. "You call that thing merely?" At that moment, the Nine Tails opened its cavernous mouth, dark-tailed beast balls rapidly coalescing within. The destructive energy began to warp the entire mental landscape. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Xiao Tian formed hand seals, and a colossal wooden dragon burst forth, charging toward the Nine Tails. The wooden dragon collided with the tailed beast ball midair, producing a thunderous explosion. Minato gasped. "That's the technique of the first Hokage." Though the wooden dragon shattered amidst the explosion, it successfully mitigated much of the tailed beast ball's power. Xiao Tian frowned slightly. "The mental realm imposes limitations on my power." Seizing the opportunity, the Nine Tails chakra slithered into Naruto like a venomous snake. Negative emotions surged, the villagers' disdain, a lonely childhood, endless rejection and ridicule. No one could bear such hatred. The Nine Tails grinned malevolently. "Naruto, unleash your anger." For chakra tails manifested behind Naruto, his eyes beginning to turn crimson. "Naruto," Minato urged anxiously, "calm down. Remember who you are." Amidst the chaos of his consciousness, Naruto heard his father's voice. Struggling to lift his head, The crimson hue in his eyes deepened. The four tails behind him writhed frantically, his skin scorched by searing energy. Xiao Tian stood nearby, his black, godly robe fluttering in the chakra storm. He narrowed his eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning slowly. It should be coming soon. Suddenly, a dazzling red light pierced the dim space. Fiery red hair blazed like flames, strikingly visible amidst the chaotic chakra. Naruto. Kushina's figure descended from above, arms outstretched, enveloping the rampaging Naruto in a tight embrace. Her chakra radiated warmth, instantly dispelling part of the Nine Tails' malice. Is it really you, Mom? Naruto's crimson pupils quivered slightly. Kushina pressed her son's head against her shoulder, her voice as gentle as a feather. Yes, Mom is here. Minato's figure appeared on the other side, and upon seeing his wife, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed his blue eyes. Kushina. But he quickly regained focus. This is not the time for sentiment. The Nine Tails chakra is still rampaging. Kushina did not raise her head, but formed intricate hand seals with her hands. Minato, synchronize with me. Understood. Golden chains shot forth from Kushina's back, coiling around the Nine Tails like serpents. Simultaneously, Minato launched his kunai, accurately pinning it in the void around the Nine Tails, forming a sealing barrier. The Nine Tails struggled violently, shockwaves of chakra reverberating throughout the mental realm. Kushina, do you think the same trick can contain me again? The chains groaned under the immense tension, and beads of sweat trickled from Kushina's forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. Minato now? Minato brought his hands together. Sealing technique. 8 trigrams sealing. Under the dual sealing power, the Nine Tails chakra began to be forcibly extracted, flowing along the chains towards Naruto. Naruto felt the clash of two distinctly different chakras within him. His parents' chakra was warm and gentle, while the Nine Tails chakra was violent and scorching. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Mom, Dad, he choked on his words. Kushina tenderly wiped away her son's tears. Don't speak, concentrate. Minato smiled reassuringly. You've done excellently, Naruto. Xiao Tian observed the scene quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is this the bond of blood? Just as the sealing was nearly complete, the Nine Tails suddenly let out a deafening roar. Don't get too smug. Naruto gazed at the rampaging Nine Tails and swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones appeared in an instant, each conjuring a radiant sage art, super giant Rasengan in their hands. They leapt simultaneously toward the Nine Tails. Sage art, super giant Rasengan barrage. The explosive sounds echoed throughout the mental realm as the Nine Tails was forced back by the unexpected onslaught. Kushina watched in astonishment. This child can control so many clones using sage techniques simultaneously. Minato's eyes glimmered with pride. He is indeed our son. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As chakra rapidly depleted, Naruto's sage mode began to falter. The shadowy markings gradually faded, and the number of clones diminished sharply. Oh no. Naruto sank to one knee, gasping for breath. I don't have enough sage chakra. The Nine Tails seized the opportunity to counterattack, the siphon chakra beginning to flow back. Scarlet energy surged like a tide back into the Nine Tails' body. Ha! The Nine Tails roared triumphantly. What do you have to fight me with? Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, then turned toward Xiao Tian simultaneously. Xiao Tian, Minato's voice carried a plea. Please help him. Tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes as she pleaded. I beg you. You are the only one who can. Xiao Tian let out a soft sigh, a trace of helplessness evident in his brow. I can no longer bear to watch. His voice, though gentle, resonated throughout the entire spiritual realm, causing the very air to momentarily still. As he slowly brought his hands together in prayer, an unprecedented surge of chakra erupted, sweeping across the spiritual world like a tsunami. Golden energy ripples radiated outward from his core, distorting space itself in their wake. The surface of the spiritual realm churned violently, waves towering several meters high, only to calm instantly upon encountering Xiao Tian's chakra. An orange hue began to illuminate the corners of his eyes, a color more vibrant than the setting sun and purer than flame. Simultaneously, mysterious black patterns spread across his face like living entities, forming ancient and enigmatic designs. Visible chakra flowed through these markings, emanating a heart-pounding energy wave. Senjutsu, my gene gate. With Xiao Tian's deep voice, the sky abruptly tore open, revealing crimson fissures. A massive red torii descended from above, each pillar inscribed with ancient sealing runes. They pressed firmly against the neck, limbs, and tail of the Nine Tails, producing a deafening roar. The Ninetales let out a heart-wrenching howl, a mix of pain and fury. Its colossal form was forcibly pinned to the water's surface, sharp claws carving deep furrows through the water, yet it could not escape despite its desperate struggles. The sealing runes on the Tori glowed with blinding light, securely binding the Ninetales chakra. Kushina gasped in astonishment, her red hair swirling in the chakra's residual energy. And it's even more perfect than Naruto's. She could sense that the sage chakra Xiao Tian exhibited was astonishingly pure, as if he had reached the pinnacle of natural energy. The Ninetales struggled under the pressure of the Meijin gate, genuine fear flickering in its crimson slit-like eyes for the first time. This chakra, this oppressive force. Senju Hashirama? The name that haunted it for centuries escaped its lips involuntarily. Xiao Tian walked purposefully toward the subdued Ninetales, each step sending golden ripples across the water. These ripples spread outward, intricately mapping out a sealing array upon the surface of the spiritual realm. Surrender, Ninetales. His voice was eerily calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. No, it's impossible. The Ninetales writhed frantically, its Ninetales thrashing against the water's surface, creating towering waves. How could you possess such power? Its voice was laced with not only rage, but a hint of fear it had not recognized. Xiao Tian remained silent, simply raising his right hand. With this simple gesture, countless wooden branches glowing with a bluish hue surged from the water, wrapping around the Ninetales like living creatures. Each branch bore intricate sealing runes. With every leaf shimmering with chakra, the Ninetales' pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the colossal shadow gradually emerging behind Xiao Tian, emitting a low whimper. The shadow became clearer, revealing a spectral image of the Senju Buddha, identical to Senju Hashirama. No, it can't be. The Ninetales' voice trembled with undeniable fear as it finally comprehended the terror embodied by this human. The light surrounding Xiao Tian flowed as if it were tangible, forming a sacred barrier that made the very air quiver with its might. The Ninetales instinctively recoiled, its sharp claws gouging deep trenches into the ground of the spiritual realm, its Ninetales curling beneath it as if to shield against the impending horror. Its crimson slit-like pupils dilated in terror, reflecting the increasingly clear image of the Senju Buddha. With each inch the figure approached, the ancient fear rooted within the Ninetales deepened. Memories of humiliation from centuries past, when it had been dominated by Senju Hashirama, surged like a tidal wave, causing its chakra to spiral into chaos. Senjutsu, Mokutan, Shin Susanoo. With Xiao Tian's roar, the entire spiritual realm began to twist violently. The ground shattered like fragile glass, brilliant azure light bursting forth from the immense fissures. Countless sturdy trees erupted from the earth, growing wildly and intertwining in midair. Ancient runes appeared on their bark, ultimately converging into a towering Senju Buddha. The Buddha's form radiated a deep wooden hue, its visage solemn and majestic, while its arms unfurled like a peacock's tail, casting a shadow that dimmed the entire spiritual realm. Wave-Wind Minato instinctively shielded Kushina, his usually composed voice now dry with disbelief. This surpasses the realm of ninjutsu. He sensed his chakra dimming against this overwhelming force, struggling to maintain even its most basic form. Xiao Tian stood atop the Buddha's head, the black divine robe billowing in the chakra-induced storm. He glanced at his palm, feeling the rapid depletion of his chakra, murmuring softly, "This consumption is greater than I imagined." However, he quickly raised his gaze, his eyes blazing like lightning, fixed upon the trembling Ninetales below. "Don't underestimate me." The Ninetales suddenly erupted, its fur standing on end as it conjured 4 pitch-black-tailed beast balls in an instant. These spheres, brimming with destructive energy, intertwined to form a colossal vortex in its maw. Die! With this furious roar, the tailed beast balls rocketed forward, distorting the space around them. Yet, Xiao Tian did not even flinch. The Senju Buddha's myriad arms swung into action simultaneously, each palm radiating a soft blue chakra light, meeting the tailed beast balls like a torrential downpour. In a deafening explosion, the tailed beast balls, capable of obliterating mountains, were shattered into countless shards of chakra, raining down in a dazzling display across the skies of the spiritual realm. How is this possible? The Ninetales' ears drooped in defeat, fear replacing the malice in its gaze. My full force attack was. Xiao Tian's finger flicked, and the Buddha's fist descended like a meteor upon the Ninetales. Chapter 102. I have been eating well, and sleeping on time. The surface of the spiritual realm trembled violently, as the Buddha's fist rained down like a storm. The Nine-Tails' massive form was forcibly pressed into the water, leaving it no room to struggle. Wave-Wind Minato's pupils widened in disbelief, his voice quivering. Is this truly the Nine-Tails that once destroyed half of Konoha? I nearly sacrificed my life to seal it. Kushina's red hair danced in the chakra storm, her eyes sparkling with complex emotions. She murmured softly, if only Xiao Tian had been in the village that night. Her voice trailed off. Naruto stood frozen, his fists instinctively clenching. The perception granted by Sage Mode allowed him to grasp the true terror of this power. So, these are nothing in the face of true strength. His nails dug deeply into his palms. Surpassing Big Brother Xiao Tian? How Navi I was. Hey, are you all just here to watch a show? Xiao Tian, exasperated, facepalmed while standing atop the Buddha. Especially you, Naruto. Don't forget the task at hand. The Senju Buddha suddenly shifted its approach. One colossal hand grasping the Nine-Tails' neck and lifting it, while the other hand poised to strike. Wait. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in terror. I concede, isn't that enough? Xiao Tian smirked. It would have been better to say so sooner. He turned to the dazed Naruto and shouted now. This is the moment. Naruto snapped back to reality, hastily forming hand seals. The azure chakra chains erupted from his body, ensnaring the Nine-Tails chakra core with precision. Damn brat! The Nine-Tails roared in fury, yet remained immobile under the suppression of the thousand-handed Buddha. Chakra surged into Naruto like a torrent, and the orange-red cloak of the tailed beast gradually took shape. Unlike before, this chakra was as docile as a lamb. It worked, Kushina exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Minato sighed in relief. It went even smoother than I expected. Xiao Tian snapped his fingers, and the thousand-handed Buddha seized the Nine-Tails, discarding it like rubbish back into its cage. The sealing gate thunderously closed, and the chains coiled automatically. Just as Xiao Tian was about to speak, he suddenly knelt on one knee. The thousand-handed Buddha transformed into motes of light and dissipated, the consumption more substantial than anticipated. Minato appeared beside him in an instant. Are you all right? Just a minor issue. Xiao Tian waved his hand, glancing at Naruto, who was adapting to his newfound power. This kid is doing even better than I expected. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance before deeply bowing to Xiao Tian. We are truly grateful, Minato's voice trembled. For not only had he assisted Naruto in mastering the Nine-Tails' power, but he had also illuminated his path. Kushina wiped her eyes. Without you, we can hardly imagine what might have happened. Xiao Tian, rarely flustered, said, Hey, don't be like that. I merely, Brother Xiao Tian. Naruto suddenly dashed over and embraced him tightly. I will become stronger. Strong enough to truly help you. Xiao Tian was taken aback, then smiled as he ruffled Naruto's golden hair. You fool, you've already been a great help. The surface of the spiritual world rippled gently, and Minato's ethereal form quietly observed all before him. His golden locks floated softly in the faint glow of chakra, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Naruto must have endured much hardship over the years. Minato's voice was soft, almost a whisper. His gaze swept over Naruto's somewhat roughened hands, a testament to years of rigorous training. He paused, his voice growing gentler. And you are the first person to truly accept him. With fiery red hair and tears welling in her eyes, Kushina gently caressed Naruto's cheek. My little Naruto has grown so much. Her voice trembled. How I wish to see you grow day by day, to help you up when you fall. Too, Naruto's eyes moistened instantly. He forced a smile, Mom. I'm really strong now. I've made lots of friends at the ninja school. His voice suddenly caught in his throat, unable to continue. Minato gently wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, attempting to sound lighthearted. Look, Naruto, your mother is very worried about you. Yet his voice quivered as well. I'm so sorry, Naruto, Minato finally said, unable to restrain himself. You've borne so much alone over these years. Naruto shook his head vigorously, tears flowing uncontrollably. That's not true. I'm proud to be the son of the fourth Hokage. He struggled to maintain a smile, but his tears only flowed more fiercely. Suddenly, Naruto leaped into Kushina's embrace, clinging to her like a child. I've been eating well and sleeping on time, his voice muffled against her shoulder. I want to become the best ninja and then become Hokage. Kushina held him tightly, her tears soaking Naruto's golden hair. Minato stepped forward, enveloping both his wife and son in his arms. Xiao Tian silently stepped back, granting this family some space. His gaze fell upon the distant lake, a slight smile gracing his lips. Honestly, Xiao Tian murmured to himself, once a laggard, now remarkably dependable. The surface of the water reflected the embrace of the family. And amidst the shimmering light, Kushina and Minato's forms began to fade into transparency. Naruto clutched at the hems of his parents' clothing, as if to hold on to them forever. I will become a Hokage that makes you proud. Kushina planted a final kiss on Naruto's forehead. Minato cast a grateful glance at Xiao Tian. I leave Naruto in your care. Chapter 103. Absolutely not. The surface of the spiritual world rippled as the figures of Minato and Kushina began to fade. Kushina embraced Naruto tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. Naruto, no matter when, I will always love you. Minato gazed tenderly at his son, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Seeing you grow so well fills me with joy. He turned to Xiao Tian, solemnly stating, Xiao Tian, I entrust Naruto to you. Ding. Detected host has completed a critical plot point. System inquiry. Would you like to resurrect this couple? Xiao Tian froze in shock, nearly choking on his own saliva. System, are you serious? Is such a thing even possible? Ding. Of course. This system is omnipotent. However, the current system level is somewhat low. It is advised that the host refrain from dreaming of peaches for now. Xiao Tian felt a vain throb on his forehead. Then why ask? Ding. Isn't this to motivate you? Once the host completes the Naruto world, not only can you resurrect 2 people, but you could even have Kushina give birth to a sibling for Naruto. Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. You're too modest. Minato observed Xiao Tian's sudden peculiar expression and smiled, shaking his head. I believe you will surpass all previous Hokage. As the last vestiges of chakra dissipated, the figures of his parents vanished entirely. Naruto knelt on the water's surface, clutching himself tightly, tears silently streaming down his face. I still have so much to say. He whispered, I want you to know that I made friends at the ninja school, and I want to show you the jutsu I've learned. Seeing Naruto's sorrowful expression, Xiao Tian internally questioned, System, is there truly no other way? Ding. Oh my. The host is so concerned about little Naruto. This system is quite touched. However, it is indeed not feasible at the moment. But their soul data has been backed up. Once the host completes the mission, you can play however you wish. Xiao Tian sighed helplessly, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. Don't be too sad. In the distance, the Nine Tails curled up in its cage. Recalling the earlier encounter with the 1,000 Hands, involuntarily shivering. Ding. By the way, a reminder for the host. If you don't act soon, the Nine Tails will escape. Xiao Tian rolled his eyes. Of course I know. After a while, Naruto wiped his tears and stood up, walking towards the Nine Tails cage. One day, I will eradicate the hatred within you. His voice was resolute yet gentle. We can all live freely. The Nine Tails snorted but refrained from retorting as usual. When Xiao Tian and Naruto returned to the real world, Sage Zetsu immediately jumped over. Little Naruto, did you succeed? Naruto beamed brightly, suddenly enveloped in a golden chakra cloak. Yes, I did it. The gates of Konoha glimmered under the sunlight, and Naruto inhaled deeply, a vibrant smile illuminating his face. Ah, finally back. He stretched his arms wide as if to embrace the entire village, where the air was filled with the aroma of ramen. Xiao Tian stood behind him, shaking his head helplessly. Don't rush to eat ramen. We must first see the 3rd Hokage. Right. Naruto slapped his forehead. I need to get the old man's approval to take the graduation exam. The two traversed the bustling streets, and the villagers cast astonished glances at the once mischievous golden-haired boy, now emanating a steady aura. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents. When he looked up and saw Naruto, his pipe nearly fell to the floor. Naruto? He rose, his eyes filled with surprise. You're finally back. Naruto stood tall, solemnly bowing. 3rd Hokage, I have returned. Xiao Tian stepped forward. Hokage-sama, Naruto possesses the strength to take the graduation exam. If possible, I hope he can directly participate in the Jonin assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Naruto, his gaze lingering for a moment on the boy's brand new orange jacket. It seems that training in Miyaboka Mountain has proven fruitful. He picked up a seal from the table and stamped a document. The graduation exam has long been arranged. As for the Jonin exam, we shall wait. Irika is expecting you at the Ninja Academy. Go ahead. Wonderful. Naruto cheered, turning to dash outside. Wait a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to Xiao Tian, retrieving an album from a drawer. First, take a look at this. Xiao Tian opened the album, revealing familiar youthful faces. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. The Ino Shikicho trio, Xiao Tian remarked casually. Their combined secret techniques are indeed formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Asuma will be responsible for their guidance. As for the tracking team, he gestured towards the photos of Hinata and the others. They will be led by Kurenai. He paused, suddenly stating, I intend for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to form Team 7. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Both Naruto and Sasuke are prodigies. Their rivalry will foster growth. Sakura, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Tian, is gifted in theoretical knowledge and medical ninjutsu, providing balance to the team. Just as Xiao Tian was about to nod in agreement, the third Hokage continued, I hope you will serve as the guiding Jonin for Team 7. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Xiao Tian's expression froze. What? You are familiar with Naruto, understand Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, and your strength is sufficient to manage these two troublesome children. I refuse. Xiao Tian promptly waved his hand, resolutely declining. What kind of joke is this? To guide 3 problem children? Sasuke, the revenge-driven one, Naruto, the hot-blooded fool, and Sakura, a girl lost in romance. Just imagining that scenario gives me a headache. Chapter 104. You are more suitable than I am. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe. The grayish smoke rising slowly in the sunlight. His sharp gaze pierced through the haze, landing on Xiao Tian, who stood by the window. You truly won't consider taking on the role of guiding Jonin for Team 7? The third Hokage's voice was deep and steady, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. With your abilities and your relationship with Naruto, this position is rightfully yours. Xiao Tian crossed his arms, leaning against the window, his black robe fluttering gently in the breeze. He shook his head, his tone resolute. I refuse. Kakashi is far more suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, the ember in his pipe flickering. Why are you so insistent? As far as I know, you get along quite well with Naruto. There are 3 reasons. Xiao Tian raised a finger. Firstly, Kakashi possesses the Sharingan, which will better assist in Sasuke's ocular technique development. Secondly, a knowing smile crossed his lips. After my special training, that guy has already mastered the 2nd stage of lightning release chakra mode. With a thud, the third Hokage's pipe fell onto the table. His eyes widened in shock. The 2nd stage? You mean, indeed, Xiao Tian nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Kakashi now has the strength to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Even against a Kage-level ninja, he is capable of fighting back. Outside the window, cherry blossoms drifted gracefully to the ground. Xiao Tian's gaze trailed after a petal, his thoughts wandering back to 2 years ago when Kakashi had just been reassigned from the Umbu, lost in the shadows of his past. He would often stand alone before the memorial stone, as if the entire world was alien to him. It was Xiao Tian who, under the pretext of special training, forcibly pulled him from his gloom. Do you remember that special training? Xiao Tian suddenly laughed, breaking the office's silence. Guy heard about it, and insisted on joining the rude organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but cough, the wrinkles on his face relaxing. And then? Xiao Tian rolled his eyes. I feared he would turn root into the Youthful Passion organization and outright rejected him. His training methods, he exaggeratedly gestured, were simply torturous to rationality. The third Hokage chuckled but soon returned to seriousness. But Kakashi's record as a leader. I know, Xiao Tian interrupted, waving his hand. His standards are excessively strict. No student has passed under his guidance thus far. But this time is different. His gaze deepened. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura deserve a genuine opportunity. Just as the conversation fell into a brief silence, the office door was gently pushed open. Hokage-sama, did you call for me? Kakashi's languid voice drifted in from the doorway. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, his visible eye widened slightly. Oh, a rare visitor. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, displaying a smirk. Long time no see, copy ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed a document towards Kakashi. Take a look at this. Kakashi accepted the file, his long fingers flipping to the first page. When his gaze landed on Uchiha Sasuke's name, Xiao Tian keenly noted a barely perceptible tremor in his fingers. Itachi's brother? Kakashi murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed his reaction, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. We hope you will take charge of Team 7. As Kakashi meticulously read through the document, Xiao Tian's mind suddenly resonated with the familiar mechanical voice. System task updated. Task details. Observe Team 7's survival exercise. Task rewards. Earn rewards based on participation. Xiao Tian frowned internally. Conversing with the system in his thoughts, an observation task? He summoned the system interface, discovering that this task required his direct involvement in specific events. It seemed the system was increasingly emphasizing practical participation. Xiao Tian. Kakashi's voice pulled him back to reality. What do you think? Xiao Tian regained his composure. A knowing smile gracing his lips. I find it quite fitting. Sarutobi Hiruzen reignited his pipe and took a deep draw. You truly want to reconsider? With your strength, Xiao Tian shook his head. Kakashi understands the Sharingan better. And he paused. Some things require the right person to handle them. The third Hokage's gaze flickered between the two, but Naruto requires a stronger guide. Trust me, Xiao Tian locked eyes with the Hokage. Kakashi can manage. Moreover, a mysterious smile crept across his lips. I will provide assistance at the appropriate moment. Kakashi closed the document. A complex glimmer passing through his single eye. Is this Itachi's brother? Xiao Tian moved beside him, patting his shoulder. What do you think? Interested? Kakashi remained silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Interesting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Hokage rock was bathed in radiant golden hues. Xiao Tian stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling village of Konoha. On the street, Naruto was merrily racing towards Ichiraku Ramen, closely followed by a weary-looking Irika. It settled then. The third Hokage finally made his decision, stamping the document with the Hokage seal. Kakashi would serve as the guiding jonin for Team 7. Kakashi tucked the file away, his tone returning to its usual nonchalance. I will prepare diligently. Xiao Tian stretched, the sleeves of his black robe billowing in the evening breeze. Then I shall take my leave. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's observation. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Xiao Tian looked up at the darkening sky. In the twilight, the first star had quietly appeared. As night deepened, the lights of Konoha flickered to life, one by one. At the edge of the training ground, a fair-haired youth diligently practiced the newly acquired ninjutsu. Not far away, in the shadows, a dark-haired boy quietly observed the scene. The following morning, within the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Irika was conducting a private assessment for Naruto. Following the instructions of the third Hokage, this evaluation focused on the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu that had previously caused Naruto considerable frustration. Irika-sensei, you must pay close attention. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly forming the hand seals. This is the result of my training. With a series of loud bangs, numerous solid clones materialized in the classroom. Each clone was remarkably lifelike, devoid of any illusory traces. Irika stood in shock, nearly dropping his clipboard. Is that shadow clones? And he produced so many at once. With a sense of pride, Naruto dispelled some of the clones, placing his hands on his hips. How about that, Irika-sensei? I'm definitely stronger than that guy Sasuke now. Irika snapped back to reality, a warm smile spreading across his face. Indeed, you are. He solemnly handed Naruto his forehead protector. Congratulations, Naruto. You are officially a genin. Awesome, Naruto exclaimed, leaping into the air. Irika-sensei, let's celebrate with ramen. All right, Irika laughed, nodding. Ichiraku Ramen it is. Outside the classroom, in the corridor, Xiao Tian and Kakashi quietly observed the proceedings. The shadow clone technique requires exceptional control over chakra, Kakashi softly analyzed. To create so many at once is a feat even a chunin would find challenging. By this measure, Naruto might even possess the capabilities of a jonin. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. However, he still lacks proficiency in other areas. Kakashi turned to Xiao Tian. You taking charge of Team 7 is also your intention, isn't it? Xiao Tian nodded in affirmation. Indeed. May I ask why? Kakashi's single eye flickered with curiosity. Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki, and you facilitated his training at Miyaboka Mountain. To you, he should be like a younger brother. As for Sasuke, his lineage is remarkable. Both Fugaku and Itachi are geniuses capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke's talent is naturally impressive. I've reviewed his records, and he consistently ranks first. Kakashi paused before continuing. Moreover, you have always excelled at considering the bigger picture. Your grasp of intelligence is truly remarkable. To say you have done nothing would surprise me. His voice lowered. But is this truly the right course? Allowing me to lead Team 7. Xiao Tian gazed at Kakashi, his eyes deep with understanding. Kakashi, I actually know you better than you know yourself. Perhaps to others. You seem unmotivated and often tardy. His tone was gentle yet resolute. But the reason for your lateness lies in your past companions, does it not? Kakashi's body stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed. He did not deny it, choosing instead to remain silent. In my eyes, no one values companionship more than you, Xiao Tian continued. Thus, I hope you can impart this sentiment to the next generation, teaching them to cherish one another. He patted Kakashi's shoulder. If you believe Team 7 does not meet the necessary standards, you may dismiss them all. Whatever decisions you make, I will support you. Kakashi stood still, his heart stirred. He had never imagined that Xiao Tian understood him so well. The buried pain and unrecognized perseverance within him were laid bare before this person. Thank you, he finally whispered, a newfound firmness in his voice. I will teach them well. The evening sun cast a golden glow upon the two figures, illuminating them in a warm light. In the distance, Naruto was joyfully dragging Irika toward the Ichiraku ramen shop. In a corner of the training ground, Sasuke was practicing shuriken techniques alone, and in the library, Sakura was deeply engrossed in medical ninjutsu texts. Thus, the tale of Team 7 began to unfold quietly. Chapter 105. The formation of Team 7. The classroom basked in sunlight. Cherry blossoms fluttering outside the window. Naruto stood at the entrance, his forehead protector gleaming brightly. Taking a deep breath, he burst through the door and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, it's been a while." The previously boisterous classroom fell silent instantaneously, all eyes fixed on the golden-haired boy. After a brief pause, whispers erupted. It's Naruto. He's finally back. Wait. His forehead protector. Could it be that he really graduated? Sakura sprang to her feet, her pink hair swaying as she moved. Naruto, there should be limits to your antics. Today is the day of class assignments. Naruto flashed his trademark radiant smile. I know that. His gaze swept across the classroom, ultimately landing on the dark-haired boy by the window. And now I'm way stronger than Sasuke. Sasuke continued to gaze out the window, not even turning his head, though the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Sasuke is the top of the grade. How could that underachiever possibly rival a genius? Sakura placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Naruto. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Jonin will be here soon. Unfazed, Naruto shrugged and headed toward an empty seat. Just then, Irika hurried into the classroom, holding a document. Class, quiet down. Irika clapped his hands. I announce that Naruto Uzumaki has passed the special assessment and is now officially a genin. This has been personally approved by the third Hokage. The classroom erupted in chaos. What? Naruto really graduated? He couldn't even use the clone technique properly. Irika smiled at Naruto. Naruto, please demonstrate your shadow clone technique for everyone. With confidence. Naruto formed the hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, several identical clones appeared in the classroom. Sakura's eyes widened. This is, no doubt about it, they're solid clones. Irika said with pride. Naruto has fully mastered this level of ninjutsu. Finally, Sasuke turned his head, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. Irika continued. Now, we will begin the class assignments. First class. As names were called, the number of students in the classroom dwindled. At last, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Irika closed the roster. Your guiding Jonin will arrive shortly. Sakura clenched her fists in excitement. I'm in the same class as Sasuke-kun. She shot a glance at Naruto, feeling somewhat deflated, though she had a nuisance in her midst. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, squirmed in his seat. This is fantastic. Finally, I can compete with Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the door. As time ticked by, only the three of them remained in the classroom. Sakura began to grow impatient, tapping her fingers on the desk. Why isn't the Jonin here yet? Naruto rested his chin on the desk, idly playing with his forehead protector. This is taking forever. At that moment, the classroom door was finally pushed open. A white-haired ninja wearing a mask lazily leaned against the doorframe. Yo, you're so late. Naruto immediately complained. We've been waiting forever. Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent moon. I have lost my way on the path of life. He sauntered into the classroom, surveying the remaining three students. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. It seems you are the members of Team 7. Sakura's eyes immediately sparkled. I'm in the same class as Sasuke-kun. She cast a furtive glance at Naruto, calculating in her mind. Although there's an annoying guy around. Kakashi clapped his hands. Well then, let us begin with self-introductions. Share your likes, dislikes, and dreams. I shall start. Naruto exclaimed, raising his hand. Kakashi scratched his head. My name is Kakashi Itachi. I have no particular likes or dislikes. As for my dream, it seems I do not have anything special. A silence enveloped the classroom. This is rather perfunctory. Naruto slammed his hands on the desk, declaring, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen, and my least favorite is the insect cuisine from Miyaboka Mountain. My dream is to surpass all previous Hokages and gain the recognition of the entire village." Sasuke finally turned his head, speaking coldly. "I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many dislikes, but nothing particularly stands out among my likes. My dream is..." His voice suddenly grew somber, a shadow crossing his eyes, to become stronger. Sakura nervously twisted her fingers. I am Sakura Haruno. My favorite is..." Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Sasuke. My least favorite is Naruto's constant disruptions. My dream is..." Naruto exaggeratedly sighed. "Here we go again. It's all about Sasuke. Alright, let's conclude our introductions here. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on your first mission in life. Chapter 106. The Bell Stealing Operation. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, gather at the training ground. Kakashi's single eye swept over the 3 students before him. Your first task in life is about to commence. Naruto instantly leaped up in excitement. Fantastic. I can finally showcase my skills. He thought to himself. By then, Sakura will surely fall for me. Sakura appeared more cautious. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of task is it? Her fingers unconsciously twisted together, her gaze shifting between Kakashi and Sasuke. You will find out tomorrow. Kakashi lazily waved his hand, adding as he turned to leave, remember to eat breakfast, or you will regret it. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow over the training ground, infused with the scent of fresh grass and earth. When the 3 arrived punctually at the training ground, Kakashi was unusually not late, waiting there for them. He straightened up, his tone suddenly becoming serious. This is not an ordinary exercise. The enemy you will face is me. He pulled a clock from his ninja tool pouch, setting the time and placing it on a wooden stump. As you can see, I have 2 bells here. Your task is to take them from me before the clock rings. Sasuke's pupils slightly contracted, his Sharingan instinctively activating for a moment. The world of ninjas is ruthless. Kakashi continued, not every student who graduates from the Ninja Academy qualifies to become a ninja. The remainder are either sent back to school or give up altogether. Sakura's face turned pale. What is the elimination rate? Over 66%. Kakashi's voice was chillingly calm. At least one of you 3 will fail to seize a bell. In the Hokage's office, Xiao Tian observed the training ground through a crystal ball. The 3rd Hokage stood beside him, exhaling a puff of smoke. Are you not going to help them? Xiao Tian shook his head. This is a trial they must endure. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the crystal ball, but I am quite eager to see Naruto's performance. In the crystal ball, Naruto was excitedly pumping his fists. I will definitely grab a bell. Kakashi tied the bells around his waist. Those who fail to obtain a bell will not only miss out on lunch. His single eye narrowed. They will be tied up and forced to watch me eat. Sakura gasped. This is 2. Furthermore, Kakashi's voice suddenly rose. Among you, at least one person must roll back to the Ninja Academy. Naruto's fists clenched, cracking with determination. I will not go back. Sasuke finally spoke. His voice icy, a tedious threat. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Then let us begin. Xiao Tian silently perched upon a branch of a large tree, his chakra perfectly contained within. He watched the impending exercise below, a slight smile gracing his lips. If there are no further questions. Kakashi's languid voice echoed in the clearing. As he slowly pulled out 2 silver bells from his ninja pouch. I hereby declare the exercise officially commenced. With a jingling sound, the bells were secured to Kakashi's waist. The sunlight glinted off the metallic surface, reflecting dazzling light. Come on, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto suddenly leaped from the bushes, fists clenched, his blue eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Let us settle this. Kakashi's single eye widened slightly. Sasuke peeked out from another thicket, a flicker of surprise in his dark eyes. Sakura hid behind a rock, her pink hair gently swaying in the breeze. Xiao Tian silently chuckled atop the treetop. Truly, Naruto is brave enough to provoke Kakashi like this. He lightly shook his head, but this Naruto is indeed the real Naruto. Sasuke snorted softly, muttering to himself, what a foolish move. Sakura bit her lip, filled with anxiety. If Naruto gets eliminated here, then I and Sasuke. Kakashi helplessly scratched his head. Is this fellow truly the legacy of Minato-sensei? He silently critiqued in his mind, while cautiously observing his surroundings. Although he appeared nonchalant on the surface, his body had already entered a state of readiness for battle. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing, golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of chakra within him. Although he was unsure of the extent of his power compared to Kakashi-sensei, he vowed in his heart that he would not easily give up. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Naruto's mind. Since Kakashi-sensei has 2 bells, I could grab both and give one to Sakura, right? This thought thrilled him, and a smile crept onto his face. Sakura, watch closely. Naruto suddenly shouted, "This is the current me." Before he finished speaking, his form abruptly vanished from the spot. The air was left with only a golden afterimage, his speed astonishingly rapid. Sasuke's pupils dilated. Where did he go? His Sharingan whirled frantically, but he could only catch a glimpse of a blurred trajectory. Is this guy really the one who always messes up during exams? His voice was laced with incredulity. Kakashi's reaction was the swiftest. The moment Naruto disappeared, he instinctively sidestepped to evade. However, Naruto's speed surpassed his expectations. A golden arm suddenly appeared on Kakashi's left side, aiming directly for the bells at his waist. Bang! A burst of white smoke erupted, and Kakashi's figure transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. Naruto missed his target, stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance. Damn it! He stomped his foot in frustration but quickly rallied himself. Let us do this again. Naruto's golden figure traced a brilliant arc under the sun, moving so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Sasuke's pupils constricted suddenly, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, his fingers unconsciously tightening, knuckles whitening. Could this be the same guy who always made a fool of himself in every test? Sakura, hiding behind the rock, felt her pink hair dampened by sweat sticking to her cheeks. She fixed her gaze intently on the golden figure in the arena, her lips trembling slightly. In my memory, Naruto was notoriously lacking in both intellect and physical prowess, a perennial underachiever without a doubt. Kakashi's single eye widened slightly. The corners of his mouth pressed into a straight line beneath his mask. The gust generated by Naruto's body flicker tousled his silver hair. A freshly graduated genin was capable of executing such a high-level body flicker technique. For a fleeting moment, his gaze was reminiscent of that of Minato-sensei. In the center of the arena, Naruto's fist grazed Kakashi's mask, the resulting airflow lifting a corner of his forehead protector. Kakashi quickly retreated, alarm bells ringing in his mind. It seems I have underestimated you, Naruto. With a crash, Kakashi expertly seized Naruto's wrist, executing an elegant shoulder throw that sent the golden-haired youth crashing to the ground. As dust swirled around them, Sasuke's Sharingan captured every detail. Is this the power of a jounin? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, if the roles were reversed. Sakura let out a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. That Naruto was merely fortunate, she murmured to herself, though her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothing. Amidst the dust, Naruto sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Kakashi-sensei, I'm coming. His hands swiftly formed seals, chakra surging within him. Shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of identical Narutos suddenly appeared in the arena, surrounding Kakashi. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Is that the clone technique? Her voice trembled. If luck could explain his earlier performance. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled frantically, attempting to discern the chakra flow of each clone. How has he trained so rigorously? A rare hint of uncertainty crept into his usually calm tone. Kakashi stood at the center of the encirclement, a complex emotion flickering in his eye. Chapter 107. Sage Mode. The dense canopy rustled softly in the breeze as Xiaotian crouched atop the highest branch, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the training ground below. His breath nearly ceased, melding with nature itself. If it were the old Kakashi facing the current Naruto, he would likely stand no chance, Xiaotian assessed inwardly. His gaze swept over the silver-haired jounin. Kakashi, having honed his skills over the years, not only mastered lightning-style chakra mode, but could also enter the second state at will. In the center of the training ground, Kakashi appeared nonchalant, one hand casually tucked in his pocket while the other held his ever-present make-out paradise. Though he seemed indifferent, Xiaotian knew this copy ninja's vigilance had never waned. The current Kakashi's strength surpassed that of the fourth Raikage. Xiaotian continued his analysis, although Naruto in his Sage Mode had previously faltered against the fourth Raikage. The outcome of this clash was not necessarily in Naruto's favor. The shadow clone technique distributes chakra to create clones, making it impossible even for the Sharingan to identify the original. Kakashi quickly analyzed in his mind. Naruto's abilities astonish me, but they haven't reached a level that poses a significant challenge. He lifted his eyes to the approaching orange figure, a glint of sharpness in his solitary eye. However, you are not yet qualified to take the bell from me. The mini Narutos launched their simultaneous assault, their punches and kicks generating a whistling wind. Kakashi moved like a wraith, evading each attack with precise timing. A team lacking in cooperative spirit, no matter how exceptional its leader, would only lead to irrevocable tragedy. As Kakashi dodged, memories of Obito and Rin pierced his heart, reminiscent of his own past. His gaze swept the battlefield, landing on Sasuke. Coldly observing with his Sharingan glowing faintly, Sakura hid behind a rock, her hands gripping her kunai tightly, yet hesitant to advance. This sort of team, I cannot endorse. With a sudden acceleration, Kakashi's fingers curled like claws as he struck at the nearest Naruto clone, dispersing it into white smoke. Truly worthy of the title Kakashi-sensei. The repelled Naruto thought, but a defiant smile remained on his face. I will not concede so easily. He formed seals once more, summoning even more clones that surged towards Kakashi from all directions. The silver-haired Jounin smirked slightly, suddenly pressing his hands to the ground. Earth-style, inner decapitation technique. The earth began to writhe, and dozens of arms made of soil erupted, precisely capturing each Naruto's ankles. Amidst the gasps, all the clones were dragged underground, only their heads remaining exposed. The original? Kakashi frowned. He had anticipated that Naruto would mix his true self into the attacking horde. This reckless boy is indeed unpredictable. Naruto, you have truly grown. Sasuke stood atop a tree, his three-tomo Sharingan quietly observing the battlefield, yet the gap between you and a Jounin remains insurmountable. He saw Naruto close his eyes, seemingly surrendering to the inevitable. Sakura anxiously scanned from a distance, still showing no intention to act. Now is the moment. Sasuke suddenly sprang into action. He inhaled deeply, flicking his wrist as three kunai shot towards Kakashi in a triangular formation, simultaneously launching himself toward the bell. Is Naruto merely bait? Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly as his body instinctively leaned back, evading the first wave of attacks. His fingers precisely pinched the incoming kunai, deflecting the remaining shuriken with a swift motion. Sasuke's fingertips brushed the red string of the bell, only to be seized by Kakashi at the last moment. The silver-haired Jounin executed a deft turn, slamming the black-haired youth to the ground. Well-timed, Kakashi's voice carried an air of admiration, but also a subtle warning. Alas, you were still a fraction short. As dust swirled around them, Kakashi's thoughts drifted back to that rainy night years ago, the image of Obito trapped beneath a boulder, Rin falling to his Raikage, and Minato-sensei's final words. At least Naruto does not yet realize this is a test requiring teamwork, he sighed inwardly. But Sasuke does not acknowledge Naruto and Sakura at all. This team reminds him of his former self. A cold-blooded ninja willing to sacrifice comrades for the sake of a mission. Kakashi's fingers tightened involuntarily. I cannot endorse such a team. Just then, the ground trembled violently. Naruto, trapped by the earth technique, erupted with a staggering surge of chakra, golden light bursting forth from within him. Kakashi staggered back, astonished. This chakra is Sage Mode. With a thud, Naruto shot out of the ground like a cannonball. Orange shadows flickered at the corners of his eyes, a faint golden glow surrounding him. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice brimmed with fighting spirit. This is only the true beginning. Naruto's speed had multiplied, appearing before Kakashi almost instantaneously. His fist, accompanied by a deafening whoosh, aimed directly for the silver-haired Jounin's chest. Kakashi hurriedly raised his arms to block, yet the force of the blow still drove him back, his boots carving deep grooves into the grass. Unbelievable, Kakashi's single eye widened. I am being pushed to this extent by Naruto. Sasuke stood at a distance, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Just moments ago, Naruto's punch seemed to miss entirely. His voice carried an unmistakable shock. Sakura, hiding behind the rock, instinctively covered her mouth. What kind of training has Naruto undergone to become this powerful? Kakashi steadied himself, his fingers slowly moving towards his forehead protector. A glint of resolve flickered in his solitary eye. It seems I must take this seriously. Chapter 108. Xiao Tian to the rescue on the gnarled branches of an ancient tree at the edge of the training ground. Xiao Tian's black divine robe swayed gently in the wind. Naruto's Sage Mode chakra had nearly reached perfection, while the natural energy coalesced at Xiao Tian's fingertips. However, If this continued, Kakashi would likely not last even 3 minutes. His gaze swept over the astonished face of Sasuke and the bewildered Sakura. The purpose of this assessment was to test teamwork, not to showcase Naruto's abilities alone. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning erupted in the arena. Xiao Tian's pupils constricted. Was it finally time to get serious? The sound of a headband dropping to the ground was crisp and melodious. Kakashi's silver-haired visage revealed his crimson eyes, the tomo within them slowly spinning. Is that the Sharingan? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. As the last of the Uchiha clan, this revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. His fingers instinctively brushed against his own eyes, and the Sharingan activated uncontrollably. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on Naruto through the Sharingan. He could clearly perceive the flowing natural energy. The chakra was more than 10 times my own, perhaps even more. Naruto, however, wore a contemplative expression. Kakashi-sensei also possesses such eyes. He recalled Xiao Tian's frequent display of the Rinnegan, resembling his master's. The sharp crack of thunder resonated throughout the training ground. Kakashi was enveloped in dazzling lightning. Arcs of chakra scorching the earth beneath him. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. The silver-haired shinobi's figure vanished instantly. Naruto instinctively sidestepped, yet still staggered backward from a sudden elbow strike. His sensory ability in Sage Mode struggled to keep up with such speed. I see you. Naruto suddenly pivoted, his frog hand sign charged with natural energy, striking at the empty space. To his surprise, Kakashi indeed materialized at that spot. The two forces collided head-on, unleashing an explosive shockwave that shattered trees within a 10-meter radius. Sasuke, watching from afar, was caught in the gust and hurled against a distant rock. Struggling to rise, he felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. The image reflected in his Sharingan made him tremble. The Naruto who had always lagged behind was now fiercely battling against Konoha's elite Jonin. What a joke. His nails dug deep into his palm. How could that underachiever possibly? Memories flashed back to a few days prior when Naruto had complained about the unsatisfactory cuisine of Myoboka Mountain. Sasuke's pupils dilated. Could it be those toads? In the center of the arena, Kakashi's breathing grew labored. The burden of the lightning-released chakra mode exceeded his expectations, but what astonished him more was Naruto's composure. It had to be done. The dazzling lightning suddenly retracted, transforming from blue to blinding white. At the edge of the training ground, Xiao Tian's black robe remained motionless. His gaze pierced through the layers of leaves, absorbing every trace of chakra flowing in the arena. Kakashi had already given his all. Xiao Tian's fingers unconsciously traced the tree trunk. With the lightning-released chakra mode combined with the Sharingan, this was Kakashi's peak battle capacity. His eyes fell upon the blonde youth, the unique shadows of Sage Mode accentuating his features in the sunlight. If Naruto had mastered the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, this contest would have concluded long ago. Xiao Tian shook his head slightly, his gaze deepening. Yet the essence of this assessment was never about victory or defeat, but whether they could comprehend the significance of teamwork. Within Sasuke's Sharingan, the tomo whirled frantically. His nails dug deeper into his palm, blood trickling down his wrist. Yet he remained oblivious. This is not just ninjutsu. His voice was hoarse, laced with an unmistakable tremor. What is this? Memories surged like a tide. The rainy night. Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. The sight of his parents fallen in a pool of blood. Sasuke's breath quickened. If only I could possess such power. His gaze locked onto Naruto. What on earth is that place? Myoboka Mountain. Nearby, Sakura sat on the ground, her pink hair disheveled. Her lips trembled slightly. When did Naruto become so strong? In the center of the arena, Kakashi's figure flickered amidst the lightning. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every one of Naruto's movements. The chakra was depleting too quickly. Kakashi mentally calculated he could maintain this state for a maximum of 3 minutes. His strategy shifted immediately. He ceased to directly confront Naruto's assaults and began to maneuver around him. The silver-haired Jonin's figure was like a specter, tracing arcs of blue lightning across the training ground. If I am not mistaken, Kakashi's voice echoed from all directions. This technique requires some time for you to initiate, doesn't it? Naruto's fist struck at an afterimage, his breath becoming erratic, the sensory abilities of Sage Mode showing slight delays. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The golden aura surrounding Naruto began to flicker, the orange shadows at the corners of his eyes gradually fading. His movements noticeably slowed. After throwing a punch, he even stumbled slightly. This is bad. Naruto gritted his teeth, sensing the chakra within him draining rapidly. Have I reached my limit so soon? Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind him, his hand slicing through the air towards his neck. It's over, Naruto. Yet at the last moment, the silver-haired Jonin deliberately slowed down. He did not wish to truly harm his student. This slight hesitation provided Naruto with an opportunity for counterattack. Boom. Golden chakra erupted from Naruto like a volcano. 9 chakra tails formed behind him, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire training ground. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Is this the chakra of the 9 tails? His wrist was firmly grasped by a hand of golden chakra, rendering him immobile. Through the Sharingan, he could clearly see the surging chakra, massive, ferocious, yet perfectly controlled by an unseen force. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto slowly lifted his head, golden light flickering in his blue eyes. This is only the true beginning. At the edge of the training ground, Sasuke's Sharingan whirled uncontrollably. His nails dug deep into his palm, blood trickling down his wrist, yet he remained oblivious. This power. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, transcending the limits of a ninja. He recalled that night, the sight of Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, his parents lying in a pool of blood. Resentment and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Why? Why is it that underachiever? Sakura lay slumped on the ground, her pink hair tousled by the wind of chakra. Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kakashi. His right leg, enveloped in golden chakra, struck fiercely at the silver-haired Jonin's abdomen. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through 3 large trees before finally halting. The lightning release chakra mode was forcibly disrupted, and pain coursed through his entire chakra network. His ribs might be broken. Kakashi struggled to prop himself up, his mask soaked in blood. Was this the power of a perfect Jinchuriki? A hint of bitterness flickered in his singular eye. It seems I can no longer teach him anything. A shadowy figure abruptly appeared before him. This ends here. Xiao Tian's voice was calm, yet authoritative. His gaze swept over the disheveled Kakashi, a slight smile gracing his lips. I shall take over the next assessment. With a puff of smoke, Xiao Tian transformed into Kakashi's likeness. The real Kakashi leaned against a tree, exhaling deeply. It's all yours. That last kick was quite impressive. As the embodiment of Kakashi, Xiao Tian emerged from the fallen trees, casually remarking with a hint of admiration, "What a pity, Naruto." Naruto furrowed his brow, questioning. "What a pity about what?" "What a pity that you should have aimed for the bell," Xiao Tian replied with a slight smile, and before his words could fully settle, his figure vanished from sight. Behind you. Naruto's instincts kicked in immediately, and a golden chakra hand reached out from behind, attempting to seize his opponent. However, with a mere flick of his wrist, Xiao Tian effortlessly shattered the chakra hands, which disintegrated like fragile bubbles. "Your strength is commendable, yet your speed is too slow," Xiao Tian commented, his tone as relaxed as if he were guiding a routine training session. Without hesitation, Naruto concentrated the Nine Tails chakra into his palm, rapidly spinning it into a dazzling blue sphere, the Rasengan. Sasuke and Sakura gasped in unison, having never witnessed such a formidable ninjutsu before. "What is that?" Sasuke murmured, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Sakura took a few steps back, stunned, muttering, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Hidden in the shadows. Kakashi felt a surge of alarm. He has actually mastered the S-class jutsu, Rasengan, from Lord Minato. Naruto thrust the Rasengan toward Xiao Tian with great force. Golden chakra swirling around him, forming several chakra hands that firmly grasped Kakashi ahead. His eyes burned with unwavering determination. His mind fixated on one thought. I must not lose this time. Rasengan. Naruto roared, launching the high-speed spinning blue sphere straight at Kakashi. To his astonishment, instead of evading, his opponent nonchalantly raised his hand and caught the powerful jutsu with ease. How is this possible? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his ultimate technique being caught barehanded. The Rasengan spun violently in Kakashi's palm, unable to breach the invisible barrier. In the distance, Sasuke's pupils constricted, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning frantically. He can catch even such an attack with his bare hands? His voice trembled with unmasked astonishment. Kakashi, concealed behind a tree, was equally shocked, his lips quivering beneath his mask. Even I could not withstand such an assault. I told you. You should have aimed for the bell, not me, Xiao Tian, as Kakashi spoke softly, disappointment lacing his tone. With a slight contraction of his fingers, he crushed Naruto's Rasengan, the resulting shockwave sending the blonde youth hurtling through the air. Naruto tumbled, desperately trying to stabilize himself with chakra hands, but to no avail. Xiao Tian's figure flickered like a specter, appearing before him and gripping his neck, forcefully pressing him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted as the training ground was gouged into a deep pit. No amount of effort will yield results. Xiao Tian looked down at Naruto from his elevated position, his gaze devoid of emotion. He formed a single-handed seal, executing a technique that ensnared Naruto beneath the earth, leaving only his golden head exposed. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in horror, her emerald eyes filled with disbelief. How can he be so strong? Just moments ago, Naruto had been suppressing Sasuke, yet now, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, striving to comprehend this suddenly formidable Kakashi. Struggling for breath, Naruto panted heavily, the golden chakra around him dimming. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he rasped, "I don't believe it. I've worked so hard." Xiao Tian shook his head gently. "Though I deliberately left an opening, you failed to seize the opportunity." His voice was unsettlingly calm. "A true ninja should remain unwavering in the face of a mission, yet you thought of defeating me twice." With great difficulty, Naruto lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. If Kakashi-sensei is so powerful, why didn't he just use lightning release in chakra mode to defeat me outright? Xiao Tian smirked coldly. "That was merely for your benefit." His gaze swept over the astonished Sasuke and Sakura, his tone dripping with disdain. The training ground fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the wind. Chapter 109. Congratulations, you are qualified on the training ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The natural energy surrounding Naruto ebbed like a receding tide, the unique eye markings of Sage Mode gradually fading. His breaths grew labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he knelt on one knee, acutely aware of the intense depletion of his chakra. With great difficulty, Naruto raised his gaze to Kakashi, who had effortlessly neutralized all his attacks, confusion and resentment swirling in his eyes. Sasuke stood nearby, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, oblivious to the pain. How vast is the chasm between me and AJ Nin? He pondered, questioning whether all J-Nin could wield chakra with such mastery as Kakashi. Sakura sat on the ground, her pink hair disheveled. Her lips trembled as disbelief filled her green eyes. "Are we really this weak?" Xiao Tian, as Kakashi, surveyed the trio, his voice steady and stern. "You must understand that snatching the bell is not the true purpose of this assessment." His gaze swept over them. One looked down on his comrades, another was self-absorbed, and the last dared not engage in battle. Such a team was unworthy of being true ninjas. Naruto struggled to rise, but Xiao Tian's mere glance halted him. "The battles this afternoon will be even more intense," Xiao Tian stated coldly. "Those who do not wish to give up should eat their bento to replenish their strength." Suddenly, his tone sharpened. Under no circumstances should Naruto be fed. Sasuke clenched and released his fists, silently approaching the bento box. He picked up his portion and turned toward Naruto. "The true purpose of this assessment is teamwork," he stated, calm yet resolute. "Though I hate to admit it, we need you." Sakura hesitated for a moment, then picked up her bento and walked toward Naruto. "If we don't let Naruto regain his strength," she whispered, "the upcoming battles will be even more challenging." In the shadows of the trees, the real Kakashi observed this scene in silence. Xiao Tian suddenly appeared beside him, casually remarking, "Kakashi, do you remember the assessment from years ago? Minato had long since noticed your lack of team spirit, yet he believed you would come to understand the importance of comrades." Kakashi's singular eye widened slightly. Minato-sensei knew all along? His voice trembled with disbelief. "Then why didn't he just tell me?" Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Some truths are more meaningful when discovered on one's own. His gaze returned to the three youths in the center, reminiscent of their current struggles. The sun shone brightly, yet the atmosphere on the training ground had subtly shifted. Naruto devoured his bento voraciously, while Sasuke pondered silently nearby, and Sakura nervously fidgeted with her fingers. In the distance, a crow perched on a treetop, observing the scene with its blood-red eyes glinting ominously in the sunlight. On the training ground, sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, while eating, nervously watched the sudden appearance of Kakashi, their bento boxes nearly crumpling under their grip. An oppressive tension hung in the air, as everyone knew that violating the rule of feeding Naruto would result in immediate disqualification. In this suffocating moment, Kakashi suddenly broke into a radiant smile. You are qualified. Your performance meets the requirements. What? The three exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting from tension to disbelief. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao Tian also heard the system's notification. Ding. Task completed. Reward, Baiken no Jutsu. His lips curled slightly upwards, suggesting that the performance had been commendable. The 100 healings technique, he murmured to himself, capable of storing chakra and releasing it at crucial moments. This was indeed Tsunade's signature jutsu. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Sakura in the distance. Perhaps he could impart this technique to her, Xiao Tian secretly mused, as it would complement her medical ninjutsu talent splendidly. Contemplating the formidable Tsutsuki clan they might encounter in the future, Xiao Tian's expression grew profound. Although their current strength was lacking, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. He resolved to take this opportunity to strengthen ties with the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly the promising young ninjas. In the center of the arena, Kakashi's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. A true ninja must remain composed. His eyes scanned between the three, reminding them not only to adhere to the rules, but to cherish their comrades. Naruto stared blankly at Kakashi, a flicker of understanding passing through his azure eyes. He suddenly realized that his pursuit was not merely for personal strength, but also for the recognition of his companions and the power of their team. Those who do not value their comrades, Kakashi's voice was low yet powerful, are nothing but trash, inferior even to the waste. Sasuke instinctively clenched his fists, the words piercing his heart like a sharp blade. He recalled that rainy night, the disdain he once held for his comrades, and a wave of bitterness washed over him. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will officially commence missions, Kakashi announced, his tone unexpectedly light. Sakura sighed in relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. Naruto, filled with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We can finally undertake a real mission." Although Sasuke maintained his cool facade, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Xiao Tian observed the scene from a distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His thoughts drifted toward the future, particularly the impending A-rank mission escorting the bridge builder Tazuna to the Land of Waves. He understood that this would be Team 7's first encounter with a true life-and-death trial, facing the likes of Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza and Haku possessed considerable strength, Xiao Tian mused, gently tapping his fingers against the tree trunk. If only they could be swayed to ally with the Land of Fire. His gaze deepened, as if envisioning numerous possibilities for the future. The turbulent political landscape of the Mist Village and Zabuza's past experiences would serve as valuable resources. Perhaps a glimmer of insight shone in Xiao Tian's eyes. It was time to make some preparations. Chapter 110. The mission to the Land of Waves. The fading rays of the setting sun streamed through the hospital window, casting a warm glow upon the pristine sheets. Kakashi reclined against the hospital bed, his left eye bandaged. His breathing was slightly labored, clearly a result of the injury inflicted by the formidable body flicker technique. "I owe you one, Xiao Tian." Kakashi's voice was hoarse yet sincere. Xiao Tian gently shook his head, pulling up a chair beside the bed. "It's nothing. Just take care of yourself and don't push your limits." His gaze swept to the medicine bottles on the bedside table. With fractured ribs and chakra exhaustion, Kakashi would need at least 3 days to recuperate. Kakashi chuckled wryly, touching his bandaged chest. "When I fully activate the lightning release chakra mode, I can maintain it for a maximum of 7 minutes. If you add the Sharingan." A hint of fatigue crossed his singular eye. "That drops to merely 5 minutes. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments. Suddenly, Xiao Tian interjected, "If you could master the 100 healings technique," his finger lightly tapped his forehead, "you would be able to store chakra through the Yin seal." Kakashi's eye widened slightly. "The 100 healings technique? Tsunade's?" "Indeed," Xiao Tian affirmed, "it is not a bloodline limit. Anyone with precise chakra control can learn it." He paused. Sakura has already learned it, though Shizune was unable to master it. Kakashi fell into contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tracing the bed sheets. Xiao Tian continued, "With your chakra control, you should be able to grasp the basics within 3 months. By then, the duration of your lightning release mode could easily double." Outside, the leaves rustled softly, and Kakashi's gaze grew resolute. "It's worth a try." The following morning, Team 7 gathered at the mission assignment office. Naruto looked increasingly grim as he stared at the mission scroll in his hands. "Another cat search?" He slammed the scroll onto the table. "We VE completed 6 D-rank missions already. The Chunin in charge of assigning tasks waved his hand impatiently. Newcomers must start with the basics. Do you think that mastering a new technique allows you to jump straight to B-rank missions? Naruto's fists clenched tightly, but I can use the body flicker technique. And what of it? An elderly yet authoritative voice interrupted from the doorway. The third Hokage ambled in, leaning on his pipe, his white Hokage cloak fluttering gently in the morning light. Do you think it is a waste of talent? Naruto immediately straightened up, yet his dissatisfaction was still evident in his eyes. Third Hokage, we clearly. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the three young ninjas. A ninja's worth in missions is not determined by what you can do, but by what is needed. He approached Naruto, tapping the boy's forehead lightly with his pipe. If you cannot even handle the simplest of tasks, how can anyone trust you with more significant missions? Sakura anxiously tugged at Naruto's sleeve, while Sasuke stood silently beside them, though a flicker of impatience crossed his face. However, the third Hokage suddenly shifted his tone, retrieving another scroll from his sleeve. Since you are so confident, here is an A-rank escort mission. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. Really? You will escort a bridge builder to the land of waves and assist in reconstructing a bridge. The third Hokage handed the scroll to Kakashi. This task was originally meant for Asuma's team. Kakashi accepted the scroll, a knowing look crossing his eye. You wish to? The third Hokage nodded slightly. Let them experience the true world of ninjas. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a drunken old man staggered in. Are these the ninjas who are supposed to protect me? The old man squinted, scrutinizing Team 7. They all look so unreliable. Tazuna-san, the third Hokage said sternly. Please mind your words. Tazuna belched, I paid for this. If your Konoha ninjas are not up to the task, I can simply seek help from the Mist Village. Then be my guest. The third Hokage coldly interrupted, but I must warn you, Zabuza, the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, has been quite active lately. Tazuna's face paled instantly. The alcohol seemed to evaporate from his system. I am Tazuna, the bridge builder of the Land of Waves. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone turning more respectful. I need you to escort me back home until the bridge is completed. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Awesome. Finally, a proper mission. Sasuke, hands in pockets, coldly added, provided this drunkard isn't lying. Sakura looked worriedly at Tazuna. Are you sure this is just a B-rank mission? Chapter 111. This is all you can do. The Hokage's office was filled with a faint scent of tobacco as the third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes scanning the three young ninjas. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the desk and illuminating his somewhat weary face. Kakashi was required to rest for 3 days due to his injuries. His voice was low and steady, his fingers softly tapping the table. For this mission to the Land of Waves, Special Jonin Xiaotian will accompany you. Naruto suddenly sprang up from his seat, his golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight. What? Kakashi-sensei isn't going? His voice brimmed with disappointment, his blue eyes widening. This is our first A-rank mission. Sasuke leaned against the window, a flicker of displeasure passing through his dark eyes as he slightly furrowed his brow. Senju Xiaotian. His tone carried a palpable skepticism. Sakura sat between the two, her fingers instinctively entwined, her gaze flitting anxiously between the Hokage and her companions. At that moment, the wooden door of the office creaked open gently, revealing a tall, black-haired man who strode in, the sunlight casting a cold gleam on the forehead protector resting on his brow. Clad in the standard Konoha vest, with several shurikens secured at his waist, he emanated an aura of restrained danger. You brats, he spoke in a voice as calm as a still pond, his piercing gaze sweeping over the three genin. From now on, I shall temporarily take over Kakashi's duties in guiding you on this mission. The atmosphere in the mission room felt somewhat oppressive, as the air around Tazuna was thick, with tiny droplets of condensation forming on the bottle he clutched. Upon catching sight of Xiaotian standing beside the third Hokage, his previously arrogant demeanor instantly froze, and the hand grasping the bottle began to tremble involuntarily. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is troublesome, Lord Xiaotian. He finally lowered his head, his voice turning respectful and subdued. Please, protect me safely to the Land of Waves. Naruto, forgetting his earlier displeasure, excitedly pumped his fists in the air. Awesome. Finally, we get to undertake a real mission. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning himself showcasing his prowess during the assignment. Sasuke let out a faint snort, a barely there smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. his relaxed posture against the wall contrasting with the tension in the room. At least it's not a task involving cat retrieval or weeding, he remarked, an uncharacteristic note of pleasure lacing his voice. Though Sakura remained silent. Her tightly clenched fists and gleaming eyes revealed her anxious anticipation. The morning mist enveloped the gates of Konoha, the air infused with the fresh scent of foliage. Dazuna arrived nearly half an hour late, still clutching the half-empty bottle, his face bearing the weariness of a hangover. Just these little brats, he mumbled drunkenly, his bleary gaze sweeping over the prepared seventh squad. However, when his eyes met Xiaoyan's icy stare, all his complaints evaporated, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Xiaoyan offered no further words, simply commanding, "Seventh Squad, depart immediately." His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. As the team advanced along the forest path, morning dew glistened on the grass. Suddenly, two shadowy figures erupted from the puddles, sending sprays of water flying. Water release, water prison technique. A hoarse voice echoed through the woods. The brothers of the Ghost Clan unleashed their chains, glinting menacingly in the sunlight, wrapping around Dazuna in an instant. Got him. One of them cackled as he tightened the chains. Yet, in the next moment, a blinding flash of gold surged forth, enveloping Naruto in a golden cloak of chakra, whisking Dazuna away from danger at an almost imperceptible speed. Target secured safely, he declared confidently, gently placing the shaken elder in a safe area. What? The Ghost brothers stared in shock at the empty chains, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They exchanged a quick glance, redirecting the chains towards the stationary Xiaoyan. Take care of him first, they shouted, as the chains carved a lethal arc through the air. However, just as they were half a meter away from Xiaoyan, the chains suddenly collided with an invisible wall, producing a dull thud, rendering them immobile. This is impossible. The Ghost brothers' face paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiaoyan stood motionless, not even raising an eyelid. A rogue ninja from the mist. Is this all you're capable of? His voice was unnervingly calm. This is impossible. One of the ninjas exclaimed, staring at his shattered iron claws, his voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. His companion staggered back, the pupils behind his mask dilating in horror. As members of the notorious Ghost Clan, they ranked among the top 20 on the assassination list. Having never encountered such a situation, the specially crafted steel claws were now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, while the man before them bore not a single scratch on his black cloak. Brother, we may have bitten off more than we can chew, the shorter ninja stammered hoarsely. Shut up. The taller ninja forced a semblance of composure, though his trembling fingers betrayed his inner fear. Let us attack together. Use that technique. They swiftly formed seals, their movements synchronized. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick white fog rapidly enveloped the entire forest, visibility dropping to less than a meter. Naruto nervously swallowed, reaching for a kunai, but grasping at empty air. His earlier fright had caused him to drop his ninja tools. Idiot, Naruto. Sakura hissed, her face equally pale. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled in a frenzy, but the dense mist obstructed his view. Damn it, I can't see. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed through the fog. Hidden mist technique? You dare to play such tricks before me? Xiaoyan's voice dripped with derision. Where is he? The Ghost brothers' voices echoed from all directions. Prepare to die, Konoha. Before they could finish, the mist began to churn violently. A shadow darted through it at an untraceable speed. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Ah! A scream shattered the silence as the mist abruptly dispersed. Xiaoyan stood with one hand in his coat pocket, the other gripping the throat of the taller ninja, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, was visible in the ninja's chest, blood dripping from his hanging toes. The shorter ninja knelt several meters away, his own abdomen similarly punctured. Without a care, Xiaoyan discarded the corpse, retrieving a piece of black cloth to wipe the blood from his hands. The assassination techniques of the mist have grown stale. Is he dead? Naruto's voice quivered. Sakura doubled over, retching. Dazuna collapsed to the ground, a suspicious stain spreading across his trousers. What a monster! Just then, a faint rustling came from the bushes. A white-haired man, masked and marked by the symbol of Konoha on his forehead protector, stepped forth. As expected of Xiaoyan, Kakashi remarked, one hand in his pocket, his exposed right eye curving into a crescent shape. The third Hokage's concerns were indeed warranted. Xiaoyan did not turn back. Did the third send you? Can your body withstand this? Yes. The third was worried they might cause you trouble. So he sent me to assist you, Kakashi replied, approaching the 3 students to check for injuries. After all, it was understandable for the Hokage to be concerned about sending a special jonin to lead a mission alone. Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi-sensei, how did you end up here? I've been following you since you left the village. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. It's a special order from the 3rd. Xiaotian coldly interrupted. Enough with the small talk. His sharp gaze turned to Dazuna. Now either speak the truth, or I will hand you over to the next batch of pursuers. Dazuna's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. It's Kato. He wants to monopolize the maritime trade of the Land of Waves. Kakashi sighed. So, this is an A-rank mission, yet you reported it as a D rank. The Land of Waves is too poor. Dazuna broke down in tears. My grandson is only 8 years old, if the bridge isn't built. Xiaotian sneered. Is it justice to endanger Jinin with lies? Naruto clenched his fists. Uncle Dazuna has already apologized. Isn't it a ninja's duty to help the weak? Fool, Sasuke retorted coldly. We nearly lost our lives because of your lies. Kakashi regarded his 3 students, a complex expression flickering in his singular eye. By the rules, we should indeed terminate the mission immediately. Xiaotian suddenly chuckled. Rules? He crouched down to meet Dazna's gaze. I offer you 2 choices. First, we depart. Second, you use the bridge toll for the next decade as collateral. This contravenes the ninja code. Kakashi frowned. Code? Xiaotian retorted. Did you contemplate the code while you watched from the shadows? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he could have revealed himself sooner. Dazna trembled into silence. Sakura timidly inquired. Isn't toll just extortion? Astute observation, Xiaotian commended. If we are to break the rules, let us do so decisively. He regarded the silent, weeping Dazna. This is your choice, he stated flatly. Turning to Team 7, he declared, mission terminated. Return to Konoha immediately. Naruto suddenly dashed in front of Xiaotian, the determination in his azure eyes ablaze. Brother Xiaotian, his voice echoed loudly in the still forest. I wish to continue this mission. I will protect Uncle Dazna. Sasuke stood nearby, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The fool at the rear may say such things, yet he stepped forward. Sakura bit her lip, her fingers nervously entwined. Reminded of her earlier panic in battle, she glanced at her 2 companions and finally nodded in agreement. Dazna inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve passing through his murky eyes. You must have heard of the one who sent ninjas to hunt me, he said, his voice suddenly heavy. It's the maritime tycoon, Kato. Kakashi's single eye widened in shock. The one who controls sea trade? Indeed, Dazna exclaimed, gesticulating fervently. He colludes with the mafia, smuggles contraband, and seizes others' properties. The army formed by the feudal lord of the Land of Waves is utterly no match for him. His voice cracked. This bridge is our only hope. Xiaotian scoffed, shattering the somber atmosphere. A bridge can dismantle Kato's empire? His voice sliced through the air like a blade. Even if the bridge is completed, Kato could simply detonate it or seize it for himself. Dazna staggered, his complexion turning ashen. Sakura turned her face away in pity, while Naruto clenched his fists. Xiaotian surveyed the group and suddenly shifted his tone. Why not consider directly eliminating Kato? What? Dazna stepped back in shock. Kakashi's brow furrowed. That S rank mission, costing at least 1,000,000 Ryo. Indeed, it is rather steep, Xiaotian replied calmly. Thus I require the toll for the bridge for the next decade as collateral. However, this would resolve the issue once and for all. Dazna, take your time to contemplate your answer. Naruto's eyes widened. An S-rank mission? Sasuke's Sharingan involuntarily activated. Interesting. Sakura's voice trembled. Can we truly accomplish such a task? Xiaotian observed Dazna's pale countenance and added, if you cannot afford it, I can directly negotiate with the feudal lord of the Land of Waves. Chapter 113. The name of Xiaotian Kakashi's solitary eye narrowed slightly, his silver hair framing a deeply furrowed brow. He instinctively pressed a hand against his aching left eye, feeling the unnatural pulsing of the blood vessels beneath the surface, a consequence of excessive use of the Sharingan, akin to a red-hot iron rod stirring within his eye socket. Xiaotian, this exceeds the scope of a standard mission, he stated, his voice gritty, each syllable imbued with the caution honed during his time in the Umbu. For escort missions should not encompass geopolitical maneuvering. Dazna's breath hitched, his aged lungs emitting a wheezing sound. His calloused fingers clutched the wine jug tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The murky depths of his eyes reflected the sharply defined profile of Xiao Tian. This seemingly languid youth now exuded an aura reminiscent of a war profiteer he had encountered 2 decades prior in the Land of Iron. A devil who had instigated border conflicts with merely 3 sentences. Geography lesson time. Xiao Tian withdrew a yellowed maritime map from within his robes, the parchment crackling with age as it unfurled. His fingertip, as precise as a scalpel, traced the sinuous coastline of the Land of Waves, highlighting a natural deep-water harbor with a tidal variation of less than 2 meters, boasting an ice-free period lasting 300 days. Suddenly, his nail pierced the paper, drawing a perfect circle in the waters adjacent to the Land of Water, aimed directly at 2 of the 3 primary supply routes leading to the Mist Village. A mere 47 nautical miles from the nearest military dock, Dasna's wine cup slipped from his stiffened fingers, shattering upon the deck. The amber liquid slithered through the gaps in the wooden planks, resembling terrified serpents fleeing. "You elders of Konoha," his cracked lips trembled, his throat constricting with a gulp. "Do you intend to transform the Land of Waves into the second Land of Whirlpools?" The sea breeze suddenly thickened, laden with the briny scent, striking the faces of the gathered crowd. Xiao Tian's movements as he rolled up the map were graceful, akin to wielding a folding fan, yet imbued with a certain cruel rhythm. Kato's smuggling fleet comprises 17 cargo ships, perfectly positioned to shield military material transport. He chuckled lightly, a sound that sent chills down Sasuke's spine. "I must express gratitude to you, the bridge expert, for designing such a concealed dock." Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life in the shadows, the tomo swirling into a blood-red vortex. 10 o'clock, he shouted, his voice nearly breaking, veins bulging at his temples. Chakra levels surging exponentially. Kakashi's pupil constricted to the size of a pinprick. Years of Umbu training had conditioned his muscles to instinctively form a defensive seal. Yet the excruciating pain coursing through his ocular pathways delayed his movements by 0.3 seconds, fatal against an opponent of Zabuza's caliber. The sound of a beheading sword slicing through the thick fog pierced the air like a banshee's wail. Naruto's orange locks were whipped by the blade's wind, a cold edge leaving a slender line of crimson along his nape. The 2-meter diameter of the cypress tree splintered with a metallic clang. Splintered wood raining down like a torrential downpour, leaving small wounds across the faces of the group. "Good warning," a gravelly voice emerged from the mist, laced with begrudging admiration, akin to a rusty blade grinding against a whetstone. A tall figure, wrapped in bandages, gradually became visible, a beheading sword resting upon his shoulder, the bloodstains on the blade glinting a purplish black under the moonlight. Unfortunately, Zabuza's voice suddenly caught in his throat. His muscle memory recognized the silhouette faster than his thoughts. A month prior, at the border of the Land of Fire, he had witnessed this crimson-eyed youth lead several members of the Hokage's Root Division, effortlessly obliterating 3 assassination squads from the Mist Village with a mere finger. Those elite ninjas, known as the finest of Kirigakure, had not even had time to scream before they disintegrated into golden embers scattered in the wind. What chilled him further was the discovery of a leaf on a treetop 300 meters away, its veins ablaze with an everlasting golden flame. "Mr. Demon," Xiao Tian casually remarked without turning, merely raising a hand to catch a falling maple leaf. The leaf's veins ignited with golden flames at his fingertips, the glow illuminating Zabuza's mask, causing the skin beneath the bandages to feel a genuine searing pain. Zabuza's pupils dilated in shock. "This is no ordinary fire technique. Or should I refer to you as a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen?" Xiao Tian's voice carried a dangerous rhythm, each syllable scraping against Zabuza's nerves like a dull blade. The beheading sword suddenly felt unbearably heavy. The bandages wrapped around the hilt began to writhe, as if alive. The blood-soaked strips trembling with an unnatural energy. Cold sweat soaked Kakashi's forehead protector. He was astonished to discover that Zai Bujan's stance had transformed from an offensive posture to a complete defensive one. This once notorious figure, feared for single-handedly assassinating the Mizukage, was now retreating by mere millimeters on his right heel. The grip on his beheading sword shifted from a slashing angle to a blocking one. The blade unnaturally angled 45 degrees to the right, as if deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with Xiao Tian. Naruto suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, realizing that he had held his breath for an astonishing 20 seconds. Kakashi struggled to swallow, a metallic taste rising in his throat. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the profound meaning behind the third Hokage's instructions to prioritize the protection of an enemy's life, if necessary. His usual demeanor of politeness had caused him to forget that this seemingly mild-mannered Xiao Tian was, in fact, a weapon of disaster on the move. Xiao Tian finally turned around, the moonlight casting a silver-blue outline around him. He casually flicked away the burning maple leaves, the arcs of flame tracing a searing trajectory in the mist. That trajectory lingered in the air for a brief moment, forming an ancient sealing symbol. "Kakashi-sensei, please take care of the students." His voice suddenly softened, as if discussing the evening's dinner menu. Yet his right hand made a hand sign that froze Zaibujan's blood in his veins. The man from the hidden mist, Xiao Tian's Sharingan suddenly swirled with rose-like patterns, and the air around began to distort and refract. "Let's discuss the bounty on Kato's head and how much your ransom is worth." The thick fog began to swirl counterclockwise, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the very heavens. Chapter 114, The Humble Zaibujan. Zaibujan knelt on one knee, his heavy beheading sword deeply embedded in the ground, vibrating slightly under immense pressure, emitting an agonizing metallic hum. The fine sand on the beach formed concentric ripples around the blade, as if even the earth trembled in submission to this ghostly figure from the hidden mist. Beneath his mask, Zaibujan's breath was rapid and chaotic, each inhalation tinged with the rusty scent of blood. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, pooling at his chin before finally dropping onto the dry sand, instantly evaporated by the scorching sunlight. He had never imagined that this legendary specter, who instilled fear throughout the land of water, would feel such suffocating pressure in front of a seemingly languid man. Xiao Tian stood there as if he were an insurmountable mountain, robbing him of the courage to even gaze upward. Xiao Tian stepped forward, his finely crafted leather boots crunching the scattered shells beneath them, producing a crisp sound. His voice was as calm as a windless lake, yet carried an undeniable authority. 2 demands. First, eliminate Kato. Second, serve as sparring partners for these younglings. His slender fingers casually pointed towards the vigilant Team 7, but his amber eyes remained locked onto Zaibujan, as if capable of perceiving every tremor beneath his mask. "Once these tasks are completed, I shall allow you to leave." "Kill Kato?" Zaibujan's fingers tightened violently around the hilt of his sword, the metallic guard screeching under immense pressure. His knuckles turned white, the blue veins on the back of his hand bulging grotesquely. Although Kato was weak, his long-established power in the land of waves was deeply entrenched. With hundreds of ruthless outlaws under his command and intricate ties to the upper echelons of the land of water, to act rashly would not only disrupt his plans to return to the hidden mist, but could also provoke a relentless pursuit from the entire underworld. "What? Are you unwilling?" Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly turned icy, the air around them seeming to freeze in that instant. Zaibujan felt a tightening in his throat, his breathing becoming extraordinarily labored, as though an invisible hand was choking him. Even more terrifying was the fact that the chakra within him began to flow uncontrollably, as if being forcibly suppressed by a power of a higher order. "I will die. If I refuse, I will undoubtedly perish." Zaibujan's pupils dilated in terror, his face contorted beneath the mask from the suffocating pressure. The killing intent he once took pride in now seemed like child's play before Xiao Tian, and the notorious title of ghost that had once struck fear into countless ninja now felt utterly ludicrous. Eventually, he lowered his head with great difficulty, his hoarse voice dripping with unprecedented humiliation. "As you command, Lord Xiao Tian." Kakashi's Sharingan narrowed beneath his forehead protector, the 3 tomos spinning rapidly. He keenly sensed the soul-deep tremor emanating from Zaibujan. This once feared elite jonin from the hidden mist was now unable to muster even a shred of defiance. What shocked him further was Xiao Tian's intention to use a powerhouse like Zaibujan as a sharpening stone for Team 7. This was not mere training, but rather a brutal trial of life and death. "Excellent." Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He elegantly stepped back, creating space for the impending battle, the hem of his black coat flapping in the salty sea breeze. Zaibujan inhaled deeply, his calloused hands forming hand seals at a dizzying speed. Each seal was executed with mechanical precision, yet possessed a rhythmic beauty akin to flowing water. Hidden mist technique. In an instant, dense, tangible white mist surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping the entire beach, visibility plummeting to zero. The damp vapor clung to everyone's skin, carrying a pungent scent of the sea mixed with a faint hint of blood. Yet, unlike the previous lethal hidden mist technique, this time the thick fog, while still harboring danger, had evidently reigned in its deadly edge, resembling a meticulously crafted training ground. Sage Mode. Naruto's azure eyes transformed into frog-like pupils, the golden patterns shimmering vibrantly in the mist. Natural energy coalesced into countless tiny particles of light, encircling him. In his perceptive domain, every fluctuation of chakra within 100 meters became as discernible as fireflies in the night. Sakura suddenly slammed her fist into her palm, the emerald medical chakra forming a glowing layer on her skin, her delicate features radiating determination. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomo tracing dangerous arcs against a crimson backdrop. His muscles tensed like a bow, poised to counter any lethal strike emerging from the fog. A piercing shriek cut through the air as the beheading sword sliced through the void from three distinct directions. The sound of the razor-sharp blade tearing through the mist sending chills down their spines. This special training, personally overseen by the ghostly Zaibujan, officially commenced under an oppressive atmosphere. Sage Mode endowed Naruto with a perception akin to a precise radar. As the beheading sword, accompanied by a fierce sound of slicing air, came crashing in, he unhesitatingly extended his right hand. In the brief moment before thought caught up, his palm, enveloped in natural energy, accurately seized the blade of one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. I can do this. This fiery thought exploded in his mind, illuminating Naruto's resolute face with sparks from the metal collision, his golden hair swirling as if caught in an unseen wind. Zaibujan's pupils dilated in disbelief. His prideful beheading sword had been caught barehanded by a mere genin. The recoil from the blade caused the ghostly figure to waver for the first time in battle. How is this possible? This sword can cleave even the hardest granite in two. The faint yet piercing sound of cracking resonated sharply across the silent battlefield. Naruto felt the intense tremor in his palm, the chakra enhanced by Sage Mode surging towards the blade like a furious tide. The cracks on the beheading sword spread at a visible pace, ultimately shattering into countless fragments with a sound that was painfully crisp. The flying metallic shards sparkled with lethal brilliance under the sun, only to be blocked by the sudden eruption of orange chakra from Naruto's left shoulder, producing a series of rapid, crisp sounds akin to rain hitting banana leaves. You have already lost. Naruto's voice resonated with a peculiar echo, as if countless voices were shouting in unison, harmonizing with the chakra's resonance. His right hand had already coalesced into a dazzling Rasengan, the rapidly spinning blue sphere generating a wind pressure that tore apart the surrounding mist, creating a distinct vacuum on the beach. In Zabu's Sharingan, the approaching Rasengan was reflected, and this once dreaded demon of the hidden mist village now felt a long-forgotten fear of death. When the Rasengan struck heavily against his crossed arms, the sound of shattering bones accompanied by excruciating pain coursed through his body, and the black forehead protector splintered under the impact. With a loud crash, Zabuza was sent flying like a severed kite, his back crashing against a rock wall over 10 meters away. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the point of impact, and debris tumbled down. Blood seeped from the edge of his mask, dripping along his resolute jawline. Trembling fingers brushed against the remaining hilt of his executioner's blade, and Zabuza murmured in disbelief, I have been defeated by a mere Chunin. On the battlefield, now devoid of mist, Sasuke's Sharingan captured every detail with clarity. His fingers, gripping a kunai, trembled slightly from overexertion, astonished by the remarkable growth of his comrade, while he felt a gnawing anxiety over his own stagnation. Sakura, prepared with her medical ninjutsu, found herself frozen, shocked to discover that the depth of this battle exceeded her comprehension, leaving her standing in stunned silence. Dazna sat slumped on the beach, his murky eyes reflecting Naruto's upright figure. The old man's cracked lips trembled, his hoarse voice laced with an indescribable astonishment. Is this truly a ninja of Konoha? Just as everyone believed the battle had reached its conclusion, 3 kunai, poisoned with a ghostly blue venom, suddenly shot forth from the depths of the forest, accurately striking Zabuza's vital neck. A mysterious ninja, donned in a white smiling mask, landed gracefully, his voice carrying an eerie delight. You've truly been a great help. I have been waiting for this opportunity. Naruto instantly shifted into a battle-ready stance, golden chakra rising around him like flames, his sensory abilities in Sage Mode fully activated. Who are you? The masked figure offered no response. merely bending gracefully to examine Zabuza's condition. Chapter 115. The warning from Xiao Tian finally. It has arrived, Xiao Tian thought, turning to face the direction from which the silver needle approached. A masked figure lightly landed on a branch, the fabric of their kimono fluttering in the wind. Though the mask obscured their features, the slender form and graceful demeanor betrayed their identity. The Mist Village's pursuit team? Kakashi asked cautiously. Let the conversation end here. The voice of Bai was calm, devoid of any disturbance. I still need to handle Zabuza's body. Xiao Tian did not intervene. He understood better than anyone that Bai's loyalty to Zabuza had surpassed the bounds of a master-servant relationship. Watching Bai swiftly approach Zabuza's side, skillfully inspecting the body, a complex emotion stirred within Xiao Tian. It was I who defeated Zabuza, Naruto exclaimed in discontent. Why is that guy? Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Do not dwell on such matters. Genius ninjas are everywhere. There are even those younger than you who possess greater strength. Xiao Tian noticed the disappointment in Naruto's eyes. This boy, who always proclaimed his desire to become Hokage, was now experiencing a genuine moment of growth, recognizing his own inadequacies. All right, we must escort Mr. Dasna home. Kakashi nodded at Xiao Tian, seemingly unguarded by the sudden appearance of an old acquaintance. Xiao Tian cast one last glance at Bai as he took Zabuza away, contemplating. Zabuza is severely injured. He will require at least a week to recover. I shall seek him out once he is healed. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Bai swiftly traversed while cradling Zabuza's body, his expression concealed beneath the mask. Half an hour later, he finally paused, delicately laying Zabuza on a flat rock. Kakashi was already troublesome, and Xiao Tian's appearance complicated matters further. Bai spoke softly to himself as he retrieved medical supplies from his pouch. I did not anticipate his presence here. Just as Bai was about to unwrap Zabuza's bandages, a large hand suddenly grasped his wrist. You underestimated him. Zabuza's eyes snapped open, his voice hoarse yet clear. Lord Zabuza, Bai exclaimed, his voice trembling with surprise. You are awake? Zabuza gasped heavily, a complex gleam in his eyes. Senju Xiao Tian deliberately spared my life. He wants me to deal with Kato. Bai tilted his head, the mask tilting slightly. Is Senju Xiao Tian really that formidable? Zabuza struggled to rise, preparing to flee the perilous forest with Bai. Suddenly, a wooden shuriken sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it embedded itself in the ground before him. What is this? Zabuza's pupils contracted. Fixated on the quivering shuriken, Bai bent down to inspect it, his slender fingers brushing over the clear Senju clan emblem. Is this a warning or a reminder? Zabuza's breath grew heavy. He understood that this was Xiao Tian conveying a message to him. The man could have easily taken his life, but chose to spare him. Now using this method to remind him not to forget his promise. Kill Kato, Zabuza murmured, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It seems we have no choice. Bai noticed Zabuza's clenched fists trembling slightly, unsure whether it stemmed from anger or fear. He softly inquired, should we follow his instructions? Humph. Zabuza snorted, but was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Bai hurriedly supported his swaying form. We need to leave this place. Zabuza wiped the blood from his lips, his voice hoarse. We shall tend to my injuries first. That man, Xiao Tian, is more terrifying than the rumors suggest. Bai nodded, cautiously assisting Zabuza deeper into the forest. Before departing, he cast one last glance in the direction from which the shuriken had come. His expression beneath the mask complex and inscrutable. He could have killed us. Why? Do not be naive, Bai. Zabuza interrupted him, his tone softer than usual. A man like him has meaning behind every step. We are merely pawns. Bai lowered his head in silence, yet an unusual feeling stirred within him. This was the first time Zabuza had not referred to him using tools. Chapter 116. The Abandoned Child and the Blade in the damp confines of a hidden chamber. The sound of water dripping through the stone crevices was distinctly audible. Zabuza lay flat on a rudimentary bed, the bandages wrapped around his chest still seeping faint traces of blood. Bai knelt in a corner, the gentle and rhythmic sound of grinding herbs filling the air. It seems the legendary demon is not so formidable after all. The sharp voice abruptly shattered the silence. The door to the chamber was violently thrown open, and Kato strode in, leaning on a gold-handled cane, followed by 4 fully armed warriors. The diminutive merchant covered his nose with a silk handkerchief, as if unable to tolerate the scent of the herbs in the room. Bai's fingers paused momentarily before resuming their grinding motion. You can't even manage a mess. And yet you call yourself a demon. Kato jabbed his cane into the ground, his eyes narrowing behind the lenses. It seems the ninjas of the hidden mist are all worthless. Zabuza opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Mr. Kato, Bai's voice was gentle. As if afraid to disturb the air, Lord Zabuza requires rest. Rest? Kato cackled. I did not hire an injured man who needs rest at such a high price. He suddenly erupted in rage, slamming his cane against the edge of the bed. What I want is for that bridge to never be built. I want Dasna's head. One of the warriors accidentally bumped the sword sheath against the wall, producing a crisp sound. Bai halted his movements. Kato wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and turned to the samurai behind him. Go and ascertain the extent of our esteemed demon injuries, and whether he can continue with his tasks. The two samurai stepped forward, their hands barely touching the hilt of their swords when the gleam of steel flashed. Bai moved with such swiftness that he seemed to leave an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, the two swords were crossed against the throats of the samurai. You would do well to refrain from approaching, lest you anger Lord Zabuza, Bai said, his voice still soft but laced with a chilling edge. I am already vexed. The chamber fell into an eerie silence. Kato's handkerchief dropped to the ground as he gaped like a stranded fish. Bai's pupils constricted slightly, a precursor to the activation of his ice-release bloodline limit. Why you? Kato's voice trembled. He had never witnessed this usually silent boy behind Zabuza express such emotion. Bai slowly sheathed his swords, weaving them into a graceful flourish before plunging their tips into the floor, embedding them 3 inches deep, where they buzzed incessantly. We shall complete the task, Bai declared, not due to your command, but in accordance with Lord Zabuza's will. Kato's face flushed crimson. He bent down to retrieve his handkerchief, retreating a few steps to stand among the samurai. Very well. This is your last chance. His voice twisted with suppressed fury. If the bridge is not destroyed within a week, do not expect to receive a single coin. As the merchant turned to leave, he muttered under his breath. What a monster. Once his footsteps faded, the chamber returned to silence. Bai stood still, his shoulders trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the suppression of a more intense emotion. Bai Zabuza suddenly spoke. The boy immediately turned, kneeling on one knee before the bed. Lord Zabuza? You were too impulsive. Zabuza remarked, lowering his head. Apologies. Struggling to raise himself, Zabuza placed a hand on Bai's shoulder. But you did well. Those simple 4 words made Bai look up sharply, his eyes wide behind the mask. This was the first time Zabuza had directly praised Bai. Senju Xiaodian. Zabuza suddenly turned towards the shadows. Have you seen enough? Xiaodian stepped out of the shadows with a smile. Your perception is commendable. You managed to detect my clone. It seems you are not destined to perish just yet. You let me go on purpose. Zabuza met Xiaoyan's gaze directly. Why? Was it merely to eliminate Kato? You could have taken action yourself just now. Xiaodian did not respond immediately. His eyes scanned the room. Bai still knelt beside the bed, his posture respectful yet no longer servile. Though heavily injured, Zabuza's eyes were clearer than Xiaodian remembered at any previous moment. Kato is not worth your life, Xiaodian eventually said, and I appreciate a rogue ninja with principles. Zabuza scoffed. Principles? You wish to change the Hidden Mist Village. Xiaodian stepped closer. The Blood Mist policy has destroyed too many lives, including yours, including Bai's. At the mention of his name, Bai stirred slightly, and Xiaodian noticed the boy's hands had subtly clenched the fabric of his attire. What do you truly desire? Zabuza inquired. Xiaodian looked towards the only window in the chamber, where a sliver of light entered. Kato has gone to seek new assistance. New assistance? Bai asked softly. The Akatsuki. Xiaodian uttered the name, and he saw Zabuza's pupils suddenly constrict. He would no longer trust the rogue ninjas of the Hidden Mist. The chamber fell into silence once more. A drop of water fell from the ceiling, splashing upon the stone floor. The Akatsuki, Zabuza's voice turned hoarse. Those within that organization are all monsters. Bai raised his head. Are they stronger than Lord Zabuza? The question tightened Xiaoyan's chest. In the original narrative, Bai believed until his death that Zabuza was the strongest. The boy's naive inquiry at this moment starkly highlighted the inevitability of tragedy. Not the same, Xiaodian replied softly. They are a different kind of existence. Suddenly, Zabuza coughed violently, and Bai rushed forward to support him. Xiaodian saw blood seeping from the bandages, staining Bai's gloves with a vivid crimson. You require superior treatment, Xiaodian stated. Bai will handle it. Xiaodian turned to Bai, who was already skillfully unraveling the bloodied bandages with a gentleness akin to handling fragile treasures. In that moment, Xiaodian realized that For Zabuza, I was no longer merely a tool, but the only person he allowed near his wounds. "We shall meet in a week," Xiaodian said, turning towards the door. "I hope we can discuss collaboration then." The last image he beheld was of Bai, bowing his head to change Zabuza's dressings. The light filtering through the window casting a soft silver edge around the boy's silhouette. Meanwhile, Zabuza's gaze remained fixated on Bai. In the courtyard of Kato's mansion, the Akatsuki, Kato furrowed his brow as he regarded the samurai before him. "Are you certain they are reliable?" The samurai bowed. "They navigate the wars of various nations. The core members are rogue ninjas of high caliber." He lowered his voice. "They have even conquered a small nation." Kato's small eyes brightened. "What is the cost?" "Lower than you might expect." The samurai revealed a mysterious smile. They seemed particularly interested in something from the land of waves. Kato reclined against the back of his chair, his golden-rimmed glasses reflecting the chandelier's light. "Arrange a meeting," he commanded, licking his lips. "I wish to see for myself just how formidable these monsters truly are." Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. A torrential downpour was imminent. Raindrops pelted against the ornate stained glass windows of Kato's mansion, distorting the flickering candlelight within into twisted patterns. Kato sat at the head of the long table, his fingers incessantly tapping the surface, having waited for nearly an hour. "These ninjas are all the same," Kato complained to the samurai beside him, demanding payment while maintaining an air of superiority. His words abruptly ceased as the candlelight tilted collectively to one side, as if an invisible current had swept through. When the flames stood upright once more, two figures had appeared at the opposite end of the long table. Kato's throat tightened. He had not even heard the door open. "You are the client?" The voice was deep and raspy, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping together. The speaker was a man with fiery orange hair, his face marked with strange patterns, but most striking were his eyes, pale violet pupils swirling ominously in the dim light. "Why, yes." Kato instinctively straightened in his seat. "You are from the Akatsuki?" "Names are of no consequence," the orange-haired man interrupted. "Now, the details of the task." Kato swallowed hard, noting that another figure remained silently enshrouded in shadow, donning an orange spiral mask, revealing only a single crimson eye. That eye reminded Kato of the legendary Sharingan. Yet it was not quite the same. It was darker, deeper, like congealed blood. "I need you to eliminate a few individuals." Kato adjusted his glasses, striving to keep his voice steady. "First, the bridge builder, Tazuna, and the leaf ninja protecting him, including a silver-haired masked Kakashi." The masked figure suddenly spoke, his voice surprisingly youthful, even carrying a hint of cheerfulness. "Ah, isn't that a coincidence?" The orange-haired man tilted his head slightly. "Do you know him?" "An old acquaintance." The masked figure waved his hand dramatically. "But I am more interested in another individual." Kato was taken aback. "Who?" "Senju Xiaodian." The masked figure danced over to the long table, pointing at its surface. "Black hair, always wears an expression of 'I know everything.' Should be wandering around the land of waves lately." Cold sweat trickled down Kato's back. He had indeed heard the samurai mention this name, but he had never taken it seriously. "There might be such a person," Kato replied cautiously, "but he is not the primary target. Most importantly, that bridge must not be built." The orange-haired man suddenly stood up. Kato then noticed a peculiar metallic object floating behind him, resembling some sort of sacrificial implement. To the divine, it was merely a trivial item, a token of advance payment. The auburn-haired man remarked succinctly. Kato promptly gestured for the warrior to present a hefty pouch of coins. Without a glance, the auburn-haired man tossed it to the masked figure. 5 days, he stated, his form beginning to blur. "Wait." Kato quickly rose. "You require intelligence, do you not? I can divulge the whereabouts of their hideout." "No need." The masked figure chuckled, tossing the pouch into the air and catching it effortlessly. "We have our own methods." Suddenly, he leaned closer to Kato. His singular, "I mere inches away. Have you ever seen a white raven?" Kato froze in place, stammering, "W what?" "Nothing." The masked figure straightened, his tone suddenly turning frigid. "Remember, from this moment forth, the affairs of this island are under the jurisdiction of Akatsuki." The candlelight flickered once more. In the instant Kato blinked, the two had vanished without a trace, leaving only a shuriken on the table as proof of their presence, inscribed with the character for Akatsuki. Kato slumped back into his chair, realizing that his silk shirt had become soaked with cold sweat.